This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents The Mirror by Nora Roberts. Read for you by Brittany Presley. To family, those of the blood and those chosen. Part.1. Witness. Can I get a witness? Brian Holland, Lamont Dozier, Eddie Holland. Prologue. The manor stood, as it had for generations, on the high, jagged cliffs above the thrash of the sea. Through the swelter of summers, against the bitter winds of winters, in blooming springs and in dying autumns, it held its place on the rocky coast of Maine. Within its stone and cladded walls, inside the gleam of its windows, it had seen births and deaths. It had known triumphs and tragedies. Both blood and tears had spilled on its polished floors. Secrets and shadows lived in its many corners. And it remembered them all. From its turrets, its widow's walk, from the seawall beyond its grand entrance doors, many eyes had looked down toward the village of Pools Bay. Many eyes looked there still. Since those grand doors opened in 1794, a pool had walked those halls. A pool had climbed the grand staircase, gazed from the many windows, dreamed their dreams. And some had lived their nightmares. Some lived them still. A murdered bride, the first of 7 doomed, would, in all innocence, carry the curse that haunted the manor. Generation by generation, it passed its shadow to the next and the next, through the rage of a jealous witch. With those lost brides, others walked the labyrinth of rooms. Those who had lit the many fires, made the beds, cooked the meals, continued their duties. Others who had lifted a glass in toast, danced in the ballroom, or rocked a fretful baby in the night, toasted and danced and rocked still. In the many rooms, time came and went. Music played, clocks ticked, floors creaked as the manor waited for another generation. As it waited for one who might break the curse. More than 200 years after Astrid Granville Poole died in her wedding finery. More than 200 years after her murderer cursed the manor and leaped off the cliffs to her own death. Another with Poole blood walked through those grand entrance doors. Those who'd come before her watched and waited as she made the manor her own, as she dreamed her dreams, or theirs. As she walked the labyrinth, where music played and clocks ticked and floors creaked, and to the mirror, where time came and went. Carved predators frame this mirror's glass and seem to snap and snarl and slither. And its glass opens a door to what was, for her and another with Poole blood. Hands clasped, they step through the door together and become the ghosts. Chapter 1. Music that had been dim and distant poured around her now. Colors and shapes that had been blurred and indistinct on the other side of the mirror sharpened. Sonia gripped Owen's hand, the hand of the cousin she hadn't known existed only months before. That hand was warm. That hand was real. Instead of furniture stored, with white sheets draping it, people swirled around them. Women with hair piled high, long dresses flowing, and men in sharp, dark suits danced, laughed, drank. The room, the ballroom, smelled of flowers. There were so many of them. And of perfume. An orchestra played something lively and quick. She heard a woman laugh, high and bright over the music. She saw a line of sweat slide down the temple of a man with slicked back hair as he led his partner in the dance. And she heard her own heart pounding louder than the drumbeat. When her hand trembled, Owen tightened his grip, and he said, almost casually, "This is fucking weird." The bubble of hysteria in her throat came out in a breathless laugh. "I'll say, I've done it before. Gone through, but this is the first time I was awake when I did. I thought I'd dreamed it, but it's not a dream."
"Nope."
He scanned the room.
"We know where we are. It's the ballroom. Any idea when?"
1916. I read Deuce's Poole family history book and looked through the pictures enough times to know this is Lisbeth Poole's wedding reception. A man, obviously enjoying his gin, stumbled right through her. "Oh my God!"
"That's beyond weird."
Frowning, Owen turned to her, studied her with eyes a slightly lighter shade of pool green than her own.
"Okay."
She managed a nod. "We're the ones out of place or time or whatever the hell. They don't see us or feel us. Or most don't. She's not here."
"Who?"
"Hester Dobbs, murdering witch. She's not here. Not yet. This isn't her time either."
"Seeing as she'd be dead over 100 years.
"Maybe we can stop her. It's not a damn dream, so maybe we're here to stop her. 13 spider bites inside the wedding dress. That's how Lisbeth dies today. If we can just..."
"What? Strip her clothes off?"
"I don't know. We have to try something. Where is she? Where the hell is Lissy?" Owen pointed.
"Other side of the ballroom? I'm taller. Can see over more heads. I've seen pictures too, and that looks like a wedding-type dress to me."
He shifted Sonia to the left. Yes, that's her." As she started forward, people danced through her. Some gave her a jolt, like a mild electric shock. Others a chill that shot straight through her bones.
"It's like walking through mud,"
Owen muttered, and shoved a frustrated hand through his unruly brown hair.
"Or frickin' quicksand."
I know. It happened like this before. I can't see her anymore. It's so crowded. Can you see her?"
"Just keep going. She's moving to our right. She's dancing. Shit."
What happened? Now she saw, through a break in the dancers as they glided, the look of shock and pain on the young, sweet face. And then, the shriek. "We're too late! Too late!" But she kept pushing forward. "If we can't save her, we need to stop Dobbs from getting her wedding ring. She needs all 7 rings. We need to get it first." As Lisbeth collapsed in her husband's arms, Sonia felt the change in the air, the sudden brittle bitterness of it. Hester Dobbs, her hard beauty glowing, her dark eyes sparking with venom, all but floated across the ballroom. Her waving fall of black hair seemed to stir in an unseen wind as she approached the dying bride. Enraged, Sonia cried out, "Stop, you bitch! Leave her alone!" Dobbs snapped her head around. For an instant, just an instant, Sonia saw surprise, and maybe a hint of fear ripple over the hard beauty of her face. Then that unseen wind struck her, slamming into her like an icy fist. It broke her hold on Owen's hand, sent her flying back, flying through people who rushed forward. She landed hard enough to leave her dazed and dizzy. As she fought to draw in a breath, to push herself up, she watched a spider, wider than her palm, skittering across the floor toward her. Real, she thought. It was somehow real. Somehow now. The room filled with screams, with weeping, with rushing feet as she tried to scramble up and away. She saw its red eyes gleaming and prepared for the first vicious bite. An inch from her bare foot, Owen stomped on it. Her stomach rolled as she heard the ugly crunch. "Up!" He hauled her to her feet.
"Move!"
"Did you get it? Did you get the ring?"
"It's gone, and so's the bride. We're not."
He dragged her through the chaos, shoved her through the mirror, and leaped after her. She tipped straight into Trey's arms, and he wrapped them tight as the 3 dogs swarmed them.
"I've got you. Jesus, you're freezing."
It got so cold. Now her teeth chattered with it.
"Are you hurt?"
As he ran his hands over her, he looked at Owen.
"Either of you hurt?" "Sonia took a flight like you did outside the gold room."
I'm okay. It just rattled me. Leaning into Trey, grateful for his warmth, she looked over at Cleo. It was Lisbeth Poole. We couldn't stop it.
Let's get you downstairs.
Cleo stroked Sonia's hair. Let's get you both downstairs.
I need a drink.
As he spoke, and as Scrappy Mutt Jones sniffed at it, Owen looked at the bottom of his shoe.
And a new pair of shoes.
What is that? Cleo demanded.
Evil spider guts?
Take them off! You can't drag evil spider guts through the house!
Yeah, that was my first thought.
Cleopatra Faberé, Sonia's best friend and housemate, took over. Trey, take Sonia downstairs, the kitchen. We all need a drink. You, take those disgusting shoes off, Cleo ordered Owen again.
Leave them right here until we get something to put them in. Yeah. We're right behind you. You can pour us both a whiskey, a double.
As Owen bent to pull off his shoes, Cleo sucked in a breath that put him right back on alert.
The mirror. It's gone. It's just gone.
He turned.
Son of a bitch.
Get those damn shoes off, she insisted.
And let's get the hell downstairs. Then you and Sonia are going to start at the beginning, when the two of you just vanished inside that damn mirror.
Whiskey first. Though a McTavish, emotionally, if not by blood, Sonia wasn't one for whiskey. Tonight, she'd make an exception. Still shaken, she let Trey lead her down from the ballroom, down hallways, through the house as he snapped on lights. I don't remember anything before I was standing up there in front of that mirror. She pushed at her hair, wished for a tie to hold it back, then just let the weight of it fall again. I don't remember getting out of bed, walking up there, and you were there.
Cleo called,
she murmured. Cleo, her closest friend for a decade. Cleo, who'd moved into the manor with her without hesitation, even knowing it held a curse, ghosts, and a crazed dead witch. Being Cleo, Sonia decided, those elements had served as some extra motivation rather than any sort of deterrent. But then Cleo's Creole grandmother was a self-proclaimed witch, the good kind. With the dogs, his Mookie and her Yoda flanking them, Trey led her down to the main floor. At the base of the stairs, she paused to look at the portrait of Astrid Granville Poole, the first bride, so lovely, so tragic in her white dress. It started with her. Everything that's happening now started with her, and on her wedding day in 1806, when Hester Dobbs murdered her and pulled the ring from her finger. It has to end with me. It has to. She looked up at him, into those deep blue eyes she'd come to trust. You came. Cleo called and you came. After 3 a.m.
Of course I came.
But you were with a client. The hospital. It flooded back. Oh, that poor woman. Her husband, ex-husband, attacked her. Her kids.
They're okay.
He kept his voice soothing. She was still so pale.
They're all going to be okay. Don't worry.
You were worried? And so angry I could hear it when you called to tell me.
Her mom and sister are with her now.
Trey turned her, steered her back toward the kitchen.
The police have them, and she's with her family. The kids are with them.
And you'll take care of the rest because that's what you do. Not just the lawyer business. Taking care is what you do. She tipped her head toward his shoulder as they walked. I feel a little off.
Really? I can't imagine why.
He turned on the kitchen lights, noted the fire crackling in the kitchen hearth, another roaring in the huge dining room, bringing the light, bringing the warmth. He wasn't the only one taking care. Then he led Sonia to the table.
Sit. Do you want wine, tea, water?
Whiskey. She blew out a breath. He thought of Owen getting a bottle only a few hours before, when he'd needed to vent out that worry and anger and all the frustration that came with it to a friend.
It seems to be the night for it.
With the worst of the cold fading as the fires snapped, she watched Trey get out biscuits for the hovering dogs, set out one for Owen's dog, Jones, before he walked into the butler's pantry, easy and confident in jeans and a flannel shirt. Like the first time she'd met him, when he'd shown her through the manor, she mused with her head still swimming. The third-generation, long-limbed, lanky lawyer with his black hair, his deep blue eyes, his seemingly infinite patience. He knew the house as well as she did. Better, she corrected. He'd roamed its rooms and hallways, welcomed from childhood on by the uncle she'd never known she'd had. Her father's twin, the classics separated at birth. But they'd met through that same mirror, hadn't they? Those twins. As children, as men. Both artists, both so much alike in so many ways. Twin memory, Cleo called it. One to become Andrew McTavish of Boston, son of loving parents, husband of a loving wife, father of a loved and loving daughter, all of whom mourned and remembered him. And one to grow up a pool of Pools Bay, to inherit the thriving family business, to inherit and live in the manor as the son of a woman who was really his aunt, and all at the cold-blooded whim of the matriarch, Patricia Poole. Just thinking about all of it hurt her mind, her heart. She covered her face with her hands, breathing slow as she tried to steady herself. As Trey came back with a bottle and glasses, the phone in his pocket played Grand Funk Railroad's Please Don't Worry. On a half-laugh, Sonia dropped her hands. Clover never misses. Just a little musical pick-me-up from my 19-year-old ghost of a grandmother. Trey set down the bottle.
Did it work?
I guess it did. When Yoda put his paws on her lap, she scratched his head. And here's more, she said, when the eye-patched Jones pranced into the room on his sturdy legs ahead of Cleo and Owen.
We stopped by your room to get you a sweater in case you're still cold.
Better now, but thanks. She took the sweater, then Cleo's hand. Big thanks for looking out for me, for calling Trey and Owen. From Cleo's phone, Dionne Warwick announced, "That's what friends are for."
True enough.
Cleo sat, looked at Owen.
Buy me a drink, sailor?
He poured 3 generous fingers in each glass.
To being here,
Owen decided.
Right here, right now. That's a damn good deal right now.
It is. Sonia lifted her glass, took a gulp, shuddered. All right, okay. I know you want to know what happened, but can we start at the start? I don't know how I ended up in the ballroom, but you were with me, Cleo. Did I wake you up?
No, but somebody did.
She took a long, slow sip, let it slide, let it settle.
I heard the clock at 3, the piano and someone crying, and someone who sounded like they were in pain. You know.
She looked at the others, shoved at her curling cloud of hair.
The usual middle-of-the-night manna entertainment. I'm just gonna roll over and go back to sleep, but somebody touched me. My shoulder,
she said, laying her own hand on it now.
And they said your name. Sonia. Just Sonia, but there was an urgency in it.
My name?
That's right. I turned on the light and thought I'd probably dreamed it, but that urgency, it stuck, and I got up. I was going to check on you, but there you are, just coming out of your room, sleepwalking, trance-walking, or whatever the hell it is. I ran back for my phone and I called Trey as I followed you.
She turned to Trey.
Owen told me you were at his place. He filled me in on your client, your friend, who was hurt by a drunk bastard of an ex. I'm glad she's going to be okay, her and her children. I was pissed off. You were right about that, Trey said to Sonia. I went to get Mookie from Owen's and dumped on him. Crashed in a spare room. A good thing you did, Cleo continued. You went up to the 3rd floor, Sonia, and I could hear that weeping woman so clear. You stopped outside that room. A nursery once, right? You opened the door and I swear, Son, I could see and hear the chair rocking along with the sobbing, and you said something like how night after night, year after year, Carlotta grieves for her boy. Hugh Poole's second wife, about 6 years after Marianne died in childbirth, having twins, Owen and Jane. They had 3 more kids, Carlotta and Hugh. One died as an infant. Sonia drank again, shuddered again. It's in the book. I remember too. I texted Trey so he'd know where you were going, and I kept telling you I was there. I was afraid, I'm not ashamed to say, that you'd go down to the gold room, that bitch's room. I could see a red light glowing around it, and smoke curling out. You looked right at the door and I thought, well, Jesus, just don't. You said she exists to feed, on fear and on grief. I should have turned the recorder on my phone to get it exact, but I didn't think of it. I wonder why.
At Owen's comment, Cleo managed to snicker.
You said more about her drinking tears? Night after night, year after year. Then, thank the goddess, you turned in the other direction.
She held out her glass to Owen.
Hit me again.
And she drank some more.
Someone cried out in pain in what had been the servants' quarters. You went to a door, and I swear to you I could smell the sick, and the bed creaking like someone was in it, tossing and turning. You said, sad, so sad, you couldn't help poor Molly O'Brien.
Molly, Sonia murmured. The spirit who made the beds, lit the fires, tidied up.
You said she came from Cove and found a home here, how she loved to polish the wood, and you cried for her. You said you could only bear witness. When you turned, I thought, shit, gold room. But you started toward the ballroom, so I let Trey know that. I turned lights on because it was so damn dark. Then you opened the ballroom doors, and I turned the lights on in there. And there was the mirror. It hadn't been there. We'd all been up there not long ago, and it wasn't there. But it was so goddamn cold, and I could hear the pulsing from the gold room, like the damn telltale heart.
Now Cleo shuddered, just a little before she continued.
The way you looked at the mirror, Son, I knew you saw something I didn't. I couldn't. Then, oh, such relief, I heard Yoda barking and the other dogs. I heard them running, and I told you to wait. Please, just wait. Trey and Owen rushed in, the dogs too. And you woke up.
I don't remember any of that. Or some, like a dream that's blurry and faded when you wake up. I heard you tell me to wait, I think, and the dogs barking. I felt half in, half out, I guess. Then I was awake and standing in front of the mirror. She shifted to Owen. You saw what I saw in it.
Light, movement, color. Trey and I didn't. We're not pools. It's a portal,
Cleo said with absolute certainty.
But not for everyone. You said it was pulling you.
It was. There was music. I heard music.
Yeah,
Owen confirmed.
I didn't feel that pull, but I saw something, heard something.
You didn't feel it, but you went with me. This time, Owen's phone sang out with "We Are Family."
One weird trip,
Owen said, and poured himself another shot of whiskey.
5 minutes, 10 tops, but memorable. Closer to an hour, Trey corrected. 56 minutes.
It couldn't have been. Shaking her head, Sonia looked at Owen for confirmation. Just a few minutes.
That just says time's different here than wherever you were. Where the hell were you?
Cleo demanded. Lisbeth Poole's wedding reception. In the ballroom, in 1916, Sonia said and told them. She didn't expect us. Nudging her glass away, Sonia sat back. When I called out, it threw her off. I don't think she saw us, but she heard me. And I think it scared her for a minute. Half a minute, but it didn't stop her.
It was already too late.
Owen frowned into his glass.
No way to stop it. Stop her.
I thought if I could get to the ring first, take Lisbeth's ring so Dobbs couldn't, but...
You flew,
Owen said.
She didn't aim at me, but dead on at you. Shot you back 10, 12 feet, and right through people who were running forward.
He picked up his glass a last time, drained the whiskey.
That's something you don't see every day. The spider was different. The one whose guts are on your shoe?
Trey asked.
That's the one. Bigger than a wolf spider, but with black widow markings. People went right through it, as it went straight for Sonia. Fast fucker, too. I stomped its ugly ass, and we got the hell out of there. Lisbeth Poole was dead, he said to Sonia, as she's always going to be dead on that night in 1916.
Then what's the point of all this? Sonia demanded, shoving impatiently at her long brown hair. If it's always going to be too late, if there's no stopping her from killing them, what's the point? Cleo's phone played Ariana Grande's 7 Rings.
It's never been about saving those brides, those women, Son.
Cleo spoke gently.
It's about finding their rings, The 7 rings and breaking the curse. Expelling Hester Dobbs from this house and breaking her curse.
Dobbs has the damn rings.
We'll figure it out.
Trey laid a hand over hers.
We'll figure it out,
he repeated.
But we won't figure it out tonight. This morning,
Owen corrected.
I've got to be at work in...
He tapped his phone for the time.
Shit. About an hour and a half, and I need some damn shoes. I'm scrambling some eggs.
He pushed up.
Got bacon?
You're scrambling eggs?
Cousin, if I'm awake to see the sunrise, I want breakfast. I'll take care of the bacon.
Trey gave Sonia's hand another pat.
I'm going to let the dogs out for a bit.
When he rose, Sonia shifted to look outside. Yes, morning was coming, and the night was dying away. She had work of her own and a life of her own. If the manor had given her a purpose beyond that, she'd do her best to fulfill it. But morning was coming, and the day would follow. She pushed away from the table to get started. I'll make coffee. While the day bloomed, they sat and ate breakfast as they'd sat and shared whiskey and ghost stories. After the dogs gobbled their own, Trey let them out again.
I need you to drop me off,
Owen told him.
I've got to clean up, get to work. Have you got a bag or box I can dump those shoes in?
I'll take care of them, Cleo said.
By take care of, you mean burn them? Oh, man.
Outside, she added, with a heavy dosing of salt.
Jesus.
That's how it's done, Cleo countered. It's not like they were new.
I could see that for myself. They were really well broken in.
She turned, patted his cheek, gave a couple days' worth of stubble a rub.
I'm sure you have others, a successful businessman and craftsman such as yourself. Is that a dig?
She just smiled sweetly.
You sacrificed your really well broken in shoes for my closest friend. No dig. This time. In fact, if I knew how to bake a pie, I'd bake you one. You could learn. I like pie. Come on, Jones. Gotta move, Trey. I'm with you. You're okay, cutie.
Trey made it a statement as he took Sonia by the shoulders and kissed her. His certainty served to boost her own. I'm okay. It's my house. As long as that mirror's in it, that's mine too.
Good. I owe you both dinner. I can pick you up at 7.
Come for dinner. You too, Owen. I'm making pot roast. Trey blinked at her.
Really?
I did it once. I can do it again. I think.
I'm in.
Owen shoved his phone in his pocket. Sonia stepped to him, rose up to kiss his cheek. Thanks for the save.
I could say any time, but... Hell, any time. Call if you need me,
Trey said.
Come on, Mooks.
When they trailed out, Sonia turned to Cleo. You were flirting with him. Cleo widened her tawny eyes. With Trey? Owen, you had your flirt on. I know your flirt.
He walked into that mirror with you. Ahead of you, actually. He didn't think twice about it. Just did it. And he saved you from harm. He earned my flirt.
You're really going to burn his shoes, aren't you?
You're damn right.
Nodding, Sonia went in a cupboard for a garbage bag. Then let's go get them. Get it done. Then I want a really long hot shower before I start the rest of my day.
There's a plan.
Chapter 2. Since Cleo volunteered to take the long list for the pot roast dinner and do the marketing, Sonia settled down at her desk in the library. She set down her water bottle, her tablet. Over the past few months, she'd gotten into the habit of letting Clover, her house DJ, run the tunes. So without pulling up a playlist, she looked over at her mood boards. Considering the early hours she'd eaten breakfast, she could afford to take a part of the morning to work on the writer sports proposal. She had time yet before she had to go to Boston and present it, and she thought she had a decent shot at the account. But her former bosses at By Design stood as formidable competition. Matt and Lane had trained her well, and she'd worked hard for them for 7 years. She knew how to put a major campaign together. But she couldn't ignore the fact that she'd formed her own graphic design company, Visual Art by Sonia, less than a year ago. As a freelancer, a one-woman operation, she'd generated jobs since and done some damn good work. But the multi-generational, well-established sports equipment company would be by far her biggest client. And she couldn't discount the point of pride when she knew she'd surely be in competition for that client with her ex-fiancé, the cheating bastard. Didn't matter, she told herself. Brandon Wise didn't matter. All that mattered, the work. She had a really good concept and an excellent start. Time to push forward, she said, and opened the file. With Yoda curled under her desk, she put in a solid 2 hours before she heard Cleo come back. Quick break. She saved the work and started down with Yoda following.
Another 2 bags in the car,
Cleo called out.
Did we need that much? Well, I was there.
Sonia ran out to fetch the bags, then stopped, breathed in air that tasted of spring. She'd first come to the manor on the coast of Maine in the dead of winter. Now the air warmed, and daffodils bloomed. The big, bony weeper beside the house had fat buds, still closed and secret, on its branches. Holding out her arms, she turned in a circle. This is my place now. The view of the sun streaming down on the water, hers. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks, hers. Flowers blooming or budding, hers too. And if the curse on it was hers too now, she'd deal with it. Somehow, some way. She grabbed the bags and sailed back into the house. In the kitchen, Cleo put groceries away.
That's a big slab of meat, Son.
I know, it's scary, but I can do it.
You bought an awful lot of apples.
Are we getting a horse?
Oh, wouldn't that be sweet? But no, I'm making an apple pie.
You're making an apple pie? From actual apples? Who are you, and what have you done with my Cleo?
I'm now Cleo, chief cook of the manor. Owen doesn't think I can do it.
And I thought, well,
I'll never know unless I try. So I called Mama and she texted me a recipe while I was in the store. We had most everything except the apples anyway.
After getting out a bowl, Cleo began to put the apples in it.
And if I screw it up, nobody knows but you and me. And a house full of ghosts.
I'll never tell. Sonia's phone popped out with Maroon 5's secret.
Good. That's settled.
Cleo tucked the cloth grocery bags away.
What time do you need to get started on that big slab of meat?
I think about 1:30.
I'm going to work until 1 for sure, then get it on. Then I'll meet you here by 1:30. I'm grabbing a Coke and heading up to my studio. Want a Coke?
Yeah, I could use the boost.
Don't go near the gold room, Cleo. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. It's mermaids for me today, not witches. And if the illustrations go well enough, I might work some on the painting.
They started upstairs together. At the library, Cleo tapped her Coke to Sonia's.
Let's go get our art on.
Back at her desk, Sonia put the writer proposal aside. While she didn't consider it pie in the sky, she needed to get down to her bread and butter. She worked on her newest job, a store down in Pools Bay. Consistency, creativity, user-friendly, she thought, as she disregarded Gigi's current, clunky, and altogether boring website. Fun should be the theme there, she decided. Fun, casual clothes, surprising and fun scents and soaps and lotions, candles and bath salts. Toss in some, again, fun accessories. She started a new mood board, keeping the fun up front. The place really needed a fresh new logo. Though that hadn't been part of the package, she decided what the hell. She already saw it in her head. The silhouette of a long-legged woman in heels, a short skirt, swinging a handbag, a scarf trailing behind. Just a hint of Paris, she thought as she worked. It fit with the name of the shop. It said, casual sophistication, female energy, and, of course, fun. When her alarm beeped at 1, she pulled herself out. And as she began the process of saving her work, shutting down, for the first time, she heard the bouncing of a ball in the foyer downstairs. Jack, the little boy who hadn't lived to see his 10th birthday, loved playing with Yoda, and the love was mutual. Maybe it was odd how easily she accepted that. But she'd lived in Lost Bride Manor long enough to learn not just to accept, but to embrace. Because she didn't want to scare him, though how you scared a ghost was beyond her, she called out before she started down. "I'm shutting down work for the day. I have work in the kitchen now." She saw no sign of Jack until she got to the kitchen and found all the cabinet doors open. "I guess you weren't finished playing with Yoda." She closed doors as she spoke. "But I'm on a schedule." She got out the enormous heavy pot and Cleo's big slab of meat. Not as scary this time, she told herself, but she didn't actually believe it. She seasoned the roast, began to brown it in oil. While it browned, she started peeling carrots. She had a browned slab of meat and a pile of carrots, and had started on the potatoes when Cleo dashed in. "Sorry, I got caught up." Cleo grabbed an apron. "I started on a Murr family. Cute little Murr babies and toddlers. Then I thought, where's Nana and Pa? They should have grandparents. I'll help you peel potatoes, and you can help me peel apples." Before getting another peeler, Cleo pinned her cloud of burnt honey hair up. "I forgot a tie. Let me have that one." Sonia peeled the one off Cleo's wrist, tied her hair back. "When we were in college, did you ever see us peeling potatoes together?" "I have to say no, but I didn't see myself peeling them with anybody." Cleo's eyes danced as she looked at Sonia. "Shame the devil truth, I kinda like it." Sonia studied the mound of peels. "I like it when it's all done and doesn't suck. I kinda like the process, like art. The finish is what brings you pride, but you can't have the pride without the process. I'm working on the Gigi's job. I'm liking that process. And I can admit this process isn't as fraught as when I did it by myself the first time. I hung with you on FaceTime." Sonia gave her a hip bump. "This is better. No regrets, right? About moving in?" "Not a single one. I love it here. God, I love my studio. I'm gonna love taking time to paint outside before much longer and spending a Sunday afternoon sailing Pools Bay when Owen builds me my sweet little sunfish. I'd have stayed without you because I knew this was my place, my home as soon as I saw it. But I wouldn't have been half as happy." When they had all the vegetables prepped, Sonia heaved a breath. "Okay, here goes. You dump them in the oil and juices with the herbs, stir them all around, let them cook a while, brown a little maybe." "All right, you got that. I'm gonna start on the pie crust." "You're actually making pie crust? With flour and whatever else is in pie crust?" "Process, Son, process. If you just do the inside part, it's sort of a cheat. What is that noise?" Sonia kept stirring, even though her heartbeat sped up. "It's the dumbwaiter. Well, God." Rubbing her hands on her apron, Cleo walked into the butler's pantry, frowned at it. "I'm gonna look. It better not be something awful or it's gonna piss me off." Sonia held her breath and didn't release it until she heard Cleo say, "Oh, it's sweet. Look here, Son. It's a pretty pie plate." She carried it in. Bright red, all fluted, and with an apple on the white inside bottom. "It's perfect. I was just going to use this plain old glass one I found up here." "Molly, she's sent me up a platter for the pot roast I made for the Doyles. Lissy's platter, a wedding gift." Cleo set the pie plate down, hugged Sonia's shoulders. "It's hard. I know it's hard. But Owen was right. We can't change what happened to her. Well, to either Lisbeth Poole or Molly O'Brien. To any of them. It's terrible watching them die, Cleo. Worse somehow knowing it's not just a dream, but that I'm somehow there and can't do anything to stop it." "I know it. But Sonia, you're bearing witness. Just like you said outside Molly's room. And I think it's important. And I think there's a reason Molly looks after us the way she does. Like sending me this dish so I can make a pretty pie. Hopefully. It matters to her. You matter. They all matter to me now. I want to stop Dobbs. I want to make her pay for all the misery she caused. Doors began to slam. Windows flew open and closed. "Oh, blow it out your ass," Cleo shouted. "You black-hearted old bitch." Despite herself, Sonia let out a peal of laughter. The iPad began to rock out, inviting them to celebrate good times.
That's right, Clover." Cleo waved her fists in the air, shook her hips. "We're gonna have a good time tonight."
"Come on," Sonia sang, and plopped the roast on the vegetables. She picked up the wine she'd already opened and poured it over the meat.
"A whole damn bottle."
She put the lid on the pot, then slid it into the oven, wagged a finger at Cleo.
"Hours. No peeking."
"This already smells amazing, and I'm making pie. Show us how it's done." It didn't live up to the phrase, easy as pie, but they agreed it looked pretty when, after the measuring and the rolling and patching and peeling and slicing and stirring, Cleo slid it into the second oven.
Son of a bitch. They better appreciate every bite of that. That's a ton of work.
"Let's take Yoda out, get some air." Sonia waited until they walked outside in air, cool after the heat of the kitchen. "She stopped banging and bitching when we made fun of her."
"Yeah, I noticed."
Cleo sent a smug glance back at the manor.
"She feeds off fear and grief. That's what you said last night."
"We can't stop all of it, but we can fight back some with a few well-placed blow-it-out-your-asses."
"I'm all for that. And we're going to throw that party. Hold our event in a few weeks. We need to stop planning the details of that one."
"We do. We will."
"It's going to piss her off, having the house full of people. Happy people."
"It really is. We need to have your parents. I hope your grandmère and my mom are up for that. And I should have my grandparents. All of them if they can make it. My Aunt Summer and Uncle Martin."
"We got plenty of room for them."
Cleo paused, looked back at the manor.
"The house was meant for what we're doing in its own."
"And what's that?"
"Living, working, planning. And in your case," Cleo added, "having really good sex."
"It is really good sex.
And as your friend, I applaud you. But she don't want any of that. She only wants the grief and the fear."
"We're going to give her plenty she doesn't want. And I'm going to find those rings, Cleo. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to find them. And meanwhile, we're going to live and work and plan." She watched Yoda chase a squirrel. "You're going to get that slinky cat."
"I am,"
Cleo agreed.
"I'm going to start that search real soon."
"And tonight we're going to serve a hell of a good meal, and we're going to do it in that big-ass dining room."
"That's what I'm talking about. When that pie comes out, we're going to get ourselves and that table looking extra."
"You always look extra. I should hate that about you."
"But you love me."
"I really do. Let's go check on your pie. And then I'm making beer bread." Cleo smiled.
"You figure Molly's cleaned up our cooking mess by now?"
Sonia didn't bother to look ashamed. "It's that obvious, huh?"
"Seems to me everybody's getting what they want."
They deserved a day like this, Sonia thought. A day to do good work, and to set that work aside early. A day to fiddle and fuss and spend time together. With the sense of baking and cooking filling the kitchen, now spotless, they sat at the counter to work on the details of what they called an event, scheduled after some debate for the second Saturday in June. The open house deal keeps it friendly, casual, Sonia decided. But I vote for formal invitations.
"Make that unanimous. Adds elegance. An illustration of the manor."
"You read my mind. I'll go get a sketch pad." By the time the pie and bread sat cooling on a rack, and they'd risked one quick peek inside the pot, they had their template of the manor in spring, with the weeping tree blooming, flowers spreading lush. Sonia McTavish and Cleopatra Faberé invite you to the manor for an evening of food, drink, and fellowship, Saturday, June the 8th at 4 p.m.
"I like it,"
Cleo decided.
"It's simple and welcoming."
"Not too simple?"
"I don't think so."
"Good. We need to include an RSVP." Sonia began to fiddle with the wording there. Please respond by, say, May 20th, so we have an idea of the count. Trey's mom will help us with names and addresses."
"We can hit Bree up for help with the menu. Head chef of the Lobster Cage, that's a solid connection."
"And she likes us, so yeah. We tap her for help on lining up servers, a couple bartenders. We order food from restaurants in the village."
"We're going to have to drag tables and chairs out of storage," Cleo pointed out. "Or rent them."
"Add glassware, dishes, linens. I've designed invites for countless events, done websites for caterers, restaurants, bars, but neither one of us have ever planned and executed something like this.
Scared?
Sonia lifted her shoulders.
Little bit. Me too. It adds to the fun.
There are times your idea of fun and mine don't approach intersection. When the tablet played the Beastie Boys, Sonia had to laugh. Okay. We'll fight for our right to party.
Which takes us to music. Do you think Trey and Owen can convince Rock Hard to play?
Won't know till we ask. It goes on the task list. Sonia noted it down. Task for me. I'll generate the invitations.
When you do, I'll get them mailed. You get the list from Trey's mom and I'll talk to Bree.
Good division of labor. Sonia clinked her water glass to Cleo's. I know there are some folding tables in the basement. Not the scary basement where I'll never set foot again. I vote we assign Trey and Owen to hauling them up so we can clean them.
Again, unanimous. Flowers. We're probably gonna have to plant some soon, and that's a learning curve for both of us. And we'll want some on the tables outside and inside.
So a trip to the nursery and the florist. Both of us on those. I don't worry about making it pretty. We're good at that. I wanted to plant some flowers anyway, like in the pots in the garden shed.
I want to plant some herbs.
You do? Cleo gave a decisive nod.
If I'm gonna cook around here, I'm doing it right.
You're in charge of those. Totally in charge. I can handle it.
Now, let's go make ourselves pretty, and we'll come back and do the same with the table.
What happened last night? Sonia gathered the sketch pad, her notes, her tablet. It'll happen again. I know that, and so do you. But we're here, making a meal with a freaking pie, and we're here planning a party.
An event,
Cleo corrected, and made Sonia smile as they walked from the kitchen. An event. Sometimes my head says it's all crazy, but I know it's not. I know we're doing exactly what we should do.
Live, work, plan,
Cleo repeated. All of that. Just like I know there's so much more good in this house than bad. Some of the bad. It's just what happens when people live and work and plan in a house for over 200 years. The worst of the bad? That goes back to one... I won't call her a person.
Entity,
then. And even with that, with what happened to them. Clover plays music, Molly makes the beds, Jack plays with Yoda. They turned into the library, where Sonia put the notes and sketchbook on her desk. And there's more.
A lot more,
Cleo agreed.
I feel them all the time.
Why do they stay? The brides and the ones who mourn them. Maybe they stay because of the curse. But why do the others?
I don't know.
Sonia looked around the library, looked to the window where the African violet Cleo had given her years before bloomed. I think it's because this is home. I think they stay for the same reason I do. And you do now. This is home.
I never thought of that,
Cleo said as they walked out and down the hall.
And it feels right. It's a good house, Sonia, despite her. It's a really good house.
It's our house, and it's their house. A year ago, I might have expected you to say something like that. But it's a hell of a surprise that I can say it and mean it.
And that's why they're with you, Son, because you say it and you mean it. Now, go make yourself pretty.
She could do that. Funny, she thought as she continued to her room. Though she'd gotten about 3 hours sleep, she really wasn't tired. She wanted an evening. This evening of, well, food, drink, and fellowship. She walked through her sitting room to the bedroom. There, under the late afternoon sun, the sea spread outside her windows, the terrace doors. And there, on the bed, lay a dress she'd bought with her aborted honeymoon in mind. A dress she hadn't worn since trying it on. Molly's choice, she thought. And why not? She held it up, turned to the mirror. She didn't wear pink often, but this color skewed more deep rose. A simple, sleeveless sheath she'd imagined wearing to a romantic dinner. As a bride. That would have been a mistake. But the dress isn't. Okay, Molly, nice choice. Thank you. She took her time and as she dealt with her hair, let out a sigh. Time, she determined, to bite the bullet and make an appointment with the local hairstylist. It had been way too long there. And still many more weeks before she'd travel to Boston for the writer presentation. Which still left time, if she hated what the new stylist did, to correct it. Nothing wrong with a little vanity, she told herself as she zipped up the dress. And appearances for that presentation matter. Clover agreed with looking good. Amused, Sonia turned in the mirror. Yeah, I know I look good. Let's see if Cleo's ready. Cleo had gone for lightning blue, a little shorter, a little flirtier, and was currently working her hair into a complicated braid. Her eyes met Sonia's in the mirror. I remember when you bought that dress. I talked you into it. I remember. Molly laid it out. Mine too. She's got excellent taste. And considering we were both in watch a double feature and go to bed clothes last night for our strange little party, it's nice to put on a dress. I'm making a hair appointment tomorrow, in the village. Cleo's hands paused. Are you sure? I've got to commit, and if they screw it up, I have time to fix it before the big presentation in Boston. I see your point, but hair adultery's a big step. Sonia nodded solemnly. The long-distance relationship isn't going to work out. I'll support you in your decision. I'm not sure I can be that brave with my multicultural do. Creole, Asian, a hint of Jamaica, a whiff of Brit. You've got white girl hair. I do. I'm risking it. Ready? Yoda pranced down with them, then danced in front of the entrance doors. Time to go out? You come around back when you're done. She opened the door for him. You've got company coming, too. I thought I'd contact the one you got the adorable Yoda from, for that slinky cat. Lucy Cabot, she's great. Also works with the cat rescue. I'll send you her info. She'd know. Sonia paused by what she knew Colin Poole had called the quiet place, where the old grandfather clock with its moon face stood silent. At 3. No matter where they put the hands, they always returned to 3. I don't remember hearing it chime 3 last night. But I must have. I don't always, but I got up, made my way to the ballroom, so I must have. When I do hear it, when I'm aware I hear it, I don't feel that pull. If you ever do, you get me first. Count on it. Have you thought any more about making an office? Separate from your studio? Maybe. The studio makes me so damn happy. But it might be smart to have a separate space for business. I like the idea of using more of the house. Really using it. That's why... She broke off when they walked into the big kitchen. The pie and bread sat on the cooling rack, and the air smelled glorious. And the platter sat on the island. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? What a beautiful dish. It looks old and important. It is, Sonia murmured. It's Lisbeth's. It's the one I used before. A wedding gift. Lifting it, Sonia turned it over so Cleo could read the inscription on the back. She never got to use it, and that makes you sad. But Sonia, I think using it, not just letting it sit somewhere in storage, it's a way of remembering her. I saw her, across the ballroom, just for a minute. There were so many people. She was so young, Cleo, and she looked so happy. Honestly, she just glowed. She set the platter down. You're right. It shouldn't just sit in storage. They set the table, added candles, the good wine glasses. Since the April evening was cool enough, they lit the fires in the kitchen, in the dining room. How about some music to set the mood? Cleo began. Clover answered with Tangled Up in You. Maybe a little direct, Cleo decided. But I like it. Glass of wine, partner? You pour. I need to take the pot roast out, make the gravy. Grab an apron for that. I'm going to be watching how you do it. The minute Sonia took the pot out of the oven, lifted the lid, Yoda scrambled up to stand on his stubby back legs, wave his front paws. That's a Jack trick. And yeah, you'll get a taste test. I want one myself. Cleo poured the wine. It just sits in there all damn day, then smells like that. I think the pie was harder. You're forgetting the mountain of peels that went into the composter. Some of those were apple peels. Just look at that, she added as Sonia set the roast in the center of the platter and began to surround it with vegetables.
I believe you've become a pot roast genius.
Let's make sure. Sonia sliced off a bit, divided it into 3. She handed one to Cleo, tossed one to Yoda, then sampled herself. I believe you're right. I am officially a pot roast genius.
There may not be room for my pie after this.
They're men. Sonia put the platter in the warming oven. They'll have room for pie. Hip-cocked, sipping wine, Cleo watched Sonia whisk up gravy.
I am seriously impressed. Here, I'll whisk a while, take a wine break.
They switched positions. Yoda scrambled up with a joyful bark to race toward the front of the house. The doorbell bonged and Clover switched to the Black Eyed Peas singing about how tonight's gonna be a good night. I agree. Reaching over, Sonia turned down the heat. Let's let them in and get it started. Chapter 3. When Sonia opened the door, Mookie galloped in. Jones swaggered. On the 3rd floor, doors slammed like gunshots.
Somebody's not happy to see us,
Owen commented and held out a bottle of wine.
He's flower guy, I'm wine guy.
And both are appreciated. Sonia took the bouquet of white tulips. She kissed Trey, then Owen.
I got a kiss last night,
Owen reminded Cleo when she simply shut the door.
Circumstances,
she said. Come on back. Can I ask how your client is? The one in the hospital?
She's good. Better. They'll keep her another day, maybe 2. Owen spent more time with her than I could manage today.
You went to see her? Sonia asked.
Her ex used to work for me. Us,
he corrected.
She's doing okay. Looks like she got the crap beat out of her, but doing okay. She's counting on Trey to get her full custody of the kids and permission to move out of state with them, back with her family. She can count on it. I remember this smell, Trey added, and it's just as good as the first time.
With special additions, beer bread and apple pie.
You made pie?
Cleo smiled at Owen and poured 2 more glasses of wine. I learned.
It looks good. You look good,
Trey added.
Both of you.
We had a good day.
Did you actually burn my shoes?
We did, Cleo answered. In a spot back near the woods, in a circle of stones and salt. Doused them with lighter fluid, tossed a match, and whoosh. It wasn't pretty, Sonia told him, but effective. She got out 3 rawhide bones. Now, you dogs take these and go behave yourselves. The humans are going to have dinner.
How do they feel about cats?
Cleo wondered. Trey watched his big lab retriever mix gallop off with his bone.
Mookie's fine with them. Depends on the cat,
Owen told her.
I'm getting one, as soon as I find the right one. I've got the gravy, Sonia. You get one of these big, strong men to take the platter to the table. We're eating in style tonight. So I see. I've got it,
Trey said.
I remember from last time.
When Trey took it out of the warming oven, Owen blinked.
Holy shit. That's a serious pot roast dinner.
As the Manor's pot roast genius, I don't do any other kind. Sonia grabbed the bread and board.
You need help with that?
Owen asked Cleo.
I've got it. Just going to ladle it into the boat. You get the wine.
At the table, Sonia plated the meal for all 4 of them before she sat.
Compliments to the chefs,
Trey said.
Haven't tried it yet.
Owen sampled the roast.
Okay, now I have. Kudos. It's better than your mom's, Trey. She knows. Thanks for this. It's a lot of work, a lot of trouble.
You're welcome. Speaking of work and trouble, Cleo and I set the date for our event. Open house the 2nd Saturday in June.
We're talking a bash here.
As doors slammed, Cleo smiled up at the ceiling.
She hates the idea, and that just makes me love it more. This is how you're taking her on?
Owen wondered.
Throwing a party.
That's a nice little bonus. Cleo speared a chunk of carrot.
Mostly we want to open the house, fill it up with people, food, drink, music.
It's made for just that, Sonia added. When's the last time there's been a real event in this house?
I'm too young to really remember it, but I'd say Colin and Joanna's wedding? That didn't end well,
Trey added. There won't be a bride for Dobbs to murder, and we won't let her dictate how we live here. The lights flicked off, on, off, on. Sonia picked up her wine, then laughed when, with boosted volume, the iPad in the kitchen rolled out with CeeLo's "Fuck You." Can't argue with that, she said and drank.
You want to provoke her?
Sometimes. She met Trey's eyes and the worry in them. She's responsible for the deaths of women in my family for over 200 years. So yeah, sometimes I want to give her a good shot. But that's not the reason for the party. We're going to live here, in this house, in this community. We're going to be part of it. This is one way.
He's not trying to talk you out of it.
As he spoke, Owen sliced off some more beef.
He has to line up all the facts, suppositions, and motivations. Trey was born a lawyer.
He forked some potato.
Now, if he were trying to talk you out of it, you'd end up talked out of it without realizing you'd been talked out of it.
Sonia nodded. I've noticed that about him. Most of the time, you'd think going another way was your idea in the first place.
You got it.
I do. And, Sonia looked back at Trey. I like that about him.
Good thing. So, how do you get all this done at the same time?
I have absolutely no idea, Sonia told Owen. But that brings us back to the subject of food. Cleo and I thought we'd order food for our event from the restaurants in town and see if Bree could give us an idea on hiring servers and bartenders and all the rest.
It's a good idea.
Trey took a slice of bread.
People will come. Oh, hell yeah.
Owen agreed. Will the Pools? Sonia wondered.
The ones who are around? Probably, yeah. Everybody got what they wanted, Sonia. They've got no beef with you. People who knew Colin liked him, Trey added. Those who didn't know him, they'll come out of curiosity. And because both of you are making connections in the village.
I like the village, Cleo said.
I'm going to like seeing it from the bay when you build me that boat. He's got the design. Does he?
Over the rim of her glass, Cleo smiled.
I'd like to see it. Am I bugging you about the painting?
But, Cleo pointed out,
you've seen it in progress. I walked in on it. I don't do showings.
What about Yoda's doghouse? When Owen sent Sonia an exasperated look, she waved it away. No, I'll come back to that. Getting off topic. The event. Do you think we could get Manny's group to play?
You want the band?
As Trey considered, Owen grabbed the bread.
Now we're talking. I figured you'd do some fancy formal deal where everyone's standing around like stiffs while somebody's playing the harp or whatever.
We could get a harpist to play in the front parlor. Owen pointed at Cleo.
Don't spoil it. Rock hard, they'll jump on it. They'll jump on it,
Trey agreed.
Just to understand you're going to have people roaming all over the manor.
That's why it's called an open house. But hoping for good weather, Sonia put in. We're going to set up tables outside. We've got several folding tables in storage.
You hear that, Trey?
Owen tilted his head as if listening.
That's the sound of you and me getting drafted into hauling up tables.
And chairs, Cleo added. And so I think we should hang some party lights. Who doesn't love party lights?
The person who has to hang them?
Owen said.
Then take them down.
Maybe we'll leave them up. Cleo, I love that idea. String them in that wonderful witchy weeper around the deck over the apartment. Which is where we'd want the band to set up. It's a good thing, Trey. Sonia reached over for his hand. A good, positive thing.
It's a good, positive thing. And good, positive community relations.
Another solid bonus on that. A woman has to earn a living.
How's the writer proposal going?
I got some time in on it today before I switched to my revamp of Gigi's website.
The girly place on Bay off High Street?
Owen reached for a second helping. Of everything. Would you call it girly? He shrugged.
Girl clothes, smelly girl stuff. That qualifies. Clarice, cousin, likes the smelly stuff.
Make a note. Sonia told Cleo. "Have Gigi's smelly girl stuff in the bathrooms for the event."
Right there with you.
"Now." Sonia smiled as Trey topped off her wine, then lifting her glass, turned to Owen. "About that doghouse." By the time they'd eaten their fill, Sonia had poured the last of the second bottle of wine. "I say we take this, walk around with the dogs before we come back for pie, and we'll tub up some of this and some of that for both of you to take home."
I especially like that part. It was a damn good meal,
Owen added.
Appreciate it. You're going to want a jacket, both of you.
Trey gave Sonia's bare arm a stroke as they rose.
April nights are cool.
The music on the iPad had Sonia frowning. "I don't know that one."
Pieces of April,
Owen told her.
3 Dog Night. Owen knows music,
Trey said. "So I see. Well, speaking of dogs, we'll take them out the front, grab jackets." All 3 dogs got up, stretched and raced to the front.
We'll take KP when we get back. It's only fair.
"I'll let you." Sonia glanced up at Trey as they walked. "I'm not sure Molly will."
Invisible housekeeper, Andy,
Owen decided.
I could use one of those.
"She's family now, too." She paused outside the music room, and the 2 portraits she'd found in the studio, of Clover and of Joanna, the 6th and 7th brides. Just like they are. They stopped in the small parlor for jackets, then stepped out into a star-strewn night that struck between cool and cold.
Going to see a freeze tonight,
Owen predicted. "Are you 2 warm enough?" Trey took Sonia's hand.
We're Maine men, cutie. This is balmy.
It's so clear. Shaking back her hair, Cleo looked up.
You never see stars like this in Boston. How about Lafayette?
Owen wondered.
No, not unless you head into the bayou. Ever think about going back?
For visits, sure. To live? Cleo shook her head.
I found my place. I love this house. She turned, looked back at it. Dobbs wants to spoil that. Chase us out. She doesn't understand who she's dealing with.
As she spoke, the window of the gold room slapped open. In the glimmer of starlight, something flew out. Something big, something fast, that let out a shrill, inhuman shriek. Even as Owen shoved Cleo behind him, Trey shifted to stand in front of Sonia. It took a heartbeat, no more than 2, with all 3 dogs barking vicious warnings, and Jones actually leaping up as if to attack what flew at them. Then, with the stink of sulfur, it vanished. She did that once before. Fighting for calm, Sonia bent to pick up Yoda, to soothe. It didn't work then, either.
Hell of a show, though.
Digging into his pocket, Owen pulled out 3 small dog treats, tossed them.
Jones doesn't back down.
Do you always carry those? Cleo asked.
Don't you?
She laughed.
I believe I'll start. Well, that may or may not conclude our show for the evening.
Sonia gave Yoda a kiss on the nose, then set him down. Let's go have pie. Trey took her hand, kissed it.
No. She doesn't understand who she's dealing with. I've got a bag in the truck. I'm staying tonight.
I was hoping you would.
I've got some gear in mine,
Owen added.
I thought I'd bunk here if that's okay.
Looking out for us, cousin?
Maybe I figure I've had a lot of wine and shouldn't drive.
I guess Jones doesn't have a license.
Suspended. He's a maniac behind the wheel.
Cleo looked down at Jones, scruffy and fierce with his eye patch.
I actually believe that.
They went in to find not only a spotless kitchen and dining room, but the leftovers divided into 3 tubs.
Thank you, Molly. Well, I'm about to serve my first pie. Does everyone want coffee with that? I'll handle the coffee.
Trey stepped over to the machine while the iPad started a new tune.
Johnny Cash,
Owen told them.
Cup of coffee.
I think you and Clover would get along very well, Sonia commented.
Since Trey already told me, back when, and I've seen her picture. Hot babe. I try to get along with hot babes.
The music switched to Avril Lavigne's Hot, and Owen grinned.
Back at you, gorgeous.
You know she's my grandmother, which makes her your, what, great aunt?
Still a hot babe, and one with excellent taste in music.
Pie! Cleo set 4 servings at the casual table.
Coffee.
Trey brought over the rest.
Remember, it's my first.
Owen took a generous bite.
Hell of a good start.
It was. And Sonia decided also an excellent finish as the day, or more accurately the night before, began to catch up with her.
I'm sorry to break this up so early, but I'm fading fast. I'm going to be right behind you,
Cleo told her.
Owen, do you know what room you want? I'll crash in the one I had last time. I have to head out early, so thanks again if I don't see you.
Sonia caught the look that passed between the 2 men and sighed.
I don't give a damn about the mirror tonight. I'm going to sleep. We could all use it.
Cleo covered the rest of the pie.
I'll see whoever's around in the morning after 10.
They went upstairs with the dogs following, then parted ways. In her bedroom, Sonia let out another sigh. This was exactly the right way to spend the evening after how we spent last night.
And you're tired.
Lifting his hand, Trey laid it on her cheek. It's starting to hit. Don't let me get up and walk tonight if you can stop me.
Don't worry. No walking tonight.
Trusting him, she got ready for bed, then curled up beside him. I'm really glad you're here.
No place I'd rather be.
He felt her drift off within minutes, then lay listening to the manor. The sounds of settling, the rhythmic beat of the water against rock, the sounds of murmurs and whispers that sounded like voices lost in the wind. His dog and hers slept quiet, and after a time, so did he. But he woke when the clock chimed 3. She stirred against him, muttered in her sleep, then lay quiet again. While she slept, he listened to the drift of piano music, the heartbreak of weeping, the creak of a door, the rattle of a window. He heard something, a call or a cry from outside, over the sound of the sea. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, walked to the terrace doors, eased his way out. And he saw the figure in black, standing on the seawall. Saw her dark hair fly in a wind he couldn't feel. She threw her hands up to a moon that hadn't been full when they'd walked the dogs. When she leapt, her black dress billowing, his heart jolted. The wind died, and the moon sailed as a crescent. He stepped back in, closed the doors. When he got back into bed, the house lay quiet again. Sonia woke alone. No Trey, no dogs. Thinking that was too damn bad, she sat up. She not only wasn't tired after the solid night's sleep, she'd have enjoyed sliding into a little wake-up sex. Barely 7, she realized, and here she considered herself an early riser. She took a moment to stand by the windows, looking out at the sun, the sea, all gold and blue. A fishing boat, white and red, glided by on its morning business, and a scatter of gulls winged by on theirs. This feels a lot better than yesterday morning, and so do I. She grabbed her phone, shoved it in the pocket of her sleep pants. She started down past Cleo's room, the room Owen used, her door closed, his open, bed made. She wondered if she'd ever come to take it for granted. The rooms, the beauty and history, the feel of the house that had become hers. And decided as she walked down the grand staircase, absolutely not. She made her way into the kitchen, where Trey and Owen talked quietly over pie and coffee. Conversation broke off when she came in. She said, "Good morning," and headed for the coffee.
"Morning,"
Trey echoed.
"The dogs are running off their breakfast out back."
Now she said, so you 2 are having pie for breakfast."
"It was right there,"
Owen pointed out.
"No different from a Danish or a turnover, if you ask me."
She turned with her coffee, leaned back against the counter as she studied them. 2 great-looking men, she thought. Friends, long-time friends, longer than she and Cleo. Friends who could communicate with each other without words. Like right now. Her phone gave Lady Gaga's poker face a spin. "Right. I've been known to play poker myself, so you might as well tell me what's going on, as it involves me directly or indirectly.
Over to you, pal.
Owen rose, took a tub of leftovers out of the fridge.
I've got to get moving.
He picked up the bag at his feet and started toward the back door. Owen? He paused when Sonia said his name, turned as she walked to him. Then, when she wrapped her arms around him, gave her back an awkward pat. She could actually feel him look over her head at Trey. Thanks for being here. She let him go.
No problem. Later.
When he went out the back, gave Jones a whistle, she turned back to Trey. I don't like you keeping things from me.
I'm not doing that. Won't do that. I fully intended to tell you when you got up. Or if I had to leave before, I'd have called you to tell you.
She knew truth when she heard it and nodded. Okay. Tell me now. Did I try to walk last night?
No. When the 3 a.m. business started. You muttered something in your sleep, but I couldn't make it out. But besides the usual, I heard something outside.
Outside the house?
Yeah. I got up, went over to look.
He took a moment, drank coffee.
And I saw her. Dobbs. I saw her standing on the seawall, but under a full moon with the wind really whipping.
We didn't have a full moon last night.
That's right. I'm going to bet the moon was full when Dobbs jumped off that wall, like I watched her do last night.
You watched her jump? Instinctively, Sonia pressed a hand to her heart. You saw her suicide?
I did. She stood on that wall, raised her arms up, and just...
He tipped the flat of his hand over.
Just after 3 a.m. Everything got quiet almost right after she jumped. The wind died, and the moon changed back.
His eyes, deep and eerily blue with the black rings around the irises, looked directly into hers.
It wasn't stepping through a magic mirror into another time, but it was a goddamn moment.
You could have waked me.
Why? It was over, and all of us needed some sleep.
She couldn't argue with that. Instead, she walked to him, set her coffee down, and wrapped her arms around him as she had Owen.
She didn't hesitate, Sonia. She'd come here to end herself at the manor, and that's just what she did.
And she's still here. A part of her is. Drawing back, she framed his face, kissed him. That had to be beyond strange, and really hard to witness.
Your instinct is to stop it. Just stop it no matter what she did, what she is or was. But there was no stopping it.
It wasn't for love of Colin Poole. That's not love. I don't believe that. It's not jealousy over a man.
They'd have hanged her for the murder of Astrid Poole. They'd have hanged her in the village away from the manor. She needed to die here, at her own time, at his place by her own means. I don't know much about witchcraft or curses, but I'm betting on that.
Oh. She stepped back as it struck her. Of course. It makes sense in the completely insane scope of it all. How could she doom a Poole bride every generation if she was hanged miles away? How could she take their wedding rings? Because the rings, Trey, are part of how the curse holds.
The spell you heard, when she killed Agatha Poole.
Closing her eyes, Sonia brought it back. With my blade, I took the first, then by my blood this house was cursed. One by one they wed, they die, because they seek to take what's mine. She opened her eyes. And with their rings of gold, my spell will hold and hold. And shuddered. She stabbed Astrid, by her blade, Sonia began. She killed herself here, by her blood. And yeah, the rings are the key to holding the spell, the curse.
There's the other part. They, not she, not Astrid, they seek to take what's mine. Not Colin Poole, Sonia. Or not just Colin Poole.
The manor. On a long breath, she slid down onto a stool. Not love for Colin Poole, however deranged. The manor. He'd inherited the manor from Arthur Poole, from his father after his father had a riding accident.
Was it an accident?
Eyes wide, she pressed a hand to her heart. You think... And God, I see why. She caused the accident.
She has an affair with the oldest son, the son who'll inherit the manor, and all the prestige that goes with it. A lot of wealth besides. Get rid of his father so it passes to him? It's not a big stretch, considering.
I guess it isn't.
But then he doesn't want Dobbs. He's not going to marry Dobbs.
He marries Astrid Granville. He loved her, Trey. They loved each other. I saw that. I saw them.
I'm not disputing that. In fact, that's part of it.
Rising, he slid his hands in his pockets, paced to the window to check on the dogs.
He loved someone else, married someone else, someone who'd live here, make a family here. So she killed Astrid, the first bride, on her wedding day.
But Colin still didn't want her.
No, he grieved, ordered that portrait painted, and Dobbs will be hanged for murder. And I'd say in no small part for witchcraft. She escapes long enough to come here, cement the curse with her own blood and death.
So she can stay. Sonia nodded as it played out in her head. In some twisted way, hold the manor. Hold it by causing the death of a pool bride, one every generation.
Taking their rings to bind it. It's good. I guess it's good to have what feels like a logical explanation.
Colin, in his grief, hanged himself. His brother inherited the manor, lived here with his wife, his children. Until his daughter Catherine, here on her wedding night, lured outside in a blizzard where Dobbs waited, and froze to death. Dobbs took her ring. I saw that too.
And down the line,
Trey finished. Except for Patricia Poole, my great-grandmother. She refused to live here, closed the manor. Her son Charles opened it again against her wishes, married Lillian Crest. Clover, against her wishes, no doubt. Clover dies giving birth to my father and his twin, and Charles hangs himself, like Colin did.
She separates the twins, puts your father up for adoption, and passes your Uncle Colin off as her daughter's son.
Down the line, Sonia thought. I need to know more about Patricia Poole, more about Greta, the daughter. I know she's in Algonquit, that she has dementia. I need to know more.
I'll help as much as I can there.
He took her mug over to the coffee station, made her a second cup.
I know Greta Poole never lived here,
he continued.
I don't remember her ever coming here. Patricia Poole either.
I should talk to your father. I should talk to Deuce. He and Colin were close friends. If anyone can fill in some blanks, he could. Trey pulled out his phone.
I'll text him. Let me set this up. Have him come here. He'd want to come here for something like this.
If you're sure.
I am. And I've got to go.
He took her shoulders.
You're okay.
I like that you make that a statement of fact and not a question.
Because it is a fact. I'm going to have things to clear up with Marlo, my client. She's being discharged from the hospital sometime today or tomorrow. And if she's up to it, there's paperwork I have to have her sign so I can file. I don't know if I can get back, and
I'm okay, she reminded him. Don't forget the leftovers.
Not likely. Look, if something's not okay,
I'll call you.
Expect Deuce around too.
He kissed her, lingered over it. He got the tub, kissed her again.
Any chance you can put all this away a while?
A very big chance. I've got stuff to do.
Good. We'll talk later.
When he went out the back, she held the door open to let Yoda in. I know, you'll miss your pals. On his wine, she bent down to give him a good rub. But I'm here, right here, and that's where I'm going to stay. She decided apple pie for breakfast was an excellent idea. With it and her second cup of coffee, she sat down to check her email and line up her day of work. Chapter 4. Sonia knew Cleo's morning routine as well as her own. So when Cleo passed the library shortly after 10, Sonia answered the grunt with a wave. She gave her housemate 10 minutes, time enough for that first mind-clearing cup of coffee, then with Yoda, headed down to the kitchen. Cleo sat at the island with coffee, a toasted bagel, and her phone. After grabbing a Coke, Sonia gave Yoda the option of outside, which he took. Then she sat beside her friend.
I take it our overnight guests are gone.
They are. Owen at the crack of dawn and Trey not long after.
Makes me very glad I don't have work that requires me to come near the crack of dawn.
She lifted the bagel, got a good look at Sonia's face, and set it down again.
Well, shit. Just shit, what happened? Did I sleep through something?
Apparently everyone did but Trey. As she listened to Sonia's recount, Cleo nibbled on the bagel.
3 a.m., binding the curse with her own blood, and I'm 100% on your conclusions. Not for the love of the 1800s Colin Poole, but pure jealousy and avarice. She wanted to be lady of the manor, and she still does.
When Patricia Youngsborough married Michael Poole Jr., she didn't have her wedding or reception here and refused to live here, Sonia said. Closed the manor until her son Charles inherited, and he opened it, moved in with Lillian Crest. But for those 20 years or so, the manor stayed closed. Maintained, but with no occupants. Why would she do that? Unless she knew of or believed in the curse.
I'm gonna say both.
Both, Sonia agreed. Everything I've read says she was a hard-ass, status symbol type of person. A controller, one who ruled her business and her family.
Yeah, I'd say separating her dead son's twins qualifies as controlling and downright mean.
She embraced all things Poole. Sonia held up a finger. Except the manor. The historic family home, a major status symbol. Her other son, Lawrence, never lived here. Her daughter, Greta, never lived here. Why?
Because she didn't want them to.
Instead of a finger, Cleo held up a fist.
Iron fist. That's what you're thinking, and again, 100%. But she couldn't do a damn thing about it when her husband left the manor to Charlie, and he moved in.
Exactly, Sonia agreed. Charlie said no to the control, no to her rules. So Dobbs had her sixth bride after a couple of decades of holding the manor. Sonia pushed up. From what I can tell, Clover was already pregnant when they moved in. But Dobbs didn't go after her or her wedding ring until the birth of the twins.
You think after that 20-year gap, Dobbs wanted more? More blood, more rings, more power?
I think it's possible.
And I'm right there with you.
I need to find out more about Patricia Poole. She must have been in this house before she married. At parties, for dinner, something. Then she shut down one of the biggest, aside from the business, the biggest Poole status symbol, and had a house built on the other side of town. And as far as I know, she took nothing out of the manor. No furniture, no family heirlooms. Deuce, Trey's father, is coming to talk to me about it this afternoon. And I want to know more about Greta Poole. She lived a lie, pretended to be Colin's birth mother. And she never married, raised Colin in her mother's house. She never lived on her own.
Under her mother's thumb. Or we could go to Gilead, because I bet Patricia could have given Aunt Lydia a run under her eye.
Yeah, with the manor closed again, until Colin inherited it and moved in. Clover let loose with sweet child of mine.
It's interesting, Cleo commented. Having a three-way conversation that includes a ghost through her musical selections.
But I think she can only tell us so much. All of them can only tell us so much. That's why we need the living. I'm going to go back to work. She walked to the door to let Yoda in. If you're not in the middle of your own and can break off, feel free to join us when Deuce gets here.
I think I will. I not only want to meet him, but I'd like to hear what he has to say firsthand.
You'll like him. Come on, Yoda, break's over. She went back to work on Gigi's, and thinking of Owen's girly comment, worked on some potential ads and taglines about gifts for the women in your life. She worked on some choices specifically targeting Mother's Day. Embrace the girly, she decided. As it neared 2, she shot off an email with those drafts attached. Let the client get a feel for the direction, she thought, before she put too much time and effort into it. Downstairs, she put a coffee service together, added a plate of cookies. She carried the coffee service into the front parlor, stopped and looked around. The piano gleamed under the vase of white tulips. All the pillows were plumped, and the air smelled faintly, very faintly of orange oil. "Thank you, Molly," she said, just as the doorbell sounded. "Right on time." She thought of the first time she'd opened the door to Oliver Doyle II on a cold winter day in Boston, and without any idea how that visit would change her life. She wouldn't have had this house without Deuce, she considered as she went to let him in, and looked down at Yoda. Plus, I wouldn't have you. She opened the door to cool April air and the man who'd helped change her life. It was easy to see Trey in him, in those wonderful blue eyes, his behind silver-framed glasses. His full head of hair had gone silvery gray, but those distinctive eyebrows remained dramatically black. Sonia reached out both hands to him. "Thank you so much for coming."
Sonia, it's always a pleasure to see you, and to visit the manor.
She heard the door to the gold room slam like cannon fire. "Really?"
Yes.
He stepped inside, then bent to pet Yoda.
Trey's caught me up on events and tells me you and your friend Cleo are handling it all very well.
I think we are. It helps that Cleo loves the manor as much as I do. Come in and sit down. I made coffee.
Much appreciated.
Then he looked over and up as Cleo started down the stairs.
And this must be Cleo. I've looked forward to meeting you.
I'll say the same. She held out her hand.
I really like your wife. So do I.
Cleo flashed him a smile.
Sonia said I could sit in on your talk, if that's all right with you. More than. I hope I can fill in some blanks, though some of that will be speculation, gossip, and opinion. We'll take all three.
Cleo hooked her arm through his as they walked into the parlor.
But gossip not only often rings true, it adds the fun.
I'm not ashamed to agree. Sonia poured out the coffee. And I think adding all three together helps us get a clearer picture of my father's biological family, and could help us evict a certain element from the manor. From the library, the iPad blasted the Allman Brothers Band and Black-Hearted Woman. Clover agrees. He smiled at that, all the way into his eyes.
It seems you've developed a relationship with her, and adjusted in a matter of months to, we'll say, the eccentricities of the manor.
It's funny. I stopped thinking about leaving almost from the moment I moved in. It casts a spell. A positive one, Sonia added.
Son always wanted a house like this,
Cleo told him.
The history, the character, the quirks. Maybe even deep down, the ghosts.
That would have been really deep down, Sonia said. And I'm not thrilled about walking through the house in my sleep, or watching the brides die. But if that leads to that eviction, I'll take it.
You're exactly what Colin would have wanted,
Deuce murmured. Tell me about his grandmother. Tell us about Patricia Poole.
She was a force,
Deuce began.
A strong-willed woman, well-respected if not well-liked. My own parents have said Michael Poole Jr., her husband, had a great deal of charm and little interest in the business. He had no problem turning the reins there over to her so he could travel and, let's use a word that fits their time frame, cavort.
Good word, Cleo decided.
Their marriage, and here we turn to gossip, was by and large one of convenience. Each did as they chose. I remember her as a hard woman who ruled both the business and her family with an iron fist.
Once again, Cleo held hers up.
Exactly my phrase. Then you already have some understanding of her. Colin's childhood under that rule was very restricted. He escaped whenever he could, and he was good at it,
Deuce added with a smile.
It seemed she deemed me an acceptable companion, and I was also very good at being polite, well-spoken, and well-behaved in her presence. It helped that she was busy with Poole shipbuilders with her various clubs, social engagements, and had little interest in young boys.
He sipped his coffee, smiled.
I was fortunate to have two grandmothers. They both disliked Patricia Poole, and were both very good at putting on a pleasing face when necessary. But children hear more than adults tend to think, and I'd catch snatches when her name came up. Bully is a term I'll use in polite company.
She bullied her daughter into pretending to be Colin's mother. Deuce nodded at Sonia.
I agree with that speculation. I knew Greta Poole better than Patricia, and always found her easily cowed, a nervous sort of woman. I would call her a dutiful mother, but not particularly affectionate. I wouldn't know the reason behind all of that until I did the Poole genealogy for Colin.
It's clear my father got the better end of that deal. But to go back, and I understand it was before you were born, it feels like the manor should have been a showplace for Patricia Poole. Instead, she refused to live here and closed it.
I agree. From all my research and from the snippets overheard and remembered, Patricia embraced all things Poole, except the manor. I thought of a comment. My grandmother Doyle at Colin and Joanna's wedding. She said Colin's grandmother hadn't stepped foot in the manor since Patricia and Michael's engagement party.
So she had her engagement party here. She did visit the manor often before she married Michael Poole?
As the Youngsboroughs and Pooles were on equal steps on the social ladder, and according to my research, Michael and Patricia's engagement was expected. I'd say yes. And
he opened his trim briefcase.
When I worked on Colin's book, I made copies of some clippings, some photos. Society pages, you see. Gossiping about Patricia and Michael stepping out, him escorting her to parties, galas.
When he offered the folder, Sonia began to look through. Handsome couple, they'd say, she muttered. And this one's a shot of them at a holiday event. Will Christmas bells lead to wedding bells?
So you see, their engagement was anticipated.
Cleo studied the photo.
They're striking together. So formal, but striking. She looks formidable, even at this age.
Look here. This was taken out back. Sonia pulled out the copy. Summer soiree. Garden party at Poole Manor. You can see her here with her hand on Michael's arm. And it's dated the summer before they were married, before the Christmas article. So she certainly came to the manor prior.
Here's another, announcing the engagement. A picture of them at the foot of the staircase on. Valentine's Day engagement announced. I have to give her props for knowing how to dress, in all these pictures. Something she was known for, Deuce put in, always perfectly presented. Something put her off the manor, Cleo said. I bet we can guess who, or what.
Clover played black magic woman.
I tend to agree.
Deuce reached for a cookie.
I wouldn't have said Patricia Poole was an easily frightened or intimidated woman, but I tend to agree. I'd assumed she simply wanted a more modern house, a bit more manageable, closer to the village and the business. But knowing all we know now,
he shook his head.
She never used it, not for parties, fundraisers. She couldn't sell it. It comes down through the Pooles, and I can speculate that however much Michael Poole accommodated her, he drew a line there.
So it came down to Charles.
The son she couldn't control. The one who stepped out of her orbit as soon as he could. He came into money at 18, took it, and lived as he wanted. From what I can put together, he dropped out of college and traveled a while.
More like his father than his mother? Cleo asked.
From what people who knew him say, yes. My father knew him, liked him. He's described as charming, generous, and definitely free-spirited.
McCartney's My Love trailed down the stairs. Deuce smiled a little.
I've no doubt they loved each other. And no doubt Patricia wasn't pleased when he brought back a young wife, a pregnant wife, along with friends they'd picked up along the way, and not only opened the manor, but moved in.
I don't understand. Genuinely baffled, Sonia lifted her hands. He moved back, with Lillian Crest, his pregnant wife, but no one questioned Colin was Greta Poole's son?
According to my mother, the group Charles brought with him largely kept to themselves. Neither she nor my father were aware, until I dug up the marriage license and so on, that Charlie had married. They were only here a few months. When Clover, died in childbirth. Charlie hanged himself. Patricia took over. She unquestionably bribed or bullied those in authority to cover it up, to lay the groundwork for what would become the dark family secret.
And her daughter let herself be used that way. Lived with that every day.
She would never have defied her mother,
Deuce told Sonia.
Not like Charlie.
Speculation, gossip, and opinion? Why? Sonia wondered. Why did she keep one baby? Why not keep both or put both up for adoption?
Lawrence Poole had no children, no heirs, and like his father, little interest in the business. And physically, his health wasn't robust. Greta, shy, nervous, awkward, would likely never marry and have children. Charlie was gone. Bloodline. Yes, Cleo, I believe exactly that. Colin was her chance, perhaps her only chance, to continue her direct bloodline. She didn't need two, just one.
Did she try to stop Colin from opening the manor? Sonia asked.
As boys, we'd find our way inside.
Deuce looked around now.
I don't think she ever knew, or understood, his pride and fascination in this house. In its history, his history too. But he understood her well enough to make it a fait accompli. As he was of age and the manor his, there was nothing she could do. Do you mind?
He asked as he reached for the coffee pot. Help yourself.
He told me once, not long after he'd moved in. We were playing chess upstairs, just the two of us, and he was full of plans for the manor, the business, his life. God, we were young.
With a wistful smile on his face, he doctored his coffee.
He said his grandmother threatened to disinherit him if he didn't relent. Now, she couldn't have cut him off from the business, the Poole inheritance, but her own wealth. And when he refused, she said she'd wasted her time and resources on him. She said he was as big a fool as his father, as useless as his mother.
Poor Colin, Sonia murmured.
It didn't cut him deep, I promise you. At that time, we didn't know his true parentage, only the lie Patricia had carved into the family tree. I commented that how would she know his father was a fool when he died before Colin was born? Colin shrugged that off, just her way, and told me she'd said he'd rue the day. Rue the day, Deuce repeated, and he laughed at that. So did I. She never set foot in this house. She didn't attend his wedding. She didn't come to Joanna's funeral. Though they worked together until she died, they remained estranged on a personal level.
Yeah, my dad got the better end of the deal. Even knowing it, Sonia felt tugged in two directions. The cold cruelty of it on one side, her father's happy life on the other. She could have told Colin why she closed the manor, Sonia continued. If she'd been genuinely concerned for him, she would have. He might not have believed her, might have dismissed it, but she didn't even try to tell him.
He'd have told me if she'd spoken of it. And,
Deuce added with a slight shrug,
we very likely would have laughed again. Did we believe the manor haunted? Absolutely, as we'd believed since we were boys. But that was exciting. People already called it Lost Bride Manor, but that was local superstition as far as we were concerned. And intriguing.
Looking back, thinking back, Deuce sipped his coffee.
Even when I began to do the Poole genealogy, write their history, I didn't see those deaths as anything but a tragedy of their times. The first, a murder, yes, but the others accidents or medical issues.
Did Greta know? Sonia pressed. She never married, and that may have been her choice. But I wonder if her mother discouraged her on that, particularly after Colin and my father were born. Deuce sat back.
That's a very good point, Sonia. And it would fit Patricia snugly.
If a daughter fell in love, Cleo continued, got close to someone, she'd almost certainly tell that person the entire story. Blow the lie up right there. Can't have that. I want to talk to her, to Greta Poole. Am I allowed to do that?
Since Colin's death, I've been her custodian, and the trustee of what he left to take care of her. I've been to visit her twice now, but she doesn't know me. You're a blood relation, and certainly allowed to visit. But her condition's advanced. She rarely speaks to anyone, and when she does, it's generally nonsense. Though she's usually passive, she can be disruptive. Anxious again, frightened, even angry.
I'd like to try. I won't know if it'll do any good until I do. Nudging up his glasses, he gave her a long look.
You have Colin's eyes. Well, your father's. It may spark something. I'll see you're put on her visitation list. That way you can pick a time that suits you.
I appreciate it. Very much, all of it. Did you know about the mirror?
I've never seen it. Colin told me, again, even back when we were boys, that he dreamed of it. A mirror framed with predatory birds and animals. And of the boy, who looked just like him in the glass. I thought they were dreams, and later when I found out about your father, assumed some sort of twin memory or connection.
Reaching out, he closed his hand over Sonia's.
Now that I know it's not, I worry about it, and you. And I worry I didn't know enough of what has, can, and does happen in this house when I knocked on your door last winter.
She turned her hand to link her fingers with his. You changed my life, and I'm grateful. I want to be here, and I want to do everything I can to end whatever power Hester Dobbs has in this house. When Sonia said the name, doors slammed, something pounded against the walls, and the ceiling light swayed as if in a sudden wild wind.
She will have her tantrums, Cleo said, and picked up a cookie. Sonia said she feeds on fear and grief. We're not giving her a damn thing to eat. I'm glad Sonia has you, Cleo. I'm glad you have each other.
And we're not alone here. Sonia gave Deuce's hand a squeeze in turn. They're all here. All 7 brides. Others, too. Others here in the manor. I know that absolutely. And they all want her gone. I don't know why it's for me to do. Us, she corrected. But it is. She smiled as the noise died. So I'll go see Greta Poole at some point. Maybe she can add something, maybe not. And in a few weeks, Cleo and I are throwing a major event.
I heard about that. It's quite an undertaking.
The manor was made for big, happy parties.
It counteracts, I think, Cleo put in. People and fun and light and music. How it used to be, after Joanna. Colin lost his heart. But before, he'd often have a summer party, and always one during the holidays. Smaller gatherings in between. Maybe it does counteract. One thing I can be certain of is people will come, so be prepared.
He rose.
I'd better be on my way. I'm going to do some more research on Patricia. The originals of these clippings and photographs should be tucked away in here somewhere.
I hadn't thought of that. We can look.
In any case, I'll leave these with you. My mother or Ace may have some filed away too, so we'll see. We'll do whatever we can to make sure you live here safe and happy. I'm glad to have had some time here, and to have met you, Cleo. I had a friendship like yours and Sonia's, and I know how much it matters. Give Corinne my best, Cleo told him. I really enjoyed my day with her. She made me look damn good. I'd say that would be the easiest job she's ever had. And now I see where Trey gets his charm.
She's been a real asset to my work, Sonia added, as they walked him to the door.
She'll be happy to hear that. Everyone at Doyle Law is thrilled with your work on the new website and the rest. I mentioned it to a colleague in Algonquin. You should be getting a call from Peter Stevenson.
Thank you. I love new clients. Thanks for coming.
Anytime, and I mean that. Take care of each other.
That's what we do. Cleo draped an arm around Sonia's shoulders.
I can see that.
They watched him walk to his car, waved him off. I feel better. Sonia closed the door. I feel like I have a clearer picture of Patricia Youngsboro Poole.
And it ain't flattering. I'm surprised she and Dobbs didn't get along. And I have to figure they didn't. They're poured from the same mold, if you ask me. Now, Oliver Doyle II, top marks there. Now that I've met both Trey's parents and his sister, you better grab on, son. As my mama would say, that boy's from good stock.
I've got a pretty good hold, but... She broke off as Yoda, tail wagging, trotted down the hallway with the ball clutched in his jaws. Now I know where you got off to. She bent down to pick up the ball he dropped at her feet. You've been playing ball with Jack.
You've got a built-in dog sitter.
Apparently. Since Yoda eyed the ball with joy and kept wagging, Sonia gave in. Okay, not done yet? We'll take 10 minutes for ball play outside.
I'd join you, but I've got work now. Y'all have fun.
As Cleo headed up, Sonia grabbed a jacket. It really has to be 10 minutes, pal. I want an hour on the writer proposal, and I have other things to deal with first. But she stepped outside and reveled in how spring seemed to slip closer every day. Overnight freeze or not, the daffodils waved their buttery heads, and she swore the grass seemed greener when Yoda chased the ball across it. As she tossed the ball for the tireless dog, she scanned the sea, hoping to see a whale sound. She glanced up at the balcony off her bedroom and imagined what Trey had seen during the night. It made her shudder. To die that way, to choose to, she thought, and condemn yourself to decade after decade of anger and, yes, evil, all because you didn't get what you wanted in life. It makes no sense, does it, Yoda? But at the core, she's insane, an insane witch. But she can't beat us. She tossed the ball again. She won't. That's the last time, Yoda. Your human has to earn her living. As she started back toward the house, one of Cleo's studio windows flew open. Sonia braced, but Cleo called out, "It's not her, but Son, you're gonna want to come see this. On my way!" She hurried to the door, then scooted Yoda in before she ran for the stairs and bounded up. As if it was a new game, the dog bounded up with her. A little breathless, she arrived at Cleo's studio. "What is it? What happened?" "I needed something and went in the closet." Cleo gestured toward the open door. Inside stood a portrait, beautifully painted. Her dark hair fell in pretty curls down the right side of her head toward the lace inserts on the sleeves and bodice of her white, silk wedding gown. Her ring sparkled on her finger, a slim gold band crusted with diamonds that seemed to flash even in the dim light of the closet. She carried a bouquet of pale pink peonies and trailing greenery. Her eyes, pool green, radiated joy. "It's Lissy. Lisbeth Poole Whitmore. Not my father's work. Colin's. It's Colin's signature in the corner." She looked at Cleo. "First I found Joanna's portrait, then Clover's. Now you found Lisbeth's." "And your dad painted Clover, the mother he never knew, and in her wedding dress. So before he was born, Colin painted this. All that detail? A woman who died years before he was born." They went through the mirror. Laying a hand on Cleo's arm, she steadied herself. "Not just Colin, but somehow my father went through the mirror, like I have. And more than once, I'd say." "We'll take her downstairs. Hang her with Joanna and Clover. But one more thing, Son. The portraits, the three of them, are all the same size and use the same type of frame, like they're meant to hang together." "And that's what we'll do." Sonia carried the painting down, and for now, propped it against a wall in the library. She and Cleo would hang it in the music room that evening. But now she had work, and was grateful to have it. Quitting her job and going freelance the previous fall had been exciting and terrifying. She supposed she could rate her move into the manor on exactly that same scale. Now the manor was home, and she had a business. Maybe not thriving at this point, but steady, and incredibly satisfying. She supposed, in a twisted way, she had Brandon Wise to thank for where she sat right now. He'd been low enough to cheat on her just weeks before their wedding, with her own cousin in her own house in her own bed. She could wonder now if it had been luck or fate that had brought her home early enough to catch the two of them naked in bed. Either way, she decided, a lucky escape for her. And when she'd broken the engagement, refused to listen to his lame excuses, he'd gone on a mission to undermine her at work. "Corrupting my client files, letting the air out of my tires," she muttered. "So screw any sort of twisted thanks. I'm here because I took the steps. I did the work, and I took the risks." She glanced toward Lisbeth's portrait and thought she was there in the manor, to live, to work, and to stand up for 7 women who'd come before her. She buckled down to work. When she had enough on the layout to send to the client for approval, rejection, changes, she shifted to work on a book cover. Since the Adirondacks and deep winter set the stage for the thriller, she began with the protagonist's isolated cabin under a cold moon. Blue shadows, she thought. That isolation, a sense of dread and danger in the thick line of snow-drowned trees. Maybe footprints across the snow, a single light in a window, and a silhouette behind it. Sonia worked on the concept, tried 2 more for comparison. While she liked the first design, the sense of cold, of danger lurking, she set them all aside to consider fresh in the morning. She scrubbed her hands over her face, then dropped them when she heard the Beatles and "I'm So Tired." Yeah, maybe, but not done yet. Chapter 5. The writer proposal. She looked at her mood board, then opened her file. Because she had to admit her brain was tired, she told herself she'd just review for now. This represented an opportunity to take her business from steady to thriving. She really wanted to thrive. And on a personal level, she wanted to beat Brandon. No doubt, she thought, just none that he'd head up the team on her main competitor's proposal. For all his many miserable flaws, when it came to the work, he excelled. So she just had to be better. She started the review, began to tweak, and looked up, blinking when Cleo tapped her fist on the door jamb.
Sorry, I thought maybe you should come up for air, but if you want to dive back, I fed Yoda.
Fed? She checked the time. How the hell did it get to be 7?
It comes after 6, which is about when I passed by earlier, and Yoda followed me down.
Angling her head, Cleo studied Sonia.
I'm not going to tell you to stop if it's rolling, but you look like you could use a break.
I'm past that point, and I'm going to screw something up if I don't stop. I'm going to shut down.
We're having open-faced roast beef sandwiches and the rest of the leftovers. How about I go pour you a glass of wine?
How about you do? I'm right behind you. Sonia saved and closed down the work she hoped wouldn't turn out to be a hot mess when she opened it again. She'd slid into the zone for a while, true, but then she'd slipped into autopilot. Now she left it behind, left it to simmer like one of Cleo's pots, and taking the portrait, went downstairs. She propped the painting in the music room, under the other portraits they'd found in the studio closet. A kind of triptych, she thought, invisibly connected. We'll put you in place after dinner. For a moment when she stepped back, just a fleeting moment, she thought she caught a scent. Her father's aftershave. It came to her like a brush of lips on her cheek, like a hand sliding to smooth down her hair. But you're not here. She sighed it out. I wish you could be. She walked down to the kitchen, where Cleo had wine waiting, and Yoda sprawled under the table in anticipation. You are my queen, Sonia said as she took the wine glass.
I worked a little late myself, since all I had to do was warm things up.
How's it going?
The contract work? I don't think I've ever had a job I've enjoyed more. And the painting I'm trading for my boat, I'm trying not to regret giving it up.
Cleo's brows drew together as she picked up her own wine.
Owen better build me a fabulous boat, and he'd better give her a place of honor.
Ready to eat?
Absolutely.
When they sat at the table, Sonia smiled over at Cleo. The way Owen wanted your mermaid painting the minute he saw it, and way before you finished, he's going to put her in a place of honor.
I'll harangue him if he doesn't.
Cleo cut into the beef and bread and gravy.
People don't know how to harangue properly, if you ask me.
But I do.
I can attest,
Sonia said and made Cleo laugh.
That studio song, it's something I needed and wanted without ever knowing it was what I needed and wanted. I honestly think my work's better because of it.
I feel the same way about the library. And Xena? She added, thinking of her African violet. She just blooms and blooms.
I'd say all of us were meant to be planted here at this time in this place. What were you working on when I pulled you out?
Writer. I sent off the GG proposal, and I really think it works. And another draft layout for some ads for Baby Mine. I did some work on another book cover.
Busy, busy.
Just how I like it. Maybe you could take a look at the book cover designs. Then I just wanted to review what I've done on the writer job, and one thing led to another. Sonia picked up her wine. Confession?
I'll always be your priest.
I want the writer job because it's an amazing opportunity, especially for someone with only a few months freelancing under her belt.
Don't forget the years working in your field.
I don't, but compared to by design, I'm incredibly small time.
And incredibly talented.
Thanks, Father Faberé. Snagging Ryder as a client would push my business to another level, and why wouldn't I want that? But there's this petty little part of me that wants the job because I'd beat Brandon.
Well, duh.
Cleo waved her glass.
That's not petty.
It feels petty.
Then you're looking at it wrong. You want the job because it's a major client and you're offering them a clever, creative campaign. You want it because it'll give your company a big-ass boost. Beating Brandon the asshole wise, that's just the proverbial cherry on top.
Sonia considered. You've got to respect the cherry on top.
Of course. Now, let me say as someone who knows you in and out, if not for this job, which I firmly believe you'll get, you'd barely give that cheating bastard a thought at this point. You moved on, in every way. You have, in no particular order, a business you're building yourself, a hot, interesting man who, by my view, doesn't have a cheating bone in his body. You have this amazing house and all that comes with it. And part of that is a mission to, at its core, right wrongs. And,
she smiled and speared some potato,
you got me.
You're right. If I don't get the job, she held up a finger before Cleo could object, I'll still have you and all the rest. I'll keep right on building my business. But when I get the job, there you go. I'll enjoy that cherry on top. Not as much as the whole rich, gooey sundae, but I'll enjoy it. After dinner, they went to the music room. Once they took a seascape down, they carefully hung the third portrait in its place. I guess this is part of righting those wrongs. Sonia stepped back to study the three brides. To acknowledge them this way, to display them together this way.
They're meant to be. The same size canvas, the same frame. And the styles, Sonia, they're so similar. We can see the differences, and your mom can and will. But to the untrained eye,
I know. The twin thing again, I guess. The other thing? They painted each at a happy moment, maybe the happiest moment of their lives. No shadows, no sense of tragedy. I like that. From upstairs, something crashed. On the wall, the portraits shook.
She didn't,
Cleo muttered.
But whatever power she has, there's an opposing one. We're part of that.
So, Cleo aimed her middle finger at the ceiling, just as the phone went with Queen's "We Will Rock You." With a laugh, Sonia tossed back her hair. And let me add an "up yours" to round it off. Something banged against the ceiling and set the light swaying. The portraits shook, but they didn't fall. At 3, the clock chimed. Piano music slid through the air like tears. Sonia stirred awake, and though her heart ached when she heard the weeping echoing from the nursery, she felt no pull. Before she could drift back to sleep, her balcony doors blew open, and an ice-edged wind swept through. Yoda woke with a wild bark and sprang out of bed. Cold covered her like a second skin as she struggled against the lashing wind. Something pounded against the entrance doors below like a battering ram, and her fireplace roared to furious life. Dimly, under the shrieking wind, the roaring fire, the pounding, she heard the phone by her bed play, "Bad Moon Rising." Afraid for him, Sonia scooped the shivering dog up under one arm and pushed her way to the balcony doors. Behind her, Cleo shouted, but Sonia kept her focus, all her energy on reaching the doors. When she closed her fingers around the door handle, she let out a cry. It was like holding on to an iceberg. But she held on, put her shoulder against the door. As she fought to close it, she saw the figure on the seawall. Not facing the sea, but the house. The white ball of moon illuminated her as the wind she conjured whipped at her hair, her dress. Gritting her teeth, Sonia put all her strength against the door. "Go ahead, bitch!" she shouted it. "Take that first step to hell! I swear I'm gonna kick your ass the rest of the way there before I'm done!" "And I'll help her!" Cleo, hair flying, put her shoulder to the second door. They fought the doors closed and braced against them, watched Dobbs turn toward the sea, and jump. The moon waned to a crescent, the wind died. Downstairs, the furious pounding stopped as the flames in the fireplace snapped off. Both Sonia and Cleo slid to the floor, and with the shivering dog between them clung together. "We're okay," Sonia pushed the words out as her heart sprinted from her chest to her throat and back again. "You're okay?" Nodding, Cleo whooshed out a breath, then another. Sonia kissed Yoda's nose. "We're all okay."
"I'd say hanging that third portrait seriously pissed her off."
"Looks like it. Did you see her? Dobbs? Standing on the seawall?"
"Yeah, looking at the house. I don't know if she looked at us or if it was a replay of what happened a couple 100 years ago."
Exhausted, Sonia shifted to lean her back against the door. She lured Catherine Poole outside, took her wedding ring outside. I think when she pulls enough power together, she can use it out there. But it's stronger in the house. She's stronger in the house.
"And you think she used some of that up tonight to put on this show?" "I can see that," Cleo decided. "She wanted you to see her, wanted you to be afraid."
She still jumped. At the end, she still jumped.
"Didn't she have to? You can't take back death's own. And it was her suicide, her death, her blood that sealed the curse."
"You can't take back death," Sonia repeated, and the truth of that squeezed her heart like a vise. "I'm never going to be able to help the brides."
"That's not true. You can't save their lives because their lives are already gone. But you helped them just by being here to start. And we hung 3 portraits. That's help. Hell, Sonia, both of us have a really sweet relationship with your grandmother."
Clover responded with, "We are family." "She was here. She used John Fogerty to shout out a warning. And you came running."
"I heard Yoda barking, and the booms downstairs and all the rest. She's backed off now, you can feel it. The man has settled for the night. I can stay with you."
"No, I'm fine. I really am. I won't say I wasn't scared, but you know what, Cleo? I was a lot more mad."
"You think I don't know that face?"
Cleo tapped a finger to Sonia's cheek.
"You were way more mad. I really think she's used herself up tonight, so we'll get some sleep."
Cleo faked a yawn and grinned with it.
"That's a nice insult right there."
In full agreement, Sonia gave Cleo another hug before they rose.
"Thanks for the assist." "Anytime. See you in the morning."
Yoda curled up in his bed, and Sonia did the same in hers. Volume low, her phone played James Taylor's quiet ballad, "You've Got a Friend." "I know I do." And Sonia slipped into sleep before the song ended. She woke early and energized, and determined to stick with routine. Since she'd skipped a workout for a few days, she decided to start with one. A quick coffee first while she let Yoda out to start his day. She stepped out with him, breathed in as she looked out to the woods. Maybe later, she considered, on a work break, she'd venture into the woods. She gave Yoda his breakfast, added a quick pat. "Gonna work out." And she considered it another insult to open the hidden door on the landing and go alone down to the gym Colin had set up in part of the old servants' quarters. She streamed a cardio session, then thinking of the night before, chose another with weights. Stronger's better, she thought. Twice she heard one of the servant bells ring and ignored it. The gold room, she had no doubt. She hoped Dobbs considered it another insult. When she came up, she heard the bounce of the ball on the main floor and smiled at the idea of her built-in dog sitter. A young boy playing with a dog, another insult. She showered, changed, then called down from the top of the stairs. "I'm coming down for coffee and a bagel!" When she walked down, Yoda sat waiting in the kitchen, and the cabinet doors were all neatly closed. "Thanks, Jack." While she ate, she answered early texts from her mother, another from Trey, then scanned her emails. Nothing yet from Gigi's, but since it was still early, she didn't worry. "Let's go to work, Yoda." With her water bottle in hand and the dog at her heels, she headed up to the library. At 8:45, she sat at her desk. "We're going to pick up where we left off on Ryder. 1 hour only." To make sure of it, she set an alarm on her tablet before booting up the computer. She opened the file, rolled her shoulders. Pleased with her progress, Sonia got right to it. She could see it. She could envision the entire campaign and the appeal to regular people with the images she'd designed. People, not actors, not professional athletes, using Ryder equipment and gear to play ball, to bike, do yoga, shoot hoops, and all the rest. Color and movement, children, young people, older people. Corinne's photographs nailed exactly what she'd wanted. And her layout worked, her text worked. A little more polishing, she thought, but it was a damn good proposal. When her alarm went off, she winced. But she stuck with the plan. Another hour here, another hour there, and she'd take it up, put it on the big screen upstairs, make any necessary adjustments, improvements. But for now, she closed down the writer files. To her delight, she found an email inquiry from the law firm Deuce had spoken of. Before answering, she checked out their website. Oh yeah, I can do better. She glanced up as she heard Cleo coming down the hall. Morning! Sleep okay after the performance?
Like a rock. Now must have coffee.
She turned toward the steps, then back again.
Forgot. Going into Pools Bay later. Groceries and some other errands. Anything you want?
Getting low on butter and cokes. I guess beer too, if we have beer-type company. But tonight, Trey's taking both of us to dinner.
You know he doesn't have to drag me along.
He wants to. I imagine he'll drag Owen, too, if he can. Lobster cage. He'll pick us up about 6:30.
Okay, I'm for it. If we have enough of the rest to last until tomorrow, I'll put off the errands today. Now coffee.
Routine, Sonia thought again. She liked it. She crafted a response to the inquiry, suggested a phone or video consultation at the potential client's convenience. In case Deuce hadn't provided it, she added a link to her own website, which, if she said so herself, and she did, crushed it. As she sent the first email, one came through from the owner of Gigi's. When she read that the client loved the new logo, Sonia pumped a fist in the air. She nodded through the email. Some questions, some concerns, some wondering if, all valid. She answered them all, offered some suggestions on the wondering, tried to alleviate the concerns, but offered options if those concerns remained. Since one of the wonderings involved the possibility of a new sign with the new logo, Sonia got to work on it. So deeply involved, she barely noticed when Yoda scooted out from under her desk. Then he leaned, wagging against her leg. What? Oh, time to go out? Just one more minute. How did it get to be past noon? Because routine, she decided, as she found the point to break. A good, solid routine. Downstairs, she let the dog out, slapped together half a PB&J, added some chips, grabbed a Coke. She gave Yoda a midday treat, but when he didn't follow her back upstairs, she assumed his pal Jack lingered nearby. Before she made it back to her desk, she heard the ball, and this time, to her absolute pleasure, the sound of a young boy's laughter. She worked until nearly 4, then made herself close it out for the day. She no longer heard the ball, and Yoda hadn't curled under her desk or anywhere else in the library. She found him sleeping in the kitchen. He opened one eye, batted his tail on the floor. Did Jack wear you out? I want some air, and I bet you could use some too. And the woods beckoned. She'd studied them drenched in snow, watched a deer come to their verge, wondered what it felt like, looked like beyond that verge. Now, with spring almost ready to bloom, she'd find out. Grabbing the old jacket she kept in the mudroom, she led Yoda out. He started to race around the yard, the circular pattern she often took, then stopped, head cocked, when she walked across the slope of the lawn toward the sheltering trees. The city girl wants to explore a little, she told him. Trust me, we won't go far. As she walked, she could still hear the steady beat of water on the rocks and see buds forming on trees, shrubs. Something green pushed up its stalks from the ground. Not only had the air warmed, but so had the light. She wondered if she'd noticed that change in the same way in Boston. Probably not. Not in this way. At the edge of the woods, she glanced back toward the house, then tapped her pocket where she'd put her phone. Just in case. This path right here, Yoda, and we stick to it. Under the trees, the air cooled and the light went soft. She smelled pine and earth, such a different perfume from the scent of the sea. Yoda stuck to her side as they ventured along the narrow track. She wondered how many others had walked here, and how long it had been since anyone wandered in the dappled sunlight. Now and then birds called, and a breeze, gentle as a stroking hand, stirred the trees. Otherwise, she had silence where even the relentless beat of the sea on rocks came muffled and distant. She noted downed branches and wondered if they'd fallen during a winter storm, and if John D., who plowed the driveway, the road, stacked firewood by the shed, got any of those logs from these woods. She'd have to ask. Other tracks veered from the one she and Yoda walked. Considering them, she shook her head. Not today, but maybe later. Maybe. She heard a kind of bubbling, and to her surprise and absolute delight, spotted a narrow stream running, sluggishly, she thought, but running over rocks. Would you look at that? We have a stream. A creek? Whatever, we have one. A branch, thick and sturdy, had fallen over it, forming a kind of bridge. As if to prove its use, a fat squirrel dashed across it. Her quick laugh turned into a gasp as Yoda instantly gave chase. No, Yoda, stop! But his stubby little legs had already carried him across where his joyful barks echoed back to her. Panicked, she left the path for the banks of the stream. The branch might hold a squirrel and her little dog, but it wouldn't take her weight. So she stood, shouting for Yoda as it struck her just how far they'd walked. She could count the number of times she'd walked in the woods on one hand, and none like this. Deep woods, she thought now, as pleasure turned to anxiety. Deep with all the wildlife that lived in the deep. Now the humming silence felt ominous, and the soft, dappled light a threat toward dark. With no choice, she started to ease her way down to the gurgling water to try to wade through. And Yoda came prancing back, scrambled across the branch, then wagged his way to her with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You! She scooped him up, tried for her sternest glare. Don't ever do that again! No running off in the woods! He body-wagged, licked her cheek, and didn't look the least bit penitent. Heading back, she carried him until she felt reasonably sure they were close enough to the edge of the woods to risk setting him down again. Pull that one again, and it's the leash for you, puppy. Maybe she should buy a compass, she considered, then realized she'd probably find one somewhere in the house. Of course, she didn't actually know how to use a compass, but she could learn. Maybe she felt a wave of relief when she saw the manor, heard the sea, stepped out into the stronger light. But it wouldn't stop her from walking in the woods. Sometime. They're ours, right, Yoda? I can learn to use a compass. I can buy hiking boots. Because they're ours. She pulled out her phone, checked the time. Let's go find Cleo. Chapter 6. Inside, Sonia left Yoda lapping at his water bowl and headed up to Cleo's studio. She gave a light rap on the door jamb before walking in. I'm about to go make myself presentable for... Oh, Cleo! Sonia stepped closer to the painting on the easel. She's stunning! She's gorgeous! She's amazing! I think she's finished. Cleo stood at her work table, cleaning her brushes. I'm going to leave her there. Take another good look tomorrow. And if I still think she's finished, put her in the drying rack. She's magic, Sonia murmured. The mermaid sat on the rocks, her tail a glory of jewel colors as it swept the water. And while day broke in a symphony of golds, pinks, blues, and a wail sounded out to sea, she sat, holding a glass sphere. In the sphere she held sat another, and in that sphere yet another. The detail, Cleo, inside the globes. Sonia pressed a hand to her heart. I'm awestruck, sincerely. I'm going to credit the mermaid lamp we found in storage, the happenstance of the job illustrating a book on mermaids, and this view for inspiration. She walked over, laid a hand on Sonia's shoulder as she studied her own work. Screw bullshit modesty. Cleo tossed back her hair, rocked her hips. She's special. Owen should build you a friggin' yacht for her. A pretty two-person sunfish is what I want, but he'd better appreciate her. You didn't sign her. Tomorrow, after I'm 100% sure. I guess you're wrapped for the day, and now so am I. Let's go get pretty. Not only wrapped, Sonia said as they started down. I wrapped, then took a walk in the woods. By yourself? I had Yoda. Not far in, but maybe a little more than I planned. I liked it, though there was a moment after I found this little stream or creek.
What's the difference? A creek's a small stream.
Frowning, Sonia looked over as they stopped on the second floor. How do you know that?
We have lots of them in Louisiana, son.
True. I guess a creek. Or brook. I like brook. I'm saying brook. Yoda chased a squirrel over this branch over the brook. But he came back. It was probably half a minute, but it seemed longer. I need a compass.
At least. Next time you tell me you're walking in the woods, if I can't go with you, I'll know where you are.
Deal. What are you wearing to dinner?
Haven't decided.
I bet Molly has. They went into Cleo's room together. On the bed lay a dress, belted at the waist in a coppery color. With it lay a lacy black sweater. Nice choice, Sonia decided.
I have to agree. Thanks, Molly.
Sonia continued to her own room and found her navy square-necked dress paired with her cream-colored waist-length suede jacket. I don't think I've ever put those two pieces together. I like it. Thanks, Molly. Deciding she'd gotten used to having a fashion consultant, among other things, Sonia took her time. She thought of all that had happened since she dressed for dinner with Trey, and he'd had to cancel. She'd walked through the mirror, Owen beside her. She'd seen Lisbeth Poole die at her own wedding reception, watched Hester Dobbs glide through, a ghost among ghosts, to take Lisbeth's ring. And she'd pulled herself into the normal, so she and Cleo could make dinner for the men who'd stood with them, stood by them. Trey had watched Dobbs leap to her death off the seawall. Cleo found Lisbeth's portrait, what was surely the third in a series. Now it hung in the music room. They'd withstood Dobbs's 3 a.m. tantrum. It felt good to think of them as tantrums. Then watched her, as Trey had, leap from the seawall. Through it all, she thought as she added earrings, they'd worked and laughed and lived. And she'd taken a walk in the woods with her dog. Her life, Sonia reflected, had grown so much richer, so much fuller since her move to Maine and the manor. Though she'd spent, excepting the past few months, her whole life in Boston, she felt her roots digging deep into the rocky coast of Maine. She missed the easy access to her mother, and suspected she always would. But the rest? No. She'd left that part of her life behind. Stepping back, she did a half-turn in the mirror, then slid into her shoes, and with Yoda trailing behind, walked down the hall. She peeked into Cleo's room.
I'm nearly there,
Cleo called out.
I got distracted. A text from Lucy Cabot about a cat. I'm gonna go see it. Her. It's a girl cat. Tomorrow when I go into town for supplies.
After perfecting her lipstick, Cleo stepped out of the bathroom and looked at Yoda.
If she's my cat and I bring her home, you have to be sweet to her.
Lucy wouldn't have called you if the cat didn't get along with dogs. And Yoda's already been field tested with cats. This could be fun.
This is really just a look-see.
Yeah, that's what I said about Yoda. He wagged when Sonia gestured toward him. Look and see. They started downstairs just as the doorbell bonged. Talk about timing.
Doesn't that man have a key?
Cleo asked. He does, but he's Trey. He'd think emergency only. Yoda was already dancing at the door and bulleted out to greet Mookie when Sonia opened it.
He thinks he's the lucky one,
Trey commented.
But I'm the one taking 2 beautiful women to dinner. Has the Mook had his?
Cleo asked.
He has.
Then I'd say we're set. She picked up the tug rope, offered it, and the games began. You boys behave. She stepped out, rose up to kiss Trey. More luck, going out to dinner with a handsome man. Or will it be 2 handsome men?
Owen's meeting us. Apparently Jones is staying home and watching his favorite movie.
And what might that be? Cleo wondered as they walked to Trey's car.
Scooby-Doo?
101 Dalmatians?
King Kong, the original. You're kidding.
Trey shook his head as he held car doors open.
Don't ask me why, but Jones goes for it. And clearly roots for Kong.
I get the second part. Sonia glanced back at Cleo, got a nod of agreement. You take a giant ape out of his kingdom, try to merchandise him, what do you expect? Then she touched a hand to his arm. Can you tell us how it went with your friend and her kids?
It wasn't pretty. But in the end, he won't fight her for custody or for relocating. He's angling for a deal on the charges. I hate that,
Cleo muttered from the back seat, and Trey glanced at her in the rearview mirror.
I understand that. The deal, if it happens, helps clear the way for my client to get herself and her kids back with family out of state. More, it'll spare her the need to return here for a trial. I don't see the prosecutor going for less than 15 for that guilty plea.
Is your client okay with that? Sonia wondered.
She just wants to feel safe, for her kids to feel safe. That means going back with her mother and her sister, and that's my priority.
Cleo leaned forward, put a hand on Trey's shoulder.
Of course it is, and should be. I'd never make it as a lawyer because I'd want to burn his balls off with a lighter.
It would take a long time to manage that. Trey flicked her another glance.
Remind me to stay on your good side. I'd say you're safe there. I met your daddy yesterday and I liked him too much to ever burn his son's balls. Thanks, Dad. How'd that go? I didn't have a chance to talk to him today.
I think we understand Patricia Poole a lot better now. And I'm going to try to talk to Greta Poole. At some point, anyway. And we had some things happen I haven't told you about yet. I thought we'd wait until both you and Owen. We were fine, Sonia added. We are fine.
After that business with the mirror, Cleo put in, it's clear the four of us are in this together. So, fair enough.
But as he drove into town, he shot Sonia a look as if to assure himself on one single fact. She was fine. And more news, Sonia began. Cleo finished the painting she's trading to Owen, and it's breathtaking.
Probably finished,
Cleo corrected.
But I'm happy to take the breathtaking.
If you can stay tonight, we'll go up so you can see it.
Sounds like a win all around for me.
He parked, sent her a smile.
I've got a maybe bag in the trunk.
The same young hostess greeted them in the lobster cage and cast her wistful eyes on Trey.
She's got it bad,
Cleo commented when the hostess had passed out menus and walked back to her station.
She's 20,
Trey muttered.
I had a serious crush on my art history professor. I was 19, Cleo remembered. And I'd have to guess he was more than twice that. I'd have been in serious trouble if he'd taken advantage. Got over him, didn't you?
Trey asked.
Yes, but the memories are sweet.
Sonia remembered their server with his orange-streaked dark hair and a top knot, an environmental engineering student who'd shifted from in-person college to remote when his father had fallen ill.
Good evening, ladies. Trey, can I start you off with some drinks while you wait for the rest of your party? He should be right along. How about a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc?
That got the go-ahead.
Bring 4 glasses, Ian. If Owen wants something else, he'll tell you when he gets here. Which is right now,
he added as Owen walked in. While his hair looked windswept and fell wherever it chose, he'd obviously put on a fresh shirt, fresh jeans. He dropped down in the booth beside Cleo.
Sorry,
he said.
Got busy. We just got here. I ordered a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. Great. What are the rest of you drinking? That busy?
Trey commented.
And then some. Hey, Ian. Hey, Owen. I'll get your wine right out to you.
Good busy? Cleo wondered as the server left the table.
Busy's usually good in business. It sounds like things have been busy at the manor, too. You wanted to wait for Owen to tell us. Well, here's Owen. Tell us what?
Cleo found a portrait of Lisbeth in the studio closet.
No shit. Huh.
Owen sat back.
Who painted it?
Colin,
your uncle,
Cleo specified.
It's absolutely beautiful.
A wedding portrait again. Even if it wasn't obviously a wedding dress, I'd have recognized it, since you and I, Owen, both saw her wearing it.
We hung it in the music room with the others.
Owen shifted slightly to Cleo.
Good. That's where it belongs.
He flicked a glance at Trey.
There will be 3 more. Maybe 4 if they don't count the one of Astrid in the entrance. Is it like the other 2?
Trey asked.
Size, frame?
Exactly, Sonia told him.
4 more then, in my opinion. Neither Colin nor your father painted the one of Astrid, and it's much bigger. Different style frame. This is going to be a set.
Or a series, Sonia agreed. From the last bride to the first. Ian returned with the wine. Once Trey had tasted and approved, he told them the night specials as he poured all 4 glasses. Before he could step away to give them time, both Sonia and Cleo opted for specials. Trey and Owen went for old favorites.
That's what I like, Owen decided. 4 different meals. You're never going to eat all that lobster Cantonese, he said to Cleo.
I'm going to give it a serious try.
Trade him a sample for one of his lobster pot pie,
Trey advised.
He won't regret it. Now there's more after the portrait. How did Dobbs take it?
Not well. With a shrug, Sonia lifted her wine. A lot of banging, slamming, wind blowing, lights flickering. But she ran out of steam.
Mostly,
Cleo added.
Mostly.
Sonia told them about the events at 3 a.m. Trey's eyes narrowed.
Facing the house?
Yes, at first. She wasn't when you saw her. He shook his head at Sonia.
No, her back to the house, then the jump. And no banging or blowing the doors open. No CCR warning from Clover?
Now Trey shook his head at Owen.
The clock, the piano music, and something that pulled me to the window to watch her jump. Nothing else.
You're about to say I should have called or texted you, but there wasn't any need. Sonia gave Trey's arm a squeeze. We got the doors closed and she jumped, and it was done for the night. I worked out in the gym this morning.
Rubbed her face in it,
Owen said, and got a smile from Sonia. Maybe. She rang the gold room bell a lot, but that was it. Cleo thinks she ran low on power after the night. I agree with her there. Dobbs stayed quiet the rest of the day. She stayed quiet. So quiet, Cleo finished the mermaid painting.
Wait a minute. It's done? When can I have it?
I'm not sure it's done. I'll be sure tomorrow. Then it needs to dry, then it needs to be framed.
I can make the frame. I'll make the frame.
Nothing ornate, and it shouldn't look shiny and new.
I'll make the frame,
Owen repeated.
I just want another look at her first. How long before I can have her?
Cleo picked up her wine, smiled sweetly. Where's my boat?
I'll bring the design when I come to look at her.
Then we'll talk. Now tell me how your dog became a fan of King Kong, the old one.
Original,
he countered.
And who isn't? I can come by tomorrow, after work. About 5, maybe.
Fine. As long as you understand you can't take her or frame her for several weeks.
Months? That's longer than you took to paint her.
Yes, welcome to my world. I wanted to use oils, Cleo explained. I used a medium that cuts the drying time. Otherwise, you'd be looking at 6 months, not 2.
That's the way it works?
It is.
Then that's the way it works.
When the meals came, conversation drifted into general areas, easy talk. Halfway through, Bree Marshall bolted out of the kitchen, chef's hat over her short red hair. Nudging Owen over, she scooted onto the edge of the booth.
I've got 5 minutes. Tell me about this event. How many people?
Well, we don't know yet, Sonia began. But
you'll need to get a ballpark soon. You're going to order food from all the restaurants in the village?
That's the plan, so...
You want to nail down what you want from each. You don't let them choose or you'll have a mess of it. You want servers, bartenders, a kitchen crew, and you need somebody to monitor the bathrooms. People will want to pee.
Cleo leaned forward to look around Owen.
How would you feel about helping coordinate all that?
Like you're smart, Bree said and grinned.
I need to see the venue. I can come up next Monday about 11.
Perfect, Sonia told her. We appreciate your help.
You're gonna need it. Open houses are chaotic, and I live in the chaos.
She smiled over at Trey.
That's why we'd never have made it.
Then she gave Owen an elbow bump.
We'd have been a better match. I tried to tell you.
No, you didn't.
Subliminally.
Oh, I missed that. She gave him a smacking kiss on the cheek that made him laugh. Too late now. Manny's got me by the heart and hormones. Gotta get back. I'm ordering you 2 ramekins of chocolate lava cake and 2 of strawberry shortcake to share. You'll thank me. And just like that, she was gone. Why do I feel we were run over by a flash flood of whipped cream? Sonia wondered.
She does that.
Then Trey angled his head, looked at Owen.
Subliminally? She's hot.
Owen shrugged.
She's always been hot, but I stood by the code. Anyway, she's right. You're smart to enlist her for this deal you're doing. She lives in the chaos because she knows how to manage the chaos,
Trey said. And people, Sonia added, which is why we're sharing chocolate lava and strawberry shortcake for dessert, to which I have no objections.
Which, again,
Trey said,
makes you smart.
When desserts arrived, Sonia couldn't argue about the smart.
I've got it,
Owen said when Trey signaled for the check.
You covered the last time we grabbed a meal, and I've had more than a few up at the manor. It's all yours.
Thanks. Sonia sent a look toward Cleo, got a nod. Since you're coming by around 5 tomorrow, why don't you stay for dinner? And you, Trey, if you can make it.
I think I'm going to try my hand at jambalaya. My grandmare sent me her recipe. It's got some heat on it. Then I'm there.
Owen paid the check, grinned at Trey.
I like the hot. I have to take off. I need to get an early start tomorrow. Then we'll see you around 5. And thanks for dinner,
Cleo added.
Welcome.
He slid out, turned to Sonia.
Maybe I can crash at your place tomorrow night. I wouldn't mind seeing Dobbs take a header off the cliffs, if she does an encore.
Plan on the first. Who knows about the second? And you should both see Lisbeth's portrait.
Tomorrow,
he said and left. The others didn't linger long and drove home in a soft, quiet spring rain. The dogs greeted them like war heroes before rushing outside. We'll let them back in through the mudroom so they don't track wet through the house. Cleo and I will show you the portrait.
Just waiting in the closet?
That sounds right, Cleo decided.
Waiting. I put some supplies I'd ordered in there a few days ago. Nothing then. Went in today to get something out, and there she was.
They turned into the music room. Trey said,
Wow,
and walked closer.
Beautiful. The subject and the work. She's the first biological pool up here, and it shows. The resemblance.
He turned to Sonia.
Old photos don't show it as clearly. You have the same eyes, the same shape of the face.
I guess that's true. Someone, maybe several someones, wants us to have these. And hanging them here, that's felt right from the first one.
And you're both right about the set. These are painted to go together. I think before it's done, we'll have all 7. 1 generation missing,
Cleo added. Patricia Poole. I think she must have had some altercation, some event with Dobbs. Deuce had old newspaper clippings, society news and so on. She'd been to the manor any number of times before she married a Poole.
She met Michael Poole Jr. here,
Cleo put in.
We found a gossipy article on that. Dinner party deal. She had her engagement party to him here. Another society article with a photo of them. But not the wedding and nothing after.
Trey stepped back to study all 3 portraits together.
I'd bet on that altercation happening at the engagement party. Not all facts and evidence, but...
That's it! Thrilled, Sonia clasped her hands together. Talk about smart and screw all the facts. That makes genius sense.
I'm going to agree with Sonia. If something happened before to scare her enough, why consent to the engagement party here? The wedding was what, Sonia, like 9 months later?
10, and a big, important one. So they'd start planning right off. She went from swanning around for her engagement into breaking Poole tradition and refusing to hold her wedding reception here, refusing to move into the most important house in the area.
Facts not in evidence,
Trey repeated, and slipped his hands into his pockets as he studied the 3 portraits.
And I'd put money on it. I don't know what it really tells you, but I'd place that bet.
It says Dobbs scared her off, and where and when. I wonder if she showed herself to any of the others before their weddings.
I don't know, but I can't think she wanted to scare Patricia off.
Cleo spread her hands.
I don't see why she would, when that meant she had to wait another 20-odd years for her next victim.
Clover used Sonia's phone for the Beatles' I, Me, Mine. Yeah, that was you. Gently, Sonia touched the frame of Clover's portrait. Maybe she taunted Patricia somehow. Went too far and it backfired. That's what makes the most sense.
And now what makes the most sense is for me to go up and read myself to sleep. I'll see you in the morning, Sonia. Probably not you, Trey, but tomorrow night, I'll be here.
Night, Cleo. And we should bring the dogs in. At the doorway, before she turned off the light in the music room, Sonia took one last look at the portraits, thought of the past, thought of the future. Then she turned off the lights and focused on now. The dogs rushed in as happily as they'd rushed out, and a lot more sloppy. While they dried wet paws, Sonia opened what she considered the next door with Trey. I want to say a couple things to you. His eyebrows lifted as he glanced at her.
Okay.
First, you have a key to the manor. I don't want you to feel you have to ring the bell. You can just use your key. And next, she rose, started to walk with him and the dogs through the house. If you wanted, you could leave a few things here so you don't have to pack a bag whenever you stay. I'm not saying all this to box you in,
I already built the box for myself,
he interrupted and took her hand.
It's a nice box. It's roomy.
She tipped her head toward his shoulder. So I can fit in there too?
It's a nice box,
he repeated as they started up the stairs.
There's a lid if it starts to crowd you.
You said it was roomy, she reminded him. And it feels like a really good fit. They walked into her sitting room, through to her bedroom. As the dogs headed straight to the bed they shared on visits, Sonia closed the bedroom door, leaned back against it. Leave a few things, Trey. I've got plenty of space in here, and in my life.
I'll leave a few things.
He set down the bag, stepped to her.
Because I want that space in here, and in your life.
I'm glad you're here. She lifted her arms, circled them around his neck. I'm always glad when you're here. When their mouths met, the hunger leaped in her, so fast, so fierce it stunned her. She wanted this, the physical, wanted him to stir up all those needs until they boiled over and burned them both. As if sensing it, he pressed his body to hers, trapping her against the door while the kiss leaped from hungry to desperate. Raw need, she realized. For whatever reason, tonight the need ran raw in both of them. Surrendering to it, she took her arms from around him long enough to struggle out of her jacket. As their mouths took and took, she rushed to unbutton his shirt and moaned in pleasure as she stripped the shirt away to find warm flesh, hard body. He yanked down the zipper at the back of her dress. The dress fell, and before she could step out of it, his hands were everywhere. With none of his usual patience, those hands demanded, possessed, aroused until those raw needs boiled over, until she felt the burn she'd craved. She let out a moan. Don't stop.
Couldn't.
Her fingers wanted to tremble as she tugged at his belt. Now. It had to be now, or the need would tear her to pieces, a wild animal of greed. When she freed him, took him hard and ready in her hand, she felt him pull at her briefs. Tear them! God, just tear them! I have more! When she heard the thin fabric rip, she let out a laughing gasp. Now! Right now! He lifted her so her back slid up against the door, her fingers dug into his shoulders. Then their eyes met, and they held. And something new wrapped around that raw need, just as strong, just as urgent. Looking into his eyes, feeling the strength of his hands, the heat of his body, she said, yes. Then again, yes. He slid inside her, slowly, a deliberate torment for them both. With every inch, her body shuddered and it rejoiced. When he was sheathed deep, their eyes remained locked. He watched her as he saw pleasure swamp those green eyes, as the heat they brought each other flushed her skin and slicked it. Their bodies slid together and slapped together until she gasped with every beat. He watched her fly, even as her legs wrapped around him. As he took her weight, she flew. Just as she went limp, he flew after. Chapter 7. Though she felt so used up, so loose, so sated she thought she could sleep through an alien invasion, Sonia pulled on a t-shirt and sleep shorts. If I walk, she told Trey. I don't want to walk naked. That's just weird on top of weird.
You look good naked.
I'll take that compliment, and still. In bed, she snuggled up against him. You look good naked, too.
And still, I'll pull on pants if you walk. I'll be with you.
I know. With a hand over his heart, she slid straight into sleep. At 3, with the chime of the clock, the drift of piano music, she stirred and she sighed. Even before she turned from him, Trey knew she'd walk. He grabbed his pants from the foot of the bed, yanked them on as she got out of bed and started for the door. I'm coming, she murmured. As he followed her, the dogs woke. Quiet, he told both of them. Stay quiet. They trailed behind him out of the doorway, and down it he saw Cleo step out of her door. It felt like I should get up, she whispered. I really wish Owen had come back with us. When Sonia passed her, Cleo fell into step with Trey. Is she out there? Dobbs. I didn't take time to look.
Neither did I.
At the end of the hall, Sonia looked toward the nursery, the weeping. So sad, she said. So sorry. But rather than walk that way, Sonia turned toward the stairs. For reassurance, Cleo reached for Trey's hand. Maybe it's the mirror's in a different room tonight. Trey nodded as they followed.
Maybe. But she knows where she needs to go. Not hurrying, but no hesitation either.
Halfway down the stairs, the music changed from the lament of Barbara Allen to something lively, and to Trey unrecognizable.
That's new. The music change.
It's happier, Cleo decided. Do you hear voices? I sorta do.
Like an echo. Distant. Singing?
I think so. At the base of the steps, Sonia turned to walk down the hall. She stopped at the door to the music room, then stepped just inside.
The music. The voices. All still distant. But she hears something.
See something too? Cleo wondered. Do you see anything? There's not much light, just some backwash from the night lights we plugged in, but I don't think we should turn them on.
No, we won't turn them on. And no, I don't see anything but the music room.
Sonia saw the music room, and to her eye it was brightly lit. Flowers painted on pale blue globes shined from the lamps gracing side tables, and the candles in a silver candelabra on the piano flickered. Their glow illuminated the room as dark pressed against the windows. She saw a trio of men in suits, and women, 2 of them young, in pretty dresses that swept toward their ankles. She recognized Owen Poole as he looked on indulgently while the woman, his wife, second wife and mother of his children, played the piano. Behind her, Lisbeth, her dark hair wound in a braid around the crown of her head, sang a song about the seaside. As it had once before, a different tableau. It all went still. The young man, Edward, Lisbeth's fiancé, stopped with a glass halfway to his lips and a wide smile on his face. Lisbeth's mother sat, her hands still on the piano keys, her head tossed back in a laugh. The hem of a blue dress stilled on a swirl as the young woman wearing it stopped in mid-turn. The fire in the little hearth stopped crackling and remained frozen like one of the paintings on the wall. In her pink frock with its flounced skirt, Lisbeth turned to Sonia.
We were so gay that night. Mama played and played. I loved my Edward. Isn't he handsome?
He's very handsome.
We'd be married in just a few more weeks. My dress is a real dilly, too. Papa didn't mind the cost one bit. Not for his little girl. Everyone's coming. It'll be an absolute crush.
I know.
You know,
Lisbeth agreed.
It hurt when I died. And I was so afraid. I was sad, too. And for a while, it made me even sadder that Edward moved on. He found someone else to love, and he got married, had a family. It made me so very sad. But then, I loved him so much, and I wouldn't have wanted him to stop living, like I did.
She smiled, simply beamed.
Though wouldn't that be romantic? Tragic and romantic like a novel. But I loved him too much for that. I never believed in curses. Such silliness, that's what I thought. Now, you have to stop her. You have to break the curse. Find the rings, Sonia.
How? Where?
Well, silly, I don't know.
She looked over at Edward again, smiling with the glass partway to his lips.
I wish we'd had one night together. Even just one night.
The tableau broke. The fire crackled in the hearth. Edward sipped from his glass, and the girl in the blue dress turned. Behind her mother, Lisbeth sang.
You and me, oh, how happy we'll be.
Then it all vanished in the dark. Trembling, Sonia fumbled behind her for the light switch, then jolted when Yoda brushed against her leg. On a half-turn, she saw Trey and Cleo.
Did you see her? See them? Did you see? No, here.
Trey drew her against him.
You're cold. No, just overwhelmed. I think I'm going to sit down a minute.
She turned again, walked unsteadily to a chair.
You didn't see them? I was asleep. Then I wasn't, and I was here. And there were people, and music, and Lisbeth.
We heard music and singing, but like it was far off. Cleo squeezed her hand. I'm going to get you some water.
No, I'm fine. Well, not fine, but okay. You didn't see anything?
What did you see? Trey asked.
It was a little party. I recognized Owen. Not our Owen, Lisbeth's father. And her mother was playing the piano. Lisbeth was singing. She was wearing a pink dress and singing, By the Sea.
Sonia sang.
By the sea, by the beautiful sea. And Edward, her fiancé, was watching her and smiling. And one more couple, young like them, a girl in a blue dress, a man in a suit. As she stared at the piano, she stroked the head Mookie laid in her lap. Warm, real, she thought. Then it all stopped. Froze. Just the way it did when I saw Astrid in that party in the parlor. Except for Lisbeth. She looked at me. She saw me. She spoke to me.
You talked to her.
She looked up at Trey. That wasn't just in my head. You heard me?
Your side of the conversation. Cleo sat on the arm of the chair, rubbed a hand on Sonia's arm.
She told me how happy they'd all been that night. Though I could see it for myself.
Sonia told them the rest.
The room was different, but not much. Different paintings on the wall, and of course the portraits weren't there. But the Victrola we brought down, it was right there, just where we put it. I think it was new.
It wasn't Dobbs, Cleo said. Not this time.
No, not this time. They were so happy. It was like when I saw Astrid in the parlor. Just friends and family having fun, an evening together with music. She wanted me to see that.
And feel that, Cleo added.
I did feel it.
There's more of that in this house. That feeling, Trey said. That history, than what Dobbs brought into it. And that's what you're bringing back to it.
I know it. And though it's way beyond strange, I'm glad I had the chance to see her, talk to her. They really loved each other, Lisbeth and Edward. It was young and sweet, but it was love. There's a lot of that in this house, too. People who loved each other. I'd say I'm sorry I got you all up at 3 a.m., but it's not the first time, and I don't think it'll be the last.
Taking a breath, Sonia rose.
What do you say we all go back to bed?
I'm for it. You two can walk me to my room on your way. Well, you four, since we have our canine escort. At the door, Trey took one last scan before he turned out the lights. All quiet, he decided. All settled. For now. In the morning, he talked her into the shower, so her day started out in the best possible way. Downstairs, the dogs, their morning ritual slightly delayed, dashed outside. By the time they dashed back in for breakfast, Sonia, absolutely content, sat down next to Trey with coffee and bowls of cereal. If you don't count middle-of-the-night conversations with dead relatives, this feels so normal. Trey tapped his mug against hers.
It's our normal.
You take it all so, well, just in stride.
I grew up in and around the manor, with the legends, the rumors, and with a couple of my own experiences. You've had a hell of a lot more to adjust to, and I don't see a hitch in your stride, cutie.
Oh, she'd had more than a few hitches, she thought. When I first moved in, it was easy to dismiss things. Mostly little things, as old house, imagination, coincidence, whatever. He remembered how she'd looked that first day, standing there, the ground blanketed with snow, her hair dancing in the cold wind under her knit hat. He remembered the look of wonder and excitement on her face.
It didn't take you long to accept and deal.
Falling in love with the house, and I have to admit, at first sight, factored into that. But, and I've never believed what I'm about to say, do you think some of it comes through the blood? The pool blood? I don't know if I'll ever really think of myself as a pool. Born and raised and happily as a McTavish, but, he agreed.
And I think your ancestry could play into it. Clearly you and Owen, both pools, could see something in the mirror Cleo and I couldn't. And could, Jesus, what a moment. Walk into it. You saw and heard what you did last night. Cleo and I only barely got a hint of it.
But you both hear Dobbs when she goes on one of her fits, and you've seen her twice now, once in the gold room, and that was another moment, and out on the seawall. Cleo saw her out there too.
Dobbs wasn't a pool.
Swallowing a spoonful of cereal, Sonia sat back. She wasn't a pool. That's so simple and logical it went right by me, counselor.
Simple, logical. It doesn't explain why I've seen Clover twice, and you haven't.
Oh, that just shows you're not a girl.
Guilty as charged, but how does that apply?
Obviously, she's soft on you, and has been. Suddenly, Trey's phone rang out with the classic, holding out for a hero. Raising her eyebrows knowingly, Sonia pointed at him. I rest my case.
Who am I to argue with a hot babe? Make that 2 hot babes. Mookie and I have to get to the office. You'll text if you need me?
Yes. I intend to have a very good, very productive day. You have one too. He rose.
Any day that starts out with shower sex is already good and productive.
I can't argue with that, she said and kissed him. Bye, Mookie. Be a good boy and a wise legal consultant. Alone, Sonia dealt with the breakfast dishes as she imagined the ever-vigilant Molly had already made the bed. Come on, Yoda, let's go to work. Upstairs, she started with checks of her texts and emails. Though it tempted her to dive right into the writer proposal, she ordered herself to work on current clients. She could end the day with the big potential. She'd barely begun when she saw Cleo. A little early for you.
When you're up, you're up. I'm going to pull myself together and hit the market. I'm hoping to score some andouille sausage because Grandmère claims it makes all the difference.
Listen to you. Not a little amazed, Sonia sat back. I'm not sure I knew there were types of sausage. What's andouille?
Spicy,
Cleo said with relish. Then frowned, cocked her head. You had morning sex. How could you know that? Astonished, Sonia threw up her hands. How could you possibly know that?
Because I can see you're relaxed in a way I envy. I really miss morning sex. And afternoon sex. And bedtime sex. And now, damn it, I'm thinking about sex I'm not having. I'm going for coffee.
It was morning shower sex, Sonia called out. Damn you, Sonia! Laughing, Sonia went back to work. Less than an hour later, Cleo, in spring weight khakis, a lavender cashmere sweater, stopped at the doorway.
I'm off. Did you think of anything you want me to pick up?
No. But the glory of her friend's hair had her vowing to call the salon at her first break. I have a consultant call in about 30, so if I don't answer when you come back, I'm still on it. And I bet you come back with a cat, so I'm timing my break for then so I can cuddle her.
I'm just going to look.
Uh-huh.
See you and Miss Kitty Cat later.
As it had before, the barrage began before Cleo could have turned down Manor Road. The iPad roared out with Springsteen's No Surrender. Don't worry, I won't. When Yoda tried to crawl into her lap, Sonia picked him up, stroked him as her pocket doors slammed closed, slammed open, then closed again. Wind, bitter and cold, lashed through the room and plucked a few books off their shelves. Under her feet, the floor seemed to lift and fall. On the second floor of the library, the wall screen screamed on with the sound of bullets blazing. Sonia's heart hammered in her throat. Yoda trembled in her arms, but she stayed where she was.
Keep it up, bitch! You don't impress me!
Fog crawled into the room. Feeling the ice flow from it, Sonia lifted her feet, crossed her legs under her before it slithered under her desk. She watched her own breath expel in clouds as the cold dug into her bones.
We're staying right here!
She shouted it, but nearly reached for the phone to call Trey when she heard the main doors crash open. Then it stopped. It all stopped. She heard her own tattered breathing as the silence fell, and the air warmed again. We're okay. As he shook, she hugged Yoda against her, stroked his soft, brindled fur. We're okay. When Christina Aguilera's fighter filled the room, Sonia let out one long breath. Yeah, I'm learning to be one. She made herself get up, replace the books. When she went out, looked down, she saw the main doors stood closed. But she could feel the remnants of cold still sneaking down from the third floor.
Nice try! Keep wasting your energy, bitch!
She checked the time and decided she had enough of it to spare. Though he'd stopped trembling, she carried Yoda downstairs. She let him take a run outside, in the sun, and while he did, girded her loins and made an appointment at the salon. More courage, she congratulated herself. She rewarded herself with a Coke and got a rawhide bone for Yoda before she called him back in. Then she went back upstairs, settled him, settled herself, and waited for her consult to begin. Cleo came back with groceries and a cat. Since Yoda had already raced down at the sound of the door, Sonia followed. Halfway there, she saw Cleo, a bag of groceries in one hand, a young, sleek black cat in the other.
I knew it!
Sonia jogged the rest of the way down.
Oh, Yoda, don't disappoint me,
she said when he put his front paws on Cleo's legs to sniff at the newcomer, who, Sonia noted, looked at him regally from her superior height. She's just 6 months old. She's already been spayed, so I don't have to go through that. Lucy said she's fine with other animals and kids. And hell, son, her eyes did it. Look at them. I've got to say, they're pool green. It was mint. Well, she's beautiful. Gently, Sonia stroked the soft, pure black fur. And why am I not surprised you have a black cat? What's her name? She's Pie Wacket. She's Pie. Like the math thing? Not pie. P-Y-E. Pie Wacket. It's from an old movie, one of my mama's favorites. Bell, Book, and Candle about witches. We'll watch it sometime. We'll watch a movie about witches in this house? Fun, interesting witches with a romance. Anyway, Kim Novak's cat is Pie Wacket, her familiar. Okay, then. Welcome to Lost Bride Manor, Pie. Lucy's just wonderful, Cleo gushed as she snuggled the cat. She gave me most everything Pie needs, and I stopped back into the store for a few more things. I'll go get them. There's more groceries, too, but I don't want to leave her alone in the house just yet. I'll get everything. It's break time anyway. I got the job. The other law firm job? Woo, sewn! And Dobbs had a big tantrum. I'll tell you about it when we put the groceries away. She ran out. I don't like when she goes after Sonia and I'm not here. We've got ourselves a witch, Pie, a mean-ass ghost, and more. You'll get used to it. Cleo looked down at the dog, who danced in place, tail swinging. I'm going to put you down to get acquainted with Yoda. You both better make friends. She set Pie down, then crossed her fingers. Yoda wagged, whined, sniffed. The cat turned this way and that, as if waiting for the dog to scratch an itch. Then she stretched herself under his jaw, as if to take care of it herself, before slinking off toward the parlor, to, Cleo assumed, begin exploring her domain.
Isn't she perfect?
Cleo said. She turned as Sonia came in, arms loaded.
And they got along fine. Here, let me take some of that. Just leave the welcome basket and so on here. I'll start on the groceries. I'm going to put her litter box in the mudroom if that's okay.
That should be the place for it.
But I'm going to teach her to go out with Yoda.
At the door, ready to go out for the rest, Sonia paused.
You're going to housebreak a cat? I'm going to housebreak this cat. The litter box will be for emergencies only when I'm done. Come on, Yoda. Let's see if she follows.
Pi followed, in her own time, and in her perfectly slinky way. When Sonia came in, Cleo grinned.
I'm going to put her food and water bowls with Yoda's so they learn to eat together. That's the first stage of learning to poop together. If you say so, I do. I ordered a cat tree. I've been looking at them online and went with Lucy's pick, which actually looks like a tree. It can go up in the studio. And I ordered the cutest little bed. It's like a little pink cave. Pink? She's a girl. Now tell me everything. I'll start with the good stuff. The law firm wants something like what I did for the Doyles. Updated photos, bios. It's not a family firm, but I can work the same type of feel, just a bit more formal. They've already sent back the contract. I owe Deuce for the speed there. They were already sold. You did the work that sold them, Cleo reminded her. But we'll give Deuce a big hug. They know Corinne and liked her work so much on the photos, they're going to contact her, hire her if she's available to do theirs. So I know going in I'll have excellent shots to work with. Is this that sausage you wanted? Yes, score. Now if I can make it half as good as my grandmère. Tell me about Dobbs. Like that other time, you were barely on the road when she started. She thinks divide and conquer, but that's bullshit.
Cleo's tiger eyes flicked upward.
There's no dividing here. What did she do?
Sonia started at the beginning as they finished putting away groceries, set out Pyewacket's food and water, and Cleo put the litter box in the mudroom, where Sonia believed it would become a house staple.
I hate you alone through all that.
I think it's good, actually. It proved, to her and to myself, I can handle what she tosses out. And while I nearly called Trey, I feel incredibly satisfied I got through it on my own.
No shame calling him. Or me. You remember that.
I will, Sonia promised, when I need to. But now I've got work, especially if I want to carve out a little time for the writer presentation. What time for cooking? I want to give you a hand.
After Owen checks out the painting and I see his design for my boat.
Sounds good.
You go on. I'm going to walk out with Yoda and Pi, get them started on that part of her training.
Surprised, Sonia glanced down at the sleek little cat. You're going to let her outside? Cleo answered dryly.
Outside's an essential aspect of housebreaking, son.
Aren't you worried she'll take off?
Lucy said she'd been in their yard. It's fenced, but she could climb it. She knows when she's got it good. And around here, she'll have it more than good.
All right, then. Sonia gave the cat another dubious glance, but went back to work. When she heard Cleo coming up the stairs, cooing to the cat, she relaxed.
She peed!
Amused, Sonia gave her friend a thumbs up. Yoda didn't prance up the stairs, but in a few minutes, Sonia heard the bounce of the ball and his running feet. She thought, all's well in the manor. Chapter 8. By late afternoon, Sonia dug herself so deep into the work she didn't notice Cleo going downstairs. Just after 5, she surfaced with a jolt at the bong of the doorbell.
I've got it,
Cleo called up. Shortly after, Cleo and Owen stopped at the library doors. Yoda raced out to greet Jones. Jones responded with a dignified wag and pointedly ignored the cat, who slunk behind them.
We're going up to the studio. If you're not done when we're done up there, don't worry about it. I can draft Owen as sous chef.
I'm about ready to shut down. Brain's starting to fizzle.
I'll just dump my gear in the room first,
Owen said. When he walked down the hall, Cleo gestured.
Look at that. She's following him just like the dogs. When he came in the house, she went right to him, started whining around his legs.
Hussy. I know, right?
She and his dog didn't even acknowledge each other. But when Owen reached down to give Pi a stroke, Jones looked away. It was disgust, son, I swear it. And Pa, she purred orgasmically. I think you're jealous. Maybe. A little bit. She shrugged it off, and when Owen walked back, trailed by the cat and 2 dogs, told Sonia, "We shouldn't be long. Take your time. I'll be ready when you are." Cleo started up the stairs. "I didn't figure you for a cat person." Owen glanced at her. "Why not? Eye patch dog. Dogs, cats, whatever. Animals are usually easier to deal with than a lot of people, dead or alive. Did she show up last night to take her dive?" "Can't say, but we have stories to tell. Let's do this first." On the 3rd floor, he looked down toward the gold room. "Quiet now. She rumbled a little this afternoon. And yet you spend a lot of time up here. No way in hell she's robbing me of my studio." When they stepped in, he saw why. Because all he saw was the painting. The beauty on the rocks, the colors, the details down to the water streaming from the sounding whale, and the magic in the globe. He set the tube he carried on the work table. "She's gonna be worth the wait. Jesus, I haven't got the word for her, and I got plenty of words when I need them." He took his eyes off the art to look at the artist. "I knew you were good. I didn't know you were this good. I think she's the best thing I've ever done, so you'd better take good care of her." "You don't have to worry about that." He stepped closer. "Don't touch!" "Right." He shoved his hands in his pockets. "You're right about the frame, and I can make one that suits her. I need the measurements. 24 by 30 inches, 1 3/8 deep." "Is that exact?" "It is." "Okay then. Got it. You'd better see the design because once I start, I start. No changing your mind. When I make it up, I stick." Cleo planted a hand on her hip. "When I make a deal, I keep it." "Then take a look and make it up." The cat jumped on the back of the love seat, where she watched the dogs like a queen watched her subjects. At the work table, Owen slid out and arranged the drafting papers. Cleo said nothing as she stared at the sketches, from port, from starboard, from bow, and from stern. Carved mermaids swam up the sides. Another, hair flowing back, graced the bow. Her mermaid, she realized. He'd replicated the face, the hair, on the boat she'd traded her for. He'd said it to her, and now she thought it of him. She hadn't known he was this good. "Unexpected," she managed. Pressing her fingers to her lips, she turned away. "Listen, you want something else?" She just waved a hand, breathed out, turned back to him. The evening sun streamed in the windows behind her, shot a halo around her hair. "I haven't had my own pet or my own boat since I moved to Boston. Other things took priority, like school, then get my toe in a career. I moved here and there was Yoda, so I had him, even though he's Sonia's. And today I got Pi. You knew where her name came from when I told you what I'd called her." "Sure. It's a great movie. I like old movies." "Yeah, so do I. I knew you'd build me a boat that was sound, would handle well. A boat I'd enjoy sailing in the lovely bay. But I didn't expect you to come up with one that speaks to me like that one would. Can you really do that? Those carved mermaids?" "Well, yeah. Why would I spend time designing what I couldn't build?" "Well, it's perfect. More than perfect. And before you tell me to, I'll promise to take good care of her. How long do I have to wait to take her out?" He glanced back at the painting. "Several months." She laughed, shook her head. "Really?" "Because I've already started on her. If you didn't want her, someone would." "You already started on her," Cleo murmured. "I want her. Nobody else captains the Siren." He had to smile. "Named her already?" "No other name would do." "Good name." He walked to her, held out a hand. "Deal." "Deal," she agreed. "But let's be real. This exchange deserves more than a hearty handshake." She moved right in on him, laid her hands on his shoulders. The look in her eyes told him she intended the kiss to be light and playful. He had other ideas. So when she brushed her lips to his,
He gave her a little jerk forward and turned on the heat. It had been simmering for a while, and if it hadn't simmered in her too, he figured she'd let him know real quick. He felt her surprise, but no resistance. Then the hand on his shoulder slid up until her fingers threaded through his hair. She turned up the heat a few more notches. He had a way, and that wasn't a surprise to her. Good, strong hands gripped her hips, and his mouth was confident and experienced on hers. She let herself fall into the moment, rode the storm of it that tossed testing and teasing aside and embraced unapologetic lust. And in that moment, what happened inside her body wasn't a stirring, but an eruption. She not only accepted it, but clung to it, grateful. From her pocket, Marvin Gaye suggested, "Let's get it on." Not yet. Not quite yet, Cleo told herself. And in the next moment, they stood, bodies still molded together, faces close, eyes open and watchful. Time to step back, she decided.
Seriously?
Seriously. And regretfully. We'll just... She put a hand to his cheek, then eased back. Put this aside for a while.
A while.
We're grown-up people, so we both know the next step if we take it is sex. I have rules about that.
Hey, me too. What are yours?
First, no sex with married men or men in serious relationships. Even those in casual relationships get a pass. First round can be a one-off, no harm, no foul. But no second round or beyond unless it's exclusive on both sides. Any who want to sleep with other women, go right ahead, but I won't be one of them.
Is that it?
Oh, the list goes on and covers things like respect and honesty and so forth, but those are the broad, essential terms. Yours?
No married women. No women tangled up with some other guy. That's just stupid. No problem with a one-nighter if things fall that way. She says no, and there's more ways to say no than a two-letter word. You suck it up and take no. And I'm not going to have sex with a woman who's going to bounce off me to someone else. I'm not going to roll off her and roll on to someone else. Either way, that's just insulting.
Jones walked over to sit beside him like a wingman.
If I'm reading this right,
Owen continued,
you're saying no to me climbing in your bed tonight.
I am. She gave him a long look out of amber eyes.
Regretfully. But not no altogether.
I like you. I liked you right off. You never pressured Sonia, never made her feel guilty about coming out of nowhere to inherit this house and all the rest. She held up a hand when he started to speak. You could have, if you were someone else. But that's not you. So I liked you. And I know a true friend when I see one because I'm one. You're a true friend to Trey, and loyalty ranks high with me. I got a lot of respect for the no bullshit types, which you seem to be. But what went beyond that for me is the way you went with Sonia, no hesitation through that damn mirror.
Look, I'll take credit for that if it cuts down on the a while, but what the hell else was I supposed to do?
She smiled at that. And that you to ask that, have that mildly annoyed attitude when you do, is exactly why I like you and find you attractive.
Then why aren't I climbing into your bed tonight?
Because once we start, it'll be hard to stop if either of us decide to. She spread her hands. Friendships. Yours to Trey, mine to Sonia. Mine to Trey, yours to Sonia. I don't know about you, but I've never been able to stay friendly with an ex. On the surface, maybe, but not underneath. Because, well, they're an ex for a reason.
You got me there. Trey and Bree manage it, but I think that's an exception.
So, a while.
Deal,
he said, and put his hands on her again. She laughed. Sneaky. I like sneaky. He hadn't been wrong about the simmering, and if he was any judge, it wouldn't be long to Flashpoint. So, he could wait. A while. Sonia stepped into the doorway just as they broke apart, and immediately stepped back. Oh, well, sorry. It's fine, Cleo told her, her eyes still on Owen. We were just sealing a deal. You were up here longer than I thought I should check. Sorry. It's fine, Cleo repeated. Come take a look at my boat. When Cleo walked to the work table, a clearly flustered Sonia followed. Maybe I'll just... Oh my God, this is the boat? Mermaids! Oh, this is so you, Cleo. Oh, and this is so absolutely Cleo. It's perfect.
Say that again when I finish building it. Got any beer?
Yes. Oh, I love this. It almost makes me want one of my own.
You're getting a doghouse.
Smiling, Sonia looked over at him. Am I?
We made a deal.
Deals all around, Cleo said. And I need to start dinner. Ready to help.
I'm going to roll the plans up, stick them in my room. I'll be right down for that beer.
As they walked out, Sonia looked at Cleo, waved a hand in front of her face as if fanning away heat. Cleo just rolled her eyes, gave Sonia a poke with her elbow. I want to hear all about it, Sonia muttered.
Later. Dinner needs to happen and I'm behind there.
Because you were busy kissing Owen.
Among other things. Not those things.
Another eye roll.
Looking at the boat design, discussing.
It's going to be beautiful and so uniquely yours. I have to say, he really gets you. As they came down the main stairs, the door opened. Mookie charged in, followed by Trey. Pleased he'd used his key, Sonia went straight to him, wrapped close, lifted her mouth for a kiss. We've been up looking at the design for Cleo's boat. It's amazing.
I've seen it and agree. Dinner's going to be a little later, Cleo told him. Sonia and I have to get started. I'll put my stuff up and give you a hand where I can.
Hey, he said as Owen came down with Jones and the cat.
Who's this? My cat, Pie Wacket. She's apparently attached herself to Owen.
Trey bent down, gave her a long, smooth stroke, and she arched under his hand, purred like a well-tuned engine.
And appears to be fickle, Cleo added. We'll let the dogs and Pie out and get started. You're letting the cat out with the dogs?
I'm housebreaking her, Cleo told Trey.
Okay, well, that should be interesting. Getting a beer, Owen said. You want? I do. 2 minutes.
Hurry down. We have a lot to tell you, and Cleo and I will fill Owen in on last night.
Sounds like I'm going to need that beer.
Owen headed straight back to the kitchen, paused at the music room.
That's the newest one. Elizabeth. I found her in the closet, in the studio. She's just the beginning.
I'll start. Sonia opened the kitchen door for the animals and began the story of the night before. While she weighed in with a few details, Cleo got out the pot she wanted, turned the heat on under it. Owen had a beer ready for Trey when he came in.
Busy night,
Owen commented.
For a while. You saw the portrait? Yeah. And then you saw her.
He turned to Sonia.
Can't say in the flesh, exactly.
It seemed like it. She was so vital, so vivid. I wondered if you'd have seen her. The rest of the party, like I did.
I think you might have. Sonia started cutting the chicken into bite-sized pieces.
Cleo added the red bell pepper, the onion, and the celery she'd chopped to the sausage she'd already browned in the pot.
I think since Trey and I heard something, it's different from the mirror anyway. But Owen's a pool, so I think so.
Maybe Colin saw something too. Sonia started on the chicken, with less speed and more precision than Cleo on the sausage.
Maybe.
Owen gave the vegetables in the pot a stir.
I'm betting the paintings in there add a punch. Agreed.
Trey got out wine, poured 2 glasses. Well, she didn't like us hanging them, that's for certain. Thanks. Sonia stopped work on the chicken to take the wine. And today? She took a gulp of wine, then put it down to work as she told them.
Pulled out some stops.
Owen watched as Cleo added garlic and herbs to the vegetables, stirred.
The fog didn't touch you?
Trey asked. No, I pulled my legs up. I really think I'd have those ice burns if I hadn't. I nearly called you. I'm not ashamed to admit I was close to the edge of panic. But it stopped. Just stopped. All of it. Clover was there, she murmured. I think the whole time, now that I look back, I think I felt her. Her phone played Tom Petty's I Won't Back Down. That's right, and neither will we. Did I do this chicken right, Cleo?
Couldn't be righter if you'd used a ruler. I need to saute it. How about letting the kids in? I've got it.
Owen went to the door, laughed.
Cat chases dogs. You should see this. She's even got Jones going for it.
It's like a game of tag, Sonia said when they looked out. She chases one, rounds back for the next. I guess she's permanently it.
Smart girls take charge.
Pleased, Cleo went back to saute the chicken.
I guess they can stay out a while since they're having fun.
While Cleo stirred, the meat sizzled and the scent rose up.
How long does that take?
Owen wanted to know when she put the brown chicken in with the rest.
This part, according to my grandmare, about 10 minutes. Then I add the spices and the rest, bring it all to a boil, turn it down, cover it up. 45 minutes, stirring several times. So, about an hour. I think I'll poke around a little.
He looked at Trey.
You in?
In answer, Trey set down his beer. Not the gold room. Frustration darkened Trey's eyes as he turned to Sonia.
Eventually, cutie. We're going to have to open that door again.
Not tonight. Between last night and this morning. Not tonight. Eventually. You're right. I know you're right.
It'll wait. You're looking to stir her up like I'm stirring up what's in this pot.
Cleo glanced back over her shoulder.
Good. You'll have to wait until I can put this on low for us to go with you.
Sonia took a long, deep sip of wine. And we need to let the pets in for that. She might send something after them. We stick together. When the phone played Bon Jovi's Livin' on a Prayer, Sonia gave it a dubious look.
It's about sticking together,
Owen pointed out.
And I figure we've got 3 portraits. And you and me, we went through the mirror both ways. If we're not halfway there, we're damn close.
She's been quiet since this morning, recharging her evil batteries.
Cleo said she made some noise this afternoon.
At Owen's comment, Sonia spun around. You didn't tell me.
Oh, she makes some noise most days, and this wasn't even as much as usual. She just wants me to know she's there.
Judging at time, Cleo added cayenne and paprika to the mix, blended it in. She dumped in crushed tomatoes, chicken broth, then, because in her opinion it never hurt, added some of the wine before measuring out the rice.
Needs to boil, then I'll set the timer for 35. You said 45. The last 10's for the shrimp, she told Owen. And some prayers I didn't screw anything up. Smells great.
Trey rubbed a hand on Sonia's shoulder.
I'll let our 4 friends in. 3rd floor. I want to see Cleo's. Owen's painting, anyway. And we'll check the closet in there. In case. We won't touch her door.
Sonia nodded. But it'll piss her off. All of us going up there. Yeah, she deserves a slap after this morning. You're right. You're all right. When he let in the pets, Pi strutted over to leap on a chair at the casual dining table and began to wash. All 3 dogs flopped down on the floor as if exhausted.
She wore them out,
Trey observed. She's already right at home, Sonia nodded. I know just how she feels, and it is home. I should be able to go right up to that door and say, get the hell out of my house.
You were alone this morning,
Owen pointed out.
It shook you up, but it would have shaken anybody up.
It did. And maybe that's part of the reason I'm saying don't open that door. But I feel, honestly, it's not the time to confront her like that. I think we need more first. But I don't know more what. She huffed out a breath. I need to arrange to go see Greta Poole. I've been dragging my feet there, too. I'm angry. Angry about what was done to my father and to Colin, to Clover's babies. And Greta Poole was part of that.
I don't know her very well,
Trey began.
I guess she always seemed old to me. Old and...
He broke off with a shrug.
He doesn't want to diss a woman in her condition.
Owen sniffed at the pot.
I don't have a problem with that. She is what she is, was what she was. Weak. My grandmother used to say a jellyfish had more spine than Greta Poole. I never saw anything to contradict that. This is boiling. I'm giving it a minute.
And another stir.
I'll go with you, Sonia. Thanks, but I think 2 strangers might be too much. Cutie. Trey stroked Sonia's hair. Everyone's a stranger to her at this point. I guess that's true. Still, maybe it should be one-on-one, especially since it might come to nothing. If you change your mind, I'll go. Otherwise, it might be interesting to spend some time in the manor alone. I really haven't yet, except when I first got here and you were out. And you went down to the servants' quarters, alone in an empty house you knew was haunted. See? Satisfied, Cleo turned the heat to low, stirred a last time, then covered the pot. Interesting. Every time I run errands, you're here alone, if not alone. And what happened today? Sonia tossed back. Something you handled, Cleo pointed out as she set the timer on her phone. You don't think I can do the same? It's not that, You're gonna make me think this isn't my home, too. Oh, that's a low shot. Why aim high? Cleo stuck the phone in her pocket. Why don't we... Trey broke off at 2 hot female looks. He held up both hands, stepped back. I'll be gone longer than your errand runs. I can at least coordinate the visit to Algonquit to the next time you plan to go into the village. And you could hang out there longer. Maybe have lunch with Anna or scout out painting spots. Once again, Cleo planted a hand on her hip, a sure sign she'd dug in. You arrange the trip for when you can arrange it, and I'll either go with you or stay here and take care of myself, just like you do when I'm not here. We take care of each other, Son, but we both have to stand up for ourselves. Will you call Trey or Owen if something happens? Like you did today? Now Cleo waved a hand for peace. Well, you nearly did, so I'll do the same. If something happens and I'm really frightened, I'll SOS, promise. All right, good. Now let's go rattle that bitch's cage. 4 phones blasted out, times like these. Foo Fighters. Owen shook his head and grinned. If she wasn't married, either way too young or way too old for me, depending, Clover'd be the girl of my dreams. Chapter 9. When Sonia thought of the gold room, she thought of blood on a white wedding dress, of a woman crying out as she froze to death in a snowstorm, or another desperately birthing her twins before her body gave out. She thought of murder and madness. As if he read those thoughts, Trey took her hand. It'll be fine. He spoke so matter-of-factly as they climbed the stairs, she almost believed him. But, as Han Solo and others have said, I have a bad feeling about this. You have to believe the Force is with us, he countered. It's always with the good guys. Behind him, Owen mimicked Darth Vader breathing and got a punch on the arm from Cleo. Hey, I'd take Vader over Dobbs anytime. Owen glanced back as they started past the library. Hold on a minute, and walked in to study Sonia's mood board. That's the writer thing? Got your multi-generational representation, he said. Smooth, smart. You know what you're doing. Most of the time. You know what you're doing, he repeated, and this time got one of Cleo's smiles. 2 men, 2 women, 3 dogs, and a cat started up to the 3rd floor. From the gold room came a slow, steady thud, a heartbeat, dull and thick. When they reached the landing, a red glow outlined the door. I guess she doesn't like everyone coming up at once. Well, Sonia got a good grip on Trey's hand. We've come this far. The sound increased in speed and volume as they walked down the long hall, where the sunlight through Cleo's studio windows pierced the shadows. The animals reacted, Mookie with a low growl, Yoda with a snarl, Jones with a trio of throaty barks. When the cat hissed, Cleo picked her up. Getting colder. Trey glanced at Cleo. Does that happen when you come up to work? Not so far. If she tries it, well, I've got plenty of sweaters. At Cleo's studio, Trey stopped, and with Sonia's hand still in his, stepped in to study the painting. That's a major wow. A major magic wow. Oh, and I'd say you're going to need a better boat, but I've seen the design. Fair trade. Why don't we check the closet?
Sonia crossed over to it, opened it, and saw only Cleo's currently well-organized supplies. It should be Agatha next, but not tonight. Sonia closed the door again.
It's warmer in here than it is in the hall, Trey observed. And not just because you've got sun coming in. I have a few little things in here to block her. Or muffle her, anyway. What? Like crystals and incense?
Cleo gave Owen a cool stare.
If you believe in ghosts like the one making all that racket, why not the rest? Okay, your point.
From the gold room, the noise increased with the sound of windows slamming open, crashing closed.
I'd say her cage is rattled,
Trey remarked, and stepped back into the hallway. The glow around the door burned fiery red now, as the door itself bowed out, bowed in, as if breathing. Beside him, Owen hooked his thumbs in his pockets.
I hate to give her credit, but that's pretty cool.
In obvious disagreement, Jones bulleted down the hall to bark wildly at the heaving door.
Come on, man.
As Owen started down to his dog, Sonia called out, "Don't touch the door. She's at peak."
We won't. Stay.
Trey pointed at Mookie before he jogged down after Owen.
Okay, you're the big dog. Let's just...
But when Owen leaned down to haul Jones up, the door slammed open, and the dog rushed in.
Oh, hell no!
Without hesitation, Owen pushed in after. Trey glanced back at Sonia.
I have to,
he said before he leaped in, and the door slammed shut.
Shit! Hold her!
Cleo shoved the hissing cat at Sonia. I have something that might help. When Cleo ran back to the studio, Sonia stood with 2 growling dogs and an angry cat.
Fuck it. Just fuck it.
She fed on fear and misery, Sonia remembered, so she wouldn't give Dobbs either. She strode forward and her phone played Santana's Evil Ways. Yeah, she's got them. She's also got my goddamn boyfriend, my cousin, and a dog in there. Wait! Cleo ran down the hall with a smoking stick of white sage. Really, Cleo? Against this?
My grandmare made it herself. Don't dismiss it. Believing's half of it. Jesus, Sonia!
The door beat and a cold wind seeped around its edges to lash through the hallway. What beat and crashed behind it sounded like a war.
What the hell's happening in there?
We have to stay calm. As her hair blew back, Sonia set the cat down, took Cleo's free hand. It's the opposite of what she wants from us. Calm.
Working on it.
She began to circle the smoking sage at the door.
Here's light against the dark, peace against violence, love against hate.
Inside the room, the wind rose to a gale. Smoke billowed up to fly like birds out of the windows. The bed rose 6 feet off the floor, then dropped like a stone. Under it, the floor cracked in jagged black lines, and the walls bled.
Do you see her?
Owen snapped it out while his breath expelled in white vapor.
For a second, not now. I see her.
She stood, a foot off the floor, arms outstretched. Her long black dress whirled around her, and her hair streamed like black smoke. Her dark eyes fixed on Owen, gleaming with glee and madness, while Jones, teeth bared, barked below her.
A pool.
Her voice came silkily through the wind.
You've the look of him, rougher, but the look of him who pumped his lust into me one night, then cast me aside for a biddable little whore. Be damned to him, to you, to all pools. I rule here.
All this over a one-night stand? Bullshit, pathetic bullshit. Go haunt hell.
Though Trey didn't see Dobbs, when Owen charged forward, he moved with him. Then Owen's head snapped back, and Trey grabbed his arm to keep him upright. As Owen swiped at the blood streaming from his nose, as the dog leaped snarling, he saw her hands curl like claws and braced himself for another blow. A drop of his blood fell on the floor. White smoke trickled under the doorway. Rather than strike, Dobbs screamed. Rather than strike, she whirled like her hair, like her dress, and vanished. The room was just a room.
What the fucking fuck?
Trey demanded.
She clocked me, and I tell you she was going to do it again. Then poof. God damn it. Jones, you asshole.
But he said it with pride as Jones strutted toward him.
He's got something.
Trey crouched down and, after a short tug, took the scrap of black fabric from Jones.
Son of a bitch.
He looked up at Owen.
This has to be from her dress. He tore off a piece of her dress. Good man, Jones. You fucking maniac. Let's get the hell out of here. The women are either going to be pissed or frantic. Probably both. Yeah, well, what was I supposed to do? Nobody messes with Jones.
Trey opened the door. Sonia and Cleo stood hands clasped with a smoking cone in Cleo's other hand. The 2 dogs and the cat sat calmly enough. Then Mookie rushed him, wagging and whining.
Fine, we're all fine. Sorry, but...
You didn't have a choice, Sonia finished and glanced at Owen. Neither of you. I'd have done the same if it had been Yoda, Cleo. She held herself back from embracing Trey in desperate relief. Owen's bleeding.
Sucker punch, he shrugged. Not my first or last bloody nose.
Bathroom there, go clean it up, Cleo said. Do you need help with that?
No, I got it.
I need to go check dinner.
How long were we in there?
Forever. Now Sonia did put her arms around Trey. But really, probably not 5 minutes. Let's all go and talk downstairs. But she walked to the bathroom door first. If you go in there again, I'll punch you myself.
Well, that's terrifying.
Leaning over the sink, Owen pinched his nose.
She's done for now. Me too. I want another beer.
Satisfied, Sonia joined the others. All but Jones, who sat at Owen's feet at the sink, headed down.
We'll wait for him to talk it through. I caught a glimpse of her in there, but he got more. And I think they had what passes for a conversation.
Cleo stopped in her studio to tap out the smudge stick.
What is that?
White sage, she told him. From McGrom there. Works against negativity, Sonia added.
Okay, it was definitely negative in there. I broke my word to you.
I meant it when I said I'd have done the same. You said you had to, and you did. Plus, you didn't really break your word. You didn't open the door. Except from the inside to come out, and that's different. Sonia added, I want a really big glass of wine. They moved straight to the kitchen, where Cleo lifted the lid and stirred.
I'm going to feed the dogs and the cat. Got cat food?
Trey asked Cleo. Of course, and only the best for pie. She replaced the lid, got out a can while Trey filled dog bowls, and Sonia got out 2 beers before topping off the wine. When Owen came in with Jones, Jones went straight to the food, and Owen to the beer. Trey studied him.
Might have a shiner tomorrow. I don't think so. I'm not going to say she hit like a girl, considering present company, but it didn't have the punch she gave you that time.
We're going to sit. Cleo, can that just keep doing what it's doing so you can sit? Sonia took her wine to the table. We need to hear it all.
I can start by telling you it was a lot like the first time I went in there. Cold, wind, bed floating up and crashing, walls bleeding. Some smoke this time, and pouring out the windows. I caught a glimpse of her like before. Owen got more than a glimpse. Jones, too. He saw her. She's a looker if you go for that type. I'd say sultry, but it's more edgy. Plus, she's crazy as fuck, and it shows. She was standing about a foot over the floor.
He began to recap the rest. 1 night, Sonia repeated. Not an actual affair, but 1 night.
That's how she put it, and went on about how she rules this house. That's where your bullshit comment came from,
Trey assumed.
It is bullshit, and she pissed me off. My family, ours, he corrected, built this place. It's not hers, and it's never going to be. You went at her.
With a shrug, Owen lifted his beer to Trey.
Well, I was pissed off. Plus you went at her with me. Then bam, she took her shot. She was winding up for another, but something changed, like that.
He snapped his fingers.
She spun like a top, and screamed, then gone. Everything stopped,
Trey added.
Maybe she ran out of juice.
Maybe the smudging helped. Cleo rose again when her phone alarm sounded, and this time got the shrimp out of the refrigerator. I could see it trickling in under the door. The pissed off, and I'm not blaming you. Feeds her, I think. Like fear, pain, sorrow. It does. And Cleo and I stayed calm. She hates that. I stayed calm after you ordered me to. After adding the shrimp, she turned. Blood. Again? Owen reached for his nose. No, not now. Then. I bet some of it hit the floor. So, theory. She came back, sat, picked up her wine. Smudge stick made by a good witch. Calm and blood. Blood's life, its power. And it was pool blood, Sonia added. You think that combination shut her down? Sipping his beer, Trey considered. Maybe. Interesting. And it makes as much sense as anything. Add one more. Jones got a piece of her. Sonia widened her eyes. He bit her? I don't think he managed that, but he gave it a shot. He got this. Trey took the scrap of black fabric from his pocket. Is that? It's from her dress? When he set it on the table, Sonia hesitated, then brushed her fingers over it. How can it be real? Be solid? What am I saying? How can Molly make the beds, clean the house? How can Jack play ball with Yoda and all the rest? He ripped a dress. With no hesitation, Cleo picked up the scrap. Good boy, Jones. He prefers man. Naturally. Maybe we can use this. I'm going to ask my grandmère. You need to keep it somewhere secure. I don't think we should keep it in the house, at least for now. I'll take it. Owen held out his hand. It's Jones's trophy anyway. I'll bring it back if you find out you can use it, but this way it's at my place. He looked toward the stove. Isn't that done yet? Cleo held up 5 fingers and went back to stir. We'll set the table. Sonia rose. I'll let the dogs and cat out. How did you keep them calm? Trey wondered. I honestly don't know. Sonia got out plates, then handed them to Owen. It seemed like they settled down when we got calm, and Cleo started with the smudging. What's this? Sonia noticed the dish on the counter and lifted the dishcloth that covered it. Cake? Cornbread. Grandmère again. She said if I was doing her jambalaya, I had to make a cornbread to make it right. I sampled some, and I think I pulled it off. We could all have used a sample. You can have more than a sample in just a minute, Owen, because this looks ready to me. When they dished it up, Owen dived right in. Got a real nice kick to it. Chef's kiss, Trey agreed. It's wonderful, Cleo. When I think how you buried this talent, didn't bury it, Son. Didn't know I had it to bury. It's like a fun hobby now. I never had a hobby. Shopping? Cleo shook her head. Shopping's a calling, even a mission. Clover came out with some honky-tonk type piano, then a rough, ready voice. Dr. John? Owen grabbed some cornbread. Mama Roo. Oh yeah, Clover's the girl of my dreams. You know Dr. John? That's Creole music. Grandmère's a major fan. Then she's got damn good taste, Owen said. It's spooky. Meant to be, Son. Well, here's to the chef and her grandmère. The rest raised their glasses with Trey. Since Cleo had cooked, Sonia split leftovers into 3 tubs. Anyone up for a movie? Down in the movie room? What kind of movie? Recognizing Owen's caution, Sonia smiled. Don't worry. Cleo and I save our rom-coms and weepers for girls' night. Only thing off the table are horror flicks, which pains me as I love them. But after the last couple of days, I'm not waving a red flag. The last Indiana Jones is a good one. You've already seen it? Sonia asked. Yeah, but if a film's only worth watching once, it's probably not much worth the first time. Sounds like popcorn for dessert. Coffee? Beer? Coke? Cleo asked. Coke, thanks. I'm with Trey on that, Owen said. Popcorn, Cokes, and Indy. Sonia nodded. Sounds really good. And a little like giving somebody who deserves it a return punch in the face. They settled into the cushy seats with the dogs piled up on the floor for naps. Pie sprawled over the back of a seat to take hers. When the movie ended, Sonia actually clapped. The end of an era done really well, and such a good way to close out this strange and ultimately excellent day.
I've got an even better way,
Trey murmured in her ear. I sincerely hope so. And she didn't make a peep. They trooped back upstairs to let the animals out for a last round to deal with movie dishes. Once more, all together they walked upstairs, this time stopping on the second floor. See you in the morning, either at 3 a.m. or, Sonia added, hopefully later. She waited until she and Trey reached her bedroom before turning to him. So, what's this even better way? Then laughed when he scooped her up. Sonia slept through the 3 o'clock hour and all it brought. Trey saw her, Dobbs, as he'd expected to. He hadn't expected to see Owen, Jones beside him, standing on the lawn. Easing the doors open, Trey stepped out on the balcony.
For fuck's sake, Owen. Wanted a closer look,
Owen called up and watched as Dobbs jumped off the wall.
And to test a theory. I'm coming down. Yeah, meet you inside.
While Sonia slept on, Trey pulled on pants. He went quietly out and down the stairs, where Owen stood at a window in the front parlor.
Looking for another bloody nose, or worse? She didn't see me. I wondered about that, so I set my phone for 2:45.
With a shake of his head, he grinned.
And son of a bitch if Clover didn't come on with Sinatra's version of that old song. Anyway, I went outside.
He turned to Trey.
We're heading toward a half moon, and you can smell spring. Air's still got a bite at this hour, but you can smell it. I left the front door open, so I heard the clock, heard the piano start. Straight Barbara Allen tonight. Then it changed out there.
He stepped to the window, looked out at the seawall.
Full moon, and I'd say late summer from the feel of it. There she was, Trey. Just poof. There she was. The way Sonia and Cleo said they saw her. Facing the house. Like that. But she didn't see me. I'm standing right there, and Jones is growling. We saw her, but she didn't see us. She turned around, and I heard her say her blood sealed the spell. You called down. She didn't hear me, Trey realized. Didn't see you. Didn't see me. She's not as strong out of the house, and this is like a loop. Yeah, that's how I see it. I'm guessing she geared up the night she blew the doors open up there. But she didn't try that tonight. Just jumped. Then everything changed back.
Aligning the steps, the known, Trey paced and factored the not quite known in with them.
And we're thinking she's taken that leap every night at 3 a.m. since, what, 1806? My money's on it. I hope it hurts. Every time. You decide to do this again, come get me first. She didn't even know I was there. I wondered, because pool. She didn't know you were there because you weren't there. Not when she jumped. And it's a loop. Same time, same night, same moon. Huh. I didn't figure that one. Sounds right. The house was here. Not exactly the way it is now, but here. And even when she jumps, she's in it.
At sea, Owen dragged a hand through his hair.
Now you're losing me. It's a loop, Owen, like a replay. But what she is in the house. So she can still bang and pound and blow, whatever, even as what's out there takes the dive. That's crazy.
For a beat, Owen considered it.
And yet, somehow sounds right. It's done for tonight. I'd say it's all done for tonight. Let's get some sleep. I'm for that.
In the morning, Sonia beat Trey downstairs and found Owen filling a go-cup with coffee.
Hey, listen,
he began.
I let the dogs out, and the cat came down right behind them, went to the door, so she's out too. I took one of the toaster strudels. It was a full box, and I'm taking this go-cup. I'll bring it back.
Okay. I was going to scramble some eggs if you want some.
No, she tells me. I've got to go.
Don't forget the jambalaya. And Owen? She got out a mug for her own coffee. You can leave some of your things here in your room, or whatever room you want. Any time you want to stay, you stay.
Thanks.
He glanced over as Trey came in.
I'm heading out, and you're getting scrambled eggs. You can fill her in on last night.
After grabbing his share of leftovers, he started out the back for Jones.
Later.
Last night?
Scrambled eggs?
Trey. He held up a hand.
Just let me get coffee, okay? You slept through it. Probably because it wasn't anything much. 3 a.m., the usual. I got up just to see if Dobbs took her dive. She was on the wall, like before.
He took his first hit of coffee. And
Owen was outside.
He went out there?
Set his alarm for before 3. Got up, went out. And no, I didn't know he planned to. But I'm going to say it was a good idea.
Of course you are. You would. She broke off, narrowed her eyes at him. Don't tell me you went out there too.
I went out on the balcony to call down to him. Are you really making eggs because now I want them? I can do it if you're too irritated.
Irritated? She got out a frying pan. Why should I be irritated because the two of you pulled this after Owen ended up bleeding?
First, let me point out, I didn't pull anything.
But you're okay that he did?
I am. And you might not be as irritated if you hear the rest of it. Would you like to?
Reasonable, always reasonable Oliver Doyle III could make her crazy. She tossed a pat of butter in the heating skillet, then broke eggs in a bowl.
I'll take your silence as assent,
he decided, and told her the rest. You should have woken me up.
Why? She jumped before I went down to talk to Owen. And you're letting your annoyance block off the point.
What point? She poured the eggs into the pan.
She didn't see us.
Trey dropped 2 slices of bread in the toaster.
She didn't see us, didn't hear us.
Let me repeat. And?
I think you need more coffee.
Helpfully, he topped off her mug.
I'll feed the dogs. And oh yeah, Cat. She didn't know we were there, Sonia, because we weren't.
Excuse me?
We weren't there when she jumped, because she jumped a couple 100 years ago.
Knowns and unknowns. The logic, to his mind, was solid.
I think what this is a kind of loop, a time warp or slip. You saw her facing the house, and so did Owen. But by the time I looked out, both times, she was facing away.
And she blasted the doors open, Sonia reminded him.
Because she's in the house.
On a frustrated breath, Sonia pushed at the eggs with a spatula. She was on the seawall. You just said so.
She was out on that wall in 1806. Owen's got that scrap of her dress in his pocket,
he added as he opened the door. 2 dogs and a cat ran inside and immediately pounced on their food bowls.
It hit me this morning. I don't think her dress had a tear in it. And it wouldn't have, because what happened in the gold room yesterday hadn't happened in 1806.
She yanked out plates. I don't see why. Then set them down slowly.
Coffee's kicking in.
Taking the spatula from her, he divided the eggs himself. You're saying Dobbs jumping off the wall is like a tape set on repeat, timed for the 3 o'clock hour? It's not her as much as a kind of recording of her?
Close enough.
Since her temper appeared to have cooled, he leaned down, kissed her.
Let's sit down and eat.
What she did when Cleo and I saw her, or that night when I heard someone calling and banging on the door, when I saw the snowstorm that wasn't there, in that 3 o'clock hour, that's her, in the house.
When you think about it, she doesn't use that hour much. Probably costs her more.
She doesn't, now that you point that out. It's not Dobbs pulling me when I walk. I absolutely know that. Does she watch herself, I wonder? Stand at the window and watch herself die, night after night?
Eileen, yes. Since she's as crazy as Rochester's first wife, wouldn't she consider that one of her finest hours?
Yes, and points for Jane Eyre over breakfast. She looked at him, the wonderfully deep blue eyes, the just a little longer than lawyerly dark hair, and that air of calm and confidence he wore as comfortably as his jeans. Warning, it's unwise to tell an irritated woman she's irritated. That simply rolled off him.
Facts are facts, cutie. I've got a family thing later, then a work deal tonight, but I can come by after if you want.
I officially give you the night off. I need to put in some solid extra time on the writer proposal. Presentation's coming up, and it has to kill.
From what I've seen, it already does.
He took their empty plates to the sink.
You've got a lot going on. Are you sure you want to do this big party?
Completely. It's just what I need, what Cleo and I need. And honestly, I think it's what the manor needs.
Then I'll plan on the weekend here, digging out tables and chairs. I'll rope Owen into it. Now Mookie and I have to take off.
She went to the fridge, took out a tub of jambalaya. Your parting gift?
That takes care of lunch.
When she put her arms around his waist, he cupped her chin in his hand, lowered his head to kiss her.
I won't say don't work too hard, because why would I? And why would you listen? So how about go up to your office and kick ass?
Just exactly the right thing. You go do the same because, yeah, we love what we do. After Trey left with Mookie, Sonia glanced at the dishes. And Molly loves what she does, so I'll leave those for her. Let's go get to work, Yoda. You can come too, Pie. But when they reached the second floor, the cat veered off. Sonia watched her slink down the hall and into Cleo's room. Sonia put in a solid 2 hours undisturbed before she saw Cleo and the cat come out. Sonia saved her work, rose. I'm coming down with you. FYI, Pie's been out this morning and she's had breakfast.
Thanks. I should have gotten up earlier and done that myself.
Owen let her out. Trey put out the food. But I don't mind doing both since I'm already up and doing that for Yoda. And Owen opened your toaster strudels. For a moment, Cleo frowned. Then she shrugged.
I guess he's entitled. I thought she'd curl up in bed with me, but she's not a nighttime cuddler. She slept on the window seat.
I wonder if she watched the show.
What show?
On a yawn, Cleo walked into the mudroom.
And see, she hasn't used the litter box once. I'm gonna let her out again. Yoda, be a sweetie and go with her.
What show? Cleo repeated. Get your coffee. And Sonia got a Coke for herself while she explained. Irritation, mild but there, surfaced in Sonia when Cleo instantly got the implication.
It's like an echo, a repeat. She didn't see or hear them because it's not actually happening now.
Well, yeah, I was getting to that.
It's fascinating. And now I'm annoyed I didn't think of it before. Setting an alarm and going out there?
She sulked for half a minute.
I wish Owen had told me he was going to do it.
You'd have gone out there with him? Bet your ass. She made a toaster strudel for herself.
I'd say we should do it. But that time frame is for other things, for you. And no, I won't because I'm not leaving you alone in that time frame.
After biting into the pastry, she pointed at Sonia.
I bet, seeing as she's batshit, she loves it. It's a big moment for her, and she gets to relive it every night.
Cleo's phone played Green Day's Basket Case. She's all that, Cleo agreed. As if to prove it, doors slammed upstairs. That one's getting old, Sonia called out and made Cleo grin. Still, Sonia went to the door, called to Yoda. The cat led the way back in. I don't really want them out there when she's acting up, and I've got to get back to work anyway. I'm planning to put in some time this evening. I'm going to get the writer proposal up on the big screen.
You let me know when you're ready to do that. I want to see it.
I was going to ask if you would. I could use the input. It's just you and me tonight. Well, you and me, cat, dog, and our bevy of spirits. Chapter 10. Late that afternoon, Trey sat in the conference room on the second floor of the old Victorian that housed Doyle Law Offices, with his apartment above on the third. The family held this semi-annual meeting at the offices, once the family home, to cloak it in a business setting rather than a free-for-all family dinner. Ace, in his three-piece suit, his mane of white hair, sat at the table's head. His wife, the quietly elegant Paula, faced him from the opposite end. Deuce sat on his right, with Corinne beside him. Trey on Ace's left, with Trey's sister Anna beside him, and her husband Seth across. Sadie, Deuce's admin who ruled all, as she had for decades, swept in with a tray of cheese, crackers, and fruit. "You eat some of that," she pointed at Anna. "Growing another human takes energy. Energy needs fuel."
"Yes, ma'am."
Anna patted her baby bump.
"And I'm always hungry these days."
"And you?" She gave Deuce a hard look. "You have a client due in an hour, and—" She checked the watch on her wrist. 10 minutes. No lollygagging." "I'll be there." "If he gags his lollies, Sadie," Ace assured her. "We'll give him the boot." "See you do." When the door closed behind Sadie, Ace pointed at the tray. "Grab it if you're going to, and let's get down to it." The firm's founder and family patriarch ran this show. He adjusted his black-framed bifocals and began. "I'm going to start by putting up our new website. I know we've all seen it and agree it's a major improvement. So thanks to Trey for getting Sonia McTavish on board, and to my lovely daughter-in-law for her excellent photography." "I had good subjects," Corinne said, "especially Mookie." Under the table, the dog batted his tail at his name.
Ace,
Paula warned as she caught him sneaking some cheese to the dog.
"He's entitled. It says right on the website he's our legal consultant, which takes me to another section of our new and improved website. Interns. I'm going to propose, when Eddie's past the bar, we offer him a position as associate."
They discussed the ins and outs, moved on to other business that required updated documents and signatures.
"I should say that Sonia recommended me for the photographs in an update of Stevenson, Kubrick, and Wayne's website. You all know Pete Stevenson, and my lawyer assures me there's no conflict of interest." "As long as she doesn't make Pete look better than me. As if I could."
Corinne gave Deuce's hand a quick smack.
"The girl keeps rolling, doesn't she?"
Ace gave an approving nod.
"While we can't discuss any of the legalities of her inheritance here, I'd like to know how she's doing outside her work. Trey?" "She just keeps rolling. I have to admit, before I met her, I doubted Cullen's decision to leave her the manor and what goes with it. I didn't think she'd meet the terms of her inheritance, even stay to the end of the year. But she's no pushover. Whoever or whatever is doing the pushing." "Since we didn't speak as attorney-client," Deuce began, "I'll tell you she plans to go to Algonquin and speak to Greta Poole. Or try to."
oh dear.
Paula's eyes clouded with concern.
I can understand why she feels she must or should, but I'm afraid she'll be disappointed.
"Very likely," Ace agreed. "I doubt Greta's capable of adding anything to the family history for her. Or anything else, for that matter."
She was always weak-willed.
Paula murmured.
Looking back, I wonder that I believed she'd met someone, gotten pregnant. She never once in my memory went outside the lines, and certainly never stood up to her mother. Then, few did.
"You did?"
With obvious pride, Ace beamed at her.
That's old business.
She waved it away like a pesky fly.
Ancient business.
"And as fresh as ever."
Grinning, he blew her a kiss.
"Colin had just come into his inheritance, the manor and the rest, and decided to open it again, live there. I remember."
Deuce picked up his water glass, smiled into it.
"I was nearly as excited as he was. We'd managed to sneak in plenty as boys."
Sneak isn't accurate,
his mother said dryly.
I knew what the two of you were up to.
"Did you?"
Amused, impressed, he angled his head.
"You never tried to stop us."
Trying to stop two young boys from exploring a haunted house?
She gave a light laugh at the thought.
I'd have failed. So why not let you think you were getting away with something? I wasn't the least surprised when Colin decided to move there. But apparently Patricia was.
"I never met her,"
Seth said.
"but I've heard tales. My parents have a few. I think this is going to be a good one. She came knocking on our door.
Now, Ace.
Now, my own darling. This house, he continued. We were still living here. I wasn't home, and that's a shame. Though my own darling took care of the old, I'll use another B word, bully.
Shifting in his chair, Deuce turned to his mother.
She came here to you, about Colin living in the manor?
All right, then.
Paula threw up her hands.
More about you, Deuce. At first very polite, in that cold, cutting way she had. She believed you had influenced Colin to make this move, and she expected I would speak to you, demand you remove that influence. My response didn't suit her.
Which was?
Trey wondered.
Basically, that both her grandson and my son were of age, and knowing Colin as I did, I believed he made his own decisions. When her continued soft-pedaling, as I'm sure she saw it, didn't move me, she threatened my family.
Uh-oh, Anna murmured.
She would ruin us in Pools Bay, see that we were ostracized, that Ace was disbarred and my son disgraced, so he would never have his law degree.
Let's go back to that first B word,
Trey suggested, and got a wide grin from his grandfather.
She could never have done any of that.
Paula took a delicate sip from her water glass.
She may have believed she could, or that I would wilt under such threats. She was in an absolute rage.
My own darling told her to get the hell out of our house, that she would never be welcome there again. And, my favorite part, to stick her threats up her skinny ass. If she tried to harm our family, she'd find out just what the Doyles were capable of.
Go, Grandma, Anna applauded.
You never said a word.
Deuce spoke softly.
Not a single word about any of this.
I wasn't nearly as pleased with my own language and temper as your father. Not once I'd calm down in any case. And we agreed, your father and I, not to say anything that would worry you or Colin.
Did she try anything?
Trey asked.
No, at least not that I'm aware of. Bullies often fall back when confronted, don't they? I think she simply threw Colin in with our family. She dismissed him,
Paula added, and some hints of that former temper came through again.
Just dismissed him. She couldn't do anything about his inheritance, the manor, the business, the money. So she worked with him, but on a personal level, he wasn't important any longer.
He knew you loved him.
Deuce looked down the table at his mother.
He knew we were his family.
Yes, we didn't know then about the true facts of his birth, about his brother and the heartless decision Patricia made all those years ago. But he was our family. He was a brother to you, Deuce, and a son to your father and me.
Now that family extends to Sonia.
It would, Anna agreed. Even if I didn't like her as much as I do. What's going on at the manor, Trey?
I'll start that saga by telling you they found another portrait in Colin's studio. Well, Cleo's studio now. Lisbeth Poole on her wedding day.
Lisbeth, Deuce murmured.
First Joanna, then Lillian, now Lisbeth. Reverse chronological order. It has Colin's signature. Like the others, it wasn't in the inventory. They've hung it in the music room with the other two. You know that's creepy.
Looking around the table, Seth lifted his hands.
Am I the only one here who thinks that's creepy?
No, Anna assured him.
Then brace yourself.
Trey told them the rest, weaving his way through interruptions as his family talked over each other.
Maybe I should change creepy to terrifying. It's actually not,
Trey told Seth.
At least most of the time, the manor's how I remember it whenever I'd visit Colin. This big, fascinating house with just a little extra. And the extra added, and still does, makes it more fascinating. But,
Trey added,
when Dobbs winds up, she packs a punch. And that can be literal.
Is she safe there, Trey? He looked over at his mother.
I have to believe she is. She matters to me, so I have to believe that. What I know is Dobbs is outnumbered, not just by a couple of steel-spined women. I want to meet this Cleo. Ace sent a wink to his wife. I have a soft spot for steel-spined women.
Can we clear the decks for Sunday dinner? Corinne looked around the table. I'll invite them. And Owen, as he's part of the family, and part of this. All right, Deuce?
More than all right. Sounds good to me. And I've got to go up, Trey added. Change for a dinner meeting.
With Sonia? Anna wondered.
A client thing. Then, unless there's any other business.
Ace looked around the table.
We're adjourned.
In the manor, Sonia set up her laptop on the second floor of the library. She'd worked straight through until 6 and knew she'd created the best proposal possible for the writer project. But Cleo's eye would tell her where and how she'd missed. As she synced the computer with the screen, Cleo came up the stairs with 2 glasses of wine.
For your anxiety and my enjoyment.
As if anticipating a show, Yoda already perched beside the sofa. The cat followed Cleo up and wandered the new space before choosing the window seat. I'm not very anxious, but I will be when this is real. And I won't have wine there, so I'll take it now. Absolute honesty, Cleo.
I'll never give you anything less.
Cleo took a seat on the sofa, lifted her glass.
When you're ready.
I did the voiceovers myself. I needed to time them, coordinate them, and if Ryder goes for it, they can hire their own voice actor. But tell me if that part fails and I'll contract a pro. Too revved to sit, Sonia stood with the wine in one hand, her remote in the other. I'm going to start with the visual of the logo, with the changes I made. And with a collage, I want to add to a drop-down history tab on their website. The logo flashed on screen. And yes, she thought, she liked the hint of motion. For 3 generations, Ryder Sports has stood for excellence and innovation. Her voice flowed over the logo and continued as the images changed to public domain shots of the Boston flagship store and the Ryder family. She'd blended images of the riders and athletes, more of their philanthropic work, sports camps for disadvantaged and disabled children, scholarships, sponsorships. Ryder excels, she ended, so you can. She paused the screen. Too much? Not enough?
I think you hit it, Soan. Who doesn't want to hear about their good works, their longevity, their successes? And anyone clicking on that tab wants to learn about the history.
I'm torn between starting there or with the website itself. Or one of the ads.
The history is not the Big Bang, but it builds to it. Keep going.
Okay. She put up the website. No voiceovers here. I'll do my pitch.
Let's hear it.
With a nod, Sonia took a sip of wine. Then one more. While I headed the team that designed Ryder's website, I feel it needs some updates and refreshes. She used her tablet to demonstrate the drop-downs, the links, the streamlined review section. Then the flash to the new store in Portland. As work progresses on the new store, this section will update and include the countdown to opening. She wound up all the hows and whys of that area, paused again. Too technical?
A little bit.
Legs crossed, Cleo tapped a finger on her thigh as she considered.
I can see the site's user-friendly. It always was, since I've used it, and that's you again. I'd save the tech stuff because people who aren't into tech will just tune out. Since you don't want that, you go into it if someone asks a tech question.
You're right. I got caught up in the tech, Sonia realized. I'll cut that down, and that should hopefully shorten all this so I can get to that bang. She brought up the next. Digital ads.
Yes! Hot guy pumping iron,
Cleo said as Owen's picture came on screen. Whether you're pumping iron, the voiceover streamed as the photos scrolled, or shooting hoops, Ryder's got you covered. If you're fielding a ball or riding to work, Ryder's got you covered. Whether it's yoga, tai chi, your first time on 2 wheels, or throwing a spiral, Ryder's got you covered. Because... The visual ended on the field where Ryder equipment spread with the tag beneath. Game on. In work, in life, Ryder's got you.
All right, baby, that is gold. I mean it, Sonia. I want to go order a new yoga outfit, a new mat, and I feel a sudden need to start lifting weights.
When Sonia laughed, Cleo pointed at her.
I actually mean it. I mean, naturally about the outfit, as I'm due for one. But your arms are happening, and I think I want mine too. They are? Frowning, Sonia looked down and flexed. They sort of are. Anyway, show me the rest. She went through in-store ads, billboards, signage. She ended with an image that spanned ages and interests from a little girl on a tricycle to a group of seniors doing Tai Chi in a park. Rider sports, for any age, for any interest, for everyone. You sure as hell sold me. And you ended with the bang. A number of bangs. Tone down the tech stuff. Got that? Do you know who from the Ryder family's gonna be there? No, I know Bert will. Bert Springer, and I owe him for even having this chance. Make eye contact. During your presentation, make eye contact, especially if any of the family's there. You know how to give a presentation. You've done plenty of them. Do what you do. The work is gold, Sonia. Absolute honesty. Thanks. I can polish it up a little more. Pacing, she nodded. Yeah, just a little shine up here and there, let most of the tech stuff go unless asked, and I'll know when that's done it's the best I can do. It won't be as slick as by design, but maybe not. You went for the heart. Cleo laid a hand on her own. In my book, heart wins. If they go with slicker, they're lost. Now, how about putting all this away for the night? We'll have leftovers in a nice, fluffy movie. Clover had Ariana Grande and Victoria Monet singing about besties in Monopoly. You may be Sonia's grandmama, but you're our best friend, too. The air suddenly carried the scent of wildflowers in a meadow, a mix of sweet and spice, just drifting. Do you? Yeah. Sonia gathered her laptop, tablet. I do. Every time I worry too much about an entity I won't name tonight, I think about Clover and Molly and Jack and the other 6 brides and whoever else is here. I think about Colin and my dad and this house. I think about you and me doing our best work and eating leftovers for dinner. Me too. Let's go down. Since I fed Pie and Yoda before it came up, we'll let them out while we get those leftovers ready. Cleo glanced over her shoulder as she started downstairs. She hadn't used the litter box. I don't know if your continued success in that area is you, the cat, or the manor. Why not all 3? Halfway down, both their phones signaled a text. It's from Corinne Doyle. An invitation to dinner on Sunday. Same here, Cleo said. That sounds like fun. We're saying yes, right? We're saying yes. Do some juju so my hair appointment on Friday doesn't make me look like a freak. Would Anna use a salon that does that? No, but things could go wrong, Sonia said darkly. Maybe I should... What are you doing? As they walked into the kitchen, Cleo continued to wave her left hand over her cupped right. I'm consulting my magic 8-ball. Outcome good. There, no need to worry. She decided not to, especially since leftovers and a fluffy movie hit all the right notes. And as she settled into bed to read herself to sleep, she got another text. Just checking in. Dinner meeting ran over. I am unsurprised by that. Are things quiet? If not, I can head up. All quiet, but thanks. Worked late anyway, then practiced the presentation for Cleo. We're fine here. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe you can practice on me. I'd like to see the presentation. If the quiet doesn't hold, text me. I will. See you tomorrow. And what the hell? She added a heart emoji. Then smiled when he sent one back. She didn't wake at 3, but she dreamed. First came music. Mick Jagger couldn't get no satisfaction. Then the voices. A man sounding shaky, nervous. A woman cried out in pain. As the dream cleared, she saw the fire first, one set to roar in the hearth. Then the room. Her room, she realized. This room, though the walls were papered and the paper patchy and faded. But her bed, and in her bed, a woman, barely more than a girl, with her long blonde hair tangled, sweaty, her pretty face pale, her blue eyes glazed. Lillian Crest Poole, Clover, laboring to deliver her sons. My father, Sonia thought, frozen in place. My father and Colin.
A man, barely more than a boy, knelt beside her, gripping her hands. His dark hair fell nearly to his shoulders, and his eyes, pool green, swam with tears. "It's okay." Clover turned her head toward him. "That one's over. I didn't know it would hurt so much. It hurts so much, Charlie. We were supposed to have more time to practice. Weeks more fucking storm." He looked toward the glass doors, where thick snow whirled. "We're stuck, babe, and everyone else took off when they said this was coming." "It's you and me." She smiled at him as he wiped a cloth over her face. "You and me and our babies. Because there's 2 of them. Like I told you, I felt 2 of them. That's why it's early. We read all the books on home births, and we've got music. As long as we've got batteries, you're going to have music. All the ones I recorded for you. Hey, I only want to be with you." "It's crazy, but it's true," Clover sang, then broke off with a moan, a sob. "Another one's coming. Oh God, oh God, oh God, Charlie." "Take a hit, Clove, just one hit. I've got a joint right here, it'll help." But she shook her head as she struggled to breathe through the contraction. "Not good for babies, Charlie." "I'm here, right here. Look at me, babe. I only want to be with you," he sang as she let out another cry, as her head swiveled on the pillow as if to find some relief. But as contraction built on contraction, no relief came. "I have to push." "I see a head. Holy shit, Clove, it's happening. It's really happening." She pushed and she wept, she fought and she laughed, and in blood and pain and sweat delivered a son. "I got him!" Tears rolled down Charlie's cheek even as his pool green eyes lit with wonder. "Wow! Listen to him yell! Rock star! He's really small, but he's perfect. Look, we've got a boy. I'm going to tie off the cord like we read. Cut it." She held out her arms for the squalling baby, gathered him in. "He's beautiful. Isn't he beautiful?" "You are. You're the most beautiful thing in the world. You're my life, Clove." "He's our life now. Look at his perfect little fingers. Oh, it's not over." Her body arched in pain. "Take him. Take our baby. Wrap him up warm, Charlie. It's not over." She shook with the next contraction, her body overwhelmed. Charlie wrapped the baby, set it in a box padded with blankets and decorated with flowers and peace symbols. When he came back to her, sweat ran down her face faster than he could wipe it away, and still she shuddered, shivered as if cold. "I'll nurse them both together." Breathless, she reached for Charlie's hand. "Then they won't cry." "We'll plant the placenta with a tree, our family tree." He dabbed at her face, held her hand while the baby wailed and the recorder played Dylan's "The Times They Are A-Changin'." "Everything's changing, babe. For us, we're going to be free. You, me, our kids." He brought both her hands to his lips, kissing them as she moaned through the pain. "We'll grow our own food, and we'll really open this house up to art and music and love." I have to push again. Oh, fuck, it hurts." "I know, Clove, I know." "Tell me you know when you have to push a baby out." Okay. I see the head and it's coming. This one's coming faster, almost here." Sonia watched the birth of her father. She couldn't say how she knew the younger twin would grow up as Andrew McTavish in Boston, but she knew it. The dying girl took him in her arms. "Help me sit up some more, Charlie. More pillows. I can't nurse them both unless I can sit up more. They're hungry, and the first milk's got all the good stuff they need in it. Help me, Charlie." He propped her with pillows, dried her face, kissed the baby in her arms. "I'll get her first. We've got 2 sons, Clover. We've got 2 baby boys." "So beautiful. So sweet. He's already latched on. You kinda gotta help him find my nipple, Charlie. Yeah, like that. Oh my God. It feels so amazing. I'm feeding our babies, Charlie. We're a family." She smiled. She smiled, though Sonia could see the shadows in the room. She could see far too much blood on the sheets, the towels. "I'm getting cold. I can't believe it. I was so hot, but I'm getting cold. He built up the fire, laid a blanket over her.
I can change the sheets, or at least take them off if I can lift you to the other side.
It's okay. Look, our sons are sleeping. Can you do the diapers? I don't think I can get up yet. I'm so tired now. Just so tired.
I've got it. You just rest. Holy shit, Clover, you're a friggin' goddess. I'll bring down a rocking chair in the morning from the attic. I'm going to clean up our boys, then go down and get some of that soup you made. I can heat it up in the fire. You need to eat. I'm going to take care of you, Clover. Take care of you and our family.
Okay, Charlie. I love you.
I've never loved anyone like I love you. I never will.
He used squares of white cloth and diaper pins, then swaddled each baby and laid them together in the box covered in flowers and peace signs. He turned the music down, then took a candle and started for the door.
Soup, some of that bread we made the other day, and some goddamn wine. I wish I had flowers for you, Clover.
I have everything I need. When he left, and the shadows in the room deepened, the girl in the bed turned her head to Sonia. I'm dying. So that bitch is coming. She'll take my ring. The ring Charlie gave me. Get it back for me, okay? Get them all back. As more blood pooled on the sheets, Sonia tried to rush forward, only to fall back. She could only watch as Dobbs came into the room.
With your death in this hour, your blood feeds my power. I feel it rise, I feel it surge, and your only song becomes a dirge. Onto my hand slides the ring of this pool bride. All others who come, I will cast aside. For all time, the manor is mine.
As Dobbs vanished, Clover's eyes, almost lifeless, opened. My poor Charlie. My poor babies. I couldn't stop her. You can. You can. Sonia woke on the floor beside the bed. Yoda nuzzled against her as she wept. Part 2. Knowledge. Knowledge is power. Sir Francis Bacon. Chapter 11. As she drew the dog to her, pressed her face to his neck, the phone beside her bed played In Excess and Baby Don't Cry. Sonia just shook her head and held Yoda closer. As she wept, her heart stuttering with pain inside her, the air chilled, the glass doors rattled. Grief fed her. Choking back a sob, Sonia struggled to fight her way through it. Should she call Trey at this miserable hour? She could run to Cleo for comfort. And why? Why burden them in the middle of the night for what had been? For what she'd witnessed? No, I'm not doing that. Instead, she got up, and with the dog trailing her, went into the bathroom to splash cool water on her face. I was there. Straightening, she looked at her own face in the mirror, saw the sorrow shadowing her eyes. You needed me to be. In agreement, Clover answered with Marvin Gaye's Can I Get a Witness? You can. You did, and I won't forget. It's all right, Yoda. We're all right now. When he settled back in his bed, she settled in hers and lay quiet. She'd remember every detail of her father's birth. She'd remember the strength and sweetness of the woman who'd only had minutes to be their mother, and in those minutes had shown them such love. She'd remember the love she'd seen, even felt between the two people who'd created those lives. Brothers, who because of one woman's dictates, never had a chance to be brothers. She'd remember that tiny, squalling life had grown into a good man, a loving one who'd given her life. Thank you, Clover, she murmured as she closed her eyes. I wouldn't exist without you. I wouldn't be here. I promise you I won't forget. When sleep finally overtook her, she didn't feel the presence watching over her, or the hand, slender, ringless, that lay gently on her cheek. But she dreamed again, and again of the girl and the boy. Now they stood in the sunlight, faces alive, so alive with love and laughter. He wore a flowered shirt, strings of beads around his neck. She had flowers in her long blonde hair, flowers in her hand, and a gold ring, 2 hearts entwined on the 3rd finger of her left hand. Slowly, sweetly, they kissed under blue skies in a field of wildflowers. They laughed into each other's eyes like 2 children with a secret.
Love you forever, Clover.
Love you forever, Charlie, and one day more. There was music. Dusty Springfield sang, I Only Want to Be With You. The girl's white dress billowed as she danced barefoot in the meadow. In sleep, Sonia smiled. In the morning, Sonia let Yoda and Pi out, fed them their breakfast, and freshened their water bowls. She had her first cup of coffee looking out at the woods, and was rewarded with a glimpse of a doe. When she went downstairs to work out, it surprised her the cat followed. Thinking of Cleo's comment about her arms, Sonia selected free weights. While she curled, lifted, pressed, the servant's bell rang. The cat walked toward the sound of it, then arched her back and hissed. I feel the same way. Stretched out on the mat for chest presses, Sonia gave a hiss of her own. And that's all she gets from us. Hisses. After she finished, showered, dressed for the day, she tied back her still wet hair. Downstairs, she made another cup of coffee and took it upstairs to Cleo. Her friend sprawled over the bed with her mountain of pillows. Sitting on the side of the bed, Sonia thought of their college days when Cleo had an early for Cleo class, and did now what she'd often done then. She waved a hand over the coffee to send the scent closer and said, Cleo. Cleo's tawny eyes blinked open.
Is it morning? Is that coffee?
Earlier than your usual, but morning, and coffee to ease the pain. Cleo pushed herself to sitting, and as the cat leaped onto the bed, took the coffee in both hands.
Why are you bringing me coffee in bed earlier than my usual?
Did you hear the clock last night? Cleo sipped coffee, closed her eyes.
No? At least I don't think so.
Her eyes popped open, and her hand shot out to grip Sonia's.
Oh, God, Sonia, did you walk? And I wasn't there with you. I slipped through it,
Not like that. Or, I don't think like that. I don't remember hearing the clock either, or the piano, and I just don't that I left my room. I think the mirror came to me, and I went through it. I went through it, Cleo, and back to when Clover had my father and Colin. Colin first. I don't know why I know that, I just do. To clear her head, Cleo took a deep gulp of coffee.
You saw your dad being born?
I saw it all. Let me tell you from the beginning. She related the dream that wasn't a dream, careful to include every detail.
Oh, Sonia.
Setting the coffee aside, Cleo wrapped around her.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
I came out of it sitting on the floor by my bed. Cleo, I don't think I left the room. My bedroom, and the room where it all happened.
Maybe that's why. It was the ballroom for Lisbeth, so that's where you went. You've seen the others.
I'm not sure where I went. The first couple of times I thought I was dreaming. Just dreaming. I think after Marianne Poole, the third bride, I started accepting it was more.
Accepting could be why you've been more aware.
I still couldn't do anything. Still couldn't help. Couldn't stop it. When I tried, I think that's when I ended up on the floor. It's one thing to understand I can't change death, and another to stand helpless and watch it happen. And to Clover.
I can't imagine how hard and hurtful. She saw you, Sonia. Clover saw you. She spoke to you. She knew you were there, bearing witness.
She confirmed that with "Can I get a witness?" Sonia frowned now. It wasn't the stones, though.
Baby, the late, great Marvin Gaye did it first. And isn't that just like her? Sonia, I know it had to be brutal, but think of this. You saw your father's birth. You witnessed the person who, along with your mama, brought you into the world coming into it. That's the kind of miracle and a powerful thing.
She nursed them. She was dying. Maybe she didn't fully understand that, but she was exhausted and she was dying, but she wanted to feed them, hold them. And Charlie, he pinned these little cloth diapers on them, wrapped them up warm when they fell asleep, tucked them up together before he went down to get her some soup. She died while he was gone. I could see it. Dobbs came when he was gone.
Did you write down what Dobbs said?
No. I remember every word. I'm going to. In her pour your art out sleep shirt, Cleo rolled over to grab a pad, a pencil.
Say them again.
Cleo wrote them down.
We're documenting everything.
Yes, that's next on my list.
You could have come to me, Son.
I nearly did. Nearly texted Trey. Then I didn't see the point. More? I wasn't going to give her another ounce of my grief and fear. Just hisses, right, Pie? Hisses? Pie Wackett went down to the gym when I did this morning, and we hissed at the gold room bell. Yoda was right there when I came out of it last night to comfort me, and she was down there this morning hissing at Dobbs.
We've got us a couple of damn good furry friends here.
We do. They've had their first thing in the morning outside time and breakfast. I'm going to let them out, the post-breakfast thing, and fill my water bottle for work.
I'll pull it together and let them back in. I wish I'd been with you.
I knew you were here, and that matters. She pushed off the bed, started to call the pets, and it struck her. I had another dream.
Oh, God.
No, the opposite of awful. I nearly forgot. I saw them, Clover and Charlie, their wedding day. Not here, not at the manor. I wonder if anyone knows when they moved in here. Anyway, it was so sweet, Cleo. They were dancing on the grass somewhere, and the sun was shining. They looked so young, so happy, so in love. The song he played for her during labor, I Only Want to Be With You, that's the music I heard. It played again on the phone in Sonia's pocket.
She took you there?
Tears gathered in Cleo's eyes.
She wanted you to have that, to see that and feel it. The bright pushes away the dark.
Believing it, Sonia herded cat and dog downstairs, where they both seemed happy to go out into the April sunshine. She filled her water bottle. She met Cleo on the stairs. Nothing but litter in the box.
She's a very smart girl. You're also a very smart girl, so you're going to let Trey know what happened last night.
I'm going to text him now, let him know the basics, and that I'll fill in details when I see him. Cleo smiled.
It's good to have someone you understand and who understands you in your life, isn't it?
It is. Then again, I've always had that with you. And since you're in gym shorts, I assume you're making good on your idea about working out.
I'm getting my own water bottle, then giving it a half hour. 20 minutes with the damn weights, then a 10-minute yoga capper. My day started a little early, so why not?
You know your arms are already happening.
That's the yoga, but now I want more.
Knowing if Cleo wanted more, she'd get it, Sonia walked up to the library. Taylor Swift's Shake It Off greeted her. Working on that and getting there. She sent Trey a brief text, and by the time she'd booted up and started writing what she thought of as documentation, he texted back.
I get why you didn't let me know when it happened, but I'm sorry you were alone when it did. Why don't I pick up dinner, and you'll tell me in more detail. Want pizza?
Yeah, she thought. He got her. Because she heard her friend start up to the servants' passage, she called out, Cleo, Trey's going to bring pizza tonight. All about it. Pizza's great, and I will tell you all. But I wasn't alone. Clover was there. We'll see you when you get here. She wrote it all down, added it to the file she'd already started. Because she hadn't shaken it all off, she sent a quick thinking of you text to her mother, with added assurances all was well. Another rapid response told her she was loved, she was missed. When she opened her first email, she noted her Baby Mine clients wanted a digital ad and a trifold, coincidentally, to her mind, targeting twins. With ideas already running through her mind, she answered, promising to have some concepts by the first part of the next week. Anna Doyle came next, with an attachment, new products for the webpage. My energy level's up, Anna told her in the body of the email. So I've been spending a lot of time in my studio. New pieces, descriptions, and pricing attached. I'm not sending all, as I'm doing some specifically for the event in May. Also so glad you and Cleo can make dinner on Sunday. I'm hoping both of you have time whenever to meet up for lunch in the village. I'm reaching a point of all work and no play. Before she answered, she downloaded the attachments. Maybe all work, Sonia muttered, but really excellent work. Beautiful pieces, perfectly photographed. I'll have them up by this afternoon. As it happens, I'm in the village tomorrow to risk having my hair dealt with. I'll bring a hat if it turns out wrong, and would love to meet you for lunch. I'll ask Cleo if she can make it. We could both use a break, too. How about 1 o'clock? She sent, moved on to the next email and the one after, and Anna's response popped up. 1's great. Just tell me where. I need an infusion of women. Smiling, Sonia glanced up as Cleo stopped at her door. Flexed. Does it show? Holy shit, you're ripped! Liar, but I'll take it. How about lunch in the village tomorrow with Anna? After my hair experiment? 1? I'm there. Where? I'm going to let the pregnant woman decide. I'm there wherever. Going to switch to work mode. Cleo's in. Your pick of venue. Waterside. It's the casual restaurant at the hotel. And I have a connection that'll get us a good table. Girl lunch. Yippee! Sonia sent a yippee back. Then, like Cleo, switched to work mode. She didn't break, even though Clover played A Hard Day's Night loudly until Yoda whined and wiggled. Okay, sorry. You want to go out, and I got the hint, Clover, but when you're rolling, you're rolling. When she rose, Yoda ran to the top of the stairs, whined, wiggled, and actually danced in place. I'm coming! She saved her work, started out in time to see Pi streak past her and downstairs with Yoda chasing after. She paused when she saw Cleo coming down from the 3rd floor. I'll let them out, Sonia told her. Yoda's a little desperate, and I need a Coke. I want one myself. She must have known you were letting him out. 1 minute she's on the windowsill looking out, the next she's flying out of the studio. Ears like a cat. It was rolling for me, so he waited longer than he should have. How about you? I already peed, thanks. Cleo opened the door for the pets. Oh, you meant the work. It's going so well, I'm going with you to Boston next month. I'll be done, and not only will I serve as your assistant for the presentation, but I get to hang with Winter. And if my editor needs to meet with me, I can do that. Cleo! Sonia threw her arms around her friend and bounced. This is everything! Feel my nerves about the presentation effectively cut in half. Sonia could have asked me. I wasn't going to ask you to go to Boston and be my emotional support, especially when you're working on a major project, which will be done. Lifting her arms, Cleo turned a self-congratulatory circle. Then I'm taking a break, which I can afford to do thanks to you, and using that time to work on painting, for my own wants and needs. This is turning into a really good day. Mom's going to be thrilled. I texted her right before Pi ran out, and she is. Deciding she wanted more than a Coke, Cleo grabbed a yogurt. Do you want one? No, I'm going for chips, and pretending that's healthy by adding some grapes. Take what I'd rather be eaten back up. You can eat at your desk. I can at this stage of the work. I'll let Pi and Yoda back in. Upstairs, and with the contract signed and sealed, she started on her new law firm client. Slightly more formal, she thought, more urban than the Doyles. She wouldn't want to mimic their colors or look in any case. She began to experiment with a color wheel, selected 3 two-combination choices for the template. As she worked, she heard the ball bounce downstairs and smiled when Yoda deserted her. So he'd be entertained while she worked. Eventually, Clover played 5 o'clock World. Okay, nearly ready to stop anyway. Take another look in the morning. And when a man's bringing you pizza, you should spruce up a little. She went to her bedroom to do just that. She hadn't intended to change her work clothes, but Molly had laid out a blue sweater and gray pants. I was just going to do some makeup, but okay, this is nicer. When she came out, Cleo walked out of her own room. You changed, Cleo pointed at her. You too.
I was going to anyway, but Molly cut the time in half by laying out this very pretty shirt and these flattering pants. Good day's work? Yes. You? Same. I say it's glass of wine time, and we take it outside. Drink it to the sounds of the sea.
Let's do just that. Outside, the air blew cool and light, and the sky held a pale, tender blue. Daffodils blew their fluttery trumpets with the scent of hyacinths answering the call. Spring flirted around the edges of everything. As they walked to the seawall, Yoda trotted around sniffing at the greening grass, scouting out places to lift his leg and make his mark.
It's so clear.
Cleo pointed toward the bay, where, like the sky, the water spread blue.
It's like the village, the lighthouse, and the cliffs are etched in glass. I may set my easel out here sometime and paint from this perspective.
And sail in the bay in your mermaid boat on a summer Sunday.
Absolutely.
When the cat leaped onto the wall, sat as if taking stock of her empire, Cleo smiled and sipped.
Maybe I'll take Pie sailing. I bet they make life jackets for cats.
Sonia joined Pie on the wall, then looked back at the house. I want to see that tree bloom. That's my major spring goal.
I've got a 4-season project in mind, painting it in every season. You should paint with me. We haven't done that in forever.
Because my canvas work looks like a moderately talented high schooler's beside yours.
Not true.
Cleo gave Sonia's leg a light slap.
And we'd have fun. I'm going to have a lot of fun when I take my short sabbatical and paint when I want, whatever I want.
Are you thinking about giving up illustrating? Shaking her head, Cleo scooted up on the wall beside Sonia.
No, not only does it pay for my shoe collection, but I like it too much. I'm in a position now to be pickier about the jobs I take, though, and space them out so I can do more fine art.
There's a shadow on your bedroom window, she murmured.
I see it. I think it's Molly.
Testing, Sonia lifted a hand, waved. The shadow waved back. If not Molly, at least a friendly. Yoda let out a yip and raced to the edge of the grass. Seconds later, Sonia heard the sounds of someone driving up the road. She slid off the wall.
I'm betting it's pizza time.
I can be ready for that.
Not just Trey's truck, Sonia noted, but Owen's right behind it.
Looks like it's pizza for 4.
Mookie leaped out first, ears flying as he and Yoda had their madly happy reunion. The eye-patched Jones strutted over.
I ran into Owen, so got an extra pie.
Trey gestured as Owen got out of his truck carrying a 6-pack.
He's got the beer.
We started without you. Sonia rose up for her own happy reunion. It was so nice out. We drank our wine on the seawall.
Gonna snow tonight.
Genuinely stunned, Sonia stared at Owen.
No more snow. Look, it couldn't be more clear.
Temps drop with the sun,
Trey told her.
And the clouds roll in. Couple inches, tops.
Owen shrugged it off as the cat came over to ribbon around his legs.
Hitting mid-50s tomorrow, so it won't last.
But it's almost May.
In Maine,
Trey pointed out. As he spoke, a window in the gold room slashed open. What flew out was huge, black as midnight. Wings spread, their span was taller than a man and seemed to slice the sky. The sun caught a glint of talons, beak sharp as razors as it swept over the lawn.
House, now!
Trey gave Sonia a push toward the house as he stepped in front of her. Even as he moved, what flew went to smoke.
Sulfur,
Cleo murmured under the wild barking of the dogs.
I can smell it from here. She went with a vulture. Biggest bastard I've ever seen,
Owen added.
Vulture?
Since the glass remained in her hand, Cleo downed the last of her wine.
Aren't those the ones that hang around till you're dead? They're still birds of prey. 10-foot wingspan?
Trey asked him.
Right around, yeah. Didn't get it very far, though.
Far enough.
Sonia heaved out the breath that had clogged in her lungs.
She's been mostly quiet all day, saving up for something like this, I guess. I bet it just burns her ass the 4 of us are going to enjoy some pizza.
So let's go do that.
Cleo scooped up the cat and started for the house.
Yeah, let's do that,
Sonia agreed.
Just another evening at the manor.
When they trooped in, Clover greeted them with peaceful, easy feeling.
An optimist.
Trey carried the pizza boxes into the kitchen, where Cleo had already started the feeding routine for the animals. Sonia poured more wine into her glass and Cleo's before she reached for plates.
I gave Owen the brief overview you gave me. Now spill the details.
I will. Let's start on the pizza before it gets any colder, and I will. I also wrote it all down, so if it ever fades from my memory, as if, I can refresh it.
I never heard a thing,
Cleo said as they gathered around the table.
Slept right through it all.
I don't think there was anything for you to hear, since it all happened in my room. Then and now. She put a slice of pizza on her plate, then just let it sit. I had to have gone through the mirror again. But I didn't go to it. It came to me. When she teared up in the telling, Clover played Tragedy Plus Time.
She sure learned to laugh again,
Owen commented. I think she's amazing. Sonia swiped at a tear. And seeing how much love she gave Colin and my father in the little bit of time she had, that's going to stick with me forever.
Part of the point, I think.
Trey laid a hand on hers.
Eat some now.
She nodded, picked up the slice. And bearing witness, I think that's the big guns here. Dobbs took her ring. Slim, gold, interlocking hearts just like in the painting. And she said, Cleo took the paper out of her pocket, read off the words. As she did, windows shook.
Oh, bite me, you hideous, heartless hag.
Owen tapped his bottle to Cleo's glass.
Points for the alliteration.
Then turned to Sonia.
It wasn't like it was with you and me? Awake and aware going through?
No. Like dreaming, then not. But like before, I could smell the candle wax, feel the heat from the fire, hear their voices. Like being there, but not. But when I finally went back to sleep, I did dream. I wasn't there, like through the mirror, but it was absolutely clear. Their wedding, Clover and Charlie's, she was wearing her wedding dress. It was just full of light and happy. She wanted me to have that too. Now I do.
And today quiet, you said.
She nodded at Trey. Yeah, until Smoke Vulture.
She rang the servant's bell when I was downstairs working out. Pie hissed at her. You work out?
Cleo raised her eyebrows at Owen.
Mostly yoga, but I'm trying a new routine. I'm figuring to stay Friday and Saturday nights, since you've got us hauling more stuff on Saturday. If you don't want company down there, let me know when you plan to hit the gym. It wouldn't be before 10 on Saturday. And Sunday, she batted her eyelashes. That's a day of rest.
And dinner at your parents'. Cleo and I are looking forward to it.
I'm hoping it's ham. Nobody makes ham like Corinne.
Owen flicked a glance at Cleo.
If you take care of dinner Friday, I'll cook Saturday. Only fair.
You'll cook.
Keep it simple after digging up tables and chairs. I can make mac and cheese. Opening a box isn't actual cooking. I have changed my stand on that,
Cleo added.
He makes it from scratch,
Trey told her.
And it's awesome. Really? Well, in that case, consider the kitchen yours on Saturday. Done. Sonia, I'm taking you up on your offer to leave some stuff upstairs. I'll dump some in there tomorrow.
Good. She rose to open the door for the pets as all four sat in front of it. Stay out back. She never does anything out back. At least so far. More wine, Cleo?
No, thanks. I'm going up to do some sketching in a bit.
Beer?
I'm good,
Trey told her.
One does it for me. I need to take off after this slice.
You could stay, Owen.
Can't. Got work waiting. I just came for the pizza. Wouldn't mind a Coke for the road. Would the work involve my boat? Might later, depending. I'm building a doghouse.
Yoda's doghouse! Sonia hurried back to the table, threw her arms around his neck from behind. Is it wonderful?
Not yet.
Can you take a picture? Can I see a picture?
No. He'll be firm on that,
Trey warned her.
Couple of weeks and you'll see it. You don't like it? Remember, it's your design.
I'm going to love it, and so's Yoda.
Witnessed.
He pointed to Trey, to Cleo.
I'm going to take off.
Sonia got his Coke, hugged him again.
I'll walk out with you. I've got some things in the truck to leave upstairs.
Once out of earshot, Owen looked over.
Look, man, if you're worried, I can shuffle things around and stay tonight. No, I got it. And hell, Owen, most of the time they've got it.
When they went outside, Owen walked out far enough to look up at the gold room.
It's the bird thing. The bird thing. Sonia's had it happen before. But she'd have said if the damn thing was that big. And those talons? They looked real enough. Didn't last, but while they did, didn't last is key. And we can worry about it lasting longer.
He started back to his truck.
But I don't see there's anything we can do about it.
He opened the door so Jones hopped in. Not yet, Trey thought as his friend drove away. But there would come a time, had to come a time, when they did more than react, more than play defense. He heard a window open in the turret above, the library window, and looked up. Clover, blonde hair shining against the twilight, leaned out. He stopped in his tracks, started to speak, but she only blew him a kiss and was gone. Chapter 12. It snowed. Sonia looked out at the fluffy layer of white over what had been a wide stretch of green and cursed. The fact that daffodils waved over the thin blanket of snow didn't stop the next curse. Sure, they might get a dusting or whatever, and an occasional spring dumping in Boston in late April, but she'd been completely into the idea of spring. So she blamed Maine. Trey simply shrugged it off, kissed her goodbye, and left with just a hooded vest over his flannel shirt. She consoled herself that she'd had a night of what, in her previous life, had been normal. She'd slept nearly 8 full hours undisturbed, and woken to snow and a fire lit by ghostly hands in the bedroom hearth. They hadn't been wrong about the drop in temperature either. When Cleo surfaced just before 10, Sonia sat fully dressed, makeup in place at her desk. I'm thinking I'll cancel the hair appointment and just work until we go meet Anna for lunch. Stop it, you're going. It's not your hair. And yours needs shaping up, and you want your nice, subtle highlights refreshed. They really bring out that maple syrup color. And I need coffee. Scrambling up, Sonia followed her down. Maybe I don't want to leave you alone in the manor while I give in to my shameful vanity over my hair. Stop that, too. And didn't you say before I went up last night you were going in early enough to stop by the bookstore? That was last night. Oh, and it snowed. Did it? Cleo went to the window in the kitchen. Damn if it didn't. But it's already melting. There's a lot of sunshine out there. Coffee. But that explains why my fire was going when I got up. She lit the one in the library, too. I realized I've sort of missed that. We're having pork chops tonight. Okay, but... And you should get ready to go. You know how much you like browsing in bookstores, and you should go by Gigi's. I'll let Yoda and Pie out and back in before I leave. Leaning back against the counter, Cleo drank coffee. Son, your hair needs work. Go get your hair done. Fine, fine. And if I come to lunch with orange highlights and hair that looks like somebody whacked it with garden shears, it's on you. I accept that responsibility. On you, Sonia repeated darkly, then stalked off to get a jacket, her purse, and a hat. She did love spending time in bookstores, and a bookstore had become a favorite stop. It calmed her nerves, at least until she brought the 2 books she'd selected to check out, and they came roaring back. I read an advance copy of this one. Diana tapped the top book. Just loved it. Twisty mystery and a swoon-worthy romance. What more could you want? As she started to ring up the sale, Diana glanced back. Everything okay? Oh, I'm just a little nervous. I've got a hair appointment. My first since moving here. At Jody's. Yeah. Oh, no worries. Jody does my hair. Anita's too. Did I hear my name? Anita came in from the back with more stock. Sonia's heading to Jody's. Oh, who's doing your hair? I'm not sure. Nerves, more nerves, balled in her stomach. Does it matter? Diana and I both go to Jody. Jeannie goes to Carly, doesn't she? Jeannie? Our weekend manager. Pretty sure she uses Carly. And Eileen, my sister, she works here part-time. She goes to Micah, who's adorable. Diana bagged the books. A new salon's scary, but you'll be in good hands. With no choice but to hope that was true, and having lingered too long to stop in anywhere else to procrastinate, Sonia walked down the skinny sidewalk. The snow that had greeted her that morning might not have fallen. Not a trace of it remained as she wandered down to the salon. And at the door, she reminded herself it made no sense to be more fearful of a new hairdresser than she was of the entity in the gold room. She went inside. Less than 2 hours later, she walked out a very happy woman. She tossed her newly shaped, highlighted and styled hair as she walked back, hatless, to where she'd parked. Unashamed, she pulled down the vanity mirror, turned her head right, left. I'm back! As she drove through the village, she sent out loving vibes to the shops, the restaurants, the houses and apartments, and especially to the old Victorian that housed Doyle Law offices. A woman wasn't truly all the way home, she thought, until she found her hairstylist. Though she'd driven by the hotel, just to take a look, she'd yet to go in. She knew Anna's husband Seth's family owned it, ran it, and from the exterior, it looked like they knew exactly what they were doing. The snow-white brick on a rise above the bay, the sea, spoke of a mix of grand service and quiet comfort. She saw rooms with small terraces facing the water, a circle centering the drive, currently alive with daffodils and hyacinths and tulips that brought spring right back. On the far side, she spotted paved pathways winding through gardens she imagined would burst very soon. It made her remember, when she'd looked at hotels for her aborted wedding, she'd wanted something just like this, with history in that welcoming aura, rather than the slick and grandiose Brandon had insisted on. Then she set that memory well aside. She parked in the lot near those gardens and walked in the warming air to the front entrance and the doorman. Good afternoon. Checking in? No, I'm here for lunch at Waterside. Straight back through the lobby on your right. Enjoy. She walked in and fell in love with the coziness and the melding of grand and rustic. Light showered down from the candlestick bulbs on iron chandeliers. The big fieldstone fireplace with logs snapping under its floating mantel added warmth and more welcome. People lounged in chairs or sofas, having coffee or a drink, and she noted some had shopping bags beside them from the village. The art on the walls depicted different views of the village, the bay, the marina, and one where the manor stood, high above on its rugged cliff. Recognizing the style, she walked closer and read Colin Poole's signature in the corner. So, in his way, he was here too, she thought, and so was the manor. Because of that, she felt only more welcome. She crossed the tile floor with its central mosaic of a gull in flight over the bay and turned into the restaurant. A smaller fire simmered here, and wide windows brought in the bay. Anna sat at a table with that sweeping view beside her. She wore a knee-length red dress that showed off her baby bump with pride. Short black hair framed a face that lit up with a smile when she saw Sonia. I just got here. I was about... Oh, your hair, it's fabulous. I owe it all to Jody of Jody's. She knows what she's doing. Really, it looks terrific. So do you. And I love this hotel. God, what a view. One of my favorites. When the waiter stepped to the table, offering drinks, Sonia ordered water, flat. I warn you, Anna said when he stepped away. I'm allowed 1 glass of wine a week. I intend today to be that day, and I'm not going to drink alone. Cleo and I won't let that happen. What's a girl's lunch in such a great place without 1 glass of wine? And there's Cleo now. God, she always looks amazing. I know. If I didn't love her, I'd hate her. Emma late? We both just got here, Sonia told her. Good. I hate to be late for fun. And look at your hair. I'm now suitably chastised about my anxiety and a devoted fan of Jody's salon. I'd almost forgotten how much I like salons. The vibe, the gossip, the chance to focus on yourself for an hour or two. And she gave Cleo a poke. Micah is the one for you, according to everyone in there. True, Anna agreed. He's a genius with curls. Plus, I was told, then saw for myself, he's adorable. An adorable genius. I'll check that out. And how's baby girl? Smiling, Anna gave her bump a gentle pat. Feisty, and I'm enjoying every minute so far. I'm so glad you both could make it today. I know you're busy. You're not sleeping at the wheel. Get it? Cleo, wait until I show you Anna's new pieces. They ordered those single glasses of wine, salads, and at Anna's suggestion, mini quiche appetizers to share. You weren't wrong about these, Cleo said after a sample. I've never made a quiche. I should try that. I should try making cute, tiny quiches. Cleo's embraced cooking. See? Busy. Trey let the family know what's going on at the manor. It's a lot. I want to say it's way more than I ever experienced when I visited Colin. It always struck me as playful and interesting, but that's not what you're dealing with. Most of the time it is, Sonia told her. Other times it's hard to believe it's happening, even when it's happening. Hester Dobbs thinks she's going to drive us out, but she won't. It's our place and we love it. Love everything in it. Even back in college, Sonia talked about having a house with a history and character. I did. I just didn't anticipate the characters. She emphasized the plural. But with one nasty exception, we're enjoying those characters. I'm getting to know my biological grandmother, and she's wonderful. Oh, Trey saw her again last night. What? Cleo dropped her salad fork. And you didn't tell me? You'd already gone up by the time he came back in, and I was hair-obsessed this morning. Sorry. Anna held up a hand. Let me echo. What? Trey saw the ghost of your grandmother? And that's again? It's the third time. Okay, back up. Now Anna circled a finger in the air. Rewind. He was just a kid the first time. He told me he was trying to learn how to play the guitar and was in the music room at the manor. I think your dad and Colin were playing chess. And there she was. Hot babe, he told me. She talked to him about music for a minute, then gone. He never said a thing, Anna muttered. Then, a few weeks ago, when he was checking the clock in the quiet place, she, well, appeared. Last night, he walked Owen out. After Owen left, he heard the window in the library open. Looked up and she leaned out. Blew him a kiss, then Sonia flicked her wrist. Gone again. I think your grandmother's soft on your boyfriend, Son. And how weird is that? How weird is any of this? Anna, who'd nursed her once-a-week wine through the meal, now took the last sip. He told me he'd once seen a woman in white on the widow's walk, but he never said anything about this. I caught a glimpse once of the boy. Jack, he plays with Yoda, teaches him tricks, and sometimes, if he's annoyed, opens all the cabinet doors in the kitchen. When I let them out before I left today, Pa was playing with a little ball of string. I hadn't given her one, so I assume Jack likes cats, too. You have a cat? I have a cat, Cleo confirmed. Pa Wackett. Oh, great name. From the old movie. Has everyone seen that movie but me? Sonia wondered. We'll watch it, Cleo said. Seth and I want to get a dog and a cat. We decided to wait until the baby comes, plus 6 months, then gauge our ground. But we wanted to grow up with pets. Since we're just starting to talk about outfitting the nursery, pets are down the list. Now you'll rewind. Cleo mimicked the finger roll. I believe Sonia and I were to be consulted on nursery art and such. Yes, but you're both so busy, Cleo, in particular, is never too busy for anything connected to babies. Are you thinking pinks because girl? Actually, no. Are you sure you want to hear all this? Start talking. Wait, Cleo signaled the waiter. We need to order dessert. What's good? Their peach melba's amazing and really generous. We'll share. With that settled, Cleo gestured to Anna. Not pink. Nothing too girly, because what if she's not a girly girl? Plus, we want at least 2, and the next could be a boy. Seth and I liked the idea of a forest sort of theme, and animals, cute animals. What about magical animals? Anna's eyes went dreamy. Magical animals? Unicorns, winged horses, friendly dragons, griffins. Throw some elves and fairies in there because, they live in magic forests. A magic forest? Uh-oh. When her gone dreamy eyes filled, Anna waved a hand. Don't worry, hormones really bring them on. Can you imagine going to sleep and waking up in a magic forest? She swiped a tear away. It's so sweet. It's so perfect. I could do a mural. You're going to have me sobbing in a minute. You really could? Trust me, Sonia assured her. I'll assist, but Cleo shines here. Talk it over with Daddy. If you both like the idea, I'll come look at the room, sketch some things up. I know Seth, and he's going to love it. Name your price. You can pay for the supplies, but that's it. But that's it or no deal. You drive a hard bargain. And had another tear spilling. But I'm buying lunch. On the way home, Sonia stopped at the florist for fresh flowers. She drove home in a happy mood with their scent filling the car, to be greeted at the door by Yoda with crazed joy and Adele's hello. Yes, hello, I'm home. Were you a good boy? Did you play with Jack? Did Clover look after you? Yoda wagged all the way back to the kitchen with her, where Cleo sat at the counter with a sketchbook. Cleo looked up, raised her eyebrows at the armload of flowers. Did you buy them out? Came close. We ditched all the faded ones the other day, so it was time to go a little crazy. What are you doing? Oh, playing a little in a magic forest. You were a while at the florist. Apparently. On her way to choose vases, she stopped, looked over Cleo's shoulder at the trees with their curving branches, the waterfall dropping into a winding stream, an arched bridge spanned it. Yeah, you shine. It's going to be fun. I hope they go for it and let me have my way with the colors, the animals. Like, maybe something between a monkey and a raccoon hanging off a branch. She reached over to stroke the cat, who'd perched on the stool beside her. A cat, but with a long, braided tail. Sonia carried back the first of the vases. If she teared up thinking about it, she's going to fall to pieces when she sees your sketches. Hope so. Flowers, she said as Sonia began arranging. But nothing you'd find at the local florist. Anyway, I'm going to play with it. I really enjoyed having lunch with her. Me too. And I will help in the nursery, but assisting, as I sometimes do when you're cooking. You downplay your fine art talents? Maybe, but I know I wouldn't come up with an animal that's a cross between a monkey and raccoon. When she'd filled the last vase, she carried a couple at a time. Another homey task she enjoyed, Sonia thought. Walking through the manor with flowers, finding just the right place for the right arrangement. Sometimes, she'd found, Molly disagreed with those choices, and she'd find flowers moved. But she had to admit she'd come to enjoy that, too. Once she'd spread flowers out on the first and second floors, she carried an arrangement to the third for Cleo's studio. As she did, she realized she hadn't come up to the third floor alone, at least knowingly, for weeks. When even her brief hesitation irritated her, she walked straight down to the studio. With the mermaid in the drying rack, Cleo had a blank canvas on the easel. Sonia suspected it wouldn't stay blank for long, as the rigorous organization in the studio had slid into Cleo's creative jumble. Since sketches, folders, pads, pencils littered the old desk, Sonia put the flowers on the table by the sofa. Then she walked to the closet, held her breath, opened it. She saw nothing but Cleo's still organized supplies. Okay, not yet. But she didn't doubt that sooner or later, either she or Cleo would open that door and find Agatha, the fourth bride. She just closed the door when the banging started. Steeling herself, she walked out. The door of the gold room bowed out, sucked in as she walked toward it. My house, she thought. Mine, not yours. She said just that, then repeated it, lifting her claim over the banging. The door flew open, and wind rushed out with it, The cold bit into her bones. Hester Dobbs stood in the center of the room, arms outstretched, palms up. Under the wind, she heard whispering, urgent, but couldn't make out the words. Her phone blasted out with the chorus of Nirvana's Stay Away.
"This house is mine!"
Dobbs shouted, and her voice blew cold like the wind.
"You'll die here. You'll all die here."
When the walls bled, even the whites of the witch's eyes went black.
Pool blood.
Sonia watched it drip from her cupped hands.
It's all pool blood.
On her wild laugh, the door slammed shut. Silence fell. "You'll die again tonight," Sonia spoke with a calm that surprised her. "And the next night, and the next. That's your hell for the time being. I can live with that, for now." As she walked away, her phone played. "It's gonna be all right." "That's right, Clover. That's goddamn right." When she reached the kitchen, Cleo held a potato on a wooden spoon with one hand and carefully made slices in it with the other. "What are you doing to that potato?" "Making it an accordion. Then you do this butter and herb thing. Meat and potatoes. Men coming." She looked up and quickly set the knife aside. "What happened?" "You didn't hear anything?" "No, it's been quiet. I thought after your flower delivery you might have gone back to work a while." "I saw Dobbs. In the gold room." "Jesus, jump rope and Christ, you went in there?" No. She blew open the door and I saw her inside." "You didn't hear all that banging and booming?" "No, nothing." "So just for me this time," Sonia murmured. As Trey would say, interesting. "You saw. What were you even doing near that damn door, Sonia?" "She started up with the banging and, I don't know, it pissed me off. And I guess I needed to stake my claim. My house, you know. Then while I'm standing there, she blew the door open and I saw her in there." She sat because now that it was over, maybe her legs were a little shaky, and told Cleo the rest. "I like you slapback, but baby, stay away from that room. You're up there every day. I don't go near that room. Take Clover's advice, stay away." Her dress was torn, down by the hem of her skirt. I wouldn't have gone in, even though in that moment I was more mad than scared. She shook it off. "Done now. So maybe that'll be it for a while. Now I want to watch you make potatoes into accordions." Sonia flipped open the sketchbook and laughed at the image Cleo had drawn while she'd carried flowers through the house. "It is like a part monkey, part raccoon." I settled on Moncoon. As Cleo picked up the knife again, Sonia looked at other sketches. "These are fabulous. Magical. Oh, you made Yoda a butterfly. He's got such an interesting body type, that brindle coat. So I thought add wings, miniaturize, and we've got a butterhound. This is pure entertainment for me." She set the first potato in a baking dish. "One down," she said, and picked up another. 3 to go." She smiled over at Sonia. "We're doing fine, Son." More than fine, Sonia thought, when Cleo put the potatoes in the oven, prepped the chops. To contribute, she did what she now considered her baking specialty. She made beer bread. Yoda barked and raced out of the kitchen. The cat slithered down from the stool. A minute later, they heard answering barks and male voices. "We've got company." Trey walked in. "Owen went up to put his stuff away." "Hey, your hair." Deliberately, Sonia tossed it. "What about it?" "Looks great." "It always does." "Good answer." She kissed him, then leaned into him, wrapped her arms around him. "I'm glad you're here." Because he heard something in her voice, he looked over her head at Cleo. "Everything okay here?" "It is," Sonia assured him. "But it's not often we get through a day at the manor without something. And today wasn't one of those without something days." "We're having wine," Cleo decided. "We're all having wine because this meal is going to deserve it. I'm going to open a bottle, pour it out, then Sonia will tell her latest tale." "Dobbs?" Trey asked, and Sonia nodded. Dobbs. Chapter 13. They waited for Owen. Sonia had to give Trey credit for patience because he didn't push. Then again, he never really did push, she admitted. And when he nudged, it was so subtle you didn't realize you'd been nudged until you stood where he wanted you. She considered that his superpower. Instead of a push, he fed the dogs and the cat while Cleo put string beans onto steam. They waited. When Owen wandered in, all eyes turned to him. He stopped, frowned.
What?
We were waiting for you. Cleo handed him the 4th glass.
Why?
So Sonia can tell you both what happened about an hour ago. Before I do, I'm going to say it's all part of living in this house. It's part of my inheritance, and if I accept the manor, I take the rest with it. Since I live here, Cleo added, the same. Sonia told them, then waited for the reaction.
Sounds like you handled it. They, Trey corrected, have handled it all along. You're up there every day, Cleo. Nothing like this?
Not since she shut me in the bathroom up there, and when it's Sonia in the library at the same time. I admit that scared the crap out of me. Other than that, just banging and shaking now and again.
Her dress was torn.
Trey looked at Owen.
Fearless Jones. Point being, he damaged the dress.
So maybe we can damage her? Letting out a breath, Sonia slid onto a stool. I like the idea of some payback, but I don't see how you hurt a dead woman.
We could try an exorcism.
Sonia shook her head at Cleo's suggestion. The Exorcist is classic, and a favorite movie of mine.
Hell of a book, too,
Owen put in. Hell of a book, Sonia agreed. But I'm not playing around with that in real life. Plus, if we did manage to evict her, wouldn't she still have the rings? Maybe we'd be a lot more comfortable, but it wouldn't necessarily break the curse, would it? Beyoncé sang out with Single Ladies, Put a Ring on It, and Sonia let out a half laugh. I'd say that's Clover's upbeat way of saying I have to put the ring, or all 7 of them, back where they belong.
Which she's wearing,
Trey pointed out. Exactly. She goes, they go. Or maybe. And I won't risk the maybe.
It's not just because you fell for the house.
She shifted to Trey. No, not just. I've witnessed what she did to women on what should have been one of the happiest days of their lives. What she did to the woman who brought my father into the world. It's personal. And that, seeing that, only more personal.
Colin left this place to you for a reason.
Trey skimmed a hand down her hair.
He never had kids, but his brother did. His twin did. He loved this place. I'd say he left it to you because he figured you had the best chance of stopping her before the next bride comes along and makes it 8.
Owen took a look in the oven as he spoke.
Hey, this looks good,
he added.
Anyway, I also figure he must have tried to do it himself at some point. He did love the place,
Trey confirmed.
And Joanna. So I can't imagine he didn't at least try. He never said anything about it, but wouldn't he have to try?
It has to be a woman. Cleo spoke decisively as she got down plates. What was done by a woman, 2 women. It has to be a woman, a pool woman. I hadn't thought of it exactly that way, Sonia considered. But that sounds right.
I think it's more than that.
Trey took the plates for the table.
I hadn't thought of the woman thing either, but Cleo makes a strong point. A pool woman. That follows. I can handle these,
Owen said, and began to deal with the beans.
Not just any pool woman,
he continued.
His twin's daughter.
I was gonna add some butter and herbs to those.
I've got it,
Owen told Cleo, then continued.
His twin's daughter, who can and has gone through the mirror. And bore witness 6 times,
Trey finished. Sonia got up to help. It's going to take all 7, isn't it?
I think so.
Trey gave her shoulder a squeeze. Add one more element. With one eye on Owen and her green beans, Cleo took the rest out of the oven. The paintings. It follows, Sonia decided. We need all 7 brides. I don't know what the hell happens then, but we need all 7. On the wall and through the mirror. She set the bread on the table, then looked around. Trey, letting the pets in, giving them treats to entertain them while the humans ate. Owen tossing beans and butter and something she couldn't identify. Cleo arranging chops and potatoes on a platter. Just a normal dinner with friends. I don't know whether to be nervous or comforted by all that hasn't happened yet. I do know I'm glad you're all here. Clover added her presence as, with a little help from my friends, played. And you too, Clover. All of you. Owen carried the bowl of beans to the table.
What did you do to those potatoes? I made the musical instruments.
It took him a second. Then he sat and put one on his plate.
Accordions. Cool. Let's see how they play.
They played very well and added to an easy dinner at home. At Cleo's suggestion, they had a glass of post-dinner wine in the solarium.
When I finish my mermaid project, I want to find out more about all these plants. Look, son, we got more blooming.
We'll both find out more. I need to spend more time in here anyway. It's so pretty, and it's nice on an evening like this. I've popped into water, but they never seem to need it.
Same here. Everything's always thriving.
I wonder if Molly handles this too. Clover answered that with Eleanor Rigby. Eleanor. Sonia leaned her head against Trey's shoulder. I wonder what happened to Eleanor. I hope she was happy here.
I think anyone who wasn't wouldn't spend their afterlife taking care of plants, or making beds, playing with dogs.
And Cat. Cleo lifted her glass to Trey.
And I agree. If you put all things Dobbs aside, this has been a good house for a couple 100 years. Here's a thought.
With Jones sprawled beside him and Pie curled in his lap, Owen stretched out his legs.
Do they all know each other? They're all not from the same time frame, right? Do they have, like, ghost meetings, holiday parties? That's actually not a completely stupid question.
Owen only grinned at Cleo and scratched the cat between the ears.
I'm going with aware. At least aware of each other. And maybe time frames don't matter so much after death.
Trey added with a shrug.
I think place matters more. They had to die here. Of course, that's applying the logical to what should be illogical.
We're living in the illogical, or what used to be illogical for me, Sonia pointed out. And I really hope they have holiday parties.
Clover'd bring the music.
Sonia grinned at Cleo. Wouldn't she? And I agree about place over time. We've all seen Dobbs now. Trey's seen Clover 3 times. I caught a glimpse of Jack, and I really think it's Molly in the window of my bedroom. Cleo's seen her in the window, too. Just the shadow, the silhouette. But it's real.
Add the guy with a cigar in Colin's office for me, and the woman on the widow's walk. But I've been coming around the manor since I was a kid. You too,
he said to Owen.
Sure. Heard the doors opening and closing, all that kind of thing. No Dobbs until recently. If it's Molly up in the window, then, yeah, caught sight of her a few times. And once...
He trailed off, drank some wine.
Keep going,
Cleo insisted.
I brought Colin up an order of books from the bookstore. I saw this guy raking leaves. Older guy, little gray beard. He stopped a minute, tipped his cap. He was wearing one, so I waved and went in. I asked Colin when he'd hired the new guy to deal with the lawn. He just laughed. He said, like, oh, he's been around a while.
And? Cleo prompted.
When I left, I went looking for him. I wanted to give him my number in case he needed something, but I couldn't find him anywhere. You never mentioned that.
He shrugged at Trey.
Didn't think much of it. It was just a couple months before Colin died. Then it hit me. There wasn't any truck or car up there. Just Colin's.
Raking leaves, Sonia murmured. I wonder if that's who filled the log holders for the wood-burning fireplaces over the winter. Always helpful, Clover answered with music.
Bare Naked Ladies. Nice choice.
Owen decided.
Jerome.
Jerome. Well, here's to Jerome, who spared me from hauling wood so I'd have a warm, cheerful office to work in.
I'll go one better.
Cleo raised her glass.
Here's to the staff of Lost Bride Manor. They take loyalty to a whole new level.
At 3, Sonia turned toward Trey, and in the quiet wash of moonlight, saw him watching her. "I hear it," she murmured. "But that's all. I hear it, but none of it's her."
Okay, go back to sleep.
Outside, Cleo stood with Owen and stared at the seawall. Seconds before, she'd watched Dobbs leap off.
Satisfied?
Owen asked her.
Yeah. She didn't see us. You had that right. And no tear in her dress. I needed to see for myself. What happened there in 1806. And we don't need a magic mirror to see it. I wonder if you could always see it. Or if we can now because Sonia's here. Because she's made this place hers. I guess that doesn't matter much.
She rubbed her arms.
It's cold. Let's go in. She died out here. On the rocks.
Owen opened the entrance door.
She didn't die in the house. Not even on the property, technically. So how is she in the house? She did something to make sure of it before she jumped.
As they walked up the stairs, Cleo lifted her hands.
I don't know what, but she had to be sure of it. The whole point was being here, forever, and killing a bride every generation. She missed with Patricia. Did that gap add to her power or detract from it? Something to think about.
When they reached her bedroom door, Owen gave her a long, silent look. Cleo didn't need words to read it.
Still under consideration,
she said, and went inside. In the morning, Sonia came down first. Or so she thought, until she saw Owen in the kitchen. "You're an early riser."
"Jones is. Then the cat came in and jumped on my chest. She got pretty insistent."
He shuffled aside so she could get to the coffee machine and let out the 2 dogs who'd trailed her downstairs.
That screwed any idea of sleeping in some.
He waited until she had coffee in her hand.
"So, what do you think about omelets?"
"That I like to eat them and don't have a clue how to make them."
"I was afraid of that. I have a clue. Mine aren't pretty, but they're relatively tasty."
Sonia drank more coffee. "I can make toast to go with them. Trey should be down in a minute, and Cleo won't be too long. She told me she'd set an alarm so we could get started on finding what we need for the event."
"I'm going to do that bacon in the oven thing she does. That takes 20, so she might make it. If she doesn't, she'll have to make her own omelet."
While he dealt with the bacon, she filled the pet bowls, then watched him hunt in the refrigerator for cheese, eggs, butter. "Owen?" He grunted, found a bowl. "You're my favorite cousin." His lips curved as he worked.
"How many you got?"
"Well, there's the one I found naked under my at-that-time fiancé."
"So I scaled a low bar."
"She has a brother, and I like him fine. He moved to Atlanta, so I don't see him much, but I like him fine."
"Proximity's lifted me over that second bar."
"Not just that. Then again, I haven't met the rest of my pool cousins. One of them may knock you out of first place. Do you think they'll come to the open house?"
"Maybe. The ones who can, anyway. Kathy and Cole are in Europe, so not likely. Connor travels for the business a lot, so he'd be a maybe. My brother Hugh's in New York, but he'd make the trip, depending on his schedule. I figure Clarice and Mike will come by at least."
"So many."
"More, but they're all scattered."
"More? It's strange to have so much family I knew nothing about. Same for all of you. You didn't know about me." He shot her a look as he started whisking eggs.
"We know now. Cheese omelets," he said when Trey walked in. "Bacon and toast on the side." "Sounds good. Look, if lunch happens, I'll handle that."
"You're going to cook?" Owen set the eggs aside.
"He means sandwiches. I do. My fried bologna and American cheese slices sandwich is legendary." "And that's no bologna,"
Owen confirmed. "I'll take your word on that since we don't have any bologna." Cleo made it just under the wire. The omelets weren't pretty, but in Sonia's judgment, more than relatively tasty. You maintain your position as favorite cousin.
Good for me. I'm going to grab a shower before we start digging through storage.
I thought you wanted to use the gym.
I got a quick workout in before you came down. We starting up or down?
Let's start down, but not scary basement down. Sonia drained the rest of her coffee. Ever again.
Then I'll meet you back down here.
Cleo watched him go. He worked out and made omelets. How early does he get up? Trey considered.
I figure if Owen lived on a farm, he'd wake up the rooster.
Cleo pondered over her coffee.
That's a problem.
Anyway, we have a list. We like lists, Sonia concurred, and deciding to give Molly a Saturday break, rose to deal with the dishes.
Not a problem. What's on it?
Cleo took out her phone, hit her app, and began to reel them off.
Folding tables and chairs, potential deck or lawn furniture, planters and or pots for the deck.
As the list continued, Trey got up to help Sonia.
Have you considered the convenience of paper and plastic plates and glasses?
An event, Trey, Sonia reminded him. Not a let's throw some burgers on the grill gathering.
I stand corrected. Let's try this. Hire help. On the list.
Cleo rose to pitch in. Hair still damp from a shower, Owen came in.
Molly, I guess, made my bed and put my jeans and sweatshirt on it. Like, here, wear these.
Sonia just smiled. She'll do that.
It's weird. The clothes thing's weird.
You'll get used to it. And if you didn't, make sure you thank her next time. Cleo held up the list on her phone. Let's get started. They went down to the storage area that had once been part of the servants' wing. In under 5 minutes, Cleo dug out a treasure. Son, look at these. I guess they're urns. They could be planters, couldn't they? They look like rusted metal in a good way, but they're stone. I love the pedestal, the classical style. Oh, wouldn't they look great flanking the front entrance? Those fabulous doors? We could try it. Resigned, Owen looked at Trey.
This is going to take a while.
Tables. Trey made his way through to the back wall, pointed to a stack of them.
Folding. I thought I remembered these.
Those are perfect. How many are there? After a quick count, Sonia nodded. 5. Good start. Owen crouched down.
You know what these are? They're field tables. Military field tables. They're old, man. In good shape, though.
Can we set one up? They look right, Sonia said, but they have to be sturdy. Some chairs here. After she called out, Cleo lifted one, unfolded it. Old but sturdy. Not enough, but another good start. We need to test them. If any of them need a little work... Sonia glanced over at Owen. Maybe?
The lawyer can handle simple repairs.
Within an hour, they had a collection of tables, chairs, 2 urns, a 3-legged stool, and an assortment of vintage chafing dishes. Some of these are silver, some are copper, but there's no sign of tarnishing. Sonia ran her fingers over a domed lid. I really hope Molly has help. I bet these were used for big parties, for weddings. I think...
Can't say I paid too much attention.
Owen studied the assortment.
But yeah, they had this kind of thing set up in the ballroom for the one we crashed. We'll use them again, and Molly's, or whoever's, work gets appreciated. I want to go through the serving platters, bowls. Here's what I'm thinking, son. We rent the plates, glassware, flatware, but we use some of our own. It doesn't have to be uniform.
It shouldn't be uniform, Sonia agreed. Mixing patterns and styles adds charm. I say we keep going. Keep knocking down the list. Same thing upstairs. Then, when we have what we're going to have, we move it into the apartment. Use that as a staging area.
You want to move all this up into the apartment?
Sonia gave Trey's arm a pat. Not the tables and chairs. No point moving them twice. But the rest?
This is going to take a while,
Owen repeated. The servant's bell began to ring, followed by barking, hissing, and the lower basement door creaked open. Absolutely no. With purpose, Sonia strode over, started to shove it closed. God! Need a hand! It's like someone's pushing it back! Trey rushed over and over her head gave it a hard shove. Cold to the touch. Fine. She deserves the scary basement. She can have the scary basement. She can't, cutie. You've got furnaces, water heaters, and more. The gold room's one thing, but this is another. Owen pulled a flashlight off a shelf, switched it on. Let's go check it out. Isn't that just what she wants you to do? Cleo pointed out. Why disappoint her? Owen got another flashlight, tossed it to Trey. Hang back here, he told Jones. Trey opened the door. We won't be long. Oh, but... And as the door closed behind them, Patsy Cline sang out on Sonia's phone, crazy. You can say that again, was Sonia's opinion. Trey tried the light switch. Light's working. Colder down here than it should be. After turning off his flashlight, Owen looked around. As clean down here as the rest of the house. Not even a stray spider web. They worked their way through the labyrinth of rooms. If Sonia's not going to come down here, and she really isn't, Trey added, she should find another place to store these tools. Got some nice ones, and all clean, no dust. This old hand planter's a beaut. Take it. You know she'd tell you to take it. What the hell's she going to do with it? Maybe. I don't like to just... Frowning, Owen trailed off. It's not as cold now, is it? No, you're right. It's not. Light stayed on, and it's warming up. Looks like she just... As it struck him, Trey broke off, stared at Owen. Well, shit, Owen said, an instant before it started. On the other side of the door, all the servants' bells rang in insistent cacophony. The doorbell bonged, bonged, bonged. Above, the ceiling seemed to sag as if from a great weight. Everybody calm down, Sonia ordered herself as much as the barking dogs and hissing cat. We're all staying calm. As much as she dreaded it, she thought of Trey and Owen, then reached for the basement door. The lights went out. As Sonia dug for her phone and its light, it played Psychotic Girl. Tell me, Cleo? Here, right here. As Cleo's phone light came on, she let out a scream, rushed forward. Grabbing Sonia's hand, she dragged her back. Behind you! She was behind you! The dogs lunged like a unit. As the men burst through the door, the noise stopped. The lights came on. Dazed, Sonia fought to get her breath back as Trey rushed to her. Let's split up, they say, in every horror movie ever. Are you hurt? He stroked her face, her arms. No. She was behind Sonia. The lights went out, then I saw her behind Sonia. She's okay. Because she trembled, Owen put an arm around Cleo's shoulders. Everybody's okay. I could see her face, like I did in the bathroom mirror that day. It was just full of, well, damn it, evil. The dogs went after her. Steadier now, Sonia crouched down to pet all three. And Pie too, I think. Dobbs ran, or whatever her version of retreat is. Such brave boys, such a kick-ass girl, Sonia crooned. She wanted to lure Owen and me down there, so she could go at you and Cleo here. Yeah, but if she wanted to prove some point, we proved a bigger one. Steady now and defiant with it, Sonia tossed her hair back. She's the one who ran. Okay? She asked Cleo. Yeah, sorry for the panic, but she was right behind you. So you ran right to me and pulled me away. Crossing over, she wrapped around Cleo. And we're okay. Let's pick out some serving dishes. They sent some up in the dumbwaiter, carted out more to stack in the kitchen. The guys hauled the urns up and set them by the entrance doors, where Sonia and Cleo deemed them perfect. They scoured the upstairs areas for more. I swear, every time I come up here, I see something I missed. Son, look at these chairs. Love, wouldn't they be great on the lawn? If you want them trashed after a couple rains. They won't take the weather, Owen told them. You want to put something like that outside, you need teak, maybe cedar, larch, or something that's sealed and waterproofed. Oh, see anything? Furniture for the back deck over the apartments on the list. After a hunt, he came up with 2 Sonia-Cleo-approved chairs and a table. A dust cover slid down into the floor. Somebody likes that bench, Sonia decided. Somebody's got a good eye. Hands in pockets, Trey studied it. A graceful curve of woven metal, it had a fanning back, arms, and sadly peeling white paint. You'd need a scour brush to take off the old paint, then pick out your color, waterproof metal spray paint. See? Minor repairs. And Owen pointed over to where another dust cloth fluttered to the floor. Somebody likes those chairs to go with it. They're great, Cleo wove her way over. Metal again, and the backs are like scallop shells. We could clean these up and paint them, Sonia. They'd look perfect on the deck. We could sit out and watch the sunset behind the trees. Vintage, not new and modern. They really suit the house. I remember those. Colin used to put them out just where you're talking about. The bench? I think I've seen pictures with that bench in it. Wait. Trey closed his eyes, tried to visualize. His wedding. You flipped my memory switch, Owen told him. I've seen some pictures of him and Joanna on that bench. Wedding day stuff. That's it. Only they had it in the front. I don't remember ever seeing it there, so probably just for the wedding. She's in the white dress, he's in a gray suit. And there's one with my parents on either side. Mom's got that on the bookshelf in the living room. I'd like to see it when we're there tomorrow. Cleo and I can bring the bench, the chairs, back to life. Right, Cleo? Absolutely. Cleo and I can handle a chair each if you guys can handle the bench. We could just take them outside, leave them there until we pick out the paints and fix them up. We still have to hit the garage and the shed, but I'll stop and get the keys to the apartment. As Trey and Owen got on either side of the bench, they exchanged a look. A while, he said, Trey muttered. With the women out of earshot, Owen risked a mutter of his own. They're going to want us to come back and haul down that darling pie crust table and that adorable plant stand. Don't forget the majestic 10-ton bench for the foyer. I'm trying to. Why am I always the one backing down the stairs? Your bad luck. Easiest way is to take it out the back once we get down there. Easiest, he said. They caught up with the women, who'd paused in the grand foyer to discuss bench placement. I know it's a lot, Sonia said as they continued back. But every time we bring something down, it's like making it more ours. We'll take a break after the shed, promise. We could have a drink out on the deck. When she got to the kitchen, Sonia set the chair down with a clang. Did I dream it, or did we pile a mountain of serving dishes on the island that aren't there now? God, you don't suppose Molly cleaned them and put them all back? Setting her own chair down, Cleo shoved her hair out of her eyes. She's too smart for that. Trey shifted his hold. Keep going, Owen. Get the key to the apartment. The apartment? Leaving the chair where it stood, she rushed over to dig out the key, then ran outside with the animals flying after. She unlocked the door. It smelled fresh, with a hint of orange oil. Cushions plumped, furniture gleaming. The folding tables and chairs they'd earmarked were neatly stacked against the side wall. All the serving dishes were organized according to type on the kitchen counters. This is amazing, Sonia murmured. Just amazing, and so kind. Dobbs thinks she can scare us away with her meanness, her tantrums. Never going to happen. Not when we have others. So many others who'll do so much without being asked, without any of it expected. Clover responded with Toby Mac and Love is in the house. Trey walked in behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, set his chin on the top of her head. Love's in the house, he said, and the house is packed. Chapter 14. After unearthing pots, planners, and other useful things, they sat out on the deck with tray-made sandwiches and ice-cold Cokes. Cleo and Sonia huddled over paint colors. This, Sonia said. That. Oh, yeah. Ocean mist. Couldn't be more perfect. For the bench, right? Definitely. Then what about sea green for the chairs? We have a winner. 2 winners.
Sonia, how about we find little copper tables for either side? Copper tables is genius. Rob Farmer can make them.
Eyes shut, Owen leaned back in the old metal chair.
He might have something already in his shop. Rob Farmer? Metalworks, Trey answered Cleo. He's got some pieces at Bay Arts. He's got a shop out on Red Fox Road, 2 miles out of the village.
How long would it take? Sonia wondered.
Won't know till you ask.
Owen took out his phone. After scanning his contacts, texted the number.
Now you've got his number. My job is done.
And I'm using it right now. She got up, wandered off to make the call.
A coffee table, too,
Cleo decided.
Not copper. Too matchy. Wood. Nothing fancy. A rustic, raw-hued sort of thing. Even better, one of those live edge tables.
Feeling her gaze, Owen opened one eye, then closed it again. Cleo just sighed, knowing she'd planted the seed.
It's really nice out here. We tend to gravitate to the front, that view, but this is a nice place to just sit. What we need out there is some pretty bird feeders. Yeah, the bears will love 'em.
Owen put a foot up on Jones, rubbed.
Really? And the cat would be thrilled with the all-she-can-eat buffet.
She wouldn't.
Of course she would. I'll settle for the planters. Some wind chimes, maybe some witch bottles.
Sonia rushed back. Cleo, he says we can come out to his shop right now.
Now?
Automatically, she patted her hair.
Sure, okay. We're fine here,
Trey said before she could ask.
Just fine right here.
She walked over, kissed him. We won't be long. Owen waited until he heard the car start.
Quiet. You won't be getting a lot of that from here out. I won't. Not saying she's a motor mouth, because she's not. Neither of them are. But your quiet, sitting in your boxers watching the ball game nights are coming to an end. Says who? The one who knows you as well as I know me. You're good and stuck on her, and I don't blame you a bit. After all, we share the devastating pool good looks. Yeah, I often think of you when I look at her. It's in the genes, brother. Plus, she's smart, got the creative thing going, and she doesn't take any crap, even from a 200-year-old witch with an attitude. Add the damsel, even one who can absolutely handle herself, in some distress angle. You're sunk. It's not any of that, and it's all of that. Something just clicked. It clicked the minute I saw her standing out in front of the manor, the minute she smiled at me. Son of a bitch, it's not supposed to happen like that. Why the hell not?
Owen stirred himself enough to shift in his chair.
You move slow. That's how you're made. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes circumstances move faster. It's easier to sail with the wind than into it.
He settled back.
Anyway, I'm going to enjoy the quiet, then go in and put some mac and cheese together.
He had it together and in the oven by the time they got back, flushed with pleasure and carrying a flat-topped copper stand with a honeycomb pattern.
Isn't it great?
He's going to make us another one. I'm taking it out to see how it looks. Oh, and we stopped and bought the paint. Considering the rousing success of the day, Cleo got out the wine.
You didn't mention Rob Farmer's about 150. But spry, Trey added. Very, and very talented. Also a bit of a hound dog. He flirted hard with me. Not as hard with Sonia as he's heard, he told us. She's seen the young Doyle boy. What did you do?
Owen wondered.
Flirted right back. He's also very cute.
And with the flirting and ordering a second table, he took 50 off, so a bargain.
She opened the oven.
Well, well, that looks like a very high-class mac and cheese. How much time have we got?
He moved next to her, looked in.
About 10 more to cook. You want it to rest a couple after? Perfect. I'm gonna run out, take a look, then I'll set the table.
When she went out, Trey gave Owen a big smile.
About that quiet time. I've got plenty left in the bank, if you say so.
After Owen's very successful mac and cheese and a friendly argument over the best rock bands of all time, the women issued a challenge.
I think it's time we heard some head case, don't you, Cleo?
Couldn't agree more. Trey carted plates over to the sink. Sadly, Headcase is no more. We have 2 members of the band right here. Sonia spread her hands. We'll imagine the rest. She pushed away from the table. Music room. They think we're gonna suck, Owen said. Sometimes we did. Sometimes we didn't. Owen rose with a shrug. I'm game. You should grab that wine, he told Cleo. We sound better if you're a little drunk. Trey got 2 beers. We play better if we are. With wine, beer, 3 dogs, and a cat, they trooped down to the music room. Owen picked up a guitar, gave it a strum, started tuning it. With obvious reluctance, Trey did the same. Do y'all play any other instruments? Cleo wondered. It's such a great collection. It should all be played instead of just displayed. Owen can handle the piano. Handle's about right. After some testing chords, Owen nodded. You improvise better there. As he played an opening riff, he looked at Trey. Not as much punch as with an electric, but this'll do. Remember the lyrics? Yeah, I remember the lyrics. Okay then. He played the opening again while his foot tapped the beat. Trey filled in the rhythm and added his voice. 1,000,000 miles away, your signal in the distance. Acoustic or not, they rocked out Foo Fighters' Walk with Owen coming in on the chorus. The audience broke into applause. I'm not anywhere near drunk, Sonia said. And you do not suck. Do another. There's wisdom in quitting while you're ahead. Owen just grinned and played another riff. When they went with Aerosmith's Living on the Edge, Cleo grabbed a tambourine. Laughing, Sonia joined in as backup dancer. As they rocked through what she decided equaled Headcase's greatest hits, the banging started. She shot a middle finger at the ceiling and kept dancing. Play it louder! Trey stomped his foot, clapped his hands. That's right! Sonia shot up her fists. That's damn right! We will rock you! With Cleo, she joined in, defiant voices singing out both threat and promise. And that, ladies and gentlemen, about wraps up tonight's performance. We've still got at least some of it, Owen said to Trey. We shut her down. One more! Cleo lifted her glass. We've got just enough wine left for one more. Let's finish with the boss. Owen flexed his fingers. I've got one more in me. When they ended with Springsteen's Fire, Sonia decided there was nothing sexier, anywhere, anytime, than a good-looking man and a guitar. That's the way to put a cap on an evening. Cleo scanned the instruments. I've got to learn how to play something in here. You've got some pipes. She smiled at Owen. You should hear me sing in the shower. He smiled back. Looking forward to it. She only laughed. Time to let our 4-legged friends out before bed. When they reached the door, opened it, Sonia let out a whoosh. Wow, that's some fresh air. You know, I think I reached the little bit drunk level. If a woman can't get a little bit drunk on a Saturday night among friends in her own house, when and where? She gave Owen a light punch on the arm. My favorite cousin, and my second favorite rocker. I'm going to bed with my favorite rocker. That's probably for the best. She slept without dreams, or without dreams remembered, without a stir, without a murmur when the clock struck 3. She slept while Trey stood at the window and watched Hester Dobbs take her fall. On Sunday, since Trey went off with Owen to work on Yoda's doghouse, she and Cleo handled domestic chores. They divided laundry detail, then, in the blissful April sunshine, washed out planters and pots, and finalized the open house invitations. Corinne said 150 invites would do it. Sonia sucked in a breath between her teeth. That could mean like 300 people. Holy shit, Cleo, can we really do this? Clover returned to the boss and you've got it. Do we? Sonia squared her shoulders. If we don't, we're gonna. But let's hold off until Bree comes over tomorrow. Then we pull the trigger. Good plan. Now let's pull the trigger and get ready for dinner at the Doyles'. Upstairs, Sonia decided to go with Molly's pick of a simple and classic blue wrap dress and low-heeled booties. For Cleo, she'd gone with a soft spring pink. Good choices. Sonia gave Cleo a nod when she did a turn. Not too fancy, not too casual.
When we're in Boston, we need to squeeze in some shopping time so we can give Molly some new choices.
I find no objection to that. I'd say we're ready, with a stop for flowers on the way. Bending down, she nuzzled Yoda. Be good. I know Jack will come out and play with you both. As they drove, Sonia glanced over at Cleo. I know you're serious about coming to Boston with me, but are you really serious about standing in as my assistant for the writer presentation?
Absolutely. I can help set up the visuals, and if I run the video, you can focus on your pitch. It's a good one.
I've refined it a little. I'd need to run it through with you again. And I have to ask Trey if he'd keep Yoda while we're out of town, or if it's easier for him to just stay at the manor.
I think I'm going to see if Owen will take Pi, unless Trey's going to stay. And even then, he'd be at work all day. She's so clearly stuck on him. Owen, I mean.
Have I missed anything since my very awkward interruption in your studio?
No, it's all under consideration.
He really is my favorite cousin.
That's a low bar, Son.
Sonia had to laugh. He said the same thing. They stopped for flowers, rich purple tulips, then drove the climbing road just outside the town proper.
We haven't seen it in daylight,
Sonia said when the GPS announced they'd reached their destination. What a beautiful house. It's not as big and sprawling as the offices, but it has the same feel to it.
It's really wonderful. Who doesn't love a wraparound porch, especially with a turret over it?
I sure do. She eased across the slate gray paved drive to pull up beside Trey's truck. Trey's here, and that's Anna's car, so we're not too early.
I don't see Owen's truck, so we're not too late either. I bet those azaleas are spectacular when they bloom.
Won't be long now. They walked to the covered porch, rang the bell. Anna's husband, Seth, answered.
Sonia, good to see you. And you must be Cleo. Seth,
he said and offered a hand.
Come on in.
They'd kept the Victorian style inside, with a graceful fireplace flanked by bookshelves in the living room and the gleam of honey-toned floors.
Action's back here,
Seth told them as he guided them through.
The action smells delicious.
He smiled at Cleo.
Wait till you taste Corinne's glazed ham.
They passed a manly-looking office where Sonia expected Deuce put in some hours, and a more feminine style with walls lined with photos where Corinne put in her time. Voices as well as scents flowed back from a big, serious kitchen where the family gathered around a large island or sat at a table by a wall of glass that opened into an expansive garden. Already, early blooms showed their color. Trey, dress shirt untucked over khakis, slid off a stool and leaned down to kiss her. The easy greeting with his family all around gave Sonia a little glow. Corinne took a baking dish out of the lower of double-wall ovens, and after setting it aside, came around the island to kiss Sonia, then Cleo on the cheek.
Aren't these gorgeous? And tulips mean spring. Thank you both. Thanks for having us. Your home's just beautiful.
We're happy here. She patted Sonia's hand.
You've both met Deuce. He and Trey were just arguing baseball, so your arrival's a reprieve. Oh, we'll get back to it,
Deuce promised. Ace, no three-piece suit and tie today, but just as handsome in an open-collared shirt, unfolded himself from the table where he'd been sitting with his wife and granddaughter. He winked at Sonia, gave her a bear hug, then turned to Cleo.
Cleopatra at last.
He took her hand and with a twinkle in his eye, kissed it.
Come meet my own, darling. Then you can tell me your life story. I'd love to, as long as there's a semicolon after it. I'm not finished yet. I do love a beautiful young woman with some sass. Paula, meet Cleo. That'll keep them busy a while. Sonia, let me get you a drink.
I had a lot of wine with last night's concert, but I'd love some water.
Trey didn't mention you went to a concert.
He and Owen performed in the music room.
Performed might be overstating it.
Trey tugged her down to a stool. Not for me. We haven't had live music at the manor since you came to dinner, Corinne. We need to have it more often. Obviously too at home for bell ringing, Owen came in, not with flowers, but a live plant. "Owen, is that—"
"Old-fashioned Wygela,"
he finished and kissed his hostess.
"I heard you had a spot for one."
"I do. Deuce may curse you when I watch him dig the hole."
"I already am,"
Deuce said as Owen carried it straight out to the deck.
"Well, since the gang's all here, I'll carve the ham."
Owen lit right up.
"Score."
It was just that easy. A Sunday dinner around a big table, conversations winging, baby talk, baseball talk, gardening, cooking, art, local gossip, and plenty about the planned open house. And none, Sonia realized, about what lurked in the manor in the gold room. Maybe the Doyles decided to give her a kind of reprieve. Corinne didn't brush off offers to help deal with the dishes, which to Sonia's mind made it a true family dinner. It brought chaos with it, but she enjoyed that too, as well as a tour of the gardens, which gave her too many ideas to fit in her head. "The gardens at the manor are well established," Corinne told her as they walked. "But Colin filled in with annuals every year, added planters. We're hoping to do the same. But how do you know what everything is, what goes together, and where to fill in?"
"Experience. And if you make a mistake, there's always next year."
Though the living room didn't boast a baby grand, it had a spinet. It took very little to coax Paula to play and Ace to form a duet. Seth sat with his arm around Anna's shoulders, murmured something in her ear that had her smiling and bringing his hand to her belly under hers. Deuce and Corinne sat together, his hand on her knee, her head tilted toward his shoulder. It struck Sonia she wanted that. Every stage of that unity. The young just starting, the deeply established, the long-lasting. A home filled with generations and music and arguments over baseball. One day, she thought, she wanted a chance to begin all of that. Just one more reason to find the 7 rings, break the curse, and rid the manor of what shadowed it. When Paula lifted her hand to pat the one resting on her shoulder, Sonia took it as her cue. "This has been wonderful. Just wonderful. I can't thank you enough for having us." Cleo picked it right up.
"If we didn't have a cat and dog waiting at home, you'd have a hard time getting rid of us."
Goodbyes took time before Trey walked them out.
"Sonia told me,"
Cleo began,
"but now I've seen for myself. You have a terrific family. I wondered how 3 generations managed to work together, but question answered. Love, respect, rhythm, you've got them. Born lucky. Staff meeting in the morning."
"You told me." Still feeling wistful, Sonia wrapped around him. "We're fine, and yes, you'll know if that changes." She kissed him again before she got behind the wheel. Cleo lingered by the open passenger door another minute.
"You know, I really liked your grandmother. Easy elegance, humor, style, all wrapped up in one. If I didn't like and admire her, I might break my #1 relationship rule and have a wild affair with your grandfather. And that's a damn clever way to flatter them both."
Cleo got in, sighed as Sonia waved and backed out of the drive.
"That was fun, and illuminating."
"Illuminating?"
"Seeing them all together that way. Each one their own person, but all a part of a whole. I think Colin must have been a good man. I don't see Deuce being lifelong friends, brothers really, with someone who wasn't."
"Neither do I," Sonia agreed. "The wedding photo, the one of the Doyles with Colin and Joanna on the bench. You saw it, right?"
"I did. It tells me Joanna must have been a good woman. Corinne style's all over that house, and that picture wouldn't be there unless she loved both of them."
"They didn't have the chance to make what the Doyles made. But we will." Sonia glanced over. "We will, Cleo, when it's right." Cleo looked toward the bay as they drove by it.
"When it's right,"
she said after a moment.
"I don't see either of us settling for less."
Then she turned back.
"We've got some time before dark. Let's free the furries and walk around. Corinne packed my head with so many garden ideas."
"Mine too. We have to figure out what we've got first."
"That's where we start. Owen said no bird feeders because bears like them."
"Oh."
A beat.
"Oh, that's a very disturbing thought."
"So no bird feeders. And unless a lot of it's already there, I doubt a garden to rival Corinne's, at least not our first year. What are you doing? Cleo kept working her phone. I'm looking up that plant Owen brought her. If I can figure out how to spell it. Maybe we have one. Okay, here it is. And that's beautiful. If we don't have one, I want one. Right there, Sonia said as she turned onto Manor Road, is a good place to start. She parked and they walked to the house. Cat and dog greeted them at the door before both streaked out. I guess we did test their bladder control. How about we change? Cleo suggested. And take that walk around in PJs. Now that's what I call being home. Clover sang it out with Steve Perry's Missing You. Okay, Sonia said with a laugh. That's being home. When they changed, they joined Yoda and Pi. As they walked, Sonia used an app on her phone to take pictures of bushes and identify them. I need that app. Cleo pulled out her phone. I'm downloading that app. It'll work better. Lots when everything has leaves. Better yet, flowers. If they get flowers, because we don't know that yet. And there's stuff poking out of the ground over there. Over there. I don't think they're weeds. Rose bushes over there. You don't need an app to recognize rose bushes. Or hydrangeas, so we've got those. And you know what else we've got? Gardening books in the library. Then let's get to it. Since the air had chilled by the time they went in, they brewed a pot of tea to take up with them, where a fire already crackled in the hearth. That's nice. Thanks, Molly. Or Jerome, Cleo considered. Either way, it's nice. They pulled out books, and Cleo grabbed one of Sonia's sketch pads. As they sat, Sonia opened one of the books, blew out a breath. It's a lot. We can handle it. While it's fresh in my head, I'm going to sketch out what we've got, or think we've got. They spent an hour and more, peaceful by the fire, thinking of gardens, imagining flowers. Each took a book with them to bed. Sonia fell asleep thinking of gardens, imagining flowers, and dreamed. Chapter 15, 1964. We did it. Charlie and me got totally hitched. We weren't going to. I mean, get real. Like Charlie says, marriage is just another establishment construct. Like you need a license to love. That's serious bullshit. I mean, man, my parents got the license, the house in the burbs and all that. And as long as I can remember, they spent most of their time bitching at each other, bitching about each other, or ignoring each other. Sure wasn't a lot of love in my house. When they weren't doing that, they were ragging on me. I figure they blamed me for not just calling it and moving the hell on. So I moved the hell on and took off. Freedom, baby. Rode my thumb all the way to San Francisco. I met a lot of cool people along the way. And some not so cool for sure. Picked up some work here and there when I needed to. Hungry isn't fun, let me tell you. But waiting tables means you're going to eat. If you're open. And man, I was wide open. You find people who'll give you a place to flop a while. And you talk about this bullshit world and how you'd fix it. You listen to music, get a little high. I stayed at this farm, a commune thing for a time. Really, really cool. Everybody took care of everybody. We grew our own food, had these cool chickens, some cows. A lot of work, yeah, but I liked it. I learned a lot, too. A couple of the guys fixed up this old VW bus, and we all painted it. Birds, butterflies, rainbows, totally psychedelic. I was going to stay on the farm. It was nice there, and nobody hassled us. But something told me to get on that bus and ride. So I did. Even when it broke down somewhere in bumfuck, well, I still had my thumb. I don't know why I needed to keep going, but I did. It was like some part of me knew I had to get somewhere. Somewhere turned out to be San Francisco. It was happening. It was a happening. I made a lot of friends there.
People who understood, really got what it was like to be held down by the man who said fuck no to war. This was our moment, and we were going to change the world. Live in peace and harmony, live off the land, and share the freaking bounty. And that's how I met Charlie. That's when I knew why I'd had to keep going until I did. It wasn't just that he was handsome. No. Oh yeah, those green eyes just did me in. He was so smart, and like me, so open. He loved music like I did, and like me, he wanted a world where you could just be, just live, just take care of each other. Sometimes we'd talk all night about how we'd build that world. For each other, for our friends, for everyone. Then I got knocked up, but I was really happy. And when I told Charlie, he was really happy too. We were going to have a baby, and we were going to bring that baby into the world with love, raise that baby in love like neither of us ever had. It was the idea of a baby that had Charlie telling me things he hadn't before, even when we talked all night. Like he said, he'd put all of that out of his life because his family was mostly everything he stood against. Hey, mine too. It turned out his family was rich, like really rolling. I didn't care about that. Like Charlie was an artist, and he worked his street art, sold enough for us to get by, and I waited tables at this vegetarian place. We got by fine, and didn't need all that material bullshit that screws people up. But he told me about this house, this great big house, and some land way over in Maine, but right on the Atlantic, man, and how the house was his now. We could build our life there and have a place for art, for music, for peace. We could have chickens and raise vegetables. Maybe we'd get a nanny goat. Our baby could be born there and grow up by the sea. They called it the Manor, Lost Bride Manor, because way back, this woman got stabbed to death on her wedding day. Harsh, man. And it was haunted, which is wild. So we got this camper, and Charlie and me and some friends started across the country. He told me about his mother, a complete bitch who tried to run his life like she did everyone's. How she tried to push him away from his art, tried to make him be a lawyer. My Charlie, a lawyer. Just makes me laugh. He wanted us to get married. Like, legal, license, the works. Because of the baby. I told him babies because I could just feel two in there. And because he didn't want his old lady bitch mother to try anything with me or our kids. You know what surprised me? The minute he said it, I wanted it too. I didn't care about the legal shit. But I wanted us to make those promises to each other, to our babies. We headed to Maryland because you can get a license there pretty quick and without much hassle. I bought a dress, this beautiful white dress at a secondhand shop with a high waist and a skirt that would work because I was showing. While we camped, we met this guy who had a brother, and the brother had a place in the mountains. Not mountains like out west. These were all green and soft. We got married there, in a kind of meadow. Even though it was almost October, it was as warm as summer. So I picked wildflowers and made a ring of them to wear and more to hold. This old guy in overalls married us. He was a traveling preacher, and he was cool with us saying our own words. Like me telling Charlie I'd live with him in love and how we'd fill our lives with the riches of nature, and him telling me how I'd made him a better human and brought all the color into his life. He even had a ring for me, and it was perfect. 2 hearts hooked together like our hearts were. I knew when he put it on my finger, it was the only material thing I'd ever really need. That symbol of our hearts joined forever made me cry a little, but a happy cry. Then we were married. Life mates. Husband, wife. No, those are establishment labels. We had music and we danced and danced and danced in the meadow in the sunlight and in the moonlight. A perfect day, and I put it on my list of the happiest. When I left home, when I met Charlie, when I found out I was pregnant, my wedding day. I had plenty of fun, and some not so fun mixed in there, but those were my most perfect and happiest days. That night, Charlie and I made love as life mates, and the two hearts shined on my finger. The next morning, we left for Maine and the manor. Sonia woke in the quiet just after dawn. Outside the windows, the sun bloomed like roses over the sea, with streaks of gold shimmering through them, and the sea drummed a quiet thunder. For a moment, just a moment, she caught the scent of flowers. Not the ones on her dresser, but a scent like a mountain meadow basking in the sun. She lay there, revisited the images that had flowed in the dream. "All right, Clover," she murmured. "I won't forget." She got up, and since Yoda yawned and stretched his way out of his bed, went downstairs. She watched the cat slink her way out of Cleo's room. An early start for all of us. She stopped by the library, took her tablet off the charger, and carried it with her. Downstairs, she let the dog and the cat who streaked by him out. She made coffee, and taking a mug to the counter, sat to write out all she remembered. As she expected Bree late morning, Sonia dressed. No housework sweats today, then settled in to work until Cleo surfaced. When she did, Sonia rose to hand her the story she'd printed out. "Read this, will you? Over your coffee?" With a nod and grunt, Cleo continued downstairs. Inside 10 minutes, Cleo, wide awake, came back. She waved the papers in her hand. "Did you walk? Did you go through the mirror? I didn't hear a thing. I'm so sorry. I didn't." "Don't be sorry. And I don't know. I woke up in bed, and I felt her, Cleo. I felt her right there when I did." Annie Lennox's voice sang from the tablet. "Sweet dreams are made of this." It was sweet, yes. Very sweet and very vivid. "Here, let's sit down a minute." She went to the sofa, waited for Cleo to join her. Yoda padded over to lie at her feet, and the cat leaped onto the armrest. "Were you there?" It was like she was telling me a story. Her story, but I could see it happening and hear it. Hear her narrating it. I watched her leaving home with a backpack and a duffel. God, Cleo, she was just a kid. Hitching rides, this lovely teenage girl climbing into cars and trucks with strangers. When you think what might have happened to her... It didn't, Sonia reminded herself. Or she didn't show me the bad parts. "She gave you a kind of antidote, didn't she? From watching her die? Because she loves you, and because she wants you to know more about her. And to know you come from love. Not just your parents, but from her and Charlie." I could see her at different points. Sitting in some room, talking with people about Vietnam, about civil rights, about standing up against oppression. Listening to music, getting stoned. Clover told her via Tom Petty, "You don't know how it feels." I guess I don't, and I swear, no judgment. My parents loved each other. Not that they never argued, but I did come from love. And I grew up in it. You too, Cleo. Yes, me too. I saw her waiting tables and traveling. And on that farm she showed me, hoeing weeds, harvesting carrots, I think. The psychedelic bus she left in. I thought the hippie thing, the counterculture thing was later. Like, late in the 60s. I've researched it some. Its roots go back further. She and Charlie missed the full bloom, but they were in on the bud, you could say. I saw when they met. He was not holding court, that's wrong, but talking to a group of people about peaceful protests. He talked about Gandhi and Martin Luther King, how he'd gone to D.C., heard King's speech, heard Joan Baez, Bob Dylan, about using art and music to spread the message of peace and justice and equality. He was magnetic, Cleo. Young and passionate and magnetic. When I saw him before, when the twins were born, he was so scared, struggling to hold on to Clover, to help her, to be strong. But he was terrified.
She showed you another part of him, too?
Yeah. He came back here for her, for the family they were making, for the world they wanted to build. And he wanted marriage not just because he loved her, and he did, but to protect her, legally, from his mother. He was smart enough to understand that. I saw them on their wedding day. 2 young, happy people making promises to each other, dancing in a country meadow. It was so lovely.
She gave you a gift, and through that, a gift to me.
Moved, Cleo swiped at a tear.
You're going to share it.
With Trey, yeah. And Owen. And your mom.
You should send this to her, Sonia. Send your mom what you wrote. I think it's a gift to her, too.
I hadn't thought of that. But you're right. You're 100%. I will.
Good.
Now Cleo let out a long sigh.
This hit all my feels, every one of them. I need to pull myself and everything else together before Bree gets here. Unless you want to postpone that.
Absolutely not. They were going to open this house, Cleo. We're not doing it in the same way. I'm not going to deal with chickens and goats. But we're opening the house to people and art and music, to community.
Glad to hear the no-go on chickens and goats.
She gave Sonia a pat, rose.
We're going to do those herbs, though. Maybe some tomatoes and peppers, but that's as close to farm girls as we'd ever get.
Just close enough. I'll send this to Mom, but I think I'll wait until after her workday. Then we can talk if she wants.
Maybe FaceTime so I can get in on it.
Done. I'm going to work until Bree gets here. She got in a solid hour before Yoda took his barking race down the steps. For the first time since her Saturday tantrum, Dobbs banged doors.
Don't like the company's coming?
Sonia saved her work. Shut down. Suck it! She started downstairs as the doorbell bonged. Bree, red hair a cap of fire, tattoos displayed below the pushed-up sleeves of her sweater, stood a few steps back from the door, goggling.
Big wow. I'm talking big-ass giant wow.
This can't be the first time you've been up here.
Yeah, it can. Oh, you mean since Trey and me had a thing back when?
She stepped inside, goggled some more.
More big-ass wow. He used to come up, hang out, play video games or whatever. I wasn't into gaming back then, and I worked summers, weekends, and all that. I'm surprised we found time to have sex.
She stopped, winced.
That's weird, isn't it?
Weirder if you didn't.
There is that. So, this is Yoda and the cat.
Crouching, she used one hand on each to rub.
I'll make sure to tell Lucy they're happy, healthy, and living in fucking splendor. Talk about a staircase made for your grand entrances. Hey, Cleo. Well, I want a tour. I want to at least see what you're going to let people poke into.
I think we'll leave the downstairs closed, at least unless one of us is with them. There's a gym and a movie theater, but also a lot of storage areas.
And the attic,
Cleo added.
The ballroom.
Bree goggled again.
A freaking ballroom?
A lot of things stored up there, too, Sonia explained. It may take years to sort through it all, but there's plenty of other house.
You're telling me.
She looked up at the portrait.
That's the one, right? The murdered bride?
Astrid, yes.
Okay, show me around.
They started with the main level, which brought on more goggling. Sonia thought of her first tour, guided by Trey, and understood exactly.
This place is something else. I'm more a clean lines, modern, open concept in my dream house dreams, but this is something else.
When they reached the kitchen, she put her hands on the hips of her cargo pants.
I'd give up those dreams in a heartbeat for this kitchen. You've got a chef's kitchen here. More farmhouse than my style, but I have deep, painful kitchen envy.
She wondered.
The dining room's a little spooky, but it's big. Yeah, this'll work. I want to go outside first before we see more in here.
She stepped out.
Jesus, You've got a lot of mowing in your future. You've sure got the room for a shit ton of people, if it doesn't rain. Don't say rain. Bree sent Sonia a grin. A lot of room inside, too. But we'll plan for dry. You could do tents, but, it's such a freaking sight, as it is. And some of this stuff will be blooming in June. You know about gardening? She shook her head at Cleo. Not much of a damn thing, but I know the seasons around here. Are you leaving those ugly chairs on that deck deal? They won't be ugly when they're sanded and painted. I'll take your word. Still, that's a good spot for the band. Manny and the rest of them are juiced up about playing here at Spook Manor. No offense. Absolutely none taken. Sonia gestured out. We can put the chairs, the bench, out in the yard. We've got to start on tables and chairs to set out, too. We'd need to rent bar stations. Uh-huh. Show me the rest. They went upstairs, where Bree's jaw all but dropped on the library floor. She picked it up as they continued down the wide hallway. Now I have bedroom envy, she said by the time they'd reached Sonia's. None of this is my style, but I've got the envy anyway. She wandered back. Okay, so a couple of really nice powder rooms main level, a couple of guest baths and sitting rooms up here. I'd close your own bedrooms off, again unless you're taking someone through. And no food tables up here. Maybe a bar in the library. What's up there? 3rd floor, Cleo told her. Most of those rooms are already closed off. My studio's up there. Close it off, yeah. But I'd like to see it. I want to see this mermaid I've heard about. As they started up, a door slammed as if blown in a hard wind. I didn't realize somebody else was here. You've got a guest? Not exactly, Sonia murmured. Spook Manor. Bree didn't goggle this time. Instead, her eyes ticked right, then left. You're not serious. One of the reasons we're going to block off this floor is to keep people from wandering in, or trying to wander in, Cleo added, to a room occupied by a very unwelcome presence. More doors slammed. Yeah, Cleo called out. I'm talking about you, Dobbs. Hester Dobbs, Sonia explained. The woman who killed Astrid Poole on her wedding day. The rumors are true, Bree. The house is haunted, and it's full of ghosts. She's the only one who's an asshole! Sonia shouted the last word. You're not shitting me. Bree rubbed the chill from her arms. And you work up here? Nothing and no one can push me out of my studio. Cleo gestured as they reached it. See why? I'm running out of holy shits. It's just freaking awesome. I don't know how I'd handle what's going on down the hall, but it's awesome. You must... She turned, saw the painting. You hung her, Sonia said. I decided to let her dry on the wall, so I can enjoy her until she leaves me. Don't touch, Cleo warned. Slipping her hands in her pockets, Bree admired the frameless painting. She's just spectacular. I get why Owen's willing to build you a boat for her. Or them, seeing as there are more of her in the glass ball. REM's redhead walking rocked out of Sonia's phone. Ringtone? Bree asked. Biological grandmother. She likes music. Okay. Bree drew out the word. So let's head back down and talk about all this. They settled at the casual dining table, with Bree's choice of Cokes for all three. Then she took a breath and dove straight in. How many invites? Corinne, Trey's mom, said about 150. Bree raised her eyebrows at Sonia. You guys aren't screwing around. So potentially 300. I wouldn't bank on much of an attrition rate. Let's start with booze. Beer, wine, and softer full bar. We thought full bar, Cleo began. Here's what you do. Set up for a full bar out back, another maybe in the big parlor. Then you have 2 more, wine, beer, soft outside, and 1 in that sitting room, the turret one back there. You're going to want to talk to JC at the liquor store and work out a decent discount. JC, Sonia noted it down. Or you could cut one of the wine bars down, have some servers passing through, add a signature drink.
Signature drink? Sonia exchanged a look with Cleo.
Like the Manor cocktail or...
When a sound like thunder rolled through the house, Bree looked up warily.
Ghost in the freaking machine.
Spirit of the Manor. Cleo clapped her hands together.
You're good at this, Soan. Maybe a twist on a Bellini. Talk to Sylvia, head bartender at the Cage. If you can get her to work the party, you've got the best. Food stations.
She took them through it almost faster than they could note it down.
You never talked about budget.
We'd never have been able to do anything like this before, Sonia told her. Colin, the manor, all of it changed that. We want... Now she looked up, defiantly. A serious bash. A way to open the manor up. Fill it with people. Make it, and us, a real part of the community again.
This should do it. It's smart and community-minded to order your food and drink from all the locals. More complicated than just having a caterer handle everything, but smart. I'm going to create signs for each dish. Name of the dish, name of the venue that made it. Really smart. So let me tell you what you're going to want from those venues. At least top of my head on that, and how much. I'm wrong on the attrition, you can adjust. Then we'll round up the number of servers, bartenders, the dishes and glassware you'll need to rent and all that. Before you do that, I'd like to consult with my co-host. Give us 1 second. Cleo? Don't go far, Bree called out, and glanced at the ceiling again. When they came back in under 2 minutes, Sonia sat, folded her hands on the table. We did toss around the idea of having the whole thing catered in some of our earlier stages of planning, and rejected that for this plan. So no single caterer. But at this stage, with all the details and suggestions from you, we realize we could really use an event coordinator. Are you interested? Cleo asked. And can you estimate your fee? Sitting back, Bree pursed her lips. I could be interested. You'd create the menu. Cleo and I would approve. You'd select the staff. You know who's best a lot better than either of us could, and would save us hours, maybe days of time. You'd help supervise the setup. We wouldn't ask you to actually work the event. But like us, and the Doyles have volunteered, our moms will both be here. Just help keep an eye on things. I could be interested, Bree repeated. I like you, both of you, and I like what you're doing here. So I'd give you the friends and family discount. She named a fee, stiff but not harsh, and got nods. Fair, Sonia said. But I prefer event goddess to coordinator. As our event goddess, Sonia said, what do you think we should serve? By the time Bree finished and left, details crowded Sonia's brain. We should have thought of event goddess before. I think we would have pulled this off, but not like she will, and not without going a little crazy. We'll still go a little crazy, but you're right. The more she talked, the more I could see how much smoother it'll all go with someone who knows what they're doing taking charge. We approve, we handle the decor, deal with the invitations and RSVPs. There's more, but my brain's clogged. Right there with you. As if to unclog it, Cleo pushed back her hair. I'm making a PB&J and going back to work where I know what I'm doing. Want me to make 2? Do that. I'll let Pi and Yoda out a while. With her PB&J and a full water bottle, Sonia settled back at her desk. After she pulled the trigger and sent the invitation graphic and the order to her printer, she opened her first file. It took some effort, but she put all things event-related out of her mind. By the end of the day, she pulled another trigger and sent another order off for the displays she'd created for her writer presentation. Done, she told herself, and firmly. Don't look back, look ahead. As she started to shut down, Trey sent a text. I got slammed right at the end of the day. Have to deal with it, and it may take a while. Can I mooch dinner tomorrow night? Sorry about the work. I'm just shutting mine down. Dinner tomorrow includes a story.
A good one, so don't worry. FYI, had a very productive meeting with Bree, who accepted the role as event goddess. Don't work harder than you have to. I'll miss you. I could use a good story after today. Bree won't let you down, not at a risk of losing goddess ranking. I'll miss you too. Clover reached back for an old one with the searchers and I'll be missing you. As the tablet played, Sonia took it with her downstairs. Cleo turned from the stove. Since the cooking part of my brain got crowded out, and I just beat you down here, we're having my pasta in vodka sauce. I love your pasta in vodka sauce. How much am I making? Trey got held up with work, so it's just you and me. Look, if you haven't started that yet, let's FaceTime Mom. Then we'll just make a big salad for dinner. A big salad and girl movie night. I have to let the whole event stay quiet a while. I ordered the invitations and the displays for my presentation. I feel just a little queasy about that. Get over it. Let's sit down and have some time with Winter. While they did, Trey stood in front of his client's house, or what had been her house. Police tape stretched across the broken front door. Both front windows had been boarded over. He muttered a curse, then took photographs for his files. He turned when Owen drove up, got out of his truck. I heard. Figured you'd be here. Owen studied the house alongside Trey. How the hell did he make bail? His parents mortgaged their fucking house. That's the word. And Milt Treater agreed to take him in until the trial. Treater's always been an idiot. They slapped restrictions on him. No contact with Marlowe, no drinking, no travel outside the country, mandatory addiction therapy, anger management. Owen chin-pointed to the boards, the police tape. That worked out well. Under 2 hours out, he gets drunk, punches Treater in the face, knocks him down and out, busted nose, concussion. He steals Treater's car, comes here, busts in. Trey scrubbed his hands over his face. I gotta look inside before they closed it up. He trashed what he could. Busted up furniture, broken glass everywhere. Jesus, if Marlowe and the kids hadn't gotten out, gone back to New Hampshire, it would have been worse than last time. They can thank you for that. Fuck it, Trey, that's a fact. You pushed that through so she could take the kids the hell away from him. She only took what they absolutely needed with her. She was still hurting from when he went at her. She didn't want much else. Sent me a list a couple days ago, and we were arranging for the rest of her stuff to be sold. Donated if it didn't sell. Does Marlowe know? No. Thinking of it, Trey rubbed at the tension in the back of his neck. Informing her's the happy duty I've got coming up. Then we'll deal with that wreck in there when I'm cleared to go back in. I'll help with that part. I'll help, Owen insisted. You're not doing all that as her lawyer. He could have come after you, but he didn't. I'm not a woman he's got 50 pounds on, or a kid, or a goddamn empty house. That's exactly why he didn't. Go do what you have to do. Owen laid a hand on his shoulder. I'll pick up some takeout. You got her out and away, Trey. Her and the kids. This? It's just stuff. Yeah. But it was her stuff. She didn't have a hell of a lot, but it was hers.
Chapter 16. Trey spent most of the next day dealing with the fallout of Wes Mooney's drunken rampage. He spoke with the landlord, met with the chief of police. He did his best to reassure and advise Marlowe and her family. And when cleared, went back to the house to salvage what he could. In under 10 minutes, after wading through the destruction, he realized he'd easily fill the bed of his truck with what couldn't be salvaged. Looking at the kids' room and the scatter of toys Wes had kicked, stomped on, heaved against the walls, added a fresh and vicious punch to the gut. Just stuff, as Owen had said, but here, especially in what had been a cheerful room with its bunk beds and bright blue walls, innocent stuff, little treasures of childhood. Monster trucks crushed underfoot, a Spider-Man playset in pieces. And the worst of the worst, Wes had used his son's crayons to write on their bedroom wall,
Your mother's a whore. Because his mind continued to circle to what could have happened if those boys hadn't been tucked away in a spare room at their grandparents' home, he left their room for last. He hauled out broken furniture, bagged broken dishes, glassware, lamps. Systematically, he worked his way from the living room and kitchen back to the main bedroom. While Marlowe's mother and sister had packed some of her clothes and essentials, clothes for the kids, some of their toys, what they'd left for later now joined the debris.
Pissed on the bed, for fuck's sake.
As the rage rose up, Trey pushed it down and stripped the bed. When he heard footsteps, he turned, then his fists unclenched when his mother stepped into the doorway.
Mom, you shouldn't be here.
And you should do this alone. Dressed for physical labor in her oldest jeans and a sweatshirt, Corinne looked around the room.
It's so sad, isn't it? How a disease like alcoholism can destroy lives. I'm not in the mood to give him much of a damn right now. Marlowe's terrified he'll get out again and come after her and the kids. She can't afford to come back here, financially or emotionally, plus she's still recovering physically. She can't deal with what he did here.
So you are.
She's not just a client, Mom. She's a friend.
Despite the bite in his tone, maybe because of it, Corinne gave him a look of utter patience.
I know that, Trey. Just like I know you. I didn't need your father to tell me you're handling all this pro bono. She's got 2 kids to support, and she's doing the right thing and getting them all counseling.
She's doing the right thing, and so are you. Once again, she looked around.
And you've made a good start here. I haven't been in the house before. Is there a washer and dryer? Yeah, back in the... Don't touch those!
He snapped it out as she walked to the soiled bedding.
Trey, I have a nose, and it wouldn't be the first time I've washed sheets someone peed on. I'll get these in the wash, then I'll go through her clothes. I'd have a better eye for what's ruined, what's not, than you.
She hauled up the bedding.
Tom and Lorene Arbit own this place, don't they?
No stopping her, Trey admitted, and realized her practicality cooled the worst of his temper. Being mad solved nothing. Doing did.
Yeah, I talked with them both. Insurance will cover the damage to the house. They're upset, but not at Marlowe. Worried about her. And they asked me to let her know they're sorry this happened.
They're good people. There are more good people than not. But most of the time, the nots make more noise. They were still at it when Owen came by to pitch in. Not long after, Marlowe's neighbors, the Baileys, did the same. At some point, Corinne huddled with Marcia Bailey. "Here's the plan," Corinne announced. "I've spoken with Marlowe."
You... Mom?
"Not on any legal issue. I'm hardly a novice at this, Trey. Doyle Law Offices. Sadie is arranging. We'll ship the boxes of items Marlowe needs and wants to her." Pausing, she sighed a little.
Basically nothing more than her clothes and some things for her boys. Clean slate.
With a push broom, Owen cleared the floor in the small L of a dining area.
Makes sense.
"It does," Corinne agreed.
And with that in mind, we have her permission to hold a yard sale for everything that we've salvaged and she no longer wants.
At the thought of it, Trey pressed his hands to his eyes.
A yard sale?
"That's right. And you can stop looking for complications there, as Marcia, Lorna, and I, along with a few other ladies, will handle it. We'll leave it to the rest of you to be the muscle, dispose of what's beyond salvaging, and move what is salvageable outside on Saturday morning, bright and early. Anything left, donated." She swiped her palms together.
Then done. I still need to...
Corinne pointed at her son.
Stop worrying about it tonight. What needs to be done will be. Now, I'm going home to clean up and change, because I've decided your father's taking me out to dinner.
She went to Trey, hugged him hard.
Walk away for tonight. Go see your girl.
Owen waited while Trey secured the house.
Your mom's a born organizer. And she's right. You should head up to the manor. Can't shake the mood. The pissed-off mood. So, a beer, a hot meal, and sex should take care of it. I'd come up for the first 2, but I want to finish Yoda's doghouse. I'll help with that. Don't need you. And didn't Sonia say she had a story to tell you? Yeah, right.
Annoyed on every level, Trey dragged his hand through his hair.
I forgot about that. Well, it's not like you had a few other things on your mind. Tell them I've invited myself up tomorrow. All right.
He did his best to cool the anger still simmering inside him, but he kept seeing the soiled sheets, the broken toys, the holes in the wall where Wes had punched his fist. He told himself an evening with Sonia was just what he needed, and the least productive thing, what he felt more inclined toward, would be to brood at home trying to figure out what he could have done, might have done, should have done to prevent any of it. So he picked up his dog and drove both of them to the manor. A light rain with hints of wet snow blew in as he topped the hill, a reminder of April in Maine. He told himself he'd shrugged off the worst of the last 2 days when he let himself and the delighted Mookie into the house, while Yoda and Mookie greeted each other like long-separated brothers, and the cat slunk in for some adoration. Trey walked back to the kitchen. And God, she looked good. Her hair pulled back in a tail, those green eyes full of smiles for him. He drew her in, held on, and didn't see the concerned look she sent Cleo over his shoulder.
It's fish and chips night at the manor.
Though she answered Sonia's look, Cleo kept her voice cheerful.
Let me get you a beer. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
He let Sonia go, skimmed a hand down her hair.
Before I forget, I'm supposed to tell you Owen invited himself over tomorrow.
Oh, hot date tonight? He shot Cleo a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then took the beer she offered.
Yeah, with a doghouse for a certain Jedi master. So, how about I feed the pets and you tell me this story you've got? You said it's a good one.
Sonia took his hand to stop him. After you sit down and tell me what's wrong.
Nothing. Just some work stuff.
No, it's not. You're so angry. And more than just angry, so it's more. It's easy to hide that in a text like last night, though I don't know why you would. We are in a relationship, aren't we?
I'll feed the rest of the crew,
Cleo announced and got busy.
It doesn't have anything to do with that.
If you being angry and upset doesn't have anything to do with that, which also means me, what are we doing here?
Jesus, Sonia, give it a rest.
She gave that due consideration for about 2 seconds. I'm going to say no to that, even though you're clearly ready to take out your pissed-off mood on me.
I should take my pissed-off mood back to my place.
That would be one choice. I'm just going to step outside a while, Cleo began.
Don't, it's snowing some.
At Trey's announcement, Sonia glanced toward the windows. Well, that just adds to it. And you stay right where you are, Cleo, while Trey decides whether to treat me like some helpless female.
How am I?
By assuming you can take on all my problems, but I'm not capable of helping you with yours.
I'm not doing that. That's bullshit.
And he realized they'd hear about it all anyway, so fighting about it equaled stupidity.
Wes Mooney made bail yesterday, toward the end of the business day.
Wes, isn't that your client's? That's Marlo, her ex-husband?
Right.
And because it was still in his hand, he took the first draw on his beer. After what he did? Outrage vibrated in every word. How did he get out on bail?
They set it high, out of reach high, but his parents mortgaged their house. It helped he didn't fight custody of the kids, or Marlo moving out of state. So along with his lawyer slow-walking any plea deal, he made bail. He had restrictions, Trey added. Travel, contacting Marlo. He agreed to attend AA, had a friend agree to give him a place to stay.
Sonia gripped his free hand. God, Trey, did he hurt her? The kids?
No. Her mother and sister had already packed up some of her stuff and taken her back with them. But he got drunk, punched his friend, stole his truck, and went to Marlo's. She still has furniture, some clothes, things, toys, stuff she was going to have shipped or sold when she's in better shape.
He took another pull of beer before setting the bottle down with a snap.
He broke in the door, busted windows, trashed furniture, smashed toys they hadn't taken with them, ripped what clothes she left, or just heaved them around. God damn it, he pissed on her bed. He's got both hands in casts now, breaking bones when he smashed his fists into walls.
Too drunk to feel the pain, Sonia murmured.
Yeah. And for what? For fucking what? If Marlo and the kids had been there?
But they weren't. Her tone might have sounded calmer than she felt, but Sonia cut him off. They weren't there, because you helped them get away. You did everything you could as her lawyer to keep them safe. So they're safe.
If he hadn't been too drunk to think of it, he might have headed toward her family home.
Or come after you. You helped her get the divorce. Then you helped her and the kids get away.
Too much of a coward. Sorry,
Cleo said quickly. Don't be, because you're right. She's right, Trey. You wouldn't be half as mad if he'd come after you. But it's easier to go after a woman and a couple of kids than you. You've got every reason to be mad. But here's the thing. Now I can be mad along with you. She looked at Cleo. We can be mad along with you. What happens to him now?
his parents lose the bail money. And maybe their house. I can't care about that. I get you want to do everything you can for your kids. But he's a grown man, an alcoholic, a man who put his ex-wife in the hospital, who hurt his own kids, their grandkids.
So you're pissed off there too, because they didn't do what was best for him, or for the mother of their grandchildren, or for their grandchildren. They didn't do what was right.
And now they forfeit the bail, and he's facing more charges. They'd have had the plea deal sewn up in a matter of days. But the parents pressured him and his legal counsel to push for bail first. Stupid. More than stupid. Dangerous.
As the hot edge of anger cooled, he finally sat.
With a guilty plea. His cooperation in giving Marlo full custody, not fighting her taking the kids out of state. They'd probably have knocked it down to 15. Now, he could do twice that.
Trey shook his head.
Add the additional assault, stealing the truck, the B&E, the destruction of property. He will do twice that.
Are you actually sitting there asking yourself what you could have done to prevent this? Mookie came over, laid his head on Trey's knee. Trey reached down to stroke.
Maybe. Yes, some.
Did you, as her legal counsel, look out for the best interests of your client?
I did. I can know that and still wish I'd found some way or anticipated his level of anger. Last night was bad. And today, going through her place, seeing the extent of the damage, the rage that fueled it, brought it all back. I could see where the son of a bitch hurled his own kids' toys against the wall, or stomped on them.
I don't feel sorry for him, Sonia said carefully. I can say while his addiction is at least part of the reason, it's not an excuse. And I can say I imagine part of what fueled that rage is grief. He's lost everything.
So he gets drunk and blames her. Anyway, we got most of the wreck cleaned up.
We?
I was working on it when my mother showed up. I didn't want her in there. And I know what you'd say to that, so don't bother.
I'll just think it then. Cleo and I will both think it. And pie, Cleo added as she coated cod fillets, since she's also female.
I could use a slight break on those thoughts, as my mom, then Owen shows up, then the next-door neighbors. Anyway, it's mostly dealt with. And my mom, Owen's right, the born organizer, she's gone down some list in her head. She's got Sadie on shipping what we boxed up for Marlo and the kids, and as a group of women to run a yard sale on what we salvaged.
When?
She wants it Saturday, and I'm not even going to think about how they can get it all done by then. But she wants it done, so it will be.
I'll text her. We can make up some flyers and signs. Trey put an arm around her waist, drew her over, pressed his face to her shoulder.
Thanks. And I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. Then Clover played Macho Man and made him laugh.
I think that's a dig, but I'll take it. It wasn't the macho thing,
he began, then laughed again at the raised eyebrow look he got from both women.
Maybe slightly. Not so macho, I can't admit you were right. Owen was right, too.
Owen?
He told me to get up here, have a beer, a hot meal, and sex, and I wouldn't be so pissed.
Happy to help with the first two, Cleo told him, and dropped a coated fillet in hot oil. But I'll leave the third up to my good friend. I can handle it. She leaned down, kissed him. But if you mean right now,
After the first two, and the story. I could use a good story.
by the time they sat down to the meal, Sonia had nearly finished the tale. It was more than a dream, she said again, because at times I could hear her, like narration. And it was all so clear. I saw her life, or what she considered the best parts of her life, up until the day after the wedding.
When they headed north to the manor.
Yeah, and it was beautiful, and adventurous, and foolish, and profound all at the same time. She had joy, she had Charlie. When I woke up, I knew that, and that feeling stayed with me since. We FaceTimed my mom last night and told her. She cried, but the good kind.
We all cried, the good kind. You can see it all in a portrait,
Cleo added.
but this gives us more of her. She's meant something to me for a long time. And this,
Trey said.
adds more. But you didn't walk.
At least not out of the room. I really don't think I left my bedroom. I didn't the night I saw her die.
The mirror shows up, I guess, when and where it wants to, or needs to,
Cleo decided.
And Dobbs?
She put up a little fuss when Bree was here yesterday. Otherwise, Sonia shrugged. She's been pretty quiet. Cleo, slight pause. This is really good.
It is, right? More authentic with mushy peas, apparently, but I couldn't bring myself to make anything that looked like mush. Well, thank you for that. I forgot Bree was coming.
You've been a little busy. And Bree's another story. Some slams and bangs, especially when we went up to show her Cleo's studio.
How'd she take it?
Loved the house, because who wouldn't? Was a little bit freaked out by Dobbs, but she didn't run for the hills.
And the best part?
Cleo stabbed a chip.
She's agreed to be our event goddess. Heard that. Which means what exactly?
We're excited, Sonia told him, because she's going to coordinate. The menu, the staff, the bars, what goes where. It's a load off.
She can do it. It sounds like both of you have been pretty busy yourselves.
Gearing up. I give my presentation, with my invaluable assistant, in Boston in 3 weeks. Cleo's sending off the final illustrations for her mermaid project in...
Next week. It should be next week.
Then we're going to hit the nursery and hit it hard, start planting, then the event. But Boston first. And I wanted to ask if you could keep Yoda.
Sure. He can go to work with me and Mook for a couple days. We can stay here the night or nights you're gone.
You wouldn't mind?
No.
Do you think Owen would keep Pa? He glanced at Cleo.
I don't see why not. If Owen's got a weakness, it's animals.
He could stay here too if he wants.
Worried about me staying here alone?
No. Maybe. Yes, a little bit. Clover reassured Sonia with the pretenders and I'll stand by you. It's true. She will. Reaching out, Sonia squeezed Trey's hand. Thanks in advance.
Not that far in advance. The last time you made excuses about showing me the presentation.
It wasn't fully polished, and I just ordered the posters and displays.
I bet it's polished now, and I saw the mock-up for the posters. So, how about tonight? As the assistant, I say yes. We both need the practice zone, if we're going to crush it, which we are. Let's practice with a receptive audience.
Fine, you're right. No yawning if you're bored.
You haven't bored me yet.
He was far from bored. On the second floor of the library, he sat, a pair of dogs at his feet, a cat on his lap. Though the snow had turned to rain, a fire crackled. As he watched her, listened to her, studied the visuals she presented, he realized this was who she'd been in Boston. This smooth and professional woman who exuded both confidence and expertise was as much Sonia as the woman who worked at her desk in sweats, as the woman who'd made dinner for his family, the one who loved dogs and accepted hauntings as part of her life, the woman who'd welcomed him into her life and her bed, who'd embraced his community as her own, the woman who walked through the mirror. And all those parts of her pulled something in him no one ever had. This campaign highlights the rich history and traditions of rider sports and demonstrates that Ryder has always, will always, value their loyal customer base while opening its doors to the needs and interests of the next generation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my vision for a business rooted, as I am, in family and community. And you have my very best wishes on your grand opening in Portland." She blew out a breath, and her easy, professional smile lit into a grin. "Done! So, I have this irresistible urge to pull up Ryder's website and buy sports equipment." She laughed, took a little bow. "But seriously, did you notice any glitches, dead ends, wrong turns?" "Maybe a hockey stick," he considered. "I don't play hockey, but I feel this sudden need to own a hockey stick. Sonia, I don't know much about marketing, advertising, but I know smooth when I see it. And I just did. Smooth and smart. Playing up the history of the company, the family, smart." He set the cat aside and rose. "I, more or less, got what you were doing with the photos you had my mother take. But seeing how you've used them, put this all together, that's a different level. And I really want that hockey stick." "Crushed it." Cleo rubbed her hands together. "Told you. It feels right. It may be my first major presentation for my own company, but it feels right. I don't know what Angles by Design's going for, but it'll be smart and slick and sleek." "Yours is smart," Trey reminded her. "It's not slick and sleek. Smooth is different from slick and sleek." "It is. Yes, it is. Nothing much more to do than see if Ryder prefers slick and sleek or smooth. I said it before and don't mind saying it again. Crushed it. Now, I'm gonna make some tea and head up to play with a new idea of my own." "Want to share?" Sonia asked her. "Not yet, but I can make tea for 3 if you want." "Tea on a cool rainy night sounds good." Sonia took Trey's hand. "We'll all go down. I need to put this presentation aside so I don't obsess." After they brewed tea, Cleo took hers and Pie upstairs. "Is she making herself scarce because of me? I don't want that." Sonia shook her head as they started to take their tea to the parlor with the idea of starting a fire. If that was it, she'd have said she was just going up. If she said she has an idea to play with, she has one. As they approached the music room, music, slow and dreamy, flowed out. That doesn't sound like Clover's style. Sonia stopped at the doorway. "It's a record. It's the Victrola playing a record. That's new. And here I am finding that really charming." "I'd say that's old, as far as the music goes. Ah, Body and Soul. I've heard my grandparents do this one." As charmed as she, Trey took her hand, drew her inside the room, then setting his tea and hers aside, took her in his arms, swayed into a dance. And here and now, he thought, as they held close, matched steps while the old music played and the rain fell, it felt perfect. Chapter 17. Through the night, while others walked, wept, plotted, or grieved, they slept undisturbed. The gray haze of dawn held back the light, shrouding the day to come and all its demands. In the hearth, the fire simmered low, adding warmth, bringing a hint of gilded light as Sonia woke. Content, she curled a little closer to hold on to the quiet and him. Bodies fit, curve to angle, angle to curve. In that gray haze, his lips found hers, soft, slow, sleepy. And on a sigh, she answered in kind. They embraced the warmth and each other in the old bed, while the sea drummed its steady beat, while the last of the stars winked out. As his hands moved over her, slow and sure, contentment became a yearning. With tender touches, with gentle tastes, in the stillness of that softening edge between dark and light, yearning spilled into need. His heartbeat quickened against hers against his. Answering that pulse, she moved over him, rose up. Silhouetted in the firelight, she took him in, took him on a sigh, deep. and she joined them together in a rhythm as sweet and dreamy as the dance they'd shared hours before. For this dance, they glided up together, rose and fell together, rose and fell with her surrounding, him filling. As she moved, his hands slid up her sides, down again, matching her lazy morning pace. When she sighed again, it sounded to him like music. In those moments, their needs, like the seas drumming, found a rhythm more steady than urgent. Pleasure, and the desire to hold on to that pleasure beat by beat, drew those moments out and out. Moments where, in the soft, silky light, their eyes met, their eyes held. When release came at the top of that glide, it swept through them in a long, slow, rising wave. One they floated on when she lowered to him with her head cupped in the curve of his shoulder. "I wish it were Sunday," she murmured. "Why Sunday?" "Then we could just stay like this for another hour. I love my work. I love having work that needs to be done. But right now, I wish it were Sunday." "Why don't we make a date for Sunday morning? Right back here?" She crossed her arms over his chest, lifted her head to look down at him. More light trickled in the windows, the terrace doors, as day passed the edge of dawn to start its blooming. "I'd like that. I like waking up with you when everyone else, ghosts included, are sleeping." He brushed at her hair. "You think ghosts sleep?" "I hope they do. Or can. I hope they can dream. Well, I hope a certain one has regular nightmares. But the rest, I hope they can dream." Turning her head, she looked through the glass doors at the bright blooming of day. Waking up to that every morning, it's nothing I ever imagined for myself. Now it's hard to imagine anything else. "I wasn't sure you'd stay, even though I could see you'd fallen for the manor. Staying here? Big step. Big change. I gave it about 50-50. Probably better odds than I gave myself. It's strange, but I think your father knocking on my door that day came at exactly the right time. And then the sketches my father had done of the manor made it impossible for me to not at least try." With some reluctance, she rolled away and got up. "Then I saw this house." As she pulled out workout gear, she shook her head. "Sunk. And of course, the very sexy, incredibly patient lawyer's son of the lawyer who gave me my first tour of Lost Bride Manor." She turned to him as she dressed. "I'll add unflappable, because you were, and nearly always are. You and your family made this tremendous change in my life easy. I didn't imagine the easy either. You took care of a lot of that yourself. And you don't flap easily. Since you're putting on this sexy fitness gear, I'm guessing you're going to work out. Coffee first, but it's a hit the gym day for me. You're welcome to join. I need to head straight into the office from here. Shower and change there. But I'll take the coffee." Understanding, she nodded. "I know Marlowe's situation preys on your mind. I wish I could help with more than flyers for a yard sale." "You did. You pushed me to air it out. One of my least favorite things, so it takes a push." "It does? Check out my surprised face." He did and laughed. "Yeah, and you figured out just how to push. You're involved with a woman who insists on equal ground. I dump on you, you dump on me. Get used to it." "May take a little while," he said as they started downstairs with the dogs, then the cat. "Does the cat just not wake up, Cleo?" "Pie's smart enough to know how things work around here." "I'm going to work on those flyers once I'm at my desk. Cleo will give her input when she's up and has had coffee." "Thanks for that. I mean it." "It takes a village" isn't just a saying. Cleo and I are part of the Pools Bay village. Mookie can eat with Yoda and Pie when they come back in. It'll save you time. He appreciates it. Trey let all three out on a sparkling after-the-rain spring morning. "I'm putting the manor on our subscription list." "For what? Vogue? GQ? Porn?"
You don't have to subscribe to porn as long as there's the internet. Not that I know anything about that.
Of course not. And this is my I believe that face. He studied it.
You need more work on that one. Anyway, subscription for pet food and treats. Mookie eats here often enough. Jones too, for that matter. So he's paying for it.
Out of his legal consultant paycheck.
Naturally. It's good stuff, and they'll ship it out.
He took the coffee she handed him.
Thanks.
I'll grab something after the gym. But you should have a bagel or risk your life with a toaster strudel. Have some cereal.
I'll get something when the dogs come back in.
She walked to the window to look out. Look, Trey, a deer. I see her now and again. He glanced out, saw that the dogs hadn't noticed the visitor yet.
I showed you the stuff you mix up for the sprayer in the shed. The deer repellent. You'll want to start using that.
Oh, but
unless you want to have a garden for the deer to eat, that doe has friends and family.
I don't. And yet, you're sure it doesn't hurt them? Finding her worry for wildlife endearing, he tugged on her hair.
Repellent, cutie, not poison.
All right. Owen says no bird feeders out there because the bears would come calling.
He's right.
We've got a lot to learn.
Lucky you're both quick at that.
He filled the pet bowls while she finished her coffee.
Go on. Get your workout started, he told her. I'll let them in and grab that bagel. I'd rather avoid possible mutilation over a pastry.
Cleo might give you a pass. Once. She put her arms around him. Since Owen's coming to dinner, you'll come too?
I'm planning on it.
And you'll let me know how things go? He tipped her head back, kissed her.
I'll let you know how things go.
When she came back just under an hour later, she found Yoda sulking outside the servants' passage. Oh, now he'll be back. I guess I could have told Trey to let Mookie stay, but I didn't think of it. You've got me, she reminded him as she walked down to her bedroom. And Pi and Cleo. And I bet Jack will show up to play later. In the bedroom, she pulled out work-at-home clothes. I'm going to shower and change, then you can hang with me while I work. But when she'd showered and changed, he wasn't sitting on his bed waiting for her. As she started down the hall, she heard the sound of the ball bouncing on the main floor. Looks like Jack came to play already. Since the boy remained skittish, she started to announce herself as she approached the stairs. Then she saw it. The mirror stood beside her desk. The predator's framing it snapped, snarled, slithered. Its glass gleamed and showed her reflection. A woman frozen in place, her hair loose, the tie to draw it back still around her wrist. Her face seemed pale, her eyes too big. Then the reflection blurred so she saw only colors, vague shapes. The pulse at her throat began to hammer. She heard the ball bounce, the dog give chase. She heard the laughter of a young boy who died long before. I'm awake. The sound of her own voice made her jolt. I'm not dreaming, not sleepwalking, I'm awake. But as the goose flesh ran over her arms, she started to back away, to call to Cleo. Even as she stepped back, the glass of the mirror swirled. Those colors, those shapes shimmered behind it. She heard something. Voices, music, but distant, like sounds echoing down a tunnel. And she felt the pull. Awake, aware, she walked to it. Though her hand trembled, she lifted it to the glass, watched it pass through as if through water. She drew it back. The tablet on her desk played Pink's Just Give Me a Reason. I guess I have 7 reasons, she said, and walked through the mirror into the library. Not quite the same, she realized. A fire simmered, and a different sofa faced it. Flowers flowed over the mantel, graced the table. Lamps spread light as the windows showed the dark. She'd walked from day to night. Why here, she wondered. And when? Why here, she thought again, when she heard music from... She closed her eyes. The 3rd floor, she murmured. The ballroom? But she felt no need to go there, and every need to stay where she was. What's here? The sound of her own voice brought a chill to her arms. Could the rings be here, she wondered? In the library where she worked every day? But in a different time. She started to turn, to begin a search. Then she heard footsteps, the distinctive click of high heels on wood. A woman stopped in the doorway, elegant in her long midnight blue evening gown. It flowed down her tall, slim body with a neckline that accented a teardrop sapphire pendant framed in diamonds. She dressed her sandy brown hair up in a sleek and severe French twist that left a face with knife-edged cheekbones unframed. Not a single curl or wave escaped the sparkling comb that held it in place. Matching sapphire and diamond earrings dripped from her ears. The face was striking. Creamy skin, faintly flushed along those prominent cheekbones, with the drama of lips painted a bold red. Her eyes, wide set, a cool, pale blue under thin, sharply angled brows, scanned the room, but passed over Sonia without a blink. Sonia knew the face. She'd seen pictures. She'd seen the photo of this woman in this dress. One taken, Sonia understood, on this same night, decades before. Patricia Youngsborough walked into the library with the air of a woman who owned it and everything else she wanted. As Patricia glided through the room, fingers trailing over furniture, books, flower petals, Sonia heard the music more clearly. A woman's throaty voice sang, "Long ago and far away, I dreamed a dream one day." The diamond on Patricia's left hand flashed light as she turned it to admire. She gave it a satisfied smile.
"And now, within the year," she murmured, "Mrs. Michael Poole of the Poole's Bay Pools, of Poole Ships, Mrs. Patricia Youngsborough Poole, mistress of Poole Manor." She crossed her arms in a delighted self-hug. "And all this, when I take the Poole name, is mine, and well-earned." She seemed amused as she took a compact out of her evening bag, and in its mirror carefully powdered her nose. "There. Perfect. As Mrs. Patricia Youngsborough Poole of Poole's Bay of Poole Manor must and will be at all times, in all ways." As Patricia turned, as Sonia watched, as the orchestra in the ballroom segued into that old black magic, Hester Dobbs stood on the steps leading to the library's 2nd floor. Still holding the compact, Patricia jolted, then eyed Dobbs with unfiltered distaste. "I believe I know all the invited guests, but perhaps we haven't yet met. Who are you?"
I am the mistress of the manor, as you will never be."
Distaste snapped into anger and flooded color into her face.
"What nonsense is this? You will leave this house at once, or I will have my fiancé remove you."
Ignorant woman, I have ruled in this house more than 130 years.
Dobbs came down another step. Her hair, her long black dress flowed as if caught in the wind.
You will have hours only.
She lifted her hands. 4 rings gleamed on her left hand, 1 on her right.
Hours to bask in your bride white gown, to dance and drink champagne. That I'll give you, for the end is sweeter with it than like these 5 brides before you who sought to replace me here. You'll die a painful death in my house."
Eyes dark, gleaming dark, Dobbs came down another step.
And the ring, so new and shining on your finger, will shine on mine.
Get out! Though she'd gone pale, red flags of temper flew on Patricia's cheeks. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I'll have you thrown out, have you arrested. As she turned to stride out, Dobbs sliced a hand through the stirring air. Crying out in shock, Patricia stumbled to the floor. The compact she still held fell with her and skidded away across the floor. The glass in its mirror shattered.
I give you this warning, as I gave none before you, because like me you seek power for the sake of power. This I respect.
Dobbs stood over Patricia now, as the woman cowered, her face as white as another ghost.
Come to the manor as a bride, die as a bride. Perhaps I will not revel in your pain as I did the others, but I will not regret giving you death.
Dobbs smiled, tossed back her hair as it blew in the rising wind.
Come to the manor as a bride, she repeated. Live in the manor as a wife, and know your death follows. Your pain, your blood, your tears will only feed my power.
Stay away from me! Stay away, you're mad!
So they say.
Laughing, Dobbs lifted her arms. Outside, thunder boomed. In the library, an ice-edged wind whirled so the flowers on the mantel, on the tables, withered and died. Books and blackened blossoms tumbled to the floor.
So they say, she said again with a kind of glee. But I am mistress here, and if you enter my house as a bride, I will make your wedding gown your shroud.
Dobbs looked down at her, almost kindly.
He's weak, Michael Poole, and will never be faithful. He'll choose another, and one I'm sure to enjoy damning to death more than I would you. Go now, make your choice.
She laughed again as Patricia pushed herself up and ran from the room. Much as Patricia had, Dobbs wandered the room, touching, indulging. She stopped less than 2 feet from where Sonia stood, turned slowly, stared.
Something there. Something there.
She muttered it as her dark eyes narrowed, as confusion clouded them.
A pool. Yes, a pool. One of the 5, are you? Dead, all dead by my hand, by my power. You think to haunt me? I am mistress here.
She stepped closer, and it seemed as Sonia looked directly into her eyes.
Your blood, Pool bitch, on my hands. Your ring on my finger, dead whore. And your tears forever on my tongue, as will be the next and the next, generation by generation. I am mistress here and ever shall be, and damned to you.
When she vanished, Sonia let out the breath she'd held. She could still hear the music. She could see the glittering shards of glass from the broken compact. Following impulse, she crossed to it. Could she touch it? She wondered. She was as much a ghost here as Dobbs had been. But she reached down, felt the shock go through her when her hands closed around the lid. Her heart skipped as she picked it up. Then the puffs. One she noted for powder, one for blush. No rouge, she corrected. Both had fallen out. Carefully, she replaced them, closed their twin lids, then the cover on the oblong of gold. Holding it, she walked to the mirror and through. She lowered into her desk chair. The ball bounced along the hall downstairs as she stared at the compact in her hand. Clover greeted her with Katy Perry's roar. She'd brought it back, she thought, dazed. She'd brought this object back through the mirror with her. Maybe she wasn't up to roaring. because everything felt so shaky. But she'd brought it back with her. As Cleo came down the hall, the ball stopped bouncing. Cleo lifted a hand in her usual half-wave, then stopped.
Jesus, Sonia, you're dead white. What happened, what?
She broke off as she rushed in and Sonia held up the compact.
It's beautiful. Art Deco. Where did you find it?
As she asked, Cleo opened it.
Oh, the mirror's broken. That's a shame.
It broke when she dropped it. Cleo put a hand on Sonia's shoulder.
Who dropped it?
Patricia Poole. Well, not Poole yet. I think it was her engagement party. No, I know it was. The dress, like in the photo Deuce had. The same dress and hairstyle.
Did you dream that? Did you go through the mirror again last night?
No. Just now. Here. In the library. I need to... Shifting in her chair, Sonia lowered her head between her knees.
Are you going to be sick?
Instinctively, Cleo pulled back Sonia's hair.
No, just
a little lightheaded. A little shaky.
Just breathe, baby.
Gently, Cleo rubbed Sonia's back.
I'll get you some water.
No, I think I need air more. I'll go outside. Get some air.
You wait. I need shoes and a sweater. You stay right there for a minute.
Sonia didn't argue, but did sit up again as Cleo dashed to her room. She raced back wearing sneakers and dragging on a cardigan.
We'll go slow.
It's already better. I just want some air. But she picked up the compact to take with her. I came up to shower and change after a workout. We were up pretty early. God, you haven't even had coffee yet.
Don't worry about it.
Cleo kept an arm around her as they walked down the stairs.
Yoda? Jack?
As Sonia said his name, the dog raced back down the hall. The cat came with him. I guess Pie, too. I was going to call out that I was coming down, then I saw it. When Cleo opened the front door, the cat and dog ran out ahead of them. God, that feels good. Sonia took 2 deep gulps of fresh air. Better. Really better. I saw it. The mirror in the library.
Why didn't you call me?
I was going to, Sonia said as they walked. But then... I needed to go through. It was as if I had to go through right then. And when I did, I was in the library. But before, different sofa, different lamps, flowers, music and voices from upstairs, the ballroom. And it was night. Fire going, the lamps lit. And she walked in. Patricia came in. Sonia told her from start to finish, pulling out the details, ones she'd never forget. They didn't see me, Cleo, neither of them. Patricia went from arrogant, superior, furious, to terrified in a matter of minutes.
Being knocked down by a ghost who threatens to murder you will do that. Dobbs warned her off because she actually liked her.
I don't know if she's capable of liking anyone, but she understood and respected the thirst for power, and figured Michael Poole would pick someone else, more to her taste, I guess it is.
But Patricia married Michael anyway, just didn't come back to the manor.
Terrified, Sonia concluded, but calculating, and Dobbs had to wait a full generation more. For Clover. Yeah. God. Dobbs didn't see me, Cleo, but when Patricia ran out, when she wasn't there for Dobbs to focus on, she felt me. It confused her, pissed her off. I could see both all over her. She thought I was one of the 5 brides she'd killed at that point. And when she vanished, I walked over to this. Sonia pulled the compact out of her pocket. The gold gleamed as if freshly polished in the sunlight. I didn't see how I could actually pick it up, but like with the mirror, I felt I had to. And I did. Picked it up. Picked up the puffs, closed it up. She stopped, turned to Cleo with the compact in her hands. I brought it back through, from then to now. She dropped this 80 years ago, but I'm holding it.
In your father's sketches, He had ones of him and Colin, as boys, exchanging toy cars. But that's not the same. They were in different places, but the same time. You were in the same place, but different times.
If I could bring this back, doesn't it mean I could bring something else back?
Like the rings.
Yes, like the rings. Somehow get them from her, or get there before she takes them. I don't know. But I think I felt compelled to try to pick this up off the floor because I needed to see I could. I had to go through at that time so I could see what happened.
We know why Patricia closed the manor, refused to go back into it.
The thing is, Dobbs didn't see me. She did before, even spoke to me when Mary Ann died. Knocked me on my ass when I tried to get to Lisbeth in the ballroom.
More than that. Yeah, you were awake when you went through with Owen, but you hadn't been. And every other time you haven't been aware.
Puzzling it out brought a light throb to her temple. Rubbing at it, Sonia puzzled more. So maybe deliberate. Awake, aware the whole time. I don't know, it's a lot to think about. But I have this. She looked down at the compact, ran her hand over the raised design in the gold. And we know Dobbs scared off Patricia from moving into the manor, from having her wedding reception here, from being mistress of the manor. She turned the compact so the sunlight caught the gold and the raised Art Deco design on the top. It is beautiful. I'm taking it with me when I go to see Greta Poole. I'm going to call the memory center and make arrangements.
I'm going with you. I'm not taking no this time, Cleo insisted. I really don't think you should make the trip alone. Look, I doubt they'll give you much time with her. If it's an hour, I'll be surprised. Yoda and Pi will be fine while we're gone.
Okay. All right. I just hate taking you away from your work when you're close to finishing.
I'm going to be done in a day or two, ahead of deadline, so taking a morning or afternoon off is fine. And I hope it's afternoon.
I'll go up and call now, and you need your coffee.
All this gave me a wake-up jolt that beats the hell out of coffee, but I still want it.
Oh, look! Cleo pointed out to sea where a whale sounded. That's never going to be a so what for me. And I'm taking it as a sign, Sonia decided. A good omen.
Now you sound like me.
After its strange start, the rest of the day ran smooth. So smoothly, Sonia worked past her usual hour and only surfaced when Yoda raced downstairs barking his greeting. I was going to change, but the clock told her she'd missed that opportunity. Oh well. She saved her work, shut down. Cleo played It's Raining Men and made her laugh. Fun, but it should be only two of them. As she went down, it occurred to her she hadn't heard anyone come in. Since Yoda didn't sit, wagging by the front door, she assumed Trey or Owen or both of them went around back for the dogs. She found Cleo in the kitchen. You're already cooking. I got caught up.
Under control. Main's in the oven and I'm gonna mash these potatoes. Do some peas, but not the mushy kind. I let Yoda and Pi out because I saw Mookie there. Trey didn't come in.
Not yet. Curious, she walked to the door herself. When she opened it, she squealed and ran out.
What? What is it?
Cleo followed after her. Yoda's house! She watched Trey and Owen and the ever-obliging John D. muscle it around the corner.
Side of the shed,
Owen ordered.
Oh, but...
He ignored Sonia.
Side of the shed. It's got electric and the concrete pad extends under the overhang.
Too charmed to argue, she followed them. It looked exactly the way she'd drawn and designed, with its mansard roof, the turret, and arched windows. He'd arched the doorway, too, and above it he'd put a sign bearing Yoda's name.
It's really big,
Cleo said, so we can have guests over. Oh, it's just stately. I love how it reflects the manor. It's got a little chimney. When they set it down with a trio of grunts, Yoda went straight in. He likes it. He already likes it.
He's got himself some cool digs.
John D. scratched his beard under his grin. Owen got down on the ground, reached between the back of the house and the shed. I have to see. And Sonia crawled in after her dog. Oh! The tray ceiling, the fancy tile floors. a regal little bed with, as she reached over and tested, a trundle for overnight guests, the little electric fireplace and a toy box already filled.
Hit the switch on the fireplace,
Owen called out.
on the right.
When she did, low, simulated flames came on. It works! It's wonderful!
Floor heat's set on low, leave it alone.
Yoda snagged an orange bone out of the toy box and wagged. He loves it, Owen. I love it. She backed her way out. Before she could stand, Mookie and Jones went in. They all fit. It's perfect. You're a genius.
You designed it.
He nodded at his work.
Fair trade. I'm going to agree,
Trey said.
since I've seen the oiled and polished up desk in his workshop. It's a beauty. Thanks, John D., for the hand. This thing's a monster. No problem. That's a hell of a doghouse. Stay for dinner.
Cleo bent to look through the arched window.
We've got plenty. Ah, now, that's real nice, but Kevin's already got that going. I'd better get on.
Wait just a minute. Sonia ran into the house, then back with a bottle of wine. For your dinner, you and Kevin.
Ah, now, you don't have to do that. But I'll take it.
When he left, Owen got down, switched off the fireplace.
It's a nice night. They don't need it. What's for dinner? Crap, I need to finish.
Turning on her heel, Cleo headed inside. Thank you. Sonia kissed Owen, then turned to Trey. And thank you to the assistant builder. And kissed him before she laughed. The cat perched on the roof of Yoda's house. Another seal of approval. Let's go in. I've got another tale to tell, and I'm ready for wine.
Trey filled me in on the last one. What's she cooking?
I don't know. Something that goes with mashed potatoes and peas. As they trooped into the kitchen, Owen sniffed the air. Then he moved around Cleo while she riced boiled potatoes and opened the oven.
You made meatloaf. I decided to try my hand at it.
Before she could reach for another potato, he swung her around, dipped her low, and kissed her. Then swung her back up fluidly.
Meatloaf does that to me.
I'll keep that in mind. She went back to her potatoes, but smiled. And I say Cleo's meatloaf calls for red wine, Sonia announced.
I'll get it.
Trey went to the butler's pantry for a bottle.
Let's hear the tale.
Sonia got out plates. You could say the mirror came to me again. Only this morning when I was wide awake. And in the library. She put the plates on the table, went back for flatware. Your instinct's going to be to get upset. She glanced over as he uncorked the wine. Try to hold back on that until I finish. He poured wine, handed her a glass.
You can't finish unless you start. Let's hear it.
Chapter 18. He didn't interrupt, nor did Owen. It was Cleo who interrupted the story.
We're gonna eat this while it's hot. Sonia can finish while we do. Owen, take this bowl of potatoes to the table. Trey, you can take the peas.
At the table, Cleo sliced the meatloaf, served it while Sonia told them about Dobbs and her appearance on the library stairs, and all that happened after. When she was done, Trey took a slow sip of wine.
We agreed you'd call me.
Trey, Cleo was just down the hall. I could have shouted for her or gone to get her, and I started to. But I can't explain it, not rationally, but it was the same as the night in the ballroom. I had to go through. I needed to. Not a whim, not thinking I'd just handle it myself. A need.
It wasn't like that for me,
Owen said.
I didn't feel that pull, you called it. I felt something, but not that. But I know you did.
He met Sonia's eyes, then shifted his gaze to Trey's.
You know that too. It's hard not to be here when shit happens, but shit's going to happen.
I was wobbly when I came back, she admitted. Then Cleo was right there. I know it sounds crazy, but I think it was somehow timed that way. Timed for me to go in, come out, for Cleo to get up and come.
It doesn't sound crazy.
Briefly, Trey laid a hand over hers.
It doesn't. And Owen's right. I do know, and it is hard. And getting past that, there's a lot more here. She didn't see you, and she has before. And you brought something back with you.
The compact. It's in my desk. I'll go get it.
After dinner.
This time, he gave her hand a squeeze.
And it's great, Cleo. No, my meatloaf's great.
Owen disagreed.
This is, and it hurts a little, superior. I'm having some more.
As he took a second helping of everything, he looked back at Sonia.
A guy wants to protect the ones who matter to him, especially if you're Trey. Tough for you. You're dealing with things most people wouldn't just walk away from. They'd run like hell. That goes for both you and Lafayette here.
You're not running, Cleo pointed out.
Jones and me? We like a good fight. Add that bitch killed some of my family. Back when, doesn't matter. It's family.
Trey looked over at his friend, raised his glass.
And there you have it.
Speaking of family, Sonia began, I've arranged to visit Greta Poole tomorrow. I kept putting that off, and it feels like, after this morning especially, I should at least make that connection.
I can shift some things around and go with you.
You would. You would shift things around, and I appreciate it. But Cleo's going with me. We're both at a point in our work where we can take a few hours away from it.
Don't expect much,
Trey warned her.
I went with my father to see her right after Colin died. She didn't recognize him at all, probably because she thought I was Deuce. Went on about how she knew I'd talked Colin into going into the manor. I got a lecture on that. A couple minutes later, when Dad tried to explain to her that Colin wouldn't be able to come see her, she talked about having an uncle named Colin who died in the war and left a young widow and baby behind.
Did she? I don't remember reading that in the Poole family history.
No. Dad and I figured she mixed together Colin, the family history, and the fictional fiancé her mother made up for her. At the end, she got agitated, claimed her mother would be there any minute, and didn't approve of her talking to strangers. I went to see her once.
Cleo lifted her eyebrows at Owen. Once?
With her reaction to me, her doctors didn't recommend a return trip. She thought I was Charlie, her brother, your bio-grandfather.
Sonia studied him, thought of the wedding day dream. There's a definite family resemblance, but not really all that close.
Close enough for her. She was happy to see me at first, but that didn't last. She got...
He trailed off, shrugged.
We can use Trey's agitated. Everything was my fault. I ruined her life. She'd never get away now, go to New York and be an artist. Why did I come back? Suddenly this old lady's calling me a cocksucker and screaming at me to go away and never come back.
Everyone's told me Greta was weak and subservient and mild, Sonia said quietly. I'd say there's a lot of pent-up rage inside.
Well, she sure as hell let it out that time. You left out the part,
Trey reminded him.
Where she went at you, thinking you were Charlie, her brother, and scratched up your face.
Owen shrugged again, ate more meatloaf.
It healed up.
Clover went with Beyoncé's Crazy in Love. I know you were. And none of this, Sonia said firmly, is Charlie's fault or yours. It's Patricia's. And if Greta didn't stand the fuck up to her, that's on Greta, not her brother. I'm going to get the compact.
Guess I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Owen watched her storm out of the room.
No,
Trey disagreed.
She, and you, Cleo, have to know what you're going to be up against. She's pissed because she takes responsibility for her own actions and decisions, and doesn't toss the blame for them around.
I'll repeat. Now Cleo raised her glass. And there you have it. The three most important qualities a woman, a smart woman, wants in a partner, in no particular order. That they understand and respect the woman for who and what she is. That they're sexually compatible. That they're not an asshole. I can't speak from personal experience about one of those qualities, but you nail the other two.
Thanks.
Obviously still agitated, Sonia streamed back in. You know, I really regret neither of those women could see me this morning, so I could tell them just what I thought of them. She sat, set the compact down on the table. And I'm already reminding myself I can't tell Greta Poole what I think of her. She lived a lie, was culpable in separating brothers. She had a choice and she chose the lie. Instead, she wants to blame her own brother for doing what she didn't have the freaking balls to do, live his own life.
She's sick, Sonia.
Yes, she nodded at Trey. And by the time I see her, I'll have that in the forefront. But not right now, okay? She swiped her hands in the air as if clearing it. This is a Lucien Lelong compact. He was a French fashion designer. He also had a perfume line, designed compacts, lipstick cases, and so on. I looked it up.
Of course you did.
Trey picked up the case.
So you'd carry this in your purse?
Yes, or evening bag in this case. Other than the broken mirror, it's in perfect shape. And inside, she waited for Trey to open it. The powder, the rouge barely show use. Same with the puffs. She could have replaced those, but...
You think this was fairly new?
Trey finished.
When she dropped it?
I can't date it exactly, but it's from the 40s. So it may have been a few years old, but I think it's not. It just feels new, which really doesn't matter.
But it's curious. It's interesting. Can I see it?
Owen held out a hand. He closed it, turned it, frowned over it.
I don't know anything about this stuff, but I think Clarice has something like this.
He ran his thumb over the raised design. One of the cousins?
Yeah.
He flicked a glance at Sonia.
Yours and mine. Yeah, she's got a couple of things like this in a display cabinet in her house. Tubes, cylinders, a couple of them, and something like this.
He handed it back to Sonia.
Queen P. I remember hearing people call her that behind her back when she was still coming into the shipyard. Liked Clarice. Clarice has a serious head for business and a get-it-done-right work ethic. Plus, she's not stupid otherwise, and knew how to play the old lady. I'm remembering she left Clarice some of her personal stuff.
He gestured at the compact.
Like that.
So a set, Cleo concluded. Lipstick case, perfume case, maybe a mirror case, or just a powder compact?
Probably. Same design, so some sort of set anyway. I didn't know her all that well. She wasn't especially fond of me. Liked my work fine, but on a personal level, not so much. After all, I hung out with bad companions. Which would be me,
Trey put in with a laugh.
And the mystery of why she wasn't fond of the Doyles is solved by learning my grandmother told her to suck it.
Do tell, Cleo said, so Trey did. Your grandmother sure as hell stood up for herself. Sonia rose to let the animals out. And that's currently my favorite story.
I do know the old lady was obsessive about things matching,
Owen continued.
Her office was like some static showroom. Same with her house. I guess it's a style, but with no imagination.
Rigid. It fits. When Cleo started to get up to clear, Trey waved her back down.
We've got it. Meatloaf. That's fair.
Owen rose, grabbed plates.
We'll get this done before I have to take off.
You could stay. He started to tell Sonia thanks, but no thanks, then caught Trey's eye.
Yeah. Why not?
Look, Cleo, Pie's on top of the doghouse again. She likes heights. She's loving her new cat tree. Speaking of cats, I was wondering, Owen, Sonia and I have to go to Boston in a few weeks.
Yeah, the writer deal.
Trey's gonna take Yoda. I was wondering if you and Jones would take Pie. He glanced over his shoulder.
You waited until I had 2 servings of meatloaf in me to ask that. Smart. I respect smart.
Sure. Thanks. Is anyone in the mood for video games? We've got the whole setup, but Sonia refuses me. Because I'm crap at video games. No, not really. You say that because whenever you talk me into it, you beat me into the ground. Trey glanced over.
Don't tell me you're a sore loser.
Okay, I won't tell you. But if everyone plays, I'll play. They headed back to childhood with Super Mario, with Sonic, then changed it up with sports. They trounced her. Sonia came close with baseball, but still went down. Owen set down his controller.
You're really terrible at this.
I know, didn't I say? It's not hand-eye coordination. I have good hand-eye coordination. It's not reflexes because mine are just fine. It's
VGCD,
Trey suggested.
video game controller deficiency.
That's it! Laughing, she leapt at it. I have VGCD, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. And due to my VGCD, I'm permanently excused from participating.
At least I have new gaming partners. Worthy ones.
Cleo waggled her controller. One more round.
One more.
Owen picked his up again.
I like retiring a winner.
Happily enough, Sonia settled back to watch. She might suck due to VGCD, but the bright spot? They'd put yet another room in the manor to good use. Bright, noisy use. And by the time they all went up near to midnight, no one and nothing had complained about it. It started at 3. Burst the trio of chimes and the drift of music, the heartbreak of weeping, the sounds of doors opening, doors closing, and the ominous creaking. Sonia reached for Trey's hand and closed her eyes again. A driving guitar riff blasted from both their phones. Even as she shot up in bed, Trey was rolling out of it. Both dogs sprang up to growl. As the single word shouted, repeated, thunder, joined the guitar, it boomed like cannon fire outside. Wind, screaming like an animal in pain, hurled rain against the windows. And downstairs, something beat giant fists against the grand mahogany doors.
Stay close,
Trey ordered, and was already moving fast out of the room. Seconds after he started down the hall, Owen came out of his room, then Cleo hers.
Thunderstruck,
Owen said.
And I'm all about AC/DC, but that's a fucking rude awakening.
Clova, wanted to warn us. Cleo reached for Sonia's hand. Even if it was only seconds. It's coming from upstairs, too. Trey glanced up as Sonia had.
Yeah, it is.
Up and down the hall, every door slammed.
And here, too. She's been saving this up,
Owen said, as smoke crawled along the stairs from the 3rd floor. Something began to wail, and the sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. Every light went out.
Shit, I didn't grab my phone. Everybody stay here, right here,
Trey ordered.
I'll go back for it. Hold on.
Owen switched on a little flashlight.
Always have this in my pocket. Good thing I pulled on my pants.
There's one in my room, Cleo said, on my nightstand right-hand side of the bed.
I'll get it. Like the man said, everybody stay here.
It's like the time she made me think there was someone outside in a snowstorm. Only worse. When I went down, opened the door, it stopped.
We'll try that.
Guided by the sound of her voice, Trey took Sonia's other hand. Owen came back with 2 narrow beams cutting through the ink-black dark. He handed one to Cleo, then aimed his toward the stairs.
She's pulling out the special effects,
he said, as smoke curled up the walls and blood ran down them.
We're going down. You've got the light and the lead, Owen,
Trey told him.
Watch your step.
They started down as the wailing turned to moaning, then the moaning to shrieking. The cat abruptly turned, streaked back up. As Cleo turned to call her, she saw Pi run up the steps toward the 3rd floor.
Damn it!
Calling, she ran after the cat.
Well, shit.
Owen shoved his flashlight at Trey.
I'll get them. Go.
We'll get to the door. Sonia fought panic. We'll get to the door and open it, and it'll all stop, like before.
Don't rush. This light doesn't help much.
She wants our fear. She can't have it. Since the dogs all barked in front of the door, she followed the sound as much as the narrow beam of light.
Take it.
Trey pushed the light into her hand, grabbed the door handle. But when he wrenched it open, the storm didn't stop. The gale blew in. As the dogs went wild, Trey put his shoulder against the door.
Need to close it,
he shouted over the roar of wind. The light in Sonia's hand bobbled as she pushed with Trey. That's smoke. It's coming down. It's coming down. Cleo felt the icy brush from the smoke on her ankles as she ran. She'd brought the cat, a living creature, into the house, She'd be damned if she'd let Dobbs cause her harm. As she reached the 3rd floor, something grabbed her from behind. Sucking in her breath, she jabbed back with her elbow. Owen grunted but held on to her. "It's me, goddammit, stop! Pa! I'll get her." He snagged the flashlight from Cleo's hand. "Stay here. In the dark. How about no?" "The door, Owen. The gold room door." "I see it." He could hardly miss the fiery red glow around it, or the way the wood pulsed, or the smoke that billowed out from it. The cat stood less than a foot away, back arched. "Stay behind me." "Because you have a penis?" "We can go with that. I also have the light, and I'm keeping it." He didn't bother to call the cat. In his experience, cats came and went as they damn well pleased, and this one was currently very pissed. Instead, he sang, his voice calm as a lake even as he lifted it over the storm. "Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away." On a glimmer of understanding, Cleo sang with him. The cat looked in their direction, and as they walked closer, her back relaxed. "Yesterday came suddenly." On that, Owen scooped up the cat. The door swung open. He didn't see Dobbs, saw nothing but dark. But he heard her.
"Pool blood will run like a river. I'll bathe in it."
"Well, that's disgusting." He handed the cat to Cleo, who murmured in his ear, "Don't you dare go in there." As she spoke, the door slammed shut. The storm died, the lights flashed on. "Show's over," Owen decided. "I couldn't let Pa just... Oh, God, Sonia, Trey." "We're fine. They'll be fine." Or nothing would stop him from going in that room. "Let's go." When she heard their voices calling, Cleo closed her eyes in relief, then setting the cat down, threw her arms around Sonia when they met on the 2nd floor. I'm sorry. I broke the first rule. Stay together." "I'd have done the same. You're all right?" "Yes, we're all okay. You?" "Yes. It didn't stop when we opened the door. It got worse, but it stopped when we finally got it closed again. We're okay. Everyone's okay." She reached back for Trey's hand, dropped it again when he hissed. "Are you hurt?" "What? Your hand." "Ice burn." Red slashed across the palm. "The door handle. It's not bad. I remember what to do. I remember." "Let's have a look." Owen took Trey's hand, gave it a study. "No, not too bad. We'll fix it up. Why don't you let these guys out?" he said to Cleo as they started down to the main level. "They can let off some of this middle-of-the-night energy." "Did anything happen upstairs?" Trey asked. "The usual." Since it was over, Cleo indulged in a quick shudder. Smoke billowing, door glowing and pulsing, shrieking, moaning. Pa was in front of that damned door hissing, and Owen started singing. "Why yesterday?" "The melody. Soothing." "Well, it worked. Pa calmed down. Then the door opened. I was afraid for a minute Owen would go in." "What was disgusting?" she asked as she opened the door for the stampede. "Huh?" After making sure Sonia did know what to do for an ice burn, he turned back to Cleo. "You said, well, that's disgusting. I didn't see anything inside the room. It was too dark." "You didn't hear her?" "I didn't hear anything. Well, other than the shrieking and moaning and blowing and thunder." "I guess it was just for me. She said pool blood's going to run like a river, and she'll bathe in it." "That hits disgusting," Trey breathed out as Sonia treated his hand. "I'm having a beer. Want a beer?" "Yes," Trey said definitely. "Yes, I do." "Half a glass of wine," Sonia told him. "I'll have the other half." "This is more red than mine was. My burn was more pink. Are you sure?" "It's not bad." Trey leaned forward to kiss her forehead. As he set Trey's beer down on the counter, Owen took another look at the burn. "Truth, I'd tell you if he was being Mr. Stoic. It's already calming down. Good work." "And while she's working, I'm thinking." Trey picked up the beer with his good hand, drank. "Was it closing the door that did it? The singing. That's interesting. Or maybe all of it.
You said she wants our fear, and she can't have it. You wouldn't let yourself be afraid. That's not just interesting, it's downright impressive.
I know that's what she wants. I'm not going to give her anything she wants. But I had a couple of moments, Sonia admitted. A hell of a couple of moments. Clover hit all our phones at once, Cleo pointed out. Either she knew it was coming or felt it. It was right before, just an instant really before it all started. She's looking out for us. Sonia's stomach jittered with relief when she saw the red on Trey's hand fading to pink. All of us. And that helps me not be afraid. She straightened, drank some wine. It looks better. It really does. One more round, she decided. And maybe the late-night drink will help us all get some sleep. Trey considered as he watched Sonia apply another warm compress.
She knew we'd open the door. You had before. Logically, we'd do that again.
She did that to the door handle, wanting whoever touched it to be hurt. Sonia removed the compress long enough to kiss the burn. And you, Owen? I think she wanted you to go in that room. To hurt you.
She'll have to take a bath in something besides my blood. Since everything's cool now, I'm going to let the gang back in. Go up. I can grab a couple more hours of sleep. We'll all go up. No, this is good,
Trey assured Sonia.
We've got a staff meeting at 8, and you and Cleo have that drive to Algonquin.
Practicality works. Sonia carried the bowl of hot water in her wine glass to the sink. Plus, I think going back to sleep is like a thumb in her eye. Let's go put 4 thumbs in her eye. Cleo wrapped an arm around Sonia's waist, and a number of paws. On the second floor, as Sonia and Trey continued down the hall, Owen hesitated.
Look, Jones and I can bunk in your sitting room if you're nervous.
Cleo gave him a long look with those tiger eyes and smiled.
That's a sweet offer, but we're fine.
To prove she meant it, she gave him a kiss on the cheek.
Sweet dreams.
In his own room, Owen stripped down, dropped into bed, and lulled by the sound of the sea, fell in his habitual way instantly asleep. And did dream. Of playing chess with Colin. Chess wasn't his game, and he figured Colin dragged him into these occasional competitions just to kick his ass. He didn't mind. Music played, which suited them both. Colin often filled the house with sound, music, an old movie playing in the background. It occurred to him he'd developed his own affection for old black and whites here at the manor. He didn't make it up here as often as he once had, before work and life crowded his time. But he tried to make a point of stopping in every couple of weeks, bringing up books Colin ordered from a bookstore, or coming up with Trey. Video games, conversation over a beer, an old flick in the movie room. Just time spent. The connection mattered. Family mattered. And he simply enjoyed Colin's company. After pondering his next move, Owen advanced his king's pawn. Colin sipped some of his evening brandy and didn't ponder his next move before choosing his bishop.
How's work? It's good.
Brows drawn together, Owen studied the board.
I'm working on one of Mike's designs. Fancy pleasure yacht. Client's more interested in the fancy than performance. But we'll give 'em both.
He moved to block the bishop and opened his own to capture by Colin's knight.
Well, shit. You have a gift. Not for chess. Not for chess,
Colin agreed.
For building. For seeing something on paper. Even just in your head and making it real. For animals.
Colin added with a glance to where Jones slept by the fire.
Not everyone would have taken on a wounded dog no one wanted. Wounded but scrappy. Scrappy counts.
Owen reached for his beer. It didn't seem odd in the dream. Colin's hair showed no gray, his face no lines. They sat at ease, the chessboard between them as contemporaries, rather than relatives separated by a generation.
You understand the value of friendship, as I do. You and Deuce go back, like all the way back. We do, all the way back. You and Trey have the same sort of brotherhood. And that's a precious thing, Owen. You'll both need that precious thing to face what's coming. She needs to stop it. My brother's daughter. But you and Trey and the woman who stands as her sister have to play your parts.
Owen captured a white pawn with a black.
Like pawns? Not at all. Knights, capable of crafty moves in defense and offense. I've already lost one of those. But this is only a game. Your bond with Hugh, your own brother, is strong. But you and Trey, like Deuce and I, forged that bond by choice. She saw to it I never knew my brother, my twin. Patricia. Yes.
Colin looked toward the fire.
Her and the other. And still, despite that, we had a bond. I made the choice to leave her, my brother's daughter, this house and all inside it. I would have done that regardless, but I did it with a lighter heart because of you and Trey. Why her? Why Sonia? She's my brother's daughter,
Colin said simply.
A pool as much as you, me, the rest of us. My father and my true mother's granddaughter.
He sat back again, looked toward the fire and at whatever he saw in the flames.
I lost my Joanna because I refused to believe. I lost my love and any chance to have children of our own. She's what I have. Sonia's what I have and what the manor has.
He tapped a finger on his queen.
The white queen faces the black.
Owen looked down, saw his queen had changed. He saw Dobbs, the hair, the flow of the black dress, the face carved in hard lines. 7 rings glinted on the Black Queen's hands. The chessboard became the manor, where shadows moved behind its windows.
It's more than a house, Colin told him. A man who builds knows that. Defend the White Queen and cast out the Black. How? Courage, Colin said.
And Owen woke in bed, to the sound of the sea breathing and the dog softly snoring.
Okay. That was a kick in the ass.
He checked the time, decided what the hell, and rolled out of bed. The second he did, Joan stopped snoring with a snort and lifted his head. When he saw Owen heading for the bathroom, he settled again. He showered, dressed, and when he walked into the hall, Jones came with him. By the time he got to the kitchen, he had 3 dogs and a cat in tow. Grateful that animals didn't insist on talking before coffee, he let them all out. Since he had time, or he'd decided to take it, and a long day ahead, he opted to scramble up some eggs. But coffee first, always. He drank the first mug, watching a trio of deer come out of the woods, then retreat as the dogs, and damn if the cat didn't join in, gave chase. They'd still need the repellent, he figured, but the dogs, and possibly the cat, would help keep the local wildlife from making an all-they-could-eat buffet out of the gardens. He remembered that Colin had loved the gardens. He wouldn't mind having a big yard himself, Owen considered. But when the hell would he carve out the time to deal with it? Same for the various designs he'd drawn up for finishing and expanding his house. No time, no real motivation. He finished the coffee, filled the food and water bowls before letting the animals back in. Then he got down to making his own breakfast. As he whisked eggs in a bowl, Trey came in.
I thought you'd be gone by now. I'm taking another 20.
Without asking, Owen added a couple more eggs to the bowl and waited until Trey had coffee in his hand.
If you've got 20, I've got a story this time.
Chapter 19. Before Trey could respond, Sonia came in. Something in the beat of silence had her gaze moving from man to man. She said,
Uh-oh, nothing like that.
Owen held up the bowl.
Want scrambled eggs?
No thanks. She went for coffee.
I was about to tell Trey about this weird dream I had.
As he spoke, Owen poured the eggs into the hot, melted butter in the pan. Despite the lack of coffee, she whipped straight around. You went through the mirror.
No, and yes, I'm sure,
he added before Sonia could ask.
I woke up in bed with Jones still snoring. When my feet hit the floor, he's up. I leave the room, he's with me. It's how we roll. This is true, Trey confirmed. It's like he needs to be right there in case he has to help me fight off a horde of roaming zombies or invading eye-sucking aliens. I saw that eye-sucking alien movie. Reassured and boosted by coffee, Sonia dropped bread in the toaster. It was terrible. I liked it. Trey just shook his head. Good to know. So you had a dream? That I don't think was just a dream. About playing chess with Colin. Now Trey smiled. He'd double dare you with chess, then beat the crap out of you. That's why he double dared me. It wouldn't have been so weird if that was it, even though it was way lucid. Like I could feel the chess pieces in my hand, smell the fire, taste the beer. But what really hit the weird is he was young, like our age Trey. He still had blonde hair, not a trace of gray. Like my father, Sonia murmured. Yeah, I guess so. And his face, it's not how I see him when I think of him. I've seen pictures, sure, but it's not how I remember him. He finished the eggs, plated them as he told them about the dream. Sonia added toast to their plates, put in more for herself, and topped off their coffee as they listened. It sounds like he wanted to explain to you why he left the house to Sonia, not to you or the other cousins. Not necessarily, but yeah, I think that was part of it. And the most important part? To warn you, Sonia added. The Black Queen. It's a good symbol for her. He thought about my father, and I'm what's left of my father. But he clearly loved you, both of you. Family, Owen said simply. And the Doyles were family to him as much as the Pools. Maybe more. And this house? A lot more than a house for him. He took the history, the legacy, all of it to heart. And whatever he added or changed, he kept that in mind. Anyway, I sure as hell never had a dream like it. You're a Pool, Sonia pointed out. And sleeping in the manor. Now that it's happened, I realize I should be surprised it hadn't happened before. And it could be because you've gone through the mirror now, Trey added. But you're both missing an important point, a key point, says the lawyer. Owen got up to take his plate to the sink. That's right. And the evidence supports that if you dreamed about Colin, and in the now, Owen, since you talked about a boat Pool's building now, as well as about Sonia, Colin, some part of him is still in the manor. Sonia's phone erupted with, You got that right. Leonard Skinnerd, Owen muttered. Never wrong. I missed that. Right there with you, Sonia told him. And it makes sense. I mean, if you follow manor logic, it makes sense. He's here too. What aftershave did he wear? A strange question I actually know the answer to, because Anna and I got him some for his birthday once when we were kids. Eternity. Calvin Klein, Sonia nodded. I should have known. Same as my father. I've caught a trace of it a few times. Just a trace, but I recognized it. Colin's still here. Not just because this is his home, but because Joanna's still here, Trey finished. Yes. And he either found a way or decided it was time to connect with Owen. It was good to see him, talk to him, even though, given how he looked, I'd have been a toddler. Pausing, Owen looked at his cousin. He didn't have to tell me to have your back on this, Sonia. Already there. I know it. I've got to get going. Got a fancy yacht to build, among other things. Do you have one? Sonia wondered. A fancy yacht? What would I want with that? I've got the Horizon, a sloop, a beauty who heals and hardens up like a dream. Let's move it, Jones. Later, he said, and with the dog beside him, went out the back. I've done a little sailing with Cleo, and I have no idea what heals and hardens up mean. I'd explain, but I have to get going too. You're okay. It wasn't a question, but a statement Sonia appreciated. I am. And if it follows pattern, after that explosive show last night, she'll need some time to gear it all up again. Good luck with Greta. He kissed her, lingered. I'm afraid you're going to need it.
He took his plate and hers to the sink. Do you have one? A boat?
I don't need one. I've got the horizon. Come on, Mook.
When he left, Sonia smiled over her coffee. She'd never had a brother, but she recognized brothers when she saw them. It seemed silly, maybe shallow, to worry about wardrobe for this visit to her great-aunt, but Sonia wanted to appear friendly and respectful, whether Greta noticed or not. By the time she got upstairs, she discovered the decision had already been made. The sage green dress with its high V-neck and fabric belt lay on the neatly made bed. As they were paired with her earthy brown pumps, Sonia agreed with Molly's choice. Friendly but not frivolous, simple but not stuffy. Nice work. Nervous. She pressed a hand to her stomach. I don't know why, but I am. She won't know me, probably won't even talk to me. This whole trip is most likely a waste of time. But I'm nervous anyway. Clover's musical response was Bachman-Turner Overdrive's Taken Care of Business. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Take care of business. Family business. Dressed, makeup done, she debated, too long, whether to wear her hair up or down, then settled on using a clip that allowed a combination of both. Nearly ready, Cleo called out from her bedroom when Sonia walked by. 2 minutes. I'm going to let Pi and Yoda out so they can do everything they have to do until we get back. She found herself reluctant as she stood alone in the kitchen, checking her purse one more time. Reluctant to leave the manor, to take this drive, to meet this woman who, in a very real way, had betrayed her own brother, the woman her brother loved, and 2 helpless infants. But Clover had it right. Until she took care of this business, it would hang over her. Very nice choice, Cleo said as she came in. You look approachable, but not malleable. I overrode Molly this time and went with the black. I thought I could fade into the background if necessary. This is the right thing to do. It is Zone. Whatever it accomplishes or doesn't, it's the right thing to do, and a necessary thing. I'm grabbing a couple of Cokes for the road. After last night, there can't be too much caffeine. Speaking of last night, Owen had a dream. Cleo turned quickly, a Coke in either hand. A mirror dream? No, I'll explain in the car. We need to let Yoda and Pi back in. Maybe we should put out some treats for them. Or more toys, or... I think Jack will take care of that. Cleo handed a Coke to Sonia and went to let the animals in. Be good, my sweets. We'll be back before you know it. You're jumpy. I get it. Cleo patted Sonia's arm. You drive. It'll take your mind off it. And you can tell me about this non-mirror dream I'm assuming I didn't star in. Not this time. They went out to the car where Sonia programmed the GPS. I'm not worried about Pi and Yoda. If they need to go out again, somebody in there will let them out and back in. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Neither did I, but I'm betting you're right. In any case, we're not going to be gone all that long. No, but the nerves kept jittering. Couple hours. Just a couple hours. Okay, mind off what's on the other end of this drive, eyes on the road. Owen, she said, and told Cleo about the dream. I think that's just lovely. I think it's lovely the way Colin wanted to reach out to him, and how he did it. Take away the damn Black Queen for now. Boy, wouldn't I love to. For now, Cleo repeated, sitting over the chessboard together, just the 2 of them. Beer and brandy, music, the dog, the fire going. You know, I didn't think of that. He made it comfortable, familiar. Exactly. Letting Owen know he was proud of him. He loved him. Things people sometimes forget to say until it's too late to say them. And the way he spoke about your dad, Deuce, Trey, the Doles, it's meaningful. From my take on it, Owen understood that. He got that, and it mattered. So did and do you matter. He trusted the manor to you because you're his brother's child, and because the manor matters. And he's still part of it, like Clover and Molly and the rest. That's what Trey pointed out, and both Owen and I missed. I should have known you wouldn't. So why did he look young, Owen's age? Angling her head, Cleo adjusted her sunglasses. I've always wondered,
If you need to, or choose to, stay after you die, couldn't you be any age you were? You would wonder that. Jack, for instance, can't be a grown man because he never was. But Colin was Owen's age once, so why not? And wouldn't it put them on more even footing? I thought the last part, but I never gave any thought to the other until now. Again, in manner logic, it makes sense. Some sense, anyway. We're going to be there soon. I've thought of a dozen different ways to approach this and still can't decide which is best. You can over-prepare, Cleo pointed out. I think this is a case of playing it by ear. The memory center, housed in a rosy brick building, spread long and low over expansive grounds. It stood quiet behind gates, with a flow of gardens waiting to bloom flanking each side. Paths wound through them where people walked in twos or threes, or sat together on stone benches. Bright red tulips circled a small fountain with the spill of water catching the sun in rainbows. Trees showed their April haze of green or the first brave blossoms. It all looked almost bucolic. But Sonia saw a woman with tears on her cheeks crossing to the parking lot. Such was the cruelty of forgetting. Inside, they checked in, had their identification verified, then got an overview by one of Greta's caregivers as they walked past a common area. People sat together, sat apart. A trio of women worked intently on a jigsaw puzzle. We offer group and individual activities designed to stimulate or soothe all five senses. Music therapy, photographs, animal therapy, art, which is Greta's interest. She wanted to stay in her room this morning and draw. The caregiver, Jen, gestured them down a hallway. She draws? Art engages her and comforts her. Her drawings are childlike now, but she takes pride and pleasure in them. I understand you don't know your great-aunt. No, I only learned about this part of my family recently. She wanted to be an artist when she was younger. Her son often brought her art supplies when he visited. We were sorry to hear of his passing. Does she ask about him? No. She'll ask about her mother. While she still has good days, her condition has deteriorated over the last year. Though rare, she can have bursts of violence or verbal abuse. Understand, this is the disease. I do. She's having a good morning and most often enjoys visitors. They walked into a pretty private suite with the cheer of natural light. Dozens of drawings and paintings lined the walls. Childlike depictions of flowers, of houses with a big yellow sun overhead, Christmas trees, stick figures. The room had a cozy sofa and chairs, a colorful floral rug, and a table by the window where a woman sat drawing with crayons. Her hair was stone gray and cut short. Over faded blue eyes, she wore white-framed glasses that slid down her nose, and over her thin frame, she wore pink pants and a crisp white blouse. With her tongue caught in her teeth, she hummed tunelessly as she drew. Good morning again, Greta. It's Jen, and I've brought you visitors.
Did Mother come? She said she would.
Not today. Oh, what pretty flowers. They're so cheerful.
Need to finish. Hang it up. Pick the ones I want for my show when I go to New York.
We'll hang it up for you. But these nice women have come to see you.
She looked up, wrinkling her nose as her glasses slid down a bit more.
You're pretty. I like pretty things.
Thank you. Sonia offered an easy smile. I like your art.
I'm very talented. There are several artists on the Poole family tree. Such talents often come through the blood.
I'm sure they can. Greta offered a hand. Her eyes clouded a moment.
Miss Poole, are you an art dealer?
No, I'm not. But I appreciate art. I'm Sonia. Is it all right if I sit down while you work?
Company is always invited to sit. Manners are essential to a decent society.
I'll be close by, the caregiver murmured, and stepped out of the room.
It's very kind of you to pay a call. May I offer you some refreshment?
Though surprised by the offer, Sonia smiled again.
No, thank you. We're fine. Is there anything we can get for you?
Oh, I have everything I need. And Mother will be here soon. We'll have a civilized tea when she arrives. I will have to start packing shortly. There's so much to do before I leave for New York. And I still have to pack and buy my train ticket. Is that where you're from?
New York? No, I'm from Boston originally.
Mother and I travel to Boston twice a year to shop for the season. Mother has an image to maintain at work and hosts important dinner parties for important people. One must be appropriately dressed at all times. Mother selects my wardrobe, of course. Mother has excellent taste.
Sonia had an image of a young woman led around on a leash, but pushed it away. I'm sure she does. I always enjoyed shopping in Boston, but Cleo and I live in Pools Bay now.
Who is Cleo?
My friend. Sonia gestured to where Cleo sat.
She's very pretty. She could be an artist's model. I don't use models for my art. I enjoy painting still lifes and landscapes primarily. It's good to have friends, but of course, when you're a member of an important family, they must be carefully chosen.
The leash she'd envisioned now ended in a choke chain. Do you have friends in Pools Bay?
I'm very busy with my art. Very busy.
Then she frowned.
I know you.
I'm Sonia.
No, I don't know that name. It sounds foreign, and I don't know that name. But I know those eyes. Pool green. Mine are blue like Mother's.
Sonia thought of Trey's word, agitated, as Greta picked up another crayon.
She'll be here soon. Mother is a very busy woman and is always punctual.
I have something of hers. Sonia reached in her purse, brought out the compact.
Where did you get that?
Greta started to reach for it, then snatched her hand back.
Not supposed to touch Mother's things. So pretty, so shiny, but mustn't touch. No, she'll be angry.
You've seen this before?
Not that. Like that. You shouldn't have that.
I found it, Sonia said carefully. In the manor. Cleo and I live in the manor now.
No, you don't.
The words whipped out as the eyes behind the white-framed glasses went hard and bright.
Nobody does. Mother says it's an albatross, but Papa won't sell it. I'm not allowed to go there. No one is.
Charlie went there. Charlie lived there with his wife, Lillian.
Charlie was bad. He never listened, always in trouble.
Her voice went to sing-song like a child's.
He went away. I stayed. I was good. He was bad.
He was an artist, like you.
He had responsibilities to the family, to the business. He shirked them. The manor is bad. I painted it once, and Mother destroyed it. It's cursed, she said in a whisper. Locked up tight.
Then, smiling, she continued to draw.
But I'm going to New York. I'll have my own apartment. Are you from New York?
Charlie unlocked the manor and lived there with Lillian. Greta's mouth twisted, and the point of the crayon broke as she dug it into the paper.
Gold digger. Digging for pool gold. Deserved what she got, and Charlie too. Didn't listen.
She began to color furiously, dragging scarlet over the paper like blood.
Go against Mother, pay the price. Lock it up, lock it all up, and throw away the key.
She set the scarlet aside, picked up midnight blue. Scribbling, she formed odd figures beneath a bloody sky. Understanding she might never be able to ask again, might never have the answer. Sonia pressed. How did she choose? How did your mother choose which baby to keep, Greta? How did she decide which of Charlie's sons to keep? Greta laid a finger over her lips.
Family secret. Just between mother and daughter.
Not Lawrence. Useless.
He likes boys instead of girls. More secrets. Nobody can know. He's dead anyway. Lawrence is dead. It's just mother and me. Just us two now.
I'm family, Greta. I'm a pool. Sonia glanced down at the crude drawing of two babies, fists raised as if for a fight as the sky above them bled red. Sonia tapped both. How did you choose?
Pick one. Pick one. Doesn't matter which. Only one to preserve the line. They looked the same. One stays, one goes, and never tell.
You picked.
I didn't want either. I'm going to New York.
Again, she put her finger across her lips.
Another secret. Lots of secrets. Mother said I had to pick one, and now I'm mother too. Mother said I had a fiancé. Oh, very handsome. His name was...
Frowning, she stared up at the ceiling.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's tall and brave and had to go to war and fight. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, and we love each other so much. He died, though. Very sad. But I had a baby anyway. I didn't want a stupid baby. Pool blood, pool line, pool business, pool secrets. Never say Charlie's baby, Greta's baby. Do my duty. Fucking duty.
She grabbed Black, drew angry slashes over one of the babies she'd drawn.
Charlie's dead and that's that. He cried and cried and cried, but he's my baby now.
And his brother?
What brother?
Angling her head left, right, left again. She chose Mountain Meadow to create flower stems. Colin's brother. His twin brother.
Who knows? Who cares? I only had one baby. Mother named him...
Colin.
Colin Poole hanged himself. Everybody knows that.
The baby you raised was Colin, too.
I wasn't a good mother, because he didn't listen. Like his father. You chose poorly, Greta. They looked the same, didn't they?
Greta clenched her teeth. Anger, exasperation.
How could I know I'd pick the one who wouldn't listen and behave? I followed all her rules. I did my best.
I'm sure you did.
Stayed, didn't I?
Her mood darkened again as she grabbed wild strawberry for petals.
I stayed in Poole's fucking bay, saddled with a stinky crying baby. I did my duty, not like goddamn fucking Charlie.
Snarling, she drew a stick figure with Black and put it in a hangman's noose.
Hanged himself. Pools do that. Selfish bastard ruined everything for me. He didn't do his duty, did he? Went where the fuck he wanted, did what the fuck he wanted. Getting some gold-digging street whore pregnant. The manor killed him, so he got what he deserved.
The fury exploded out of her as she stared at Sonia.
You've got his eyes. Pool green eyes. You'll die there too. Mine are blue like mother's. Stay away from the manor. Everyone dies there.
As quickly as it had erupted, the anger died. She sent Sonia a vague smile.
This has been a lovely visit. I hope to have a showing of my art in a few months at an important gallery in New York. I'll see you receive an invitation.
Thank you. Sonia rose.
The maid will see you out. Please ask her to have Mother come in when she gets here, and bring tea. Mother's so busy. I wouldn't want to keep her waiting.
Outside, Cleo put an arm around Sonia's shoulders. That was sad and horrible. It's a sad and horrible disease. And after what seems like a very sad and horrible life, I'm sorry for her. She stopped at the car, just leaned against it, because she wanted the air for a few minutes. My take, and tell me if yours is different. She lived under her mother's rule and rules, where Charlie didn't. He got away. But I think she was planning to do the same. To New York. She was a bit older than Charlie, so she'd probably come into some of her trust fund. It sounds like she had plans to use that. Move to New York, get an apartment, focus on her art. Cleo nodded. And then, browbeaten into choosing one of the twins, taking it as her own, a product of some bogus engagement. The resentment, Cleo looked back at the building, is still festering. All these years. Because she was too weak to refuse to live that lie, to refuse to go along, to stop her brother's sons from being separated. Again, Sonia took the compact from her purse. A woman nearly 80, still afraid to touch her mother's things. And yet, waiting with some anticipation for her mother to come. Why don't I drive back? Would you? Sonia handed over the key fob. She remembers, she said as she got into the passenger seat. Just as they told me. Remembers things from back then better, I think, than she remembers things from yesterday. That spurt of rage, and that was rage, like Owen told us about. That's bottled up in there. That horrible drawing. She drew her rage, Cleo decided. What would it do to someone living a lie like that? Resenting every minute of it, doing what she saw as her duty and giving up a dream. And never having a life of her own. Never that I've heard of, having real friendships, a relationship, living under her mother's roof and rules, even after for the rules, after her mother's death. You know more than you did before we came. I can see it, but I'll never understand it. Can you imagine Patricia standing with Greta over those babies and telling her to pick one? Like they were puppies in a kennel, or worse, shoes on a shelf. All in all, son, your dad was lucky. He had parents who loved him instead of a woman who did what she felt forced to do, her duty. You couldn't be more right. She thought of the compact in her purse, then pulled out her phone. I'm going to call Pool Shipbuilders, see if Clarice is in and will talk to me. Now? Well, it's all right here in my head. You can drop me off if she'll make time for me. I'll get someone to give me a ride home. I'll drop you off, run some errands. You can text me when you're done and I'll pick you up. Great. First, I'd better see if I can have some time with Cousin Clarice. Sonia got her first up-close look at Pool Shipbuilders. The original brick building Arthur Poole had built as a young, enterprising man had expanded over the centuries, the generations. It spread and dominated its portion of Poole's Bay, and its shipyard that had spawned a village. Had, she thought, built the manor where she now lived. It's bigger than you think, Cleo commented as she wound through the lot, section by section, toward the area designated for visitors. It's impressive. Intimidating and strange. Strange that I own a piece of them. A tiny one, but still a piece. That building there, that's the offices. Clarice is on the 5th floor. Okay, she took a deep breath. Wish me luck. You know I do, but why would you need it? Text when you're done. Sonia got out, crossed the entrance with its careful landscaping and dignified sign. Pool Shipbuilders, established 1781. She went through a wide glass door and into a lobby that immediately put her more at ease. They'd stuck with tradition with models of ships, portraits of generations of pools from the founder, Arthur Poole, she noted, right down to Owen. Floors, wood-planked rather than tile or carpet, gleamed. A waiting area with comfortable chairs boasted a brick fireplace with a thick wooden mantel. It held a model of a sailing vessel and a pair of antique lanterns. When she crossed to the reception counter, wood again, not sleek but smooth, the woman behind it smiled.
You must be Ms. McTavish. Miss Poole said to expect you. If you wouldn't mind signing in. I'm Noelle, by the way, Corinne Doyle's niece. Oh, it's nice to meet you. You too. If you take the elevator to 5, Ms. Poole's admin will be waiting for you.
Thanks. She crossed to the elevator. Before she could push the up button, it opened. Owen got off, carrying a design tube and looking rushed. He pulled up short when he saw Sonia.
Hey, are you looking for me?
No, I'm here to see Clarice.
Okay, gotta go.
Then he stopped again.
Do you know where you're going?
5th floor.
Yeah, then take a right all the way down. Corner office. Later.
As he strode away, Noelle called out,
Owen, you've got that 4 o'clock with Mike. He's coming to you.
Yeah.
When he kept going, Sonia stepped on the elevator, took a last look at Arthur Poole's portrait, then pushed 5. Chapter 20. On 5, she stepped into a smaller, busier lobby, where a woman with flaming red hair and wearing a spring green suit waited.
Ms. McTavish, I'm Adele Loring, Ms. Poole's assistant. I'll escort you to her office.
Thank you, it's a lovely building, and an amazing view, she added as the wide, sea-facing window drew her gaze.
We think so. Can I bring you in some coffee? Tea?
No thanks. I appreciate Clarice making time for me, and won't keep her long. I know she's busy.
Always. Busy and tireless. They seem to be Poole traits.
They passed offices, doors open, doors closed, and the productive sound of keyboards. Doors stood open at the end of the hallway, and the wall of windows didn't just draw the gaze, it astonished it. They ran floor to ceiling, offering the sweep of the rugged, rocky coastline. It opened the room to the flow of bay and marina into the sea, and the sweep of boats, pleasure, and work that plied it. At the large desk that looked as if it might have belonged to Arthur Poole himself, sat a woman who carried her 46 years lightly. She wore her dark blonde hair in a short wedge that suited the diamond shape of her face, and a sweep of bangs that accented those pool green eyes. She rose when the admin stepped in with Sonia, and added surprise as she barely topped 5'2". Sonia had expected tall and formidable, but the woman who came around the desk was petite in a pair of red running shoes and an all-business dark suit. She held out a hand. Sonia, it's great to finally meet you. Petite or not, the handshake hit formidable. It's great to meet you. Thanks for taking time out of your day for me. Don't be silly. Clarice waved that away, but Sonia knew when she was being measured. How about a cappuccino? I'm dying for one. I'm not silly enough to turn one down.
Coming right up,
the admin said, and slipped out. Let's sit over here. I've been glued to my desk all morning. She gestured to a seating area with a cream-colored sofa, 2 chairs the color of the sea, and a table that looked as old as the desk. First, Owen tells me you've settled into the manor very well. Yes, it's an amazing home, and I love it. I understand Colin felt an obligation, but no buts. Without hesitation, Clarice pushed that aside. Of course he did, and rightfully. None of us knew about your father, about you. I understand Colin learned about him and you from Deuce not long before your father's death. I'm very sorry you lost him, and sorry Colin felt unable to share he had a twin. It must have been painful for Colin. Thanks, Adele, she said when the admin brought in the coffee. We're all pleased you're in the manor, and if it troubles you, I can assure you, none of us wanted it. It's beautiful, yes, and contains so much family history, but we're all very settled in our own homes. I'd hoped to talk to you about some of that history. I've just come from seeing Greta Poole." "Oh." Clarice took a sip of cappuccino. "That would have been difficult. We've tried to take turns going to see her since Colin had to put her in the center. It rarely goes well." Over another sip, Clarice studied Sonia and seemed to come to some decision. "I don't remember her as a happy woman, and in the past several years her mental health has deteriorated. Even though he knew what she had been a part of, that she wasn't his biological mother, Colin looked after her as a son would. I'll be frank, as that suits me best. I don't know if I'd have been as generous or forgiving. I think she felt, though I don't agree, she had no choice. Her mother, if you think I'd take offense at anything you say about Patricia Poole, don't. This was her office. It's mine now. She had her way of running the business, and the family, for that matter. I have mine. We have 2 children, my husband and I. Teenagers, twins. I can't imagine the heartlessness it took to separate the brothers. Except..." She took another sip of coffee. "I knew Queen P very well, as I've worked for this company since I was 16. Summers then, of course. She respected my business acumen, but made it clear she disapproved of Hank, my husband. She offered me a promotion and a $10,000 bonus if I broke our engagement." "I see. Bet you do." Clarice smiled and drank more coffee. "She reluctantly respected my backbone. In any case, we got along because we both invested our time and talents in the family business. Then again, I didn't know until well after her death what she'd done to the family." "She made Greta pick." "I'm sorry?" "She made Greta pick which twin to keep, which to put up for adoption." "How do you know?" "From what Greta told me." Obviously surprised, Clarice sat back. "She told you about it?" "Some of it. I think I opened the door by showing her this." She took out the compact. Patricia left me 3 pieces with that design. May I?" Sonia handed Clarice the compact. "This is such a surprise." I admired the lipstick case. She always carried it. And she told me it was part of a set her husband, Michael Poole, gave her for Christmas right before their engagement announcement. She never mentioned this piece. "Where did you get it?" "I found it in the manor. The mirror's broken." "Yes, I see." Greta recognized it too, and I was able to ask her some questions. Her mother told her to choose one baby, as only one was needed to continue the family line. And they would say Greta had been engaged, but the fiancé died. The baby was his. It seems people believed that. "Not everyone," Clarice murmured. "My mother didn't. She knew Greta. And I heard her, overheard her, talking to my aunt once, saying there was no way Greta Poole had gotten away from her mother's Hawkeye long enough to get pregnant. I'm sure there was a lot of gossip and speculation about it back then. But by the time I was born, it had largely died out. Except for the occasional comment like my mother's." She started to hand the compact back. "You should have it," Sonia told her. "It's a set, after all." "Owen said I'd like you," she replied. "I would very much like to have it, thank you. Not because it was Patricia's, but because it's a lovely set. If there's anything else in the manor you'd want, I hope you'll tell me. Here at the company, we display history and tradition. My home, on the other hand, I like clean, simple lines, contemporary. Colin saw to it I got what was most important to me, as he did with all of us. You have a small share of the company. If you want to take a more active part..." "Oh, I absolutely don't." "And I'm very pleased to hear that." Laughing, Clarice finished off her cappuccino. "I'd have thrown you a bone, but we have a damn good rhythm around here. I will offer you a tour whenever you like." "Thanks. I have to get back now. I left a cat and a dog inside the manor. But I'm glad I finally came. So am I. And thank you for this." She set the compact down. "It not only completes the set, but I find the broken mirror very symbolic. The woman who owned it cared far too much about appearances. On the way out, Sonia texted Cleo, then stood in the brisk spring breeze and watched a group of people launch a boat into the bay. Curious, she moved around for a better view as they hauled the boat on some sort of wheeled platform down a long slanted track. Voices carried on the breeze as they worked. While she couldn't hear the words, she caught the accents. Pure Maine, a bark of laughter, what sounded like a sharp command. By the time Cleo pulled up, white sails billowed, and the couple on the deck of the boat shouted and waved to the crew on the dry dock. The boat glided on the waters of Pools Bay. I think I just saw someone take their first sail in their new boat. Smoothing her hair back, she smiled at Cleo. It's a process. I want that process with my own. And Clarice. I liked her, Cleo. You'll like her. She was wearing red on-cloud sneakers with, I'm pretty sure, a classic Armani suit. She probably has gorgeous Italian pumps at the ready. I gave her the compact. You really did like her. I did. She strikes me as the no bullshit type. As Cleo drove, Sonia related the gist of the conversation. As strange as this has all been for you, Cleo commented. It's been strange for all of them, too. Learning what Patricia and Greta did, then having you take up residence, someone they never knew existed. I have a lot of respect for the way Owens handled that, and now I can spread that respect to Clarice Poole. I'll say she was relieved when she asked if I wanted a more active part in the family business, and I gave her an unqualified no. I bet. So, 2 new Pools for you today, and I'd say polar opposites. And now a home, Cleo added as she pulled into the drive. When they opened the door, Yoda wagged with his ball clamped in his mouth, no doubt courtesy of Jack. Pi leaped down from where she'd perched on the newel post, and from the tablet on charge in the library, Clover greeted them with the Isley brothers' shout. Yes, Sonia thought. Now we're home. The rest of the day flowed into a quiet night, and Sonia found her creative juices churning in the morning. Routine settled in, and she welcomed it with enthusiasm. Neither she nor Cleo mentioned the quiet. As they agreed, talk about it, jinx it. On Saturday morning, they did discuss whether or not to go by the yard sale. God knows we don't need anything. But, Cleo continued, we go to show support. And because we're part of Pools Bay. Same book, same page. How about we plan to leave about 2? Okay, that gives me time to give my last illustrations another good look. Then I'm sending them off. Then, Cleo swiped her hands together. Done. I want to see them. I'll come up before we go. I need to do more testing on the Gigi's job. We have a plan. As she filled her water bottle, Cleo looked at Sonia over her shoulder. And it includes you having a little time, which you haven't, with Trey. He and Owen have been busy with their own work, then the whole yard sale thing. It shows character they've taken the time and trouble to repair some of the things that drunk son of a bitch damaged. It does, and I've missed him. We can invite them to dinner tonight. I could do that scallop pasta thing. It's actually quick and sort of easy. We can pick up the scallops on the way home, so part 2 of a plan. I'm going up to get to it. Before she did the same, Sonia checked the recipe and reminded herself it sounded harder than it was. Mostly. She'd made it for her mother, so she could make it again. Satisfied, she headed upstairs. As she and Yoda settled in, Clover used Def Leppard's When Saturday Comes to communicate. Just a couple hours' work. Then Cleo and I are going out for a while. And this Gigi's job is going to rock just like Def Leppard. At just after 1, thoroughly satisfied, she shut down to do her makeup, then wandered up to Cleo's studio. Perfect timing. I'm going to send these last 6, and unless my editor has issues with them, I'll be officially on sabbatical. Sonia came around the desk to study the work. Oh, Cleo, no one's going to have an issue with this group of mermaids. Gossip. About what? Anything at all works for me, but that's what you call a group of mermaids. A gossip. Sexist, I know, but that's the term. Cleo studied them herself and smiled.
I like the idea of them getting together, like a girls' night out. I love it. And this one, a family unit. The way he's holding the little girl and she's cradling the baby. Oh, and this one. I swear you can see her hair moving in the current. Fire and water. They're going. When you know you've done the best you can do, you stop. They're amazing. And yes, send them. She wandered to the windows. I think we're doing our best work here, Cleo. And I'm happier doing it. I don't disagree. I was happy in Boston and fulfilled, too. But I'm happier and more fulfilled here. I'm gonna paint my ass off, Son. I've got so many ideas. Speaking of paintings, have you checked today? Right before I sat down to look these over. I might as well take another look before we go. Oh, and we need to pick up angel hair pasta. I think we have everything else. Maybe? She broke off when she opened the door. Her heart kicked up its beat until it pulsed in her throat, in her ears. Cleo? It's Agatha. And they're off. What? But... She jumped up from her chair, rushed over. Well, Jesus. 2, maybe 3 hours ago, that wasn't there. It's my dad's work. Now tears wanted to clog her throat. I'd know that even without the signature. My father painted this, Cleo. It's like they're taking turns. I don't know how this could be, but there it is. There she is. Agatha Windward Poole, the 4th bride. It's beautiful work. She's more stately than beautiful. The gown's amazing. Look at that train and the detail of the lace. A tiara over the veil. The diamonds actually sparkle. She's different from the others we've found. More regal, I'd say. But more than that, Joanna looks serenely happy. Clover almost giddy, and Lisbeth, well, sparkles like those diamonds. But she looks smug. That's the word. Smug or not, she didn't deserve dying on her wedding day. We'll take her down, and when we get back, hang her portrait with the others. As they studied the portrait, Cleo draped an arm around Sonia's shoulders. I hate it makes you sad. I saw her die, and here she is, regal, proud, and yeah, smug. It is sad. And it's strange and awful knowing if she hadn't died, I wouldn't have been born, would I? They carried the portrait down and propped it against the wall in the music room. Being out on a sunny spring Saturday chased the sads away. When they arrived, the yard sale was already in full swing. Up and down the block, cars and trucks lined the quiet little street. People carried lamps, small tables, a toaster, chairs along the sidewalk. More, a great deal more, milled around the yard, browsing or bargaining for items rigorously organized by type or use. Corinne, with a floppy-brimmed hat over her hair, stuck orange dots on price tags. Sold. Anna sat at a folding table with a cash box. Money changed hands briskly. More women worked the crowd, laughing, counter-offering. Sonia watched Trey and Owen muscle a sofa and carry it toward the sidewalk. Hey, cuties. Didn't expect to see you today. We wanted to see how it was going. And wow, is there anything we can do to help? Stop talking, Owen suggested, so we can cart this damn good-looking sofa, he amended, as the woman leading the way turned, raised her eyebrows at him. Down to Ms. Bridges' truck. Dolly's truck, she said. You graduated high school some time ago, Owen. Ask Mom, Trey said to Sonia. I think they've more than got it, but she'd know. You ask, Cleo told her. I'm going to browse. Cleo, browse isn't buying. Probably. Shaking her head, Sonia made her way through the people, the tables, to Corinne. What a turnout! Is there anything Cleo and I can do to help? You already did. Word of mouth's one thing, but those flyers you did? We've got people stopping by and buying who are staying at the hotel, even just passing through the village. Marlowe's going to have a nice nest egg, and your flyers made a difference. That 50's firm on those nightstands, Harry, so don't even try. They're a set and in good condition.
since Owen and Trey fixed them, she muttered to Sonia.
Look at this cute little purse.
Cleo came over with a crossbody bag.
You know I love a red purse, and it's only $12.
Cleo, in all the years I've known you, I've never seen you carry a purse that small, except an evening bag, and even then.
It could happen. It's red. It's $12.
10 for you, Corinne told her.
Sold!
Sonia spent the next 2 hours, twice as long as intended, while Trey and Owen hauled nightstands, $50 firm, and side tables, an easy chair, and more. While Cleo hunted bargains, she chatted with people she knew, with others she'd just met. And if she bought a few things as well, she told herself she did so to be supportive. "You're running out of stock," she said to Trey when he had a minute.
Yeah, it's good to see. I had to tell her what Wes did, and she's been pretty down. This is going to lift her up again.
If you and Owen aren't worn out after this, come to dinner. Stay the weekend.
Dinner sounds great. The weekend even better. I'm sorry I haven't had any time in the last few days.
For a good cause. I'm going to get Cleo away from here before she buys something else. Come up when you can.
Hey.
He pulled her in, kissed her on the lawn where strangers and neighbors, clients and family browsed what was left. In the end, Trey and Owen helped load up the borrowed folding tables.
Thanks, Mom. Seriously.
Neighbors help neighbors. But you're welcome. I'll see the money's deposited, and the firm can cut Marlowe a check on Monday morning.
Great. Got a total there, mistress of the cash box?
I do. Walking over, Anna handed her mother the cash box. $3,358.58.
That's a damn nice haul,
Owen commented. It is, but that's not all. And remind me whose idea it was to put out that giant pickle jar that said, "For Marlowe and the kids," with their picture on it. Trey gave her a brotherly eye roll.
Yours.
That's right, I nearly forgot. And I'm going to admit it wasn't just hormones that had me tearing up when Bob Bailey stuffed $100 in there. $1,583, for a grand total of $4,941.50.
Make that $5,000 and whatever.
Owen dug out his wallet.
Hell, I've only got $85 on me. I'm keeping the $5. Lend me a $20.
With another eye roll, Trey pulled out his wallet, passed Owen $20.
And here's another $158, and
Trey dug in his pocket.
50 cents. That makes it an even $5,200.
Teary, Anna kissed them both. Seth jogged up.
Deuce and I got the trash bagged up and stowed in the back of the truck. What's this?
With these last contributions, $5,200 goes to Marlowe.
Let's make it 55. Solid number.
He took out a money clip, peeled off bills.
Show off?
Grinning at Owen, he passed the bills to his mother-in-law. "You're very good boys," Corinne said. "I'm proud of you, and of my very good girl. Proud enough I'll spring for pizza and a bottle of Chianti." Baby girl says pizza, yum. When Anna put a hand on her baby mound, Seth laid his over it.
So do Mom and Dad. Gotta rain check that, Mom,
Trey said.
Owen and I have an earlier invite to dinner at the manor. What are they making? Because,
Owen said.
Pizza? Don't know. We need to get the dogs from Mom's. I should probably clean up a little. Clean up later. It's past have a beer time.
Because he couldn't disagree, Trey didn't argue. When they arrived at the manor, both women rose from where they sat in the main parlor drinking wine.
They've got adult beverages. I want an adult beverage.
We'll get you that. Sonia stopped Owen before he could head straight back to the kitchen. We want to show you something first. She led the way to the music room.
Another one.
Studying the portrait, Owen slipped his hands into his pockets.
Bride number 4,
Trey said. Agatha Winward Poole. Owen Poole's, son of Marianne Poole, first wife, died of anaphylactic shock via poisoned petits-fours on her wedding day.
When did you find it?
Sonia glanced over at Trey. Right before we left for the village. The yard sale didn't seem like the time or place to mention it.
No.
He moved closer.
That's your father's signature. The same as on Clover's.
Yes, my father's work. Cleo and I hung it there when we got back from the village.
She's a looker. They all are,
Owen observed.
but this one's got an edge to her. So, 4 down, 3 to go.
Maybe just 2? We already have the portrait of Astrid. He shot Sonia a sidelong glance.
You're a graphic designer. You know space better than that. Taking the width of these 4, the spacing between, 3 more.
I did notice that and thought about it.
They have to paint them. Your dad, Colin, 1 each so far,
Cleo pointed out. Cleo had looked in the closet 2 hours or so before I did. Nothing there when she looked. Then this. I'd almost forgotten what it's like to be jolted like that. It's been, not saying the Q word, workplace productive for a few days.
Take it when you can get it,
Owen advised.
Now I'm getting a beer. What are we eating?
I hope you like scallops.
I'm a Mainer.
I assume that's a positive for scallops?
All around positive,
Trey assured her.
I haven't really been able to talk to you, not in depth, about your visit to Greta. And dropping by Pool Shipbuilders.
Owen handed Trey a beer. I can head that up by saying Greta's difficult and sad, and Clarice and what I saw of Pool is great.
Can't argue with either. Why is nothing cooking?
Here. Cleo pulled a tray out of the refrigerator. I did a charcuterie.
Fancy word.
Despite the fancy, he popped a slice of summer sausage.
Good.
Between bites and sips, Owen set the table while Sonia began the process of cooking while having conversations. She muttered Bree's recipe's warning as she sautéed the scallops. Do not overcook, do not overcook.
So Greta recognized the makeup case?
Mm-hmm. She nodded at Trey. And I think that's how I was able to get her to say more about what happened with my father and Colin. A lot of pent-up rage there, which came out in the nasty drawing and a lot of F-bombs.
Who wouldn't have rage? Pressured to give up what she wanted? To pretend she'd given birth? To raise a child she didn't want?
Owen shrugged at Trey.
She could have said no. And yeah, nobody's saying it was easy to say no to Patricia Poole. But she was an adult. And Jesus had the advantage of money her mother couldn't take away from her. If she'd had a spine and half a heart, she'd have taken both those kids and told the goddamn truth.
I'm going to agree with Owen. Cleo gave Sonia's back a quick rub.
It seemed to me she was blaming everyone but herself. Charlie, Clover, her mother. But she doesn't take any of the responsibility. She has dementia, Trey began. True, but did she ever take responsibility? No, not that I've ever heard,
Owen added.
But she is and was who she is and was. It's too bad. There would have been plenty of Poole relations who'd have taken both kids. And fuck, sorry, Sonia. That sounds like I'm tossing your father's parents aside.
No, it doesn't. I understand what you meant, and it's true. But we've said it before. My father got the happy end of that situation. Greta played Colin's mother out of duty, and under duty was that pent-up rage and resentment. And as far as I know, she never let that rage or resentment out. Never took it out in an abusive way on Colin.
No.
Trey shook his head.
I'd have heard from my father if she had. Flat,
Owen said.
That's how I remember her. No real ups, no real downs, just flat. Because she gave up.
Cleo put a platter by the stove.
When she gave in to her mother, she didn't just give up New York, she gave up everything.
When they sat down to eat, Trey sampled a bite, then grinned at Sonia.
Hiding your talents.
More of a limited skill, but I've got this one down. It's good.
It's damn good. A damn good reward for a couple of long days.
Owen toasted her with his beer. Clover chimed in with Bowie's Heroes. All in all, Sonia considered it one of the best weeks at the manor. And though she woke at 3, she didn't walk. Instead, she stood with Trey at the glass doors, and watched Hester Dobbs take her fall. Part 3. The Living and the Dead. I can call spirits from the vasty deep. William Shakespeare. Chapter 21. May arrived and brought tulips and fat buds on the twisty branches of the weeping tree, and May meant another Saturday in the village at Bay Art's May Day event. She loved seeing Anna's work displayed, and her friend cheerfully talking to customers and other artists. Maybe it was barely more than another week before Boston and the promised shopping trip, and maybe it was only May, but there was so much right here, so many interesting, unique things. She started her Christmas shopping.
Oh, those are beautiful wine glasses.
Cleo took one, studied it. I know, hand-blown, and I love that pale green in the stem. I'm getting them for my Aunt Summer for Christmas. And this dragonfly bowl? My grandmother, Dad's mom, loves dragonflies. And see that adorable birdhouse with the copper roof? My grandfather's big into birds, so...
Christmas.
Cleo pushed the wine glass back at her.
Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to get busy.
By the time they drove home, with the back seat full of shopping bags and boxes, they'd decided to reimagine one of the third-floor rooms into a gift-wrapping room. I think the sitting room that faces the back, still a terrific view, woods, gardens, but not as distracting as the water. Cleo hunched her shoulders in a happy sigh.
Great minds. It's just big enough, has a small but decent closet. We should have shelves in there, though. And we need a good table for wrapping.
Sonia tossed her hair, shot Cleo a grin. Let's go find one. An hour later, they stood in the sitting room with Trey and Owen. The sofa and the little side tables stay, but we'll move them over there. Sonia gestured as she talked. Those 2 chairs would go into storage. We'll switch out the art later. Put some of our own up, we think. But there's a cabinet, a wardrobe, up in the attic that can go over there. And a table, it's just right, that'll go by the windows. She sent Trey her most charming smile. It'll all fit. We measured.
How did we get to be weekend furniture movers?
Owen wondered.
For beer and food, Cleo told him. I'm making shrimp étouffée. You'll like it. Well,
Trey scratched his head.
From that mountain of shopping bags, I get the concept. But are you sure you want to do all this up here?
Cleo already works up here, right across the hall. It's a good purpose for this room, this space. And it's another way to take ownership.
The last is more the answer to why here.
Maybe. Yes, maybe. She doesn't get to dictate how we use the manor or anything in it. Except, she had to admit, the gold room. But that's temporary.
Let's get started. At least we're not hauling stuff all the way downstairs.
Owen shook his head at the shopping bags.
I don't even want to think about the insanity of buying Christmas presents in May.
When they stood in the attic in front of the wardrobe they'd uncovered, Owen ran a hand over the wood.
She's a beauty, and weighs about as much as my truck.
It'll be perfect, Sonia enthused. The doors on the side have some shelves, and the drawers at the bottom are great. The center mirrored door is just lovely. She pulled it open. If we just take out the hanging rail and...
No.
Owen cut that off like an axe through wood.
This doesn't move an inch if you're going to fuck it up.
We were just thinking of...
No. He won't budge on that,
Trey said. Then we'll need more shelves in the closet.
He can do that.
Owen jerked a thumb at Trey.
That's grunt work he can handle. Thank you very much. Truth.
As if already feeling the pings and knots, Owen rolled his shoulders. It might not have been as heavy as a truck, but it took the 4 of them to move, carry, maneuver it. The table Owen identified as a hunt board proved easier. When both pieces sat in place, Sonia did a little dance, and Clover fell back on one of her favorites with Queen and We Are the Champions. They're perfect! You're the best. She kissed Trey, then Owen in turn.
You need to clean them up some.
Not a suggestion from Owen, but an order.
Oil them.
We will. We'll do that tomorrow between addressing invitations.
You're going to hand address 150 invitations tomorrow?
Please, Sonia laughed at Trey. I have a program for that.
And we're going to add some protection to this room, like in my studio. I have some things. If you can do that,
Owen wondered,
why don't you do the whole damn house?
have you seen the size of this house?
And honestly, I don't want to press my luck.
But right now, we're going to make dinner for a couple of strong, handsome men.
We,
Cleo said as Clover chimed in with Mary Wells's classic, My Guy. I'll do the grunt work. It started at 3 with the chime of the clock, the trill of piano music. In the nursery, a grieving mother wept. In the servants' quarters, a young girl from Ireland cried out in pain. A boy lay dying of fever in his bed. A man sat in a leather chair, enjoying his post-dinner brandy and cigar, while another split wood to add to the stack. In the ballroom, people danced, ghosts among ghosts as time slipped. Musicians played reels, then waltzes, then foxtrots. The dead raised glasses to the brides, the grooms. A midwife delivered twins of a dying mother, while another nursed hers for the first and last time. The voices, the music, the weeping grew like a storm that had Sonia covering her ears.
Do you hear it? Do you hear it? Yeah.
Trey wrapped an arm around her.
I'm going to check it out.
No, don't. The fire came on in a roar. The terrace doors blew open. The dogs sat up barking, and Sonia swore she heard dozens inside and out, barking, baying, howling. She rolled out of bed along with Trey, and with him fought to secure the doors again, and saw Dobbs on the wall, facing the house, arms lifted, her smile hard and brilliant in the moonlight.
That's not right. It's not right. She sees us. None of this is right.
Teeth gritted, Trey shoved the doors closed. The room changed around them. Flowers with pink-tipped petals covered the walls. Wood logs crackled in the fire. A woman wearing an apron over a gray dress, a cap on her head, stood by the head of the bed. A woman, her dark hair matted with sweat, labored in it while others knelt on the bed between her legs.
Trey. God, Trey, do you see? Yeah, I see. We need to get the others.
Her heart broke as she gripped Trey's hand. As the midwife said, "The babe's coming." Then even as they rushed out, unseen, the room changed yet again. She saw Clover, pale as the ghost she was, racked with the pains of labor.
I have to help her.
Sonia broke away, and though her hands simply passed through the woman on the bed, she felt a jolt like an electric shock. "Someone's here, Charlie." Breathless, Clover tossed her head from side to side. "Someone's here."
No one here but us, babe. It's just you and me. I'm here, don't worry. Sonia?
Trey gripped her hand again, pulled her back.
Sonia, stay with me.
In the hall, people scurried along or strolled. A couple shared a kiss outside a bedroom door before the woman giggled and drew the man inside. A man in a stiff black suit carried a tray with 2 brandy snifters out of the library and turned toward the stairs. Owen already stood outside his room with a growling Jones.
Looks like we've got a lot of company.
"Cleo!" Even as Sonia rushed toward the room, Cleo stumbled out.
There's someone in my bed. Jesus, there's someone in my bed. I'll take a look.
Before Trey could go in, Sonia grabbed his arm. "Together! Stay together!" Not someone, but a couple, naked, lost in the throes. Sonia couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled up.
No, just no.
She turned to go out, and the doorbell bonged, and kept bonging even as something beat against the front doors. As they went back into a hall, a maid carrying a stack of linens walked straight through them. She stopped a moment, shuddered as she looked behind her, then continued on. A woman in a green velvet riding outfit with a tall hat cocked on her head came out of another room and strode toward the stairs. A man in a white suit, red bow tie, and spats jogged up them.
It's not now, Cleo murmured, but not really then. From the looks and sounds of it, it's whenever. She was out there.
Trey said to Owen. "Dobbs, on the wall, and facing the house. She saw us. She waited to see us. Let's go see if she still is." The dogs raced ahead of them to bark at the door. The cat arched her back and hissed. Screams and racing feet sounded from the ballroom. "They're dying," Sonia said quietly. "The brides, they're all dying." As they started down, Astrid Poole limped through them, her hand pressed to her bloody white gown. Sonia's heart shuddered as she fell. More screams filled the air, and as she looked down, Sonia saw not only Astrid, but Joanna. And it all stopped. It all vanished. Trey pulled open the front door to cool, clear air. "She's not there." She finished. Sonia stared out at the seawall as the animals raced outside. She ended with the first and last bride. She killed them, showed us, and she finished. "Trey's right about the whenever. Let them run around a while," Owen added as he closed the door. "The guy in my room was smoking Camels, and there was one of those phones, candlestick deals. And when I first came out, there was a girl wearing bell-bottoms. It wasn't Clover. She's blonde, and this one had dark hair." "Not just people who died here. Whenever," Sonia repeated. "All the music and voices from the ballroom, servants and the rest. Not all of them died here." "Illusions." Trey kissed the top of her head. "Most of it illusions, or memories. The Manor's memories." "Yes!" Sonia turned to Cleo. "Yes, that's it!" Cleo rubbed her chilled arms. "Barely a peep out of her for 2 weeks so she could do this. Then we pissed her off, Son, taking another room on the 3rd floor. Good, good. Let her waste her energy on bullshit like this. She can keep right at it because it doesn't change what fucking is. This is my house." "Okay then," Owen began, and she rounded on him. "A Poole built this house. Poole's made this house. It's our house. A house for the living." From the tablet in the library came Simple Minds and Don't You Forget About Me. "Not now, not ever. This house is ours," Sonia repeated, fury under every word. "And anyone who lived here and loved it. I don't care if 1,000 ghosts make their home here now, then, or goddamn whenever. There's only one who's not welcome. Reclaiming another room pisses her off? Just wait until we're finished, and she can piss herself back to hell." Shoving at her hair, Sonia let out a long breath. "Now I'm going back to bed." As she strode toward the stairs, Trey grinned after her. "I get why you're gone over her," Owen commented. "Way gone. I'd better catch up. Call the dogs and Pie in, will you?" "Sure. Go on up," he told Cleo. "I'll bring them in." "I will, but I want a good shot of whiskey first. Want a whiskey?" "Now that you mention it. Look, the offer to bunk in your sitting room sofa still stands. And is appreciated, very sincerely. But I'm fine, or will be after about a couple of fingers of Jameson's. I can't say I would be if I'd seen someone murdered in my bed, but sex, it's healthy. Let me know when you want to get healthy." Cleo got a bottle from the butler's pantry and smiled. "You'll probably be the first." After a late start all around in the morning, Sonia kissed Trey goodbye, waved both men off. She gathered what she needed and went to the 3rd floor. After shooting up a middle finger in the direction of the gold room, she went into the new gift room to do as Owen instructed and clean and oil the furniture. And found everything already gleaming. "You beat me to it, Molly. A very big thank you." Hands on hips, she turned a circle. "It's going to be perfect. I'm going to order supplies. After we get the invitations out, and probably after the trip to Boston. And you know what? After Boston, Cleo and I are going to pick another room, put our stamp on it." They spent the day dealing with invitations, going over the proposed menu in detail Bree sent them. "I can run into the village and mail these tomorrow. Or," Cleo wiggled her eyebrows, "we could see if Anna and Bree are up for lunch, hang out, finalize the menu. I like that or. I thought you might. Plus, you're starting to count down the days to Boston. She tapped Sonia's head. "And this'll distract you in a fun way." "It will. I'm telling myself I can be as nervous as I want now, so I'm finished with it before Boston. I'll go text both of them." It did distract her, and in a fun way, and likely reading her nerves and her countdown. Trey took everyone out for pizza the next night, showed up for dinner the rest of the week. And one night, he arrived with shelves for the closet. "These are perfect, thank you." "You got very specific about spacing when I asked." "I did. We measured." "We're about to find out if we're both right on it." Before he picked up the first shelf, he took a look around the room. "You've added some things in here." Cleo mostly, seeing as she's on sabbatical. Crystals, candles, the sun catcher in the window, hers. Protection, apparently. "And you switched out the art. Nice choices. Cleo's work?" "Most of it." "Wait a minute." He walked closer to a meadow of wildflowers, hills shadowed in the distance. "S. Mac T? This is yours." "Just something I did in college. It's great." She sent him an indulgent smile. "So says the man who sleeps with me. So says the man looking at something beautiful. And this one too. Boston, right? The river. I didn't know you could do this." "It's not what my mother calls my passion. And she's right. I enjoy it now and then." "Only now and then?" She lifted her shoulders. "Artistically, I guess my interests and talents fall into the more practical areas. So graphic art suits me and satisfies me. Cleo dug them out, hung them up, and it is nice having our work here together, like our personal gallery." "Any objections from down the hall?" "Not so far. They'll come." She glanced behind her. "Let them come." Bells rang, windows rattled, the doorbell bonged now and then when no one was there. Sonia brushed those off as she did the occasional slamming door or cold wash of wind. She had more important things to deal with than the tantrums of a dead witch. Top of her list as she packed for Boston, what to wear for her presentation. Trey looked both wary and aggrieved as she held up yet another choice. "It's nice." "Nice? God." She immediately hung it back in her closet and reached for another. "I don't know why you're asking me. It's a trap. It's a classic trap." "I'm asking you," she began as she studied the navy suit in the mirror, "because you're a professional, a man who takes meetings, goes to court, and—" The suit joined two previous choices on the fainting couch at the foot of the bed. "I don't know why I'm asking you either." "Whatever you wear, you're going to do great." She could only sigh at him. "This is not the answer." "Right. I'm going to go let the dogs out." When he escaped, she texted Cleo. "Wardrobe help, stat." By the time Cleo came in, Sonia had 3 more choices draped over the couch. "I sense a crisis. Presentation day wear?" Trey was no help at all. Cleo shot her a look between baffled and amused. "Well, of course not." "Of course not," Sonia agreed, which shows how screwed up I am at this moment to have even asked him in the first place. He ran away. "Because he's nobody's fool. You've got to respect the tactical retreat." Cleo, dressed in rainy day painting gear of an oversized shirt and leggings, perused the pile on the couch. She picked up 3 suits, the navy, the black, and a gray. "No, no, and no. Put them back." "But too expected. Great cuts, excellent fabric. You've always had exceptional taste in clothes. But you don't want the expected." "I don't?" No, Sonia realized. I don't. "This sage green's lovely, and it looks great on you, but again, no. Go a little bolder. No prints," she decreed, and walked into Sonia's closet herself. "No. Possible. I wish I could wear this, but no. Maybe separates? And no. This one. Oh, but Cleo, do you really think pink?" "It's not pink, it's coral. It's warm, feminine, without fuss. I remember this hits you right at the knee, so the right length for this good neckline. You want my necklace? The tiny gold beads?"
I love that necklace. It's just right for this, and your twisty hoop earrings I covet. You could pair it with this cream-colored jacket, but I say no jacket. Having your own home gym and using it's giving you happening shoulders and arms. Let them see a strong woman. But in these. She pulled out a pair of cream-colored stilettos. Those kill my feet. They killed my feet when I tried them on. I should never have bought them. They're gorgeous. You'll suffer, but you'll look fabulous. Strong, capable, feminine, professional, and fabulous. I'm gonna do your hair in a fishtail braid. I've got a lipstick that matches this dress. You'll wear that. I love you, Cleo. How could you not? Crisis averted. Cleo's phone sang out with "Count on me," and Clover agrees. Pack it, Cleo ordered. On a cloudy morning, Trey loaded suitcases in the car. If he wondered why they needed so much for a 2-day trip, he wisely said nothing. And, valuing his life, he didn't suggest, with the load they had, they take the truck Sonia had yet to drive. Both women had dressed for the road in jeans, t-shirts, and light jackets. Sonia wore a Red Sox fielder's cap. He thought she looked adorable. And she stroked and cooed and fussed over Yoda, as if she and Cleo were headed to the South Pacific instead of Boston. We're going to be fine, Trey assured them, as Sonia continued to coo to Yoda and draped an arm around Mookie's neck. Cleo cooed too and cuddled the cat, who appeared mildly interested. You have the keys, and there's plenty of food if you decide to bring them back and stay at night. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to check my list one more time. Sonia, you've checked it 3 times. Everything's in the car. Swinging her to him, he kissed her. How can I miss you if you won't go away? Funny, she said, but she did laugh. Thanks, really, for looking after Yoda. You be a good boy. You're going to have so much fun. Trey, don't forget to... She broke off, laughed at herself. You won't forget. You never forget. And you'll take Pa to Owen? With some reluctance, Cleo passed the cat to Trey. He's expecting her. I will, and he is. Okay. All right. Sonia took a last look around the foyer and couldn't think of anything else to delay the start. We're ready. She wrapped her arms around Trey. Miss me a little. I already do. Text me when you get there. You're going to kick ass tomorrow. That's the plan. Let's do this, Cleo. As they walked to the car, got in, and he stood in the doorway with 2 dogs and a cat, his phone played Fleetwood Mac's Go Your Own Way. Looks like they are. Since he'd juggled his schedule just enough, he closed the door and went back for another cup of coffee. And to give the manor and its residents time to get used to having him in the house alone. After Colin's death and before Sonia's arrival, he certainly had been. But everything changed with that arrival. Activity at the manor had certainly kicked up. Barring emergency, he had every intention of staying there for the 2 nights Sonia and Cleo were gone. He expected Owen would join him, but either way, he wanted to see what Dobbs might have in store when the current object of her wrath wasn't around. As he sipped his coffee, 3 doors above slammed in sharp, rapid snaps. He just smiled. She'd have to do a lot better than that. He finished off his coffee, rinsed out his mug. Okay, gang, we're going for a ride. Knowing cats, he picked Pi up in case she decided to make herself scarce, because cat. Outside, the dogs jumped, or in Yoda's case, more clambered, into the back seat of his truck. The cat settled down to curl in the front. He glanced back, saw the shadow move in the library window. He thought, what the hell, and waved. He half hoped the window would open, that Clover would once again lean out. But the answering wave struck him as too hesitant and shy for Clover. As he drove away, the manor fell silent, like a breath caught and held. Then, from the gold room, came a peal of wild, triumphant laughter. Chapter 22. As she hit Boston traffic, Sonia adjusted her mindset and her behind-the-wheel strategy, and added that to her list of reasons she didn't miss the city where she'd been born and raised as much as she'd expected to.
Oh, there were things she missed, she admitted. Her mother hit #1 with no competition. But she missed the Charles River, the Botanical Gardens, the Boston Common. No more impulse attendance at Fenway, or trips to her favorite restaurants, cafes, and shopping haunts. But not, accepting her mother, as much as she'd expected when she'd made the trip in reverse in the deep freeze of winter. She'd always loved the house where she'd grown up, and every memory inside it. She'd loved her condo, her neighborhood, but she'd always considered that a temporary stopping point on the way to finding her forever home. But being back, she realized Boston had been another stopping point. An important one, a foundational one, but she'd moved on from it, and didn't regret it. "How does it feel?" she asked Cleo. "Like we're visitors. Just the way I feel when I go back to Lafayette. I loved it there. I loved it here. But now, a visitor. You?" I wondered, and maybe I worried, and that's why I haven't come back until now. But I feel just the same way. If all this hadn't happened, I think I'd have been happy here. But it did, and now I wouldn't. She handled the traffic. It had been a few months, but she'd had years of practice, and finally slipped out of it and into the leafy neighborhood of her childhood. Dogwoods bloomed, tulips popped, pink blossoms dressed ornamental cherry trees. "We'll see this at home in another week or two," Cleo predicted. At home, Sonia thought, in the manor by the sea. Yes, they were visitors here now. But there was the sweet 2-story house where she'd grown up, with the red maple leafing out in the little front yard and her mother's car in the drive. That would be always home, too. I told her she didn't have to take the day off. "And you thought she wouldn't?" Sonia shook her head as she pulled in behind her mother's car. "I knew she would. I'm so glad she did." Even as she said it, Winter rushed out of the house. She wore stone gray jeans, a light sweater in popping pink. Sonia shoved out of the car, felt her eyes sting as her mother threw her arms around her. "Oh, I missed you! Missed you, missed you!" Sonia burrowed in. "I didn't know how much until right this second. My baby! I'm so glad to see you, really see you." When she drew back, Winter's hazel eyes were damp. "Oh, and you look so good." "I want some. Cleo." Winter turned to embrace her. "I'm so happy you're here. You're both here. Let me get a good look at... Oh, you both look so good. I can't complain when I see how good Maine looks on the pair of you. My girls." She pulled them both in for another hug. "Let's get your things inside. I want to hear everything about everything." "We FaceTimed 2 days ago, Mom." "That's different." "Oh, the displays for your presentation tomorrow. I want to see them. I want to see everything." When they hauled a load inside, everything was so wonderfully familiar. The cozy living room where her mother had cleaned out the fireplace for warm weather and placed candles, her father's painting over the mantel, the path through the misty woods, spring flowers bright and happy in a vase. And she sniffed the air. "Something smells amazing, but I told you not to cook." "You don't get to be the boss of me until I'm old and decrepit. And even then you'll have a fight on your hands. It's lemon chiffon cake. My very favorite." "Right there with you," Cleo said. "We're going to have a nice spring salad with pretzel rolls first. And mimosas." "I just moved ahead of you," Cleo claimed. "But if I don't pee pretty damn quick, I'm going to disgrace myself. I'm going to take this up to my room. It's still my overnight room. Always. I want to hang up my assistant's dress. Son, you should do the same with your dress, unless we want to add ironing to our list." "And I don't. Unpack then. No, text Trey, unpack, then mimosas." "He asked you to text him when you got here? Another mark of my approval," Winter decided. "Final marks when I finally meet him. Now let's get you both settled in." When they had, Cleo took another few minutes before coming down to give mother and daughter a chance to just be. "Look at the pretty table. Your best dishes, tulips and baby's breath, your grandmother's lace cloth." I liked having an excuse to fuss. Now, I know you said you wanted to take me out to dinner tonight, but that's firm. Sonia pointed a finger at her mother. You're not cooking. Neither is Cleo. I still can't believe Cleo does cook. I'd say it surprised her, too. Not only that she can, but she likes it. And look at you. After she got the champagne out of the fridge, Winter flexed her biceps, patted it. I know, right? Sonia flexed her own. Who knew that was there? And surprise for me, I actually enjoy my solo in-my-own-home gym, mostly every other day workouts. Well, Maine and those workouts look really good on you. So does being in love. Oh, well. Smiling, she rolled her shoulders. We haven't brought up that major 4-letter word yet. It's a really big word. I know love when I'm looking at it. And it makes me realize I didn't see it when I looked at you with Brandon. If she couldn't say it all to her mother, then who? I've never felt this way about anyone else. And more, I really like Trey for so many reasons. I don't know what it says about me that I didn't have that. Not really, not honestly, with someone I planned to marry. It says you nearly made a mistake, but you didn't, and that's what matters. You told me you thought he'd head up By Design's presentation tomorrow. I'd be surprised if he didn't. He's good, Mom. Brandon's very good. You're better. With that, Winter popped the cork. I heard that, Cleo came in. Before you pour, I have something for you. She handed Winter a package wrapped in embossed white paper with a pink ribbon. Thanks for hauling my stuff up to Maine before I moved, for sending me recipes, and for being, since college, my Boston mama. The first was no trouble at all. The second's my surprised pleasure, and the third, my absolute delight. When she unwrapped the framed painting, Winter teared up again. Oh, Cleo. When did you do that? Sonia came around the counter. You didn't tell me you did that. You don't have to know everything. The dreamy watercolor showed Sonia, in profile, sitting sideways on the seawall, hair caught in the breeze. Yoda has his front paws on her knee, and she her hand on his head. It's beautiful, Cleo, just so beautiful. Baby, look how content you are. I looked out one day, and there you are, just like that. And I knew then and there it was a gift Winter had to have. I'll treasure it, and every day when I look at it, I'll know my baby's where she's happy. Over lunch and mimosas, cake and cappuccinos, they talked about everything. At Winter's insistence, they set up the displays and ran through the presentation. She sat quietly, face impassive, legs crossed, hands folded on her knee. At the end, Winter applauded politely, then let out a cheer, jumped up. Brilliant! She hugged Sonia tight. My daughter's brilliant! And so's her best friend. Rider Sports would be idiots not to go with your campaign. It's the best. You haven't seen By Designs. I don't need to. She flicked that away. Yours has punch and it has heart. And the displays? Clasping her hands together, she studied the slick posters that had once been only ideas on a mood board. Brilliant again. Cleo, you look fabulous. I just can't help myself. With a laugh, Winter gave her a one-armed hug. And Trey, very handsome. And this is Owen, also very handsome. But all of you, all the rest, people, not models, not actors, and that's part of the brilliance. I'm going into the presentation with my ego pumped. Good, you should. I want you to do something for me. You know I will. I'd like you to order me this display. I want to have it. Sure, but it's your work. It's your art. I want to hang it in my office. And now, she said, let's go shopping. That night in the manor, Trey split a pizza with Owen. Dobbs wasn't happy when I came back. Yeah? Owen shrugged. Screw her. Clover was. My phone played for half an hour. How'd the cat handle it? She was fine. Jones was a little miffed, but it's all fine. He glanced around when the doorbell bonged. Expecting someone?
It's nobody. The dogs are out and they'd have barked. That's one of her new deals. It's gone off, that makes the 4th time, since before you got here. I could turn it off.
Trey tilted his head.
You figure that'll stop it? You got a point. How about when we're done here, we go down, find a flick where lots of shit blows up. That'll piss her off. Sounds good.
While shit blew up on screen, the cat curled on the chair between them, and the dog sprawled on the floor. The servant's bell rang incessantly. The doors to the theater opened and shut twice. Trey ate some popcorn.
Pretty weak sauce from her. Flick's got better action.
And at 3, Trey stepped out on the balcony. Owen opened his window, leaned out. Together, they watched Dobbs jump. Trey looked over at Owen.
See you in the morning.
Yeah. Trey went inside. Owen shut the window, and the manor settled into quiet. The next day, Sonia put on the coral dress, Cleo's gold beads, her twisty hoops. She spent twice as long on her makeup to be absolutely sure it wasn't overdone or underdone. She'd skipped breakfast. Her stomach wouldn't take it. Cleo walked in with a tray holding half a bagel, a small bowl of berries, and 2 Cokes.
I know,
she said before Sonia could refuse.
Didn't I room with somebody who couldn't eat if she was worried about the exam she was about to take? But your presentation's not until 2, and you need something in your stomach before that.
You're right. I know you're right. I swore I'd get done with the nerves before today. I failed.
Still time. Now sit. I'm doing your hair.
Which also takes me back to college. You know why Mom went to work this morning?
So she wouldn't hover and make you nervous, and make herself nervous because she made you nervous.
Cleo sighed.
I love winter.
So do I. Since they were there, she ate a couple of berries, then decided she could at least nibble on the bagel. I texted Trey this morning. He and Owen stayed at the manor last night. They did pizza and a movie.
I texted Owen to see how Pi did. He texted back, fine, she slept on my ass. You know, she doesn't sleep on mine, but his, it's a little annoying.
Sonia watched the magic in the mirror as Cleo's long artist fingers worked.
I feel, as his cousin, I can say this without sexualizing, he's got a great ass. I have noticed that truth. Plan to do more than notice? I'm talking about this to distract myself, so indulge me. That was still under consideration until Dobbs had one of a wild tantrums. He came after me and Pi, and he didn't bitch about it. He said he'd have done the same thing. So I plan to try 'em on when the time seems right, and see if we fit in this elemental area. I suspected as much. No rushing in. I really think, what needs to happen at the manor needs all 4 of us. Since I firmly believe that, I'm not going to mess it up for sex.
I think you're right about the 4 of us, and I don't think you'll mess things up. After another bite of bagel, Sonia reached for her Coke. He doesn't strike me as the type, any more than you are, to let sex interfere with friendship and family. The 4 of us are both. In the mirror, Cleo smiled at Sonia.
We are, aren't we? And that's what's gonna beat her. And this hair, if I do say so myself, is perfect, and is going to add another reason they'll want to hire you.
The hair's great, and you were right about eating something. Also, you're on a streak. Right about the outfit, even though I now have to put these murder-my-feet shoes on. Cleo patted her shoulder.
Suck it up.
Sucking it up, Sonia put on the shoes and rose to study them both side by side in the mirror. Cleo had gone with a mustardy yellow that brought out not only the varied tones of her hair, but her eyes, and worked like magic again with Sonia's coral. I see the genius in your plan. Female, but not soft. We look like spring done in strong colors.
Nothing stuffy or expected. Smart women who know how to take the time to put themselves together well.
And now I'm not as nervous.
Look confident, be confident,
Cleo declared.
Let's get this party started.
What nerves remained, Sonia knew she'd handle. The drive to the Ryder building gave her time to settle into herself. She knew what to do and how to do it, so she would. The rest? out of her control. She parked in the underground garage of the many-storied brick and glass building, shouldered her laptop case as Cleo shouldered hers. Between them, they carted the displays, the box of folders for the attendees, to the elevator. What song do you think Clover would play now? Sonia wondered. Let's go with Kesha and Woman. That's it! That's the perfect one. We're motherfucking women. Baby, that's right. Buoyed, they rode up to the lobby. Sonia remembered it from her previous work for Ryder, as steeped in tradition. The Ryder logo flew behind a small reception counter. The tile floors in a soft, smoky gray worked well with pale blue walls. 2 navy chairs flanked a table, and over it hung a portrait of the founder. Sonia signed in, then, as directed, they took the elevator to the 7th floor. As they rode up to 7, Cleo hummed Woman and made Sonia laugh. It's the day you've been working for, my friend. It is, and I want it, Cleo. But I realize it's not the alpha and omega for me. Visual art is doing just fine. I'm doing just fine. More than fine. And realizing that takes some of the edge off. Whatever works. As they stepped off the elevator, a Ryder staff member greeted them. Ms. McTavish, I'm Lauren Cooper. I'll escort you to the conference room, assist you in setting up. Thanks. Ms. Faberé will be working with me today. Good to meet you both, if you'll come with me. As they started along the hall, bright with windows, with frame displays of various Ryder equipment between, Brandon Wise strode down. He wore a sharp, navy, pinstriped suit. Thank God she hadn't gone with the navy. Crisp white dress shirt. They'd have French cuffs, she knew, with monograms, and a navy and burgundy striped tie done in a double Windsor. His Oxfords exactly matched the dark brown leather of his briefcase. His blonde hair perfectly styled to suit his smooth, no, I'm not a movie star, but I look like one, face, caught glints from the sun streaming through the windows. His smile, all charm, spread like the sunlight. Mr. Wise, I didn't realize you were still here. On my way out now, Lauren. Miranda and I started chatting after the rest of the team left and time got away from me. Hello, Sonia. You look, well. Thank you. I am. He gave Cleo the slightest nod. Cleo? She gave him one right back. Asshole. His smile wavered, but didn't quite fall. So, how are things in the backwoods of Maine? It's on the coast, and it's lovely. Now, if you'll excuse us. If I could have just 1 minute, Lauren can show your assistant where to take your supplies. One's all I have to spare. I'll be right behind you, Cleo. It's fine, she added. Let me take those for you. Sending Sonia a look of apology, Lauren took what Sonia carried. The conference room is at the end of the hall. Yes, I remember. As they walked away, Sonia glanced at the watch she rarely wore. Minute starts now. The hard case act doesn't suit you, he said lightly. Looks like you've put on a little weight. Trying to run your own little company and away from the action? Can't blame you for stress eating. I haven't, and I'm enjoying freelancing. If you want to take your minute to comment on my appearance, touchy. But you always were. I thought it only fair to let you know I've got this account sewn up. Miranda just confirmed it. I understand Bert has a, let's be delicate here and say a fondness for you, and push to give you this exposure. But I've got the account, and that shouldn't be a surprise. She stiffened when he put a hand on her shoulder. You're going to want to move that hand. He moved it and sighed. I wanted to spare you some embarrassment, for old time's sake. Stick with your minor league website, Sonia. Ryder's big league. And you're just not. Never will be. I'll give your advice all the consideration it's due. Now, if you'll excuse me, you've gone over your minute, and that's all you're going to get. All that time together, and I really missed how much of a bitch you had in you. Breaking our engagement was the smartest thing I've ever done. Jesus, Brandon, you really are pathetic. You've already lost, Sonia, he called out as she walked away. You never had a chance. We'll see about that, she muttered. We'll fucking see about that. When she reached the conference room, the displays were up, the packets laid out on the long table. Yet another staff member filled water glasses. Ms. McTavish, Sonia. Sonia, Lauren corrected. I want to apologize. By Design's presentation completed nearly 40 minutes ago. I had no idea Mr. Wise remained behind. It's fine. He wanted to give me some advice.
Asshole, Cleo muttered. Ambush.
It doesn't matter, Sonia repeated. In any case, I apologize. Miranda Ryder and the rest you'll present to are in the executive dining room. Obviously, Mr. Wise wasn't. They're due back in about 10 minutes. Is there anything I can get you? Just water's fine. Cleo?
That'll do.
They set up the slideshow for the big wall screen, ran a quick test. When Lauren went out, Cleo turned to give Sonia a hug.
I'd ask if you're okay, but you look more than okay.
It's not my alpha and omega, but I want it. He made me want it more.
You've still got a couple minutes. Want a quick trip to the ladies to kick something in those fabulous shoes?
Don't need it. His ambush fits, energized me, and I'll use it. Bert Springer came in first, a tall, robust man with threads of gray through dark hair and deep-set brown eyes. He strode straight to Sonia and took her hand in both of his.
Sonia, I wanted a second just to say I'm glad you're here, and I'm looking forward to seeing your ideas.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
You earned it.
He turned to Cleo.
Bert Springer. Cleo Fabre, it's lovely to meet you. Sonia's told me how much she enjoyed working with you. It's mutual.
Then he frowned.
Why is that name so familiar? Now, I know we haven't met before. How could I forget? Wait! Could you be the Cleo Fabre who illustrated my granddaughter's favorite book, Jessie's Best Day?
I am. On a look of delight, he snapped his fingers.
I knew that name. Small wonder. Eva's 4, and she loves that book. I bought a second copy for Grandma and Pop's house. I can't count how many times we've read it to her. Though at this point, she reads it to us. She loves the pictures, especially the one of Jessie jumping in the ball pit. If I had a copy with me, I'd have you sign it for her.
I'll see you get one, signed by me and the author.
That would rank me as best pop ever.
He took out a card.
Wait until I tell my wife. Are you and Sonia working together at Visual Art?
Sonia and I have been friends since college. And currently we're housemates, Sonia added. Cleo's helping me out today.
I don't have to tell you I wish you the best of luck, but I'll tell you anyway. And here come the rest. Knock our socks off.
She knew some of the 15 who took their seats at the table from her previous work for Ryder, and others by reputation and research for her presentation. Wyndon Ryder served as CFO, Lowell Ryder as VP of Marketing, and Miranda Ryder, head of the table, as Sonia knew, head of everything. She had 3 generations of Ryders in the room to impress, and 12 others who'd weigh in. She was ready. Good afternoon. I'm Sonia McTavish of Visual Art, and this is Cleo Fabre, who will assist me today. I want to thank you for this opportunity to... I understood you were a one-woman operation, Miranda interrupted. Have you expanded your company? I haven't, no. Sonia met the steel gray eyes directly. Ms. Fabre is a friend and today a volunteer. Before you begin, you understand By Design, a company you once worked for, has already presented. I do, yes. And no doubt, as By Design is an exceptional and creative organization, their presentation met those standards. I believe mine will as well. Why did you leave their employ? Lane Cohen and Matt Berry have, as you said yourself, built an exceptional and creative organization. And I owe Lane and Matt a great deal. They were wonderful to work for. The decision to leave By Design and build my own business was neither easy nor impulsive, but was the right decision for me. Only more so as I relocated to Maine. As a one-woman operation. Yes, which I could never have done without the foundation I was given at By Design. In your packets, as requested, I have samples of work I've done since starting Visual Art. I've found freelancing both challenging and fulfilling, and I appreciate the opportunity to present my vision for Ryder Sports, a business rooted as I am in family and community." She glanced at Cleo, who queued up the slideshow and began. She stayed in the moment, though afterward, all the moments blurred. She fielded questions. Those tech questions did come up. And when it was done, forgot her answers. What she remembered, and always would, was Bert coming out into the hallway to take her hand again and whispering in her ear, "Socks knocked off." Sonia didn't speak until the elevator doors shut. Was she as tough as I think? Miranda Ryder? Tougher. Cleo blew out a breath, rolled her eyes. Scary tough. I liked her. I sort of want to be her in 30 or 40 years. Now let me say this, not as your friend, not as your temporary assistant. Ready? Yeah? You were awesome. I can't remember it. Because they felt cold, she rubbed her hands together. It's like a big blur now. Maybe later I'll remember. I was watching, looking at faces when I could. They liked it, Son. They really did. I'm putting it away. I have to put it away. You're going to tell me what that asshole said to you. In detail. But I'm going to change out of these shoes so I can feel my feet again, take several long breaths, and I'm going to take you and Mom out to dinner. I'm going to tell you now your mom has other ideas. She's home now and she's making her famous garlic and sage roast chicken. She wanted you home tonight, Son. Wanted you to relax. For us all to relax. You know what? I want that too. We did a good job, and I'm letting it go. Doing a good job's enough. Chapter 23. She enjoyed every minute in the home of her childhood with her two favorite women. Some of the presentation blur faded, and what didn't, Cleo filled in. After dinner, now cozy in pajamas, they sat in the living room with wine and lemon chiffon cake. I can't believe that son of a bitch came after you right before your presentation. Winter McTavish, Cleo snorted. Do you kiss your daughter with that mouth? I do. Winter leaned over, kissed Sonia to prove it. And he actually claimed he'd broken the engagement. It's easy to rewrite history and make yourself the hero of the piece, Sonia shrugged. Seeing him like that, so slick and smug and patronizing, it just made me more determined to show off my stuff. And it made me appreciate Trey even more. They're there again tonight, she added. Trey and Owen at the manor. I called him when I went up to change. They didn't have to do that. I think he feels, and Owen too, they're not just taking care of Yoda and Pi, but the manor and what's in it. She sipped some wine. They both watched Dobbs jump again last night. Winter shuddered. I can't imagine that, and I don't really want to. I like better imagining the girl, because she was just a girl who gave birth to your dad playing music for you, looking out for you. I like knowing you have 4 pieces of your father's art in the manor. The one you took with you and the 3 you found there. It matters to me. It puts him there with you too. And here with you, Sonia murmured. Always. I wonder if knowing he is with me made it easier to accept what goes on in your manor. I worry about you, both of you, she admitted. But I worry less knowing you're there for each other, and Clover and Molly, and the rest you've told me about. And next month, for a couple of days, you'll be there too. Can't wait. Summer called me today. She got your invitation. I didn't ask if you'd included her because I didn't want to pressure you. Mom, I don't blame her for what Tracy did. It was her choice to get naked with Brandon, several times. It's not her mother's fault. She's coming. Her and Martin. She's booking a room at the hotel. We have room for them. They're welcome to stay at the manor. Martin? Ghosts? Never. Winter laughed at the idea. If Summer and I ever take a sister's trip up there, she'd stay. But Martin, that's a hard no. I forgot. He won't watch scary movies either. Remembering now made Sonia grin. He wouldn't make it through a single night at the manor. Your grandparents, both sets.
will want to come. If they can. The hotel's a better fit there, too. You let me worry about that end of things.
In the morning, they loaded the car again.
Drive safe and text when we get there.
Sonia hugged Winter hard.
I'll see you soon. I love you. I love you right back, both of you. Oh, and let me know when you hear from Ryder.
I will, either way.
I'm proud of you either way. But now I really don't want that jerk to get it.
Right there with her, Cleo said when they got in the car.
If it's as pretty at home as it is here today, I'm unpacking, then taking my easel outside. Paint with me. Cleo, come on. I know Trey texted and said not to worry about getting Yoda and pie. They'll bring them and dinner tonight, and yay to that. But it'll be noon easy before we get home. Then we have to unpack, take a breath. Who starts their workday at like 1 in the afternoon? We worked hard. Let's play.
The day stayed pretty, making up for a couple of rounds of ugly traffic. The sight of the manor, rising up when she rounded the last turn, made Sonia's heart clutch in a way she hoped never got old.
Cleo, the tree. I see. Oh, when all those flowers open, it'll be spectacular.
A few had, giving a hint of beauty to come. Delicate pink dripping from those curved and twisted branches whispered, "Spring, spring, spring."
The garden center's going up a couple places on our do-it list. I'm buying a hat.
Cleo got out of the car, stretched.
Next trip to town, I'm getting a cute gardening hat. You have your adorable painting outside hat. And your point?
I have none, Sonia admitted.
God, what a gorgeous afternoon. We're painting. I won't take no.
The minute Sonia opened the front door, her phone broke out with, "Can't stop the feeling."
We're happy we're back too.
They hauled in suitcases, shopping bags, laptop cases, and ignored the counterpoint of doors slamming on the 3rd floor. Sonia took a breath. It's big, it's beautiful, it's haunted, and it's ours.
Unpack, gather supplies, then we'll paint this gorgeous day. Quick stop to check my email, texts, and so on. Text Mom we're home and do the same with Trey. That's allowed.
It's too soon to hear from Ryder, but I have to check or I'll obsess.
Of course you do, and of course you would. When do you think?
Cleo asked as they started upstairs. By the end of the week, maybe?
Better if it's into next week. I'm thinking the longer it takes, the better my chances. A quick decision probably leans toward by design. So I'm going to check, then put it out of my mind.
When she found no communication from Bert Springer, she considered it a good sign. Maybe she couldn't put it completely out of her mind, she thought as she unpacked, but she could push it into the back. She dug out the shirt of her father she used as a smock on the rare occasions she painted. It made her think of him, feel close to him. She had a set of his brushes she'd packed away, and one of his easels, a palette. When she walked out with Cleo to set up, she looked around.
Are you doing the tree? No, I'm waiting for it. Full dress, Cleo gestured. I'm looking at the view of the bay, the lighthouse from here.
I'm doing the tree, Sonia decided. A between seasons thing. As they set up, Clover went with Elvis and Spring Fever. On a laugh, Sonia set her canvas.
I guess we've caught it.
They chatted off and on as they painted, and Sonia found herself enjoying it all. The air, the scents, the call of birds, and experimenting with color and shape that had nothing to do with work. Though the tree, with its few brave blooms and fat, waiting buds, stood as the focus, she had the turret rising behind it, the rounded shape, the golden stones, the tall windows, and the shadow that came and went behind the glass in the library. An hour in, Cleo stepped back from her own to wander over to Sonia's.
Sonia, you know that's good.
It's not bad.
Good. You've caught the light and the delicacy of the blossoms. The scatter of them gives impact to the witchy shape of the tree. The way you've used the turret, it's good perspective and impactful again with the contrast. Then there's the hint of shape in the window, just a touch of spooky.
It was there. I feel like it's Clover this time. When her phone played, Say My Name, Sonia looked up again. Looks like I'm right about that. I like her there. And in the painting. We're hanging it. Let's see how it finishes up. She glanced around, then walked to Cleo's canvas. You know this is wonderful. Dreamy, almost fanciful, but real. Rocky coastline, the perfect blue of the bay sliding out to sea, and the boats, at dock or gliding. The bits of the village. There's a sturdiness to that. The weathered brick of the pool building. And the lighthouse guarding it all. Sabbatical my ass. Where will you put it? If it turns out the way I hope, I think I'll talk to Kevin at Bay Arts. We'll see. Right now, I'm painting for me, so that's the sabbatical. They went back to it, painting through the afternoon to Clover's musical interludes. We're going to do this more often. Cleo wiped most of the cerulean blue off her hand. But that's it for me today. I need to step away from it. Bring it out again tomorrow. I'm done. I got what I wanted. If I keep playing with it, I'll end up with something else. It's really good, Son. You painted something you love, and it shows. As they started to pack up, they heard the truck coming. So did Clover as she hit it with Thin Lizzie's "The Boys Are Back in Town." As it had when she'd seen the manor again, her heart clutched when Trey's truck rounded the bend. This is love, she thought, and it feels amazing. Terrifying, overwhelming, and amazing. She ran to the truck the minute Trey parked. Yoda and Mookie leaped out first to greet her like a long-lost lover. I missed you too. Missed you. I know you were good boys. You're such good boys. And you. She threw her arms around Trey. Hello. Because she couldn't help it, she put that clutching heart into the kiss, and it opened like the buds on the tree when he answered in kind. Come on, boys, what about me? Give those two a minute and come see Cleo. Welcome home, Trey murmured, and drawing back, laid a hand on her cheek. I missed your face. I missed yours. And everything else. With a sigh, she laid her head on his shoulder. Thanks for looking out for everything while I was gone. I want to hear all about it. What's this? He gestured toward the easels. Art class? Cleo's idea of an afternoon play date. And it was actually fun. A good way to shake off the traffic and travel. Let's have a look. He kept her hand in his as they crossed the lawn. He came to Cleo's canvas first. You did this in an afternoon? It's not finished, but I had the concept in mind for a while. Light over Pools Bay. It's terrific. Seriously. You did this? He said to Sonia. And it is finished. Cleo's going to do the full bloom, so I decided to do between seasons. You should play more. If I could do this, I'd play all the damn time. That's when play becomes work, Sonia reminded him. Let's get all this inside. Owen's bringing pie. Trey nodded as he helped them break down. He had a few more things to do, so he'll pick up dinner. Great. We can take all this up to my studio. I'll clean the brushes, Son. As they started up, so did the banging. There she goes. Did she do much of this while we were gone? Sonia asked. She lets you know she's pissed. Nothing major the last couple days. More when you come up to the third floor. We check the studio closet every night, he added. Just in case, but nothing. I looked before we went outside, but take another look now, Sonia. Nothing yet. Sonia closed the closet door. I've got the brushes, Cleo said again. Go pour me a glass of wine. How's your mom? Trey asked as they started down. Wonderful. It was so good to see her, to have that time with her. And Boston? I asked Cleo how she felt when we got there, and she said exactly what I felt. She said she felt like a visitor. And when we got to the house, I realized that would always be home. How lucky I was to have all the memories of growing up in that house, to know it's a place I'll always be welcome. And what a difference a few months can make. Because other than Mom, I missed Boston so much less than I thought I would. I missed this guy more. She bent to rub Yoda. And you, she added, giving Mookie the same treatment. Then straightened. And you. She paused at the music room, looked at the portrait. I missed this house with everything in it. Except, goes without saying. When they went into the kitchen, she saw the pet treats, a ball of string, and Yoda's ball on the island.
Somebody missed the pets, Trey told her. The first night you were gone, when we came in, those were there, plus all the cabinet doors were open. The counter stools, the chairs turned over on the floor.
Poor Jack. What did you do?
I had what most people would consider a monologue. Talked about how Owen and I had to look after the pets since you had to be away for a short work trip. How we'd come back with them after work every night.
When he pulled out 2 dog biscuits, 2 dog butts hit the floor.
Last night, the stuff was on the counter again, but everything else stayed in place, so I guess he got it.
She watched him pass out the biscuits. You're a sweet man, Trey.
And that's usually the kiss of death.
No, just the opposite for me. You took my dog to work with you.
He won Sadie over. That's not a snap.
And you brought him back after work. You and Owen brought Yoda and Pi back, stayed here because you didn't want to leave the house empty after all that's happened. You talked to the ghost of a little boy who missed having the pets around to play with. She ran a hand down the sleeve of her shirt. My father was a sweet man. Not a pushover. Not... What's the word for it? Treacly.
That's a good word.
It is. So I know and value a sweet man when I see one. The dogs leaped up, raced toward the front of the house seconds before the doorbell bonged.
That's Owen. Pour that wine. I'll go for that, too.
Trey kissed the top of her head.
I'll get the door.
While he did, Clover played the Pretenders' I'll Stand By You. It's true. I will. And knowing he will, it changes everything. She poured the wine, then smiled at Owen, reached for another biscuit and the cat treats when Pi and Jones came in on either side of him. There's beer, she told him.
I don't mind that.
He nodded at the wine, so she got out another glass.
So, welcome back. What's this about the asshole ambushing you before the deal? What? What ambush?
Trey demanded. Sonia poured the 4th glass. How did you know about that? Telepathy?
That'd be cool, but no. Cleo texted me right after you got home. I guess to make sure I hadn't lost one of her cat's 9 lives. She mentioned it.
There she is. Cleo all but purred herself as she came in and scooped up the cat for a snuggle. Thank you. She gave Owen a chaste kiss on the cheek that had him eyeing Trey.
I bet you got better than that. I can't lie. What ambush?
Brandon decided to needle me before the presentation. He should have been gone, Cleo added as she set the cat back down. He was lying in wait, and that's an ambush, asshole. Which Cleo called him to his face, my favorite part. He gives her one of these. Sonia put on a superior look, added a slight nod. Cleo, and she gives him the same nod with an asshole. Both women broke into laughter as Owen grinned at Cleo.
Well played. Major points. You didn't tell me about any of this.
I wasn't going to text you about his bullshit, Sonia began, then stopped. You're mad. It barely shows, but you're mad. I wasn't holding something back, I swear. I just didn't want to get into that stupidity in a text.
Then let's hear it now.
All right, yes. He should have been gone, so he did lie in wait. Our escort was surprised and embarrassed when he came strutting down the hall.
He looked like a mannequin.
Cleo peeked into a takeout box.
Lobster rolls. Perfect. Fries, too. Better put them in the oven on warm,
Owen warned.
If this is going to take a while.
It won't. It didn't. Going in anyway, and my mannequin comparison wasn't a compliment. Fake man covered in designer smug. That's true. He lied about why he was still there. The escort told us later. He was just trying to get under my skin. Claimed he'd been chatting with Miranda Ryder. She's top dog. And had the account sewn up. He claimed she'd confirmed it, that I only got the offer to present because of Bert Springer, and he made that sound salacious.
Another good word,
Trey said. I'm full of them today. Because that insinuation still stuck, she gulped wine to swallow it down again. Bert's another sweet man, a man old enough to be my father, a family man. It turns out Cleo illustrated his granddaughter's favorite book. He reads to his 4-year-old granddaughter,
That's the kind of man Bert is. That's something you didn't mention to Bert Springer? Trey assumed. No. Would you have? No. He called her a bitch. Well, shit. Owen looked at Trey. Cleo? Well, so'n he did. He said after I told him to fuck off, in classier words, that he didn't realize I'd had so much bitch in me, and he was glad he'd dumped me. Which he didn't, and which, at this point, doesn't matter. I handled it, okay? And then some, was Cleo's opinion. He wanted to make me nervous, undermine my confidence, and he did just the opposite. He revved me up, and she crushed it. Outside of college presentations and run-throughs like we did here, I've never actually seen my girl in action. Crushed it. To emphasize, Cleo clinked her glass to Sonia's. I want to hear about it. But if he contacts you or gets in your way again, I want to know about it. And not, Trey added, 2 days later. There really wasn't anything you could have done, Sonia began. You'd have known you had someone pissed off for you. Owen just held up 2 fingers, so Cleo held up 3. No, make that 4, she said. Winner. But in Sonia's defense, she did her Taylor Swift and, Clover, bring it. Shake It Off rocked out. And I did. Sonia rocked her hips and shoulders to prove it. I've got a question, but I want food and so do the animals. I've got this part covered. Owen went to feed the pets. What's the question? Sonia asked as she got plates. How'd you hook up with an asshole? Jesus, Owen! No, Trey, it's a fair question. And I've asked myself the same. The answer's really twofold. First, he hid the asshole really well for quite a while. I have to agree there. Cleo pulled out the fries. I nearly liked him. I mostly liked him because of Sonia, but I nearly liked him, and I've got an excellent asshole meter. He was great with my mother, and that's important to me. He was supportive at work, interested, or seemed to be interested in what I had to say, attentive without being smothering, easy with my friends, and all of it. When they sat at the table, she hunched her shoulders. It wasn't until after the engagement that I started to see little things, then bigger ones. For the most part, I thought it was just my own nerves or the stress of planning this big, elaborate wedding, doing a house search, all of it at once. Which you didn't want, Cleo pointed out. Which I didn't want. On that fateful day, before I knew it would be that fateful day, I realized there were things we had to address, talk out, come to better compromises on. Then, well, no need for that. She sampled a fry, smiled. The second part, and it's really the first, I really wanted to start to build what my parents had. The problem with that, other than him being a lying, cheating asshole, we didn't want the same things at all. I just started to understand that when... Fateful day. I'm grateful for that fateful day because, and I've done a lot of soul-searching on it, I wouldn't have gone through with it. The wedding. I'd probably have sent the invitations out, gotten that close, which would have been horrible. But the closer we got, the more he showed me and the more unhappy and just unsettled I felt. So, there you have it. Legit, Owen decided and pointed at Trey. Howie Queller. Yeah. Trey shook his head. Friend of ours. High school and beyond. A few years ago, the 3 of us are having a beer. What, about a week before his wedding? About that. And he all of a sudden pops up how he doesn't want to do it, doesn't want to get married, how he's stuck now. Trey's soothing him some. Got the jitters, you love her, right? And Howie's saying how he thought he did, but he doesn't. He's not ready, and she wants this and that, and he doesn't. Trey's, man, you gotta talk to her, figure this out. How you don't want to make promises you can't keep. And you? Cleo asked. Owen said, you don't put a ring on someone's finger unless you want it to stay there. If you don't, don't. Now Howie's all but crying in his beer about how excited his mom is, how her dad spent all this money, how Alma, that's the bride, can't talk about anything but the wedding. So he gets married. We handled the divorce under a year later, Trey finished. And it wasn't pretty.
Sonia ate some lobster roll. I could have been Howie. Nah. Owen grabbed more fries. Howie's a moron. When they'd eaten, talked, when the kitchen was put to rights again, Cleo moved toward the mudroom for a jacket. I'm going to walk out with Pi and the boys and call it early. Early's good. Thanks for bringing dinner, Owen. No problem. I'll walk out with her and go from there. I still have things to get to. When they went out, Sonia turned to Trey. I'm trying to be sorry you were angry on my behalf. A little at me, but mostly for me. Mostly for, yeah. I know his type. I see them in court. I don't like that you had to deal with him. That's why I can't really be sorry. Come upstairs with me. I missed you. I missed being with you. But first, she held him. I'm really, really glad I wasn't Howie. Since I'm thinking about getting you naked, I'm thrilled you're not Howie. Outside, Owen started to call Jones. I've got a question first. What was your immediate thought when I said the asshole called Sonia a bitch? That Trey and I should take a ride to Boston, then flip for who got to punch him first. That's what I thought. Trey wouldn't do it, not for words. But if that fucker goes after her again, even with words, he'll find a way to make him pay for it. That's what Trey does. She nodded as they walked, as the sea beat its drum and the moon sailed overhead. I took a pair of his boxer shorts when we packed up his crap. I buried them with a curse. I really hope it worked at least some. What kind of curse? Jock itch. Owen winced, shifted. Remind me to stay on your good side. I've got to get going. Do you snore? Nobody's complained. Why? I like my sleep, so I need to know if I'll let you stay after we have sex or boot you out. She turned, wrapped around him and kissed him in the moonlight, like a woman who'd already made up her mind. Is this because I talked about punching that guy? That put a cap on it, but there are several more reasons in the bottle. Do you want to hear them now? Not really. Do you snore? She smiled, took his hand, and drew him toward the house. Why don't you come in and find out? Dobbs didn't wait until 3. Just after 1, the doorbell began its bong, and smoke alarms through the manor began to scream. The dogs leaped up barking. Trey was out of bed in a flash and dragging on pants. It's Dobbs. Sonia scrambled up. It's gotta be. It's Dobbs, but we need to check. The alarm company's going to call. Give them the code. Tell them to hold off the fire department. I don't remember the code. Damn it. The echoing boom from the 3rd floor nearly drowned out her voice. LBM 1794. Trey was out of the bedroom a step ahead of her and hit the hallway as Owen and Cleo rushed out of Cleo's room. He said, because he couldn't think of anything else. Okay, Sonia's going to hold off the fire department. You head down, we'll head up. If you see any smoke, any fire, send me a 911. Shoving at his hair, Owen nodded. It's Dobbs. But we look. It's Dobbs. But Trey began opening doors as he worked his way down the hall. And we make damn sure. I told them it was some sort of a malfunction and we're working on it. As Trey did, Sonia checked rooms on the way to the stairs. God, Trey, she wouldn't actually start a fire. She wants the manor. She's a lunatic. We check. There's no smoke, not even her kind. But Sonia's heart hammered as they hurried to the 3rd floor. Her phone played Tom Petty's Making Some Noise. That's right, Clover, she's just making some noise. Enough that Sonia wanted to cover her ears. But she worked her way down the hall with Trey, opening doors, checking rooms. The door to the gold room's already open. Yeah, I see it. She grabbed his hand. Don't even think about it. Too late not to think about it. Stay, she snapped at the dogs. And that means you too. I got it. Maybe it grated, but he got it. We decline the invitation. But he shined his flashlight into the thick, deep dark of the room. He expected to see her, floating above the floor, arms outstretched, hair blowing, eyes lit. But except for furniture, the room stood empty. She's not in there. Sonia tightened her grip on Trey's hand. She's somewhere else in the manor. Cleo, Owen,
They're fine. So are we. We finished this floor, then the ballroom, the rest.
But when they started toward the ballroom, the cold washed over the hallway in an ice flow of air. The lights they'd turned on snapped off. Sonia felt it, actually felt it move by her, like breath on the back of her neck. The dogs let out a growl that turned to a whine as it passed. In the dark, a shadow darker still flowed down the hall. A whisper came. "Death lives here." And a scream followed it. The gold room door slammed, the lights flashed back on. Silence fell so fast, so complete, Sonia's ears rang with it.
Back in her cave,
Trey muttered. I felt her right behind me.
Did she touch you?
Trey shoved the flashlight back in his pocket to run his hands over Sonia. No, at least, no. But I felt like someone breathing down the back of my neck. He spun her around, pushed up her hair.
Nothing. Does anything hurt?
No, it was just a sensation. And I saw her, or the shadow of her. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. I want to check the rest. We want to be sure, but I think it's over for tonight.
He took her hand again.
Okay?
She went with him room by room. I'm texting Cleo to let them know we're nearly done. You must have noticed Owen didn't go home after all, and came out of Cleo's bedroom.
I was a little distracted at the time, but it was hard to miss.
Thoughts?
I'll go with Joe Pesci, and there's a fucking surprise.
After an hour of stress, she laughed, and with considerable relief as they started back down, she leaned her head toward his shoulder. You're okay with it?
Why wouldn't I be? They're both all grown up. You?
Cleo's my person. Owen's my favorite cousin, so I'm absolutely fine with it. And I'll ditto your My Cousin Vinny quote. They reached the bedroom level as Cleo, Owen, Jones, and the cat came out of the servants' passage.
All clear,
Owen said.
Same. A lot of noise and disruption, which was her point. She left the gold room,
Trey added.
Wandered around some.
Sonia suppressed a shudder. We saw her go back in. That's when the noise stopped.
She did what she set out to,
Cleo pointed out.
Got us all up and searching the house like the Scooby Gang.
I'd say she's not happy you and I came back from Boston, Cleo.
Oh, there's that,
Cleo agreed as they started down the hall as a group.
And I think she got bitchy because there were 4 people sleeping in the house.
That's happened plenty before.
It has, she smiled at Owen. But this time, 4 people were sleeping after, let's say they'd enjoyed the pleasures of the flesh. Jesus.
As Sonia snickered, Owen scrubbed his hands over his face.
That's a way to put it. She's not flesh, and she can't enjoy its pleasures.
Cleo shot a look at the ceiling.
I'm saying the old witch is jealous. I'm going back to bed.
Cleo turned to her room, gave Owen a look over her shoulder.
Well, yeah.
He glanced at Trey.
It's been a night,
he said, then followed Cleo. Chapter 24. In the morning, with the men gone and Cleo sleeping, Sonia settled in to work. She expected her first order of non-business business would come in a conversation with Cleo about the change in sleeping arrangements. The idea made her smile. Since she'd already dealt with her emails and texts, she opened her first file. Dobbs might have disrupted her night, but she damn well wouldn't screw with her workday. And a bunch of pissy noises wouldn't drive her out of her own home. Banging on the wrong door, she thought, and started another test of the Gigi's job. At exactly 9:01, she heard the ping of an incoming email. She nearly ignored it, but paused her work. If her client wanted another change, best to know now. But the message came from Ryder, and Miranda Ryder's assistant, informing her Ms. Ryder wished to arrange a Zoom call at Sonia's earliest convenience. Shit! Sonia pushed up to pace. Too soon for good news, she calculated. But maybe they just wanted a follow-up, like a callback, or they had a few questions. Possible, she decided. Not probable, but possible. Just get it over with, Sonia. Clover offered classic optimism in Don't Stop Believin'. Right. It's fine. Absolutely fine. It's been a valuable experience. She sat, emailed back that she was available now or would make herself available at a time that suited Ms. Ryder. Then she gulped down water, wishing she'd grabbed a Coke instead. Especially when the response came immediately with the link. I guess that means right frickin' now. God, I didn't think how I look. Panicked, she grabbed the emergency video call makeup out of her desk drawer. After a quick application, she took a breath, squared her shoulders, and clicked on the link. No music now, Clover, she murmured, and entered the room. Good morning, Ms. McTavish. Thank you for your quick response. Good morning. It's nice to speak with you again. Behind Miranda, the bookshelves held books, awards, photos. On a counter and to the left of her shoulder stood a vase holding an arrangement of white flowers. Again, on behalf of Ryder Sports, I'd like to thank you for the creativity and energy of your presentation. At the words, so cool and polite, Sonia felt her stomach sink and braced for the kiss-off. It was a valuable opportunity for me. As a woman in the first year of running her own... Miranda trailed off. Are you in a library? In my home, yes. I work at home and use the library as my office. It is a turret. Yes, it is. My uncle... Too complicated, she decided instantly, and it only postponed the inevitable. I inherited the family home in Maine last winter. It's very impressive. In any case, we've given your presentation and direction serious consideration, as we have by designs. I will say those directions are divergent. You did an excellent job with yours, Ms. McTavish. Thank you. I can say sincerely I appreciate the opportunity and enjoyed stretching into a creative challenge of this scope. I understand a company with Ryder's longevity and reputation requires a more established team. Do you? Miranda offered the barest hint of a smile. There are some who agree with that. I'm not one of them, and I'm not alone in my opinion, or in the decision to go with visual art and in your direction. Congratulations. For 2 slow beats, Sonia's mind went and stayed blank. You're giving me the account. That's correct. Bert Springer wanted to make this call, but I overruled him. He will, however, be in touch later this morning to discuss the terms. He feels confident you'll come to an agreement. Yes, I'm sure we'll come to an agreement. Her brain felt numb, her body felt numb, but she knew her mouth moved as she heard her own voice. Thank you for your confidence. I won't let you down. I trust you won't. Would you like to know why we decided to go with a freelance one-woman company in her first year of business? I would, for a variety of reasons. You respected the history of this company and the family behind it while looking forward. Without the history and the family, there would be no Ryder Sports and no looking forward. In addition, Ryder Sports isn't just for professional athletes, but for everyone. Your vision embraced exactly that. My father taught me how to ride a 2-wheeler. It was a Ryder. Now Miranda smiled fully. Was it? Yes, and I still remember that wild thrill when he let go. I think I'm about to feel it again. It's going to be a pleasure working with you. Bert will be in touch. Oh, one more thing. There are offices very near where Mr. Wise spoke with you before your presentation, and some with doors open. Oh, you won this account through your own merits and because we believe your vision aligns with ours. If we had opted to go with by design, it would have been contingent on Mr. Wise being removed from the campaign. We don't tolerate dishonesty and bullying at Ryder. We'll speak again. She concluded and signed out. Instantly, Tina Turner banged out with the best. Still numb, Sonia just sat, staring at nothing, counting her own breaths. When the numbness broke, she curled up in her chair, and wept. Cleo started her morning shuffle down the hall, and when she saw Sonia, it turned into a run. "What happened? What's wrong?" "Ryder," Sonia managed as Cleo wrapped around her. "Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. I don't know." She broke off when she drew Sonia's face up to swipe at her tears. Wait, I know that face. I know those kinds of tears. Oh my God, you got it! You got the account. I got the account!" Weeping with her now, Cleo dragged her up to embrace. "I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. Tell me what they said. Everything. I don't even need coffee." "They liked my direction. The history, the family, the everything." "You were right about that direction from the get-go. That was your instinct, your insight, and you ran with it. You made it work." I went numb. I mean, like a full mind-body shot of Novocaine numb. Bert's going to contact me about terms. Terms! Oh my God, Cleo! I'm going to dance now. When Cleo did, Clover went with ABBA's Dancing Queen. I've got to text Mom and Trey and, oh, Corinne! Her photographs, Cleo. Dancing! Cleo, somebody heard what Brandon said to me. Somebody overheard our conversation and it got back to Miranda. That's who called to tell me. Good! Cleo stopped dancing long enough to shoot out a vicious smile. I say that's good, and don't think for a second you got this account because of that. I probably would have thought that, but she told me I didn't. She said if they'd gone with By Design, they'd have stipulated he be removed from the team. I like her. Give me 30 years to grow up into her. Text your mom, text everybody. We're going to celebrate tonight. I'll figure out how after coffee. Would you bring me a Coke when you come back? Can do. When she did, Sonia paced her office. I can't seem to sit yet. Mom's over the moon, maybe 3 times over it. Trey said they're picking us up at 7. Dinner at the hotel's fancy restaurant. I'm all in on that. This isn't how I thought I'd spend my morning. I was running tests. Then I intended to stop them when you came out so I could grill you about Owen. Cleo's lips curved in a slow, satisfied smile. I know that face. So things went well there, despite the disruption. Oh, Dobbs can stick it. I'm pleased to say things went exceptionally well there. Twice before the disruption. I thought he was going home last night. So did he. With a laugh, Cleo smoothed a hand over her hair. I changed his plans. You're okay with this, aren't you, Son? I love you both. I've loved you a lot longer, but I love you both. Still, if he hurts you, I'll... Eyes narrowed. Sonia punched her right fist into her left open palm. You know, Son, you and Owen have a lot of similar traits. Now, since it's another gorgeous day, I'm going to put myself together and paint outside. Sonia picked up her phone when it rang. It's Bert. Cleo blew her a kiss and walked away. Once she finished the call with Bert, she cried again. Then she washed her face, drank her Coke, and got back to work. She couldn't and wouldn't neglect her other clients because she'd just netted the big fish. Toward the end of the day, Bree sent her the finalized menu with vendors for each dish for the open house in an email attachment. Bree's message was, discuss again if you have to, but this is what you want. Gotta go out if you want a blowout. Damn right they wanted a blowout, especially now. She printed 2 copies, carried one into Cleo's room to lay it on the bed beside what she assumed was Molly's choice of a short, sexy lipstick red number. On her own bed, she found the flirty periwinkle with its low back that Cleo and her mother had talked her into buying in Boston. If not now, when, she decided, and further decided the dress, and the night, called for her curling iron. When she went back to Cleo's room, her friend sat and slipped on her shoes. Winter and I had it right with that dress. You did, and Molly picked a winner for you. Did you have a chance to look at the menu? I did, and it gets a big wow. We could probably have done it in at least twice the time and with considerable headaches and anxiety. Agree. So that's the discussion. I'll let her know it's a full-out go. How's the painting going? I think it's finished. Letting it sit now, and I started another. I'll be down in 2 minutes. Sonia heard the front door open, then Trey and Owen walked in. Both men wore suits. She couldn't say why she found that so endearing. Trey took one look at her. Wow,
If we didn't have a reason to celebrate, I do now. You look amazing.
I feel the same. Owen's gaze lifted as Cleo came down the stairs. Tilting her head, she crossed to him.
Don't I look amazing? You always do. Clever man, she murmured. Man in a suit. Only under duress. Duress looks good on you.
She ran a finger down his tie and laughed when Clover played Sharp-Dressed Man. As celebrations went, Sonia decided this one topped her current list. A couple of sharp-dressed men, a restaurant with a stunning view of the water, crystals sparkling in candlelight, and the delight of a bottle of champagne. This is beautiful. Really beautiful. She tore her gaze from the view long enough to glance around. The white linen, the quietly flickering tea lights, servers in formal black, the whisper of music all combined in elegance.
Trey figured pizza and beer didn't hit the mark. Not this time.
Trey lifted his glass.
To a job well done. A victory well earned.
Thank you. And here's to all of you for playing a part in it.
Tell them about the bonus round, Cleo insisted. Sounds not petty enough to consider it a bonus, but I am. The asshole overplayed his hand.
I actually am petty enough. Someone overheard his hallway bullshit, and it made the rounds, I guess. After she'd told them, Owen added another toast.
Almost as good as a punch in the face. I want to know if he tries to come back at you,
Trey reminded her. I will, but I see him in a hot air balloon and the wind is taking it farther and farther away. I can barely see it now. She narrowed her eyes. You know, I think it's sprung a leak. And look at those clouds. Oops, now it's gone. She sipped champagne. He will not be missed. They drank champagne, ate perfectly prepared food. I can see why Bree wants these crab cakes at the event. Sonia offered Trey a bite. I've never had better. They do a mini version, so that's what we're having. And they're mini beef tortillas.
What the hell is that?
Owen asked. I admit I had to look it up. It's like a little pastry.
Fancy stuff,
Trey commented. We're also having pizza bites, jalapeno hush puppies.
Now you're talking.
Owen gave her another toast.
RSVP started coming in.
Cleo smiled, pure satisfaction.
We're gonna have a packed house. Word's going around.
Trey offered Sonia some of his salmon.
You've got the hot ticket of the summer.
And we're going to do it upright. Cleo and I are hitting the garden center, and we're going to meet with the florist. We ordered the party lights, but we need a couple of handsome handymen to help with that.
It's always something,
Owen muttered.
You want that boat, don't you, Lafayette?
I do. Cleo gave him a lash flutter.
How long does it take two handsome handymen to hang some fairy lights? How many did you get?
Now she just smiled, said,
That's what I figured. You can be bribed with meatloaf and sex. Probably. Definitely, Trey corrected. Are you worried about what Dobbs might pull with so many people in and around the house?
I'm trying not to think about it. But yeah, I do think about it. Still, when my mother came before for a couple days, things were benign and relatively quiet.
I'm counting on the good energy outweighing her dark energy. Lights, music, people.
Cleo lifted her hands.
It's what the manor was built for.
She won't win. Sonia spoke decisively. Maybe it's naive, but I feel like getting the writer account, and it was against the odds, means that just standing up, pushing forward counts. And maybe when I go through the mirror again, I'll learn something more. Some way to get the rings. I wouldn't be here. Cleo wouldn't. The four of us wouldn't be here together if things hadn't happened the way they happened. So, with a shrug, Sonia picked up her water glass. Keep standing up and pushing forward. What? She said when Trey just smiled at her.
She doesn't have a chance. I can give you some time on Saturday for the damn lights.
Cleo raised her eyebrows at Owen.
Without a bribe. Oh, hell, I'll still take the bribe. No sane man turns down meatloaf and sex. But family, doesn't need bribes.
As much as I liked Clarice, you're secure in the favorite cousin slot. I'm probably going to regret this, but let's order dessert. They lingered over dessert and coffee, over easy conversation. Then Trey rose to extend his hand to the man who walked to their table. Owen did the same.
Good to see you. Sonia McTavish, Cleo Faberé, this is Anson Miller, Seth's dad.
The first word that came to Sonia's mind was distinguished. Flecks of silver dashed through a head of gold hair brushed back from a narrow, sharp-boned face. He had hazel eyes with a hint of green and a ready smile. It's nice to meet you. You have a beautiful hotel.
Thank you for that. I had dinner in the private dining room with some VIPs and saw you when I came out. I just wanted to say hello and don't want to interrupt.
You're not, Sonia assured him. Can you join us for coffee?
Thanks, but coffee at this time of night's only for the young and adventurous.
But when the server offered a chair, Anson took it.
Just for a moment. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to meet the new mistresses of the manor. From Louisiana, aren't you, Miss Faberé?
Cleo, and yes, originally.
Anson knows what's what in Pools Bay,
Owen put in.
Got a little pool in me from way back.
Of course! On the family tree in Colin's book, Sonia remembered. Down from Connor and Arabelle's daughter. Gwendolyn and... Oh, wait. Sebastian Haverton? Anson's eyebrows lifted.
Well, someone else knows what's what. Colin was a good man. I'm sorry we never had the chance to know your father.
He was a good man, too.
No doubt. I hope you're both happy in the manor, and we, my wife and I, look forward to seeing it and you next month. Hospitality's been my business since I was younger than any of you, and I appreciate when someone offers it. My best to your family, Trey. Owen,
he said as he rose.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Another cousin, Sonia said when Anson left, and smiled at Owen. You're still my favorite. On the drive home, she looked back and thought, yes, a perfect way to celebrate what was, for her, no small victory. An elegant evening out, a respite from the routine she fell into, and admittedly embraced, a chance to dress up and share that celebration with people she loved. It didn't get much better. And tomorrow, she thought, she'd dive right back into routine, happily. But when she looked up, caught a glimpse of the manor, she laid a hand over Trey's. All the lights are on. I swear every light's on.
I see it.
She wouldn't turn on the lights. In the back, Cleo leaned forward.
If anything, she'd shut them all off. I gotta go with Lafayette on that one. Dobbs goes for the dark.
That may be true, but they're still on. Sonia craned her neck as they came around the last turn. Except the gold room. God, we left all the animals inside. If she's...
Owen and I'll check it out.
Trey pulled up.
You and Cleo wait here.
My house, Sonia said, pushing her door open even as Cleo did the same. Pig's eye, was Cleo's answer. They heard it before they reached the door. Barking. Music. Laughter.
What the actual fuck?
Owen said, as Trey opened the door. They caught a glimpse, quick but clear, of a boy as he tossed the red ball, of people dancing as music, Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, blasted. They vanished, smoke in the wind. For an instant longer, one remained. The pretty young blonde with her fall of shining hair, her bright blue eyes. She flashed a happy smile before she, too, was gone. The three dogs panted, and Yoda let out a sad little whine. The cat stretched on the newel post as if a hand stroked her, then leaped down. Bon Dieu de merde, Cleo said and laughed.
Say what?
She flicked a glance at Owen. Holy shit. But I'm not surprised the French comes out. They had a party. They had a party, Sonia murmured. There were so many, but it was all so fast I couldn't...
The kid throwing the ball.
Trey bent to pick it up, studied it a moment as if he held an alien object. Then he tossed it for the dogs to chase.
And Clover. Yeah, caught her.
When Mookie won the race, returned with the ball, Owen gave it a toss.
And you had that right. Hot babe.
It was happy. As the music continued, Sonia wandered the foyer. And loud. I guess maybe they didn't hear us? That sounds crazy, but given the circumstances. And now I wonder if they'd do this when we're not here.
I think they were celebrating for you.
Touched, stunned, Sonia turned back to Trey as the music switched to Whitney Houston and I Want to Dance with Somebody Who Loves Me.
And there you go,
he said. So do I. Cleo grabbed Owen's hand.
I want to dance with somebody.
Me too. As she kicked off her shoes, Sonia decided this made it the perfect celebration. So they danced in the light as the spirits of the manor had danced. Chapter 25. Maine bloomed in May. To add their part, Sonia and Cleo decided to hit the garden center.
Son, we need to take the truck for this.
But do we really?
We do, really. Even if we just do the dozen pots we picked out, washed out, we're not going to have room in your car or mine. We have to buy potting soil and the peat moss. I really want to try herbs and tomatoes. Maybe peppers, too. Add all that to flats of flowers, and there's just no way.
But it's so big.
That's the point.
Along with a bolstering smile, Cleo tried an encouraging shoulder pat.
You can do this.
I've got an idea. Sonia shot a finger in the air. Why don't you drive the big scary truck? Cleo shook her head.
You first.
There's only one solution. Rock, paper, scissors. A moment later, Sonia looked down as Cleo's rock crushed her scissors. Damn it! I know you're right about taking it. I hate you're right about taking it. I should have done a test run. Like just driven up and down Manor Road a couple times.
We're going for it.
So saying, Cleo pulled out the remote she'd stuck in her pocket and opened the garage door. It sat in there, big, black, terrifying. It's a monster. Sonia approached it with dread, but she opened the driver's door. She wanted to fill those damn pots with flowers, didn't she? Okay, I'm getting in. When she did, she sat staring straight ahead. I can't reach the pedals, so...
That's why you adjust the seat.
She did, fussed with the mirrors, put on her seatbelt. Maybe it won't start. Of course it did. Either Trey or Owen had run it every couple of weeks since she'd moved in, so it started right up, with a roar. Oh, God. One step at a time, she muttered. One step at a time. I'm taking off the brake. I'm putting it in drive. Just FYI, I will not attempt to back it in again if we survive this trip. Holding her breath, she eased on the gas. We're moving.
If we move at this speed, we might get there in time for the end of summer sale.
All right. Face grim, Sonia viced her hands on the wheel. Remember, you asked for it. She made it down the drive, turned on to Manor Road. I'm driving a freaking truck.
I'm driving it back.
Somewhere along the 20-minute drive, Sonia's legs stopped shaking. She almost enjoyed it. What she enjoyed thoroughly was wandering the big garden center outside Pools Bay, debating with Cleo on what to buy, asking for advice from staff, other customers. She figured what they didn't know about gardening, they made up for by knowing color, shape, texture, and they'd both studied up on the basics. Maybe the bare basics, but the basics. They wanted scent, too, and herbs. And because she got completely caught up, what she felt were adorable tomato plants, some peppers, bags of soil, cute gardening gloves, fertilizer, a shiny new watering can, wind chimes. Then they saw her, the fairy with the dreaming face and spread wings. She held a crystal ball in her hand, powered by solar, as she bent over as if to sniff the blooms.
Son, we must have her.
Cleo, we must. In the end, they bought so much, even with the fairy and what they deemed a goddess holding a solar lantern riding in the back seat. It all barely fit into the bed of the truck. We lost our minds, Sonia decided. I can't argue, but God, this is fun. Cleo rubbed her hands together. I'm taking the wheel. After they got home, it took a full hour to haul everything to the back, to place the statues where they felt they belonged, while Yoda and Pi sniffed at everything. They put up and filled the hummingbird feeder, assured bears wouldn't come calling there. Then, armed with spades, gloves, soil, and a bevy of plants, they started on the pots they'd already placed. A kind of art, Sonia thought, as she mixed colors, shapes, varied heights. I need one of those spilly-over things. As she reached for one, she studied Cleo's pot. That's beautiful. And you know, so's mine. We can't kill them. We just can't. We won't. We're going to take good care of them. And if we mess something up, we've got Jerome. Plus, if Eleanor takes care of the solarium plants, maybe she'll keep an eye on these too. Pausing, she looked over at Sonia. You had to see where it had to be Jerome. Prepped that area where I can put the herbs. I can walk out of the kitchen and cut what I need. The tomatoes and peppers can go over there too. It's good light. By the time they finished the pots and realized they had enough left for half a dozen more, Anna dropped by. I heard you two loaded up the truck, and now I see my information was accurate. Just wow. We went overboard. Sonia pulled off her gloves. Not possible. You can use what's left to fill in the beds and still go back for more. Really? Oh, absolutely. As she gave Sonia a nod, Anna gestured. You could mass that half flat of impatience over there and pop some of that heliotrope there. Wait. Sonia held up a hand. You know what you're doing. If we haul, will you point? Got ginger ale? All you can drink. They hauled, Anna pointed, they placed. Digging in could wait until after a break. But it didn't take long to realize Anna was right. They could actually buy more. I love your new statues. I love what you're doing here. These chairs? She sat in one Cleo had painted on her sabbatical. So fresh and cheerful. The flowers, all of it. Now I'm going to tell you, after much debate, discussion, consideration, Seth and I decided on the mural. Do you really have time to do it? Try to stop me, Cleo told her. Which one? You made it tough, giving us two fabulous choices. But we want number one. And I can see that's what you were hoping we'd want. My personal favorite. And mine, Sonia added. Both are adorable, but that one just had a little more touch of whimsy. Tell me when you're ready for me to start on it. Can we say any time after your open house? We can. Yoda let out a bark and dashed. I think our handsome handymen have arrived. We talked Trey and Owen into hanging some lights, Sonia explained. Mookie and Yoda raced around the side of the house, body bumping each other in insane joy. Jones swaggered behind them, giving them his one-eyed look of disdain. When the men came around, Trey took a study of pots and beds. Been busy. And you drove the truck. He came up on the porch, bent down to kiss his sister's cheek. How's my niece? Active, very. We're considering starting up an infant soccer league. She'll be captain. We'll cheer her on, he promised as he pulled Sonia up, kissed her. You drove the truck, he repeated. Like Owen wears a suit, under duress. But we needed it for this. Obviously, Owen replied. I like the new girls. Anything left at the plant place? We left a few things, Cleo told him. And since Anna's given us some pointers, we may go back for more. And I've got my own selection still in the car. Anna levered herself up. So, fill in the blank, Kate Miller and I are going home to plant. Should you be doing that? I'm pregnant, Trey, not disabled. And we're going to go enjoy this gorgeous day. Talk soon. Trey watched her go, then turned to Sonia. Should she be doing that? I have no idea, but she's a smart woman, so I'd say she does. And our break's over. We'll show you the lights and where we want them, thanking you in advance before we start digging again. Shortly, the men, hands in pockets, stood studying the weeping tree with its thick, curved branches and delicate pink blossoms, and exchanged a look.
I'll get the ladder.
When Owen trudged off to the garage, Sonia and Cleo went back to planting. She had helped her mother, a little, planting things in the spring, Sonia remembered, and she'd done a little more at her condo. But nothing, she thought as she dug, to this extent. She liked it more than she'd anticipated. Not just the pots, which had been blank canvases, but now digging in the ground, filling in canvases already begun by another hand. She worked on Anna's suggestions while Cleo focused on the herbs and vegetables. More taking ownership. The dogs wandered front to back, as if supervising light stringing and planting, while the cat curled up on the deck to take a nap in the sun. When the men came around to add lights to the deck, she simply filled with happiness. She sat back on her heels, swiped a gloved hand over her forehead, and left a smear of soil behind. Owen stopped by Cleo. Sonia couldn't hear the words, but a moment later, Owen shook his head. He walked to the garden shed, then came out with a bag of something he took to her. She'd reached the end of the bed, noted Cleo worked in another spot, when Owen and Trey walked to her.
Done,
Owen said. It's going to look great. Any lights left over?
You bought enough to light up half the forest,
Trey pointed out. I was just thinking, if there's enough, there's that kind of pergola with the big twisty vines.
Wisteria.
She looked up at Owen, smeared more dirt on her face. Is it? I know wisteria. The blooms, anyway, they're gorgeous. Maybe, since we have them, we could put lights there. Trey didn't bother to sigh.
I'll get the ladder.
What was in the bag you took to Cleo?
Epsom salts.
Frowning, she rose, stretched her back. Like what you put in the bath for aches? Which I may do later.
That and what you add to the soil when you plant tomatoes, peppers, other stuff. Magnesium,
he added.
They want it.
Oh.
Did you mix up deer spray?
Not yet.
If you don't want to look out here tomorrow and see stumps, mix it. Spray it.
All right, but some of what we got is deer resistant. Owen said, and walked over to study the pergola. Sonia walked over to Cleo. Owen says to mix up the deer spray and use it.
He gets bossy, but he's probably right. The last thing we want is those pretty deer coming in and nibbling on all this. Go look at my herb bed and the rest. It smells so good already.
I will, and if you've got the rest of this, I'll go make sandwiches.
I've got it, and I'm hungry.
Cleo glanced up.
You've got dirt all over your face, son.
I do? She swiped at it. They could have told me. Annoyed, she went around to see the herb bed. So pretty, she thought. And hadn't they been smart to get those sweet little plaques to stick in the ground that identified the herbs? Since she'd gone that far, she continued around the front to admire the tiny lights running along the branches and the blossoms dripping from them. She drew in the warm spring air, the scent of it carried on the steady sea breeze. A good day's work, she thought. Lights, flowers to dress her home. When she went inside, Clover greeted her with Ella Fitzgerald and, "A flower is a lovesome thing." Sounds like an old one, but a new one for me. You're expanding my musical vocabulary. After she washed up, she just had to look out the windows. Flowers on the deck, flowers in the beds, Cleo in her adorable garden hat, men hanging lights among the wisteria she imagined dripping color and scent before much longer. Still brimming with happiness, she got out the sandwich rolls, the deli meats, cheeses, ice-cold Cokes, unless the men wanted a Saturday afternoon beer. Good sandwiches, plenty of chips. A kind of inaugural garden picnic. As she worked, she heard the dumbwaiter hum its way up to the butler's pantry. It made her smile and wonder what Molly sent up. Maybe another pretty platter for the sandwiches, or picnic plates. She stopped to go into the butler's pantry and open the dumbwaiter. The rat, big and black, stared back at her with feral red eyes. Its long, skinny tail swished. It bared its teeth. She couldn't stop the scream or the second that ripped out of her as she slammed the door shut again and stumbled back. She heard it scrabbling inside, even as she heard the laugh, the long, terrible laugh echo from above. Cleo burst in, rushed to her. "What is it? Shut the fuck up!" she shouted when the laugh came again, Don't open it! Don't open it! Trey ran in, and Owen and the dogs, even the cat as Cleo wrapped around Sonia. She's shaken, Cleo said and wrapped tighter. I don't know what happened. In there. As she pointed, smoke leaked out of the dumbwaiter. God, oh God, a rat! There's a rat! Immediately, Cleo hauled Sonia several feet away. I don't think so, Trey murmured, and even as Sonia shouted, Don't! He opened it. A trail of smoke billowed out. Then nothing. It wasn't real. For whatever reason, the realization made Sonia shake harder. It wasn't real. You sit down now. Come on, you sit. Cleo pulled her to a counter stool. I heard her laughing. This was one of her nasty tricks. It looked so real. I slammed the door and I heard it inside. It looked so real. Nothing there now. Trey took over for Cleo, drew Sonia against him, stroked her hair. You don't have any rats or rodents in the house. No sign of them anywhere. We've been all through it, remember? I know, but... God! Then she pushed away, color flooding back into her face. God damn it! I screamed. She made me scream, and she laughed. I fell for it. If I open a door and see a rat, I'll probably make some noise. Owen's comment got a look of approval from Cleo. You shut the door, Trey pointed out. You didn't run. More from being frozen in place than anything else. It was big, really big, and solid black. Red eyes, pointy little teeth. When I slammed the door on it, I could hear it, like it was trying to claw its way out. I'll get you some water. No, Cleo, I'm okay now. I really am. I'm just pissed she made me scream. Then I'll give that dumbwaiter a good scrubbing out. I got it. No, I've got it, Owen insisted. Maybe somebody could finish making those sandwiches. We'll take one to go if everything's settled back down. If Cleo wants her boat before next season, I've got to work. And Trey's working with me. Sensing Trey about to object, Sonia squeezed his hand. That's fine. I'm fine. Nothing's going to screw up this very good day. If you come back about 7, I'm going to grill some chicken. As he filled a bucket with hot, soapy water, Owen glanced back. You know how to grill. I can figure it out. Sit, son. I'll finish these sandwiches. We'll be back by 7, Trey promised. Sooner, if you need. We're fine, Sonia said again. Cleo and I are going to take our sandwiches out to the deck and admire our work and yours. She hates that, so she sent me a rat. She hates we've added color and light and scent. Hates we're putting our mark on the manor. We're going to keep doing just that, and she can send a swarm of her fake rats. Let's not go there, Cleo said, and finished making sandwiches. They ate on the deck with the cat and all 3 dogs. Then, vowing to be wise gardeners, mixed up the deer spray. When the animals deserted them, they agreed the smell would keep anything with a nose from munching on the garden. Cleo spent the rest of the afternoon painting, while Sonia worked on the cards for the open house dishes. When the men came back, Cleo proved she could grill. They ate on the deck and lingered to watch the sun go red behind the trees. And to Sonia's delight, watched the solar lights twinkle on. You were right. Trey stretched out his long legs. Worth it. I want to see the tree. Let's go see the tree. When they did, Sonia felt that happiness brim over again. It's perfect. It's exactly how I imagined. I hate to say it. Owen scanned the tree, then gestured. You've got enough left to do that giant rhodo on the other side of the house. Nice counterpoint. Trey shot him a look. I'm not getting that damn ladder. It's dark. Tomorrow, he said to Sonia. We'll take a look at it tomorrow. The week passed quick and thankfully quiet, even through another meeting with Bree, where they went over logistics, took another tour of the house, the grounds. RSVPs poured in with barely a regret. They ordered flowers for delivery the day before, rented stanchions to block off the 3rd floor. Flowers bloomed in the sun, lights twinkled in the dark. Cleo painted, sometimes at home, sometimes in the village. Sonia filled her days with work, with breaks for walks with Yoda in the garden or by the seawall. If she kept an eye on the gold room windows, It wasn't a fearful one, but one of defiance. In the evenings, when Cleo cooked, she sat at the counter going over the checklist for the open house. "We're really set. I'm obsessing," Sonia admitted. "But we're really set," with a big cheer for Bree. "Cheer! We'd better be set at this point. Family's gonna start pouring in, so we'd better be. And I'm thinking we have a kind of buffet for the ones who come in on Friday. I think I can do a ham." Slowly, Sonia repeated, "You think you can do a ham?" "I talked to Corinne about it, and I think I can do it. A ham, those roasted potatoes I've got down now. A veg, maybe some crudité, a cheese platter. I call the crudité and cheese platter, and I can do some beer bread, since I've got that down. You're right, we have to feed them. It's going on the list. You know, at this very moment, all this seems like such a good idea. And we're hoping it still feels that way after." "Yeah, we are. Positive thoughts bring positive vibes," Cleo declared. "How's work going?" "Really well. Gigi's is officially up and running, along with the Algonquin law firm, and Ryder's really happy with me. And the painting?" "I was going to wait until I had some wine to talk about that." "I'm getting it now. Spill." "I took 3 framed canvases down to Kevin. He took all 3. "All? Yay, but not the watercolor of the tree." "That stays here." He also asked if I'd do a showing in the fall. "Cleo!" "I think I will. Sabbatical will be over, but I'll have enough, even with doing the mural for Anna." She handed Cleo a glass of wine. "I love our life." Cleo clinked glasses, then smiled when Yoda scrambled up to run to the door. "Looks like a part of that life's coming around for dinner." Sonia did love their life, and the sharp turn it had taken months before. She loved her work, the result of another sharp turn into freelancing. Though it came with stunning challenges, ones she was determined to meet, she loved her home. She loved Trey. Maybe they hadn't said those words to each other yet, but she knew love. Hard to say it, she could admit, as a year before she'd designed her wedding invitations to another man. And she loved their life, so why rush it? After ending a virtual meeting with Bert and some of Ryder's marketing team, she sat back satisfied. Her work, she thought, her art, her vision, would soon come to life on a big-ass billboard in Portland. "It's a hell of a thing, Yoda." She rubbed his back idly with her foot. "Consider this a quick victory lap before I start the mood board for a new client." As she worked, Clover's music played and the breeze wafted in the open windows. A pretty perfect way, she decided, to end one month and start another. She hoped Cleo enjoyed the same, painting down in the village at the marina. If part of her stayed braced, always braced for whatever Dobbs would try next, she wouldn't let it interfere with what she loved. When her phone rang, she stepped back from the beginnings of her new board. Sonia picked up the phone, and her heart dropped a little when she saw the display. By design. No, she wouldn't let the fact it might be Brandon stop her from answering her own phone. "This is Sonia." "Sonia Lane Cohen. Can I put you on speaker? Matt's here, too." "Yes, of course. Hi, Matt." She pictured them both in Lane's office, the view of the Boston Common behind her. Lane with her sharp wedge of hair the color of Sonia's formal dining room table. She'd have a pair of readers, some bold color, on a chain around her neck. And her partner, Matt, sitting on the L of Lane's desk, his glossy blonde hair catching the light through the big window. They'd been good for her, good to her from her start as an intern right through her resignation. "How are you doing?" Matt asked. "How's Maine?" "I'm doing really well, and I love Maine. Wait just a second." Because they'd been good to her, good for her, she walked to the open window. "Hear that? That's the Atlantic. I'm looking at it and the boats on it from my office window." "You sound happy," Lane commented. "I am, very. How are both of you?" "Busy, which makes us both happy. Sonia, Matt and I wanted to call you and congratulate you on the Ryder account." "Thank you, that's so you." "We've spoken with Miranda Ryder and with Bert," Matt put in. "Both speak highly of you and your work. I hope you know Lane and I feel the same." I do. I wouldn't be where I am, professionally, without the foundation you gave me.
That's not to say we're not disappointed to lose that account, but, Lane added, you earned it. Now, after considerable discussion, Matt and I agreed we needed to speak with you on another matter. We were informed about Brandon's behavior and actions at Ryder.
Sonia walked away from the window, began to pace. That door's closed for me.
I hope it is. Matt and I met with Brandon before his presentation, one that was scheduled so as to avoid any overlap with yours. At that time, we directed him clearly, firmly, that if for any reason the two of you crossed paths, he would remain professional, polite, refrain from discussing your past history. He was there to represent by design, and we expected him to meet those standards. He failed. Lane and I want you to know we're sorry for it.
It's not your fault. Not what happened at Ryder, not the past history.
Regardless, he represented us. Matt and I were very clear. Brandon chose to ignore our directive. Childish, Matt muttered. Petty. We met with Brandon regarding this incident. He claims you deliberately waylaid him, insulted him, Matt, me.
That fired her up. I did no such thing. I promise you
We're aware of that, Lane interrupted. Even if this business hadn't been overheard, we know better, Sonia. We know you, Matt said. Miranda thought Lane and I should know. He also did his best to undermine you and your work during his presentation. She found it very... what was her word for it? Unbecoming, Lane supplied. As a result of our meeting with Brandon and by mutual agreement, he is no longer with By Design.
Oh. Sonia's mind went temporarily blank.
Under normal circumstances, we'd keep this as internal company business.
behind them, giving them his one-eyed look of disdain. When the men came around, Trey took a study of pots and beds.
Been busy. And you drove the truck.
He came up on the porch, bent down to kiss his sister's cheek.
How's my niece?
Active, very. We're considering starting up an infant soccer league. She'll be captain.
We'll cheer her on,
he promised as he pulled Sonia up, kissed her.
You drove the truck,
he repeated. Like Owen wears a suit, under duress. But we needed it for this.
Obviously,
Owen replied.
I like the new girls. Anything left at the plant place?
We left a few things, Cleo told him.
And since Anna's given us some pointers, we may go back for more.
And I've got my own selection still in the car. Anna levered herself up. So, fill-in-the-blank Kate Miller and I are going home to plant.
Should you be doing that?
I'm pregnant, Trey, not disabled. And we're going to go enjoy this gorgeous day. Talk soon. Trey watched her go, then turned to Sonia.
Should she be doing that?
I have no idea, but she's a smart woman, so I'd say she does. And our break's over. We'll show you the lights and where we want them, thanking you in advance before we start digging again. Shortly, the men, hands in pockets, stood studying the weeping tree with its thick, curved branches and delicate pink blossoms, and exchanged a look.
I'll get the ladder.
When Owen trudged off to the garage, Sonia and Cleo went back to planting. She had helped her mother, a little, planting things in the spring, Sonia remembered, and she'd done a little more at her condo. But nothing, she thought as she dug, to this extent. She liked it more than she'd anticipated. Not just the pots, which had been blank canvases, but now digging in the ground, filling in canvases already begun by another hand. She worked on Anna's suggestions while Cleo focused on the herbs and vegetables. More taking ownership. The dogs wandered front to back, as if supervising light stringing and planting, while the cat curled up on the deck to take a nap in the sun. When the men came around to add lights to the deck, she simply filled with happiness. She sat back on her heels, swiped a gloved hand over her forehead, and left a smear of soil behind. Owen stopped by Cleo. Sonia couldn't hear the words, but a moment later, Owen shook his head. He walked to the garden shed, then came out with a bag of something he took to her. She'd reached the end of the bed, noted Cleo worked in another spot, when Owen and Trey walked to her.
Done,
Owen said. It's going to look great. Any lights left over?
You bought enough to light up half the forest,
Trey pointed out. I was just thinking, if there's enough, there's that kind of pergola with the big twisty vines.
Wisteria.
She looked up at Owen, smeared more dirt on her face. Is it? I know wisteria. The blooms, anyway, they're gorgeous. Maybe, since we have them, we could put lights there. Trey didn't bother to sigh.
I'll get the ladder.
What was in the bag you took to Cleo?
Epsom salts.
Frowning, she rose, stretched her back. Like what you put in the bath for aches? Which I may do later.
That and what you add to the soil when you plant tomatoes, peppers, other stuff. Magnesium,
he added.
They want it.
Oh.
Did you mix up deer spray?
Not yet.
If you don't want to look out here tomorrow and see stumps, mix it. Spray it.
All right, but some of what we got is deer-resistant. Owen said, and walked over to study the pergola. Sonia walked over to Cleo. Owen says to mix up the deer spray and use it.
He gets bossy, but he's probably right. The last thing we want is those pretty deer coming in and nibbling on all this. Go look at my herb bed and the rest. It smells so good already.
I will, and if you've got the rest of this, I'll go make sandwiches.
I've got it, and I'm hungry.
Cleo glanced up.
You've got dirt all over your face, son.
I do? She swiped at it. They could have told me. Annoyed, she went around to see the herb bed. So pretty, she thought. And hadn't they been smart to get those sweet little plaques to stick in the ground that identified the herbs? Since she'd gone that far, she continued around the front to admire the tiny lights running along the branches and the blossoms dripping from them. She drew in the warm spring air, the scent of it carried on the steady sea breeze. A good day's work, she thought. Lights, flowers to dress her home. When she went inside, Clover greeted her with Ella Fitzgerald and, "A flower is a lovesome thing." Sounds like an old one, but a new one for me. You're expanding my musical vocabulary. After she washed up, she just had to look out the windows. Flowers on the deck, flowers in the beds, Cleo in her adorable garden hat, men hanging lights among the wisteria she imagined dripping color and scent before much longer. Still brimming with happiness, she got out the sandwich rolls, the deli meats, cheeses, ice-cold Cokes, unless the men wanted a Saturday afternoon beer. Good sandwiches, plenty of chips. A kind of inaugural garden picnic. As she worked, she heard the dumbwaiter hum its way up to the butler's pantry. It made her smile and wonder what Molly sent up. Maybe another pretty platter for the sandwiches, or picnic plates. She stopped to go into the butler's pantry and open the dumbwaiter. The rat, big and black, stared back at her with feral red eyes. Its long, skinny tail swished. It bared its teeth. She couldn't stop the scream or the second that ripped out of her as she slammed the door shut again and stumbled back. She heard it scrabbling inside, even as she heard the laugh, the long, terrible laugh echo from above. Cleo burst in, rushed to her. "What is it? Shut the fuck up!" she shouted when the laugh came again. "Don't open it! Don't open it!" Trey ran in, and Owen and the dogs, even the cat as Cleo wrapped around Sonia. "She's shaken," Cleo said and wrapped tighter. "I don't know what happened." "In there." As she pointed, smoke leaked out of the dumbwaiter. "God, oh God, a rat! There's a rat!" Immediately, Cleo hauled Sonia several feet away. "I don't think so," Trey murmured, and even as Sonia shouted, "Don't!" he opened it. A trail of smoke billowed out. Then nothing. It wasn't real. For whatever reason, the realization made Sonia shake harder. It wasn't real. "You sit down now. Come on, you sit." Cleo pulled her to a counter stool. "I heard her laughing. This was one of her nasty tricks." It looked so real. I slammed the door and I heard it inside. It looked so real. "Nothing there now." Trey took over for Cleo, drew Sonia against him, stroked her hair. "You don't have any rats or rodents in the house. No sign of them anywhere. We've been all through it, remember?" I know, but... God! Then she pushed away, color flooding back into her face. God damn it! I screamed. She made me scream, and she laughed. I fell for it. "If I open a door and see a rat, I'll probably make some noise." Owen's comment got a look of approval from Cleo. "You shut the door," Trey pointed out. "You didn't run." More from being frozen in place than anything else. It was big, really big, and solid black. Red eyes, pointy little teeth. When I slammed the door on it, I could hear it, like it was trying to claw its way out. "I'll get you some water." "No, Cleo, I'm okay now. I really am. I'm just pissed she made me scream." "Then I'll give that dumbwaiter a good scrubbing out." "I got it." "No, I've got it," Owen insisted. "Maybe somebody could finish making those sandwiches. We'll take one to go if everything's settled back down. If Cleo wants her boat before next season, I've got to work, and Trey's working with me." Sensing Trey about to object, Sonia squeezed his hand. "That's fine. I'm fine. Nothing's going to screw up this very good day. If you come back about 7, I'm going to grill some chicken." As he filled a bucket with hot, soapy water, Owen glanced back. "You know how to grill." "I can figure it out." "Sit, son. I'll finish these sandwiches." "We'll be back by 7, Trey promised. "Sooner, if you need." "We're fine," Sonia said again. "Cleo and I are going to take our sandwiches out to the deck and admire our work and yours. She hates that, so she sent me a rat. She hates we've added color and light and scent. Hates we're putting our mark on the manor. We're going to keep doing just that, and she can send a swarm of her fake rats." "Let's not go there," Cleo said, and finished making sandwiches. They ate on the deck with the cat and all 3 dogs. Then, vowing to be wise gardeners, mixed up the deer spray. When the animals deserted them, they agreed the smell would keep anything with a nose from munching on the garden. Cleo spent the rest of the afternoon painting, while Sonia worked on the cards for the open house dishes. When the men came back, Cleo proved she could grill. They ate on the deck and lingered to watch the sun go red behind the trees, and to Sonia's delight, watched the solar lights twinkle on.
You were right.
Trey stretched out his long legs.
Worth it.
I want to see the tree. Let's go see the tree. When they did, Sonia felt that happiness brim over again. It's perfect. It's exactly how I imagined.
I hate to say it.
Owen scanned the tree, then gestured.
You've got enough left to do that giant rhodo on the other side of the house. Nice counterpoint.
Trey shot him a look.
I'm not getting that damn ladder. It's dark. Tomorrow,
he said to Sonia.
We'll take a look at it tomorrow.
The week passed quick and thankfully quiet, even through another meeting with Bree, where they went over logistics, took another tour of the house, the grounds. RSVPs poured in with barely a regret. They ordered flowers for delivery the day before, rented stanchions to block off the third floor. Flowers bloomed in the sun, lights twinkled in the dark. Cleo painted, sometimes at home, sometimes in the village. Sonia filled her days with work, with breaks for walks with Yoda in the garden or by the seawall. If she kept an eye on the gold room windows, it wasn't a fearful one, but one of defiance. In the evenings, when Cleo cooked, she sat at the counter going over the checklist for the open house. We're really set. I'm obsessing, Sonia admitted. But we're really set, with a big cheer for Bree.
Cheer! We'd better be set at this point. Family's gonna start pouring in, so we'd better be. And I'm thinking we have a kind of buffet for the ones who come in on Friday. I think I can do a ham.
Slowly, Sonia repeated, You think you can do a ham?
I talked to Corinne about it, and I think I can do it. A ham, those roasted potatoes I've got down now. A veg, maybe some crudité, a cheese platter.
I call the crudité and cheese platter, and I can do some beer bread, since I've got that down. You're right, we have to feed them. It's going on the list. You know, at this very moment, all this seems like such a good idea.
And we're hoping it still feels that way after.
Yeah, we are.
Positive thoughts bring positive vibes,
Cleo declared.
How's work going?
Really well. Gigi's is officially up and running, along with the Algonquin law firm, and Ryder's really happy with me. And the painting?
I was going to wait until I had some wine to talk about that.
I'm getting it now. Spill.
I took 3 framed canvases down to Kevin. He took all 3.
All? Yay, but not the watercolor of the tree.
That stays here. He also asked if I'd do a showing in the fall.
Cleo!
I think I will. Sabbatical will be over, but I'll have enough, even with doing the mural for Anna.
She handed Cleo a glass of wine. I love our life. Cleo clinked glasses, then smiled when Yoda scrambled up to run to the door.
Looks like a part of that life's coming around for dinner.
Sonia did love their life, and the sharp turn it had taken months before. She loved her work, the result of another sharp turn into freelancing. Though it came with stunning challenges, ones she was determined to meet, she loved her home. She loved Trey. Maybe they hadn't said those words to each other yet, but she knew love. Hard to say it, she could admit, as a year before she'd designed her wedding invitations to another man. And she loved their life, so why rush it? After ending a virtual meeting with Bert and some of Ryder's marketing team, she sat back satisfied. Her work, she thought, her art, her vision, would soon come to life on a big-ass billboard in Portland. It's a hell of a thing, Yoda. She rubbed his back idly with her foot. Consider this a quick victory lap before I start the mood board for a new client. As she worked, Clover's music played and the breeze wafted in the open windows. A pretty perfect way, she decided, to end one month and start another. She hoped Cleo enjoyed the same, painting down in the village at the marina. If part of her stayed braced, always braced for whatever Dobbs would try next, she wouldn't let it interfere with what she loved. When her phone rang, She stepped back from the beginnings of her new board. Sonia picked up the phone, and her heart dropped a little when she saw the display. By design. No, she wouldn't let the fact it might be Brandon stop her from answering her own phone. "This is Sonia." "Sonia Lane Cohen. Can I put you on speaker? Matt's here, too." "Yes, of course. Hi, Matt." She pictured them both in Lane's office, the view of the Boston Common behind her. Lane with her sharp wedge of hair the color of Sonia's formal dining room table. She'd have a pair of readers, some bold color, on a chain around her neck. And her partner, Matt, sitting on the L of Lane's desk, his glossy blonde hair catching the light through the big window. They'd been good for her, good to her from her start as an intern right through her resignation. "How are you doing?" Matt asked. "How's Maine?" "I'm doing really well, and I love Maine. Wait just a second." Because they'd been good to her, good for her, she walked to the open window. "Hear that? That's the Atlantic. I'm looking at it and the boats on it from my office window." "You sound happy," Lane commented. "I am, very. How are both of you?" "Busy, which makes us both happy. Sonia, Matt and I wanted to call you and congratulate you on the writer account." "Thank you. That's so you." "We've spoken with Miranda Ryder and with Bert," Matt put in. "Both speak highly of you and your work. I hope you know Lane and I feel the same." "I do. I wouldn't be where I am, professionally, without the foundation you gave me." "That's not to say we're not disappointed to lose that account, but," Lane added, "you earned it. Now, after considerable discussion, Matt and I agreed we needed to speak with you on another matter. We were informed about Brandon's behavior and actions at Ryder." Sonia walked away from the window, began to pace. "That door's closed for me." "I hope it is. Matt and I met with Brandon before his presentation, one that was scheduled so as to avoid any overlap with yours. At that time, we directed him clearly, firmly, that if for any reason the two of you crossed paths, he would remain professional, polite, refrain from discussing your past history. He was there to represent By Design, and we expected him to meet those standards. He failed. Lane and I want you to know we're sorry for it." "It's not your fault. Not what happened at Ryder, not the past history." "Regardless, he represented us. Matt and I were very clear. Brandon chose to ignore our directive." "Childish," Matt muttered. "Petty." "We met with Brandon regarding this incident. He claims you deliberately waylaid him, insulted him, Matt, me." That fired her up. "I did no such thing. I promise you "We're aware of that," Lane interrupted. "Even if this business hadn't been overheard, we know better, Sonia." "We know you," Matt said. "Miranda thought Lane and I should know. He also did his best to undermine you and your work during his presentation. She found it very... what was her word for it? Unbecoming," Lane supplied. "As a result of our meeting with Brandon and by mutual agreement, he is no longer with By Design." "Oh." Sonia's mind went temporarily blank. "Under normal circumstances, we'd keep this as internal company business.